In the world of Naruto, I found myself unexpectedly in the mystical Mount Myoboku, bound to a divine sign-in system. The initiation task rewarded me with the coveted perfect sage mode and the foundational sage body. While Jiraiya was astonished at his 10-minute transformation in a sage mode, I was already capable of instantaneously unleashing ninjutsu, my strength fully awakened. This was merely the beginning. The Forest of Death, Dawn Island, and Soul Society awaited my sign-in, granting me powers at my command. Thus begins the tale of how Chinya embarked from Mount Myoboku, signing in across myriad realms, standing tall at the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 1. Binding of the Sign-In System. As the sign-in system connected, Chinya gradually awakened from slumber, his head feeling heavy. Wasn't I just sleeping at home? He pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings filled with strange decorations and an odd scent in the air. As memories flooded back, his lips twitched. A giant toad? Mount Myoboku? Am I in the world of Naruto? Though not a seasoned anime aficionado, Chinya was quite familiar with Naruto. The memories in his mind confirmed that he was indeed in Mount Myoboku, the realm of ninjas, and that he himself was named Chinya, having been rescued by a giant toad. Beyond that, he was in the dark. Sign-in system successfully bound. Newbie task, initializing. Newbie task, proceed to the depths of Mount Myoboku and sign in at the temple. Successfully meeting Gamamaru counts as a completed sign-in. Task reward, perfect sage mode. Chinya felt little panic. After all, a golden finger was a staple for any transmigrator. Yet this golden finger seemed rather unique at the outset. The rewards were indeed formidable. Perfect sage mode must be at the level of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he mused, shaking his head to dispel such thoughts. His immediate priority was to complete the newbie task. Gamamaru, if memory serves, is the great sage of Mount Myoboku. Meeting the great sage would not be an easy feat, even within the confines of Mount Myoboku. A creaking sound caught Shinya's attention. Turning, he noticed two short toads entering. "Kid, you're awake," exclaimed Shima, sounding somewhat surprised. "You were brought back by those youngsters outside. You've been unconscious for 5 days," added the other toad, Fukisaku. "This is Mount Myoboku, the legendary holy land of sages." Shinya displayed a curious demeanor rather than panic. "So are you sages?" To fulfill his sign-in task, he felt compelled to employ some necessary means. Shima nodded earnestly, shamelessly claiming the title of sage for himself. Shinya's face lit up with excitement. "Since you are sages, you must know the whereabouts of Gamamaru." At this, Shima and Fukisaku nearly choked on their own saliva. As trusted aides of the great sage, they certainly knew who Gamamaru was. Yet, how did this child come to know the name of the great sage? Fukisaku's expression grew serious. "Where did you hear the name Gamamaru?" Chinya looked bewildered as he replied, "A voice told me while I was dreaming." His youthful appearance provided a deceptive innocence, lacking any semblance of danger, and his bewilderment seemed genuine. Shima pulled Fukisaku aside, whispering, "What do you think about this, old man?" Fukisaku's expression mirrored indecision, uncertain how to proceed. "We cannot be negligent regarding matters of the great sage. I shall inquire personally." With that, Fukisaku departed for the depths of Mount Myoboku. Minutes later, he returned with an odd expression. "Kid, the great sage requests your presence." Shima seemed to grasp something and remained silent. Joy filled Chinya's countenance. Meeting Gamamaru would mean the completion of his sign-in task. Due to Chinya's physical condition, Fukisaku allowed him to ride on his back to the temple in the depths of Mount Myoboku. Upon first laying eyes on the great sage, Chinya's astonishment was palpable. The colossal figure sat majestically, wisdom flickering in his half-closed eyes. "Are you Chinya? I cannot perceive your destiny." The dream provided no guidance. His calm words were devoid of emotional fluctuation. "However, I sense that your every word and deed will profoundly impact the changes within the ninja world." Chinya was taken aback. Indeed, the great sage's prophetic abilities were formidable. Newbie sign-in task completed. Reward distribution commencing. As a torrent of information surged into his mind, Chinya felt unique energies continuously reshaping his body. The previously languid great sage suddenly widened his eyes. "What? This is natural energy." As the great sage of Mount Myoboku, Gamamaru was intimately familiar with natural energy. Yet, when this energy wave emanated from Chinya, it felt inexplicably foreign. Fukasaku and Shima exchanged terrified glances, realizing they had inadvertently brought back a monster. How long has this lad been at Mount Myoboku? Swallowing hard, Shima felt dryness in his throat. Fukasaku's gaze was similarly transfixed on Shinya. If I recall correctly, it has been 5 days? As the words fell, both toads turned their attention to Shinya, who was absorbed in natural energy. Indeed, this boy is truly a monster. Chapter 2. The Mediocre Sage Mode. Having spent 5 days unconscious upon arriving at Mount Myoboku, he could harness natural energy. This was beyond mere genius. The two toads looked to the great sage above, seeking answers. Gamamaru quickly regained his composure, the glimmer of wisdom in his half-closed eyes evoking a sense of reliability. Great sage, how could Shinya? Before Fukasaku could finish his question, the great sage interrupted with an outstretched hand. All is the arrangement of fate. His profound demeanor soon mesmerized the two toads, who gazed at the great sage with admiration. Seeing their awe, Gamamaru secretly sighed in relief. Who knew where this peculiar child had come from? Had it not been for the guidance received in the dream, he might have resorted to obliterating him with a sage technique. Suppressing his astonishment, Gamamaru took a deep breath and declared, Fukasaku, entrust Shinya to that young lad who is otherwise useless but for his lecherous tendencies. By the way, what was that boy's name again? The elderly toad sage seems to have succumbed once more to the symptoms of senility. Memory decline is a strikingly evident sign. However, at this moment, Chiba could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The natural energy within him had accumulated to a pinnacle. Suddenly, his obsidian eyes underwent a transformation. At the center of his golden pupils, two barely discernible marks intertwined. Surrounding his gaze was a subtle crimson-gold shadow, yet it was not overly conspicuous. What is this? Seeing this scene, Shinsaku widened his toad-like eyes, nearly wishing to pluck out his own eyeballs in disbelief. What on earth has happened? Could it be that my old eyes are deceiving me? He found it hard to trust his own vision. The spectacle before him was simply astonishing. Nay, it was astonishingly toad-like. A mere child of 5 or 6 years, without any elder's guidance, had independently comprehended the sage mode. What was most remarkable was that he had only been in Myoboku Mountain for a mere 5 days. Initially, it was deemed extraordinary that Chiba could sense natural energy. Yet in the next moment, he delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Shima's reaction was not much better. He vigorously shook Shinsaku's body, murmuring, Hey, old man, am I simply growing old? My vision failing me. How could I possibly see little Chiba performing the sage mode? In the half-closed eyes of the toad sage, a glimmer of brilliance flashed, revealing his astonishment. Though he refrained from inquiring further, he had not received many prophecies regarding Chiba's existence. In his dreams, there was no glimpse of Chiba's future to be seen. However, he did receive indications concerning the fate of the shinobi world, in a realm beset by ceaseless conflict. Where blood flowed like rivers and slaughter was rampant, human life had become the most worthless commodity. Above this tumultuous shinobi world, it seemed as though a pair of colossal hands were orchestrating everything. A shadow, its face obscured, loomed large. The only discernible feature were the two marks intertwined deep within its pupils, strikingly similar to the gaze of Chiba before him. The toad sage sighed softly at this realization. Having notified that silver-haired little lecher, he still could not recall Jiraiya's name. Shinsaku, recovering from his astonishment, opened his mouth to inquire about Chiba, but was preempted by the sage. Taking a few deep breaths, he buried his astonishment deep within. Toad sage, little Jiraiya has been informed. Once he concludes his current tasks, he will come to Myoboku Mountain. The toad sage nodded in satisfaction, signaling for them to depart. Shinsaku understood and took Chiba aboard his toad mount, leaving the temple behind. After their departure, a gentle sigh echoed through the depths of the temple. As if lamenting this so-called fate, within a treehouse, a tall ninja with waist-length silver hair sat cross-legged opposite Chiba. The two stared intently at one another, seemingly attempting to glean something from each other's eyes. After a moment, Jiraiya was the first to relent. Hey kid, have you truly mastered the sage mode? Chiba nodded earnestly, knowing this matter could not be concealed from Jiraiya. After all, he had already encountered Gamamaru, and everything could be attributed to him. The great toad sage taught me. His youthful voice left no room for pretense. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. A mere child of 5 or 6 had already grasped the sage mode. Wouldn't this delay his own talents if he were to take him under his wing? At that moment, Jiraiya lacked a clear understanding of his own instructive capabilities. His apprentice would undoubtedly become renowned in the future shinobi world. Whether that renown was good or ill was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was undeniably formidable, extremely formidable. Show me the Sage Mode. Jiraiya decided to assess the situation first. Chiba focused his mind and swiftly entered the state. In truth, he could have instantly activated the Sage Mode. But for the sake of caution, it was best not to be too ostentatious. Time ticked by. As one who had successfully cultivated the Sage Mode, Jiraiya could naturally sense the continuous influx of natural energy in the air. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and gold-red shadows appeared around Chiba's eyes. Jiraiya, who had been meticulously counting the time, found himself momentarily dumbfounded. 10 minutes. Chiba opened his eyes, gazing innocently at Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sensei, is that enough? Upon hearing Chiba's voice, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. Ahem. Well, it's passable, I suppose. Jiraiya quickly adopted a serious demeanor, taking on the role of the elder to instruct Chiba. Entering Sage Mode in 10 minutes is a mediocre achievement. You must strive for improvement. Though his face appeared calm, the sternness of his gaze revealed his expectations for the younger generation. Yet within, he was inwardly roaring. 10 minutes to enter Sage Mode? From whence did this little monster emerge? This little monster expects me to teach him? The Great Toad Sage must truly be losing his wits. Little Jiraiya, this is the Great Toad Sage's directive. Shinsaku, standing aside with tea in hand, spoke confidently. Just guide him as you did with that kid Minato. There's no need for excessive concern. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized he could not refuse and reluctantly agreed. Just as Jiraiya acquiesced, a mechanical voice resonated in Chiba's ear. Chapter 2. The careless Sage Mode. In the 5 days since arriving at Myoboku Mountain, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, yet astonishingly managed to harness natural energy. This phenomenon transcended the mere definition of genius. Both of them gazed up at the Great Toad Sage, eager to glean an answer from him. The Great Toad Sage soon returned to his original form, his half-closed eyes radiating a glimmer of wisdom that inspired a sense of trust. How could this child, Chiba, possibly? Diepsaku had not even completed his inquiry when he was interrupted by the Great Toad Sage's gesture. Everything is the arrangement of destiny. The sage's profound demeanor quickly captivated the two frogs, who stared in awe at him, their eyes brimming with reverence. Upon realizing he had them enchanted, Toad Maru quietly exhaled in relief. Who knew where this peculiar child came from? Had it not been for the prophetic dream indicating his fate, the old sage would have contemplated using a technique to obliterate him. Toad Maru suppressed his astonishment, ensuring Diepsaku and Shima remained oblivious to his turmoil. He took a deep breath and said, Diepsaku, let us entrust Chiba to that scoundrel with no redeeming qualities other than his lechery. The Great Toad Sage commanded. By the way, what was that boy's name again? It appeared that the sage's memory was failing him once more, a clear sign of cognitive decline. However, at this moment, Chiba could not dwell on such thoughts. The natural energy within him had accumulated to its zenith. His ebony eyes transformed, the golden pupils revealing two barely discernible markings that crossed each other. Surrounding his gaze was a subtle crimson gold hue, though it was not overly pronounced. This was astonishing. Diepsaku's eyes widened in disbelief, wishing he could pluck them from their sockets. What on earth was happening? Could it be that his sight had failed him? He struggled to accept what he was witnessing, for it was simply too astonishing. A mere 5 or 6-year-old child, without any guidance from predecessors, had independently comprehended Sage Mode. It was crucial to note that he had only been at Myoboku Mountain for 5 days. Initially, it had been extraordinary enough that Chiba could sense natural energy. But the next moment, Diepsaku felt as if he had slapped himself in the face for his prior assumptions. Shima's reaction was no less dramatic. She shook Diepsaku's body vigorously, murmuring, Father, have I grown so old that my vision has faded? How could I possibly see little Chiba performing Sage Mode? A flicker of brilliance flashed in the Great Toad Sage's half-closed eyes, revealing a hint of astonishment, yet he refrained from asking questions. He had not received much forewarning regarding Chiba's existence. In his dreams, he had seen no visions pertaining to Chiba's future. However, he had gleaned insights into the fate of the ninja world, rife with unending conflict, a blood-soaked landscape where human life was rendered worthless. It appeared that a shadowy figure manipulated these events from above, its face obscured, with only the two intertwining markings visible within its pupils, strikingly reminiscent of Chiba's own eyes. Sighing softly, the great toad sage pondered, "Have I informed that white-haired lecher yet?" His inability to recall Jiraiya's name was evident. Diepsiku snapped back to reality, his mouth opening and closing as he sought to inquire about Chiba. However, the sage preempted him. Taking several deep breaths to suppress his astonishment, he reported, "The great toad sage has already notified young Jiraiya. He will arrive at Myoboku Mountain once he has concluded his current affairs." The great toad sage nodded in satisfaction and gestured for them to depart. Understanding his cue, Diepsiku mounted his toad and left the temple with Chiba. After their departure, a deep sigh echoed through the temple, seemingly lamenting the whims of fate. Within a treehouse, a tall ninja with waist-length white hair sat cross-legged opposite Chiba. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange, both attempting to discern something from one another. Moments later, Jiraiya was the first to falter. "Little rascal, have you truly mastered Sage Mode?" Chiba nodded solemnly. There was no way to conceal this from Jiraiya. After all, he had already encountered Toad Maru, and it was easy to shift the blame onto him. "The great Toad Sage taught me." His youthful voice left no room for pretense. Jiraiya felt a pang of headache. A child of merely 5 or 6 years had already grasped Sage Mode. Would his instruction hinder the child's innate talent? At this moment, Jiraiya lacked a clear understanding of his own teaching abilities. His future disciple would undoubtedly rise to prominence within the ninja world. Whether that renown would be good or bad was of little consequence. What mattered was the singular characteristic. He was formidable, exceedingly so. Demonstrate Sage Mode. Jiraiya decided to assess the situation before proceeding. Chiba calmed his mind and swiftly entered the state. Although he could transition into Sage Mode in an instant, it was prudent to refrain from being too ostentatious. As time elapsed, Jiraiya, having successfully cultivated Sage Mode himself, could sense the natural energy swirling in the air. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and golden-red shadows appeared around Chiba's eyes. Jiraiya, counting the seconds, was left speechless. 10 minutes. Chiba opened his eyes, gazing innocently at Jiraiya. "Elder Jiraiya, is that sufficient?" Upon hearing Chiba's voice, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. "Ahem, well, it's passable, I suppose." Quickly adopting a serious demeanor, Jiraiya assumed the role of a mentor to instruct Chiba. Entering Sage Mode in 10 minutes is a rather lackluster achievement. You must strive for improvement. Though his face bore a calm expression, internally he was roaring. 10 minutes to enter Sage Mode? From where did this little monster emerge? And now I am expected to mentor him? Surely the great Toad Sage has lost his faculties. Young Jiraiya, this is the directive from the great Toad Sage. Diepsiku interjected, serving tea with an air of calm. Just guide him as you did with that Watergate kid. There is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya understood he could not refuse and reluctantly acquiesced. Just as he did so, a mechanical voice echoed in Chiba's ears. Chapter 3. New Sign-In Task. The second sign-in task has been issued. The system notification chimed at the appropriate moment. Sign-in location, Ninja Academy. Task requirement: become a student of the ninja school. Task reward: basic mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Chiba felt somewhat bewildered. Why had a sign-in task suddenly emerged? Moreover, this task seemed remarkably simple, with Jiraiya now committed to overseeing him. Entering the so-called Ninja Academy would merely require his endorsement for a smooth completion. Most importantly, the reward for the task was exceedingly generous. Unlike the novice sign-in tasks, not only was the sign-in location simpler, but the requirements were also considerably relaxed. The mastery of the 3 fundamental techniques is of utmost importance for a ninja. It is the essence of their being. Regardless of who one is, one cannot escape the scope of these 3 techniques. Even in the later stages of divine battles, the methods of attack they employ still revolve around various techniques. With a solid foundation, coupled with a perfected Sage Mode, Chiba would possess some degree of self-defense. Jiraiya resolved that, in light of this, he would take the child under his wing. "Chiba, look." He turned to Chiba, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Elder Jiraiya, do you know where I can find peers my age?" In a bid to fulfill his task, Chiba once again resorted to his youthful charm, his innocent large eyes brimming with naivete. The only incongruity was the gold-red eyeshadow surrounding his eyes and the unique color of his irises. Jiraiya placed his hand on his face, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Sigh, If that is the case, let us head back to Konoha for now. With a satisfied nod, he deemed it a fulfillment of the great Toad Sage's entrustment. Creak. The door swung open, and Shima entered, carrying a large platter. It's mealtime. Little Chiba, come and taste my cooking. Chiba instinctively turned towards the sound, and in an instant, his expression soured. The platter was filled with wriggling green worms, each more lively than the last, truly a test of one's endurance. Jiraiya's face was not much better. Under normal circumstances, he would prefer something more palatable. Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline, Chiba said, suppressing his discomfort. Time is of the essence. I am particularly eager to meet those my age. He looked at Jiraiya with determination, asking, Isn't that right, Elder Jiraiya? Jiraiya snapped back to attention and nodded vigorously. Since it's Chiba's request, we should set off at once. With that, he took Chiba by the hand, bid farewell to the others, and departed. What a pity about this feast. Shima shook her head, not dwelling on it further. As Jiraiya and Chiba left Mount Myoboku, he casually inquired whether Chiba wished to sign a summoning contract with Mount Myoboku. At Chiba's bewildered expression, Jiraiya elaborated on the summoning contract. The great toads of Mount Myoboku? Chiba nodded excitedly, of course. Due to his sage mode, which bore some connection to Mount Myoboku, the signing of the contract proceeded smoothly. Through the reverse summoning technique, the two returned to the vicinity of Konoha. Although Jiraiya had not been back to the village for some time, he had been lingering nearby. After a half-hour trek, Chiba finally beheld the entrance of Konoha. Is this Konoha? He murmured. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Indeed, this is Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. You will live here from now on. The gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu, who were good friends, naturally approached upon noticing Jiraiya's arrival. After some casual exchanges, Jiraiya led Chiba to the ninja school. This should be the place you wanted to come to. Chiba was acutely aware that matters were not that simple. Completing the registration task would likely involve some bureaucratic wrangling. However, to his surprise, Jiraiya directly brought him inside. After greeting a few ninja teachers, he promptly placed Chiba into the school. Little Chiba, take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Chiba nodded, understanding the situation. As one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, Jiraiya undoubtedly attracted much attention. His return to the village with a child would inevitably stir various events. Next, Jiraiya would likely deal with the ensuing chaos. Chiba was content to relax. After all, he was merely a child of 5 or 6 years. Children ought to engage in the pursuits appropriate for their age, such as being a good student. Registration task completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. The host has mastered the fundamental techniques of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Upon hearing this notification, Chiba's eyes lit up. Is it finally time to engage with ninjutsu? Chapter 4. First encounter with Konoha's prince. As a flood of information surged in, Chiba quickly grasped the foundational aspects of the 3 techniques. Although they were merely basic ninjutsu, they held immense significance for him. In terms of ninjutsu, he acquired techniques of C rank, such as the fireball technique and the great breakthrough. Taijutsu was similarly aligned, with techniques like the leaf rising wind and the leaf great whirlwind. As for jinjutsu, he learned the nirvana technique and the illusion of not being here. Generally, the techniques provided by the system were restricted to C rank and below. Despite their diversity, their lethality remained limited when it came to actual combat. The need to grow stronger was urgent. The true Konoha was not as idyllic as portrayed in the original narrative. It harbored many dark undercurrents. Wherever leaves danced, fire would ignite. While it brought light, it also ushered in darkness. The two were intrinsically linked. To seize control of one's destiny, one must possess sufficient strength. The middle-aged ninja before Chiba was at a loss, scratching his head in frustration over how to arrange for Chiba. Just then, a teacher entered, dispelling his concerns. Irika, you're here. The middle-aged ninja greeted him with a somewhat ingratiating smile. Irika, puzzled but concealing it well, chuckled and asked, What's the matter? You look troubled. The other man's eyes lit up as he quickly explained, It's all because of Lord Jiraiya. He brought back a child from outside the village, claiming he must start school now. But the enrollment period has passed, and classes have already been assigned. I'm unsure which class would be suitable for this child. Though Irika's strength was not remarkable, his intellect was sharp. He immediately grasped the underlying message. Being the warm-hearted person he was, he didn't dwell on the complications. Leave it to me. My class has few students. As long as the child puts in some effort, he should be able to keep up. Thus, through their conversation, Chiba's placement was decided. In truth, even Chiba himself had not anticipated that he would end up in the same class as the future stalwarts of Konoha. If there were no ulterior motives at play, he would never believe it. A sense of unease lingered within him. Chiba murmured softly, observing the group of somewhat conceited children before him. "Hello, everyone, I am Chiba. I look forward to working with you." There were no applause or warm welcomes as he had imagined. Most of these kids were not particularly kind. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans were significant families within Konoha, with others not far behind. Aside from Naruto, an orphan, few among them came from humble backgrounds. As for the brooding Uchiha, he wore a face that spoke of deep grievances, likely a sign that his clan had faced tragedy. Chiba felt reassured. The timeline was aligning. Iruka stood beside Chiba, smiling as he asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" The group of troublemakers cast a lazy glance at Iruka, remaining silent. Iruka felt little embarrassment as he pointed to the vacant seats in the back, saying, "Chiba, why don't you take a seat over there?" Soon, everything fell into place, continuing smoothly until the end of the school day. While the other children had places to go, Chiba remained uncertain of his own destination. Jiraiya had yet to make an appearance, leaving him in a state of waiting. He sat cross-legged in an inconspicuous corner of the playground, beginning to refine his chakra. After Iruka's explanations and the information provided by the system, Chiba was no longer the naive novice he once was. He had a solid grasp of the foundational knowledge. What he lacked was practical experience. However, with the perfect sage mode as his foundation, refining chakra was merely child's play for him. He quickly entered a focused state. As dusk approached, a sneaky figure crept closer to Chiba, a mischievous grin on his face, holding an unknown object in hand. In the midst of his training, Chiba had slipped into sage mode, heightening his perception of the surroundings. Noticing that the intruder was not a particularly formidable ninja, he had detected the shadow's presence the moment it entered the playground. Without hesitation, he picked up a few stones from the ground and, utilizing his heightened senses, hurled them with precision. Bang! Bang! Ouch! The sneaky figure fell to the ground, clutching his forehead and crying out in pain. Chiba concluded his training and walked toward the fallen figure. With yellow hair, blue eyes, and a whisker-like mark, the expression of discontent was somewhat familiar. Wasn't this our protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki? Thus began Chiba's first formal encounter with Naruto Uzumaki. The nearby Anbu watching him were entirely disregarded by Chiba, as it was only a matter of time before he caught the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Even if the Anbu were monitoring him, what could it matter? Jiraiya was no slouch either. With this thought, Chiba quickened his steps towards Naruto, his mind swirling with numerous ideas he wished to put into practice. Chapter 5. The Grand Event of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Chiba feigned a look of confusion, recognizing Chiba as the new transfer student. Naruto was pleasantly surprised that Chiba remembered his name. "How do you know my name?" At this moment, although Naruto often engaged in mischievous antics, it was merely a means to attract attention. Ultimately, he was still a pitiful child. "Oh, Iruka-sensei called your name 38 times during class. You rank first among the troublemakers." Upon hearing this, Naruto's shoulders slumped, his energy deflating. Chiba, with nothing better to do, casually fabricated a number, successfully astonishing Naruto. "There can't be that many." Naruto muttered under his breath, somewhat unconvinced. Chiba helped him up, choosing not to press the matter further. However, upon noticing the paint and rope on the ground, curiosity got the better of him, and he instinctively asked, "What do you plan to do with these?" Naruto's expression turned shifty. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and leaned closer to Chiba, whispering, "I'm planning to do something big." Chiba's face took on an odd expression as a thought suddenly struck him. It couldn't be. Detected that the host is in the current situation. Issuing a special sign-in task. Task content. Go to Hokage Rock to sign in, and it requires graffiti. Task reward. Jonin level chakra capacity. The emergence of this new sign-in task inevitably brought Chiba some joy. However, upon seeing the task's content, he felt a headache coming on. Graffiti on Hokage Rock was, in all seriousness, quite a serious matter, depending on who was involved. Naruto, under the protection of the third Hokage, would likely face no repercussions. As for Chiba, lacking a significant background or support, causing trouble right after arriving in Konoha was far from a wise choice. Yet, upon seeing the task's reward, Chiba gritted his teeth, convinced that one must risk it all for a chance at greatness. What he needed most was chakra. Although he had already experienced the baptism of natural energy in Myoboku Mountain, his own chakra capacity was still severely lacking. Completing this task would finally rectify that shortcoming. Thus, Chiba smiled broadly at Naruto, a look that felt strangely familiar to Naruto. It seemed as though he had seen it somewhere before. Oblivious, Naruto wouldn't have guessed that if he were to look in a mirror at that moment, the reflection would bear an uncanny resemblance to Chiba's expression, over 80% similarity. Naruto, you see, I just arrived in Konoha and am still unfamiliar with everyone. Since no one knows me well, if I want to make a quick impression, I need the aid of something monumental. With the gift of gab, Chiba had successfully bewildered Naruto. Are you saying I should take you along? Naruto questioned, somewhat incredulous. In Konoha, most of his peers tended to avoid him, and few ever sought him out for companionship. Shuji and Shikamaru rarely participated in his pranks. Chiba was the first. This unexpectedly touched Naruto, and his gaze quickly solidified with determination. All right, if that's the case, let's do something big together. Under Naruto's guidance, Chiba soon arrived at Hokage Rock. Gazing up at the four familiar yet strange faces, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Let us start with the first Hokage. Chiba adjusted the paint can in his hands, channeling chakra to the soles of his feet. Without any tools to assist him, he stepped directly onto the rock face. The graffiti began. Naruto stared blankly at Chiba standing on the rock face, murmuring, "Is this a technique too?" Half an hour later, the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the special sign-in task. Rewards are now being distributed. As the mechanical voice faded, Chiba felt every cell in his body surging with chakra. The total amount of chakra steadily increased, soon reaching the capacity of a jonin. After familiarizing himself with the sudden influx of chakra, Chiba sensed a significant boost in his strength. At least in the early stages, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he could lead a relatively comfortable life. Meanwhile, Naruto had also completed his task, painting the third and fourth Hokages with silly faces, resulting in a rather comical appearance. However, at that moment, someone had noticed their antics. As one of Konoha's iconic structures, Hokage Rock was highly conspicuous. Any alterations to it would undoubtedly attract attention. Capture those two brats. A shout rang out, prompting several ninjas to sprint towards Hokage Rock. They leaped from the structure, swiftly closing in on the two. Seeing the commotion, Naruto's scalp prickled, and he whispered, "Chiba, we should make a run for it." Upon hearing this, Chiba couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now he wanted to flee? Where had that idea been earlier? Besides, with so many ninjas surrounding them, did he really think they could escape? Amidst the encirclement of ninjas, Chiba remained calm, though internally prepared for a response. As for Naruto, he could only hope for the best. Chapter 6. The best measure to evade punishment. Chiba, recognizing the situation, set down the paint can in his hand and braced himself for the approaching ninjas. Upon witnessing the scene, Naruto felt a sense of reluctance to abandon Chiba. Thus he obediently stood beside him. As the first individual willing to engage in significant endeavors with him, Naruto held a favorable impression of Chiba. Alternatively, it could be said that Naruto was inherently trusting of others. Moments later, Iruka, having heard of the situation, hurriedly arrived, appearing quite exasperated as he gazed at the two young rascals before him. Those were the statues of the Hokages, symbols of Konoha's honor. Hearing this, Naruto mumbled a few words, but his voice was too faint for clarity. As for Chiba, he merely pouted and gestured for Iruka to look at the surrounding ninjas. Iruka instinctively turned his gaze in the direction Chiba indicated, only to find the expressions of the crowd were vacant, all staring towards Hokage Rock. This caused Iruka's heart to sink. Could it be that these two youngsters had inscribed some audacious words upon Hokage Rock? He quickly shifted his gaze towards the monument. What he beheld was a sight of colorful graffiti adorning the statues of the third and fourth Hokages, a chaotic display that seemed rather fitting for a child's prank. Iruka's heart plummeted at the sight. However, the situation was somewhat different regarding the statues of the first and second Hokages. There, in stark black paint, lengthy inscriptions had been made beside their figures. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, god of shinobi, lifetime achievements, stabilized wars, suppressed tailed beasts, established Konoha. Now, looking at the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the fastest in the ninja world, lifetime achievements, assisted the first, maintained Konoha, taught the younger generation. These succinct phrases clearly delineated the monumental accomplishments of the two brothers. Most importantly, the script was exceptionally elegant. invoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Iruka was the first to regain his composure. As Naruto's mentor, he was quite aware of his students' capabilities. At the very least, he had a thorough understanding of Naruto's surface skills. The handwriting alone was undoubtedly beyond Naruto's skill set. Thus, there was only one possibility. Chiba, did you write this? Iruka inquired, his demeanor drastically contrasting with his earlier exasperation. Upon witnessing this, Naruto was suddenly engulfed by an ominous premonition. Chiba nodded and explained. Jiraiya-sensei shared numerous tales of Konoha with me during our journey. These are all insights he imparted. With Jiraiya currently absent, Chiba felt he could easily shift the blame onto him. As for the script, it was a skill he had carried over from his previous life. Having practiced calligraphy for a long time, he had a profound understanding of the art. His writing was splendid, yet the setting was not quite right. Iruka, noticing the content, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Let's leave this to the Hokage to handle. The surrounding individuals offered their suggestions. Iruka nodded in agreement, believing wholeheartedly that the third Hokage would manage the situation adeptly. A short while later, in the Hokage's office, Iruka stood there with Chiba and Naruto, who appeared somewhat defiant. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rested his chin upon his hands behind the desk. He was well aware of the entire sequence of events. Jiraiya, standing nearby, gazed at the evidence laid upon the table. The photographs were remarkably clear, and the inscriptions were legible. Jiraiya cast an unexpected glance at Chiba, surprised by his hidden talent. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the photographs to Chiba and Naruto. He was quite familiar with Naruto, yet this was his first encounter with Chiba. Jiraiya had even returned to Konoha specifically because of this child, underscoring his significance. Hiruzen's scrutiny made Naruto feel uneasy, prompting him to lower his head and avoid eye contact. In contrast, Chiba displayed no signs of fear, boldly meeting Hiruzen's gaze with untainted eyes. After a brief moment, Hiruzen averted his gaze. Your handwriting is commendable. We shall retain it. However, since a mistake has been made, one must bear the consequences. While the initial part of this statement relieved Iruka, the latter half caused his heart to race once more. As a responsible mentor, he regarded each of his students as his own children, with Naruto holding a particularly special place in his heart. Hiruzen paused momentarily before continuing. Let Naruto clean off all the graffiti from the last two statues. As for Chiba felt somewhat speechless. Why couldn't these so-called prominent figures articulate their thoughts in full? Why leave things half-expressed? Let the life stories of the last two Hokages be recorded as well. Before Chiba could voice his thoughts, Iruka interjected, Thank you, Lord Third. Chiba held no grievances. It was merely a matter of writing a few more characters. After the trio departed, Hiruzen's voice echoed once more within the Hokage office. Jiraiya, is this the child you brought back from Myoboku Mountain? Faced with his master's inquiry, Jiraiya hesitated briefly before nodding. He did not disclose the entire truth. Not due to mistrust in Hiruzen, but rather in the current state of Konoha. As a former high-ranking member of Konoha, he had witnessed too much darkness. Since the great sage Toad entrusted Chiba to him, it signified trust. If he could not care for Chiba adequately, would that not betray that trust? Chiba possesses considerable talent. I hope he can remain in Konoha. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen, seeking a definitive affirmation. Chapter 7. Jiraiya's resolve. Chiba indeed exhibited notable talent and a rather affable disposition. Hiruzen nodded, indicating his agreement with Jiraiya's suggestion. Through his earlier assessment, he had discerned that Chiba's essence was not malicious. Otherwise, he would not maintain a good relationship with Naruto. Very well, let him remain in Konoha, Hiruzen continued. I will keep a close watch over him. A glimmer of joy flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. With Hiruzen's promise, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After ensuring Chiba's stability, he intended to continue his travels in the ninja world. The atmosphere of Konoha was not suited for him. At Hokage Rock, Naruto's expression was grim, filled with indignation. Why doesn't Chiba have to clean? Why am I the only one suffering? Chiba, lounging on the viewing platform below, lazily replied. Because some people's minds are filled with things that shouldn't be there. After spending half a day becoming familiar with one another, their relationship had evolved from mere acquaintances to friends. Naruto was merely voicing his grievances without harboring any real resentment towards Chiba. Once he had thoroughly erased the chaotic graffiti, the subsequent tasks would fall to Chiba. There was no need to expend too much effort on the legacies of the third and fourth Hokages. Those details were already etched in his memory. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Professor of Ninjutsu. Lifetime achievements. Trained the legendary 3 ninjas. Maintained peace in Konoha. Improved the education system. The 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash. Lifetime achievements. Gained fame during the Ninja World War. Quelled the Nine Tails incident. As Chiba wrote about the 4th Hokage, he couldn't help but glance at Naruto, who remained oblivious to his own lineage, enduring a life of hardship. As the son of a hero, such treatment seemed undeniably unjust. Chiba sighed, adding a remark behind the accomplishments of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, a great Hokage, yet an inadequate father. From an outsider's perspective, Naruto's childhood seemed rather tragic, largely due to the Nine Tails residing within him. However, the 4th Hokage possessed foresight, always considering the well-being of his son. Regardless, he appeared to have no other flaws besides his ineptitude in naming. When Jiraiya arrived at Hokage Rock, he was somewhat astonished by Chiba's assessment of Minato. This young lad, whom he had brought back to Konoha, seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Jiraiya was certain that he had never shared these matters with Chiba, leaving the source of his information a mystery. "Chiba, have you finished?" Jiraiya inquired. Gazing up from the viewing platform, Chiba stowed his tools and leaped down from the rock face. Jiraiya had long since grown accustomed to Chiba's displayed ninja talents. Mastering Sage Mode was merely a trivial feat. All completed, Chiba nodded, gazing at Jiraiya with calm assurance. He held Jiraiya in high regard, for he had single-handedly managed to alter the entire shinobi world. Rarely could one find another with such an impact, albeit his fate was somewhat grim. A look back at Jiraiya's life revealed a continuous streak of misfortune. Although he seemed to achieve little, his passing earned him posthumous recognition, regrettably one that he would never witness. "Let us go. I shall treat you to Konoha's specialty ramen." Jiraiya, being a clever man, possessed a wisdom uncommon among others. He did not delve too deeply into Chiba's background, since Fukasaku, the great sage, had already provided guidance. Following those instructions sufficed. Will this affect the shinobi world? Jiraiya glanced at Chiba, who, though somewhat precocious, remained a child. A smile crept onto his lips as he dismissed his worries. Ichiraku Ramen. As the most iconic ramen shop in the village, it had appeared more frequently than some supporting characters. By now, night had fallen, and the shop was bustling with patrons. 3 bowls of ramen, Jiraiya called out. Shortly, the steaming bowls were served, their vibrant broth adorned with green onions and fragrant chashu. The snow-white, chewy noodles soon disappeared beneath the clattering of chopsticks. As Naruto indulged heartily, he suddenly realized that he had no idea who this white-haired uncle was. "Excuse me, uncle, but who exactly are you? I've never seen you in the village before." Jiraiya cleared his throat, his expression serious as he declared, "Ahem, I am none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage." Chiba interjected smoothly, or, as he's known, the Perverted Sage. Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva, caught off guard by the moniker. "How do you know that title?" he inquired, bewildered. Chiba offered an odd look, raising an eyebrow. "Are you sure you wish to know?" Jiraiya nodded earnestly, aware that this concerned his reputation before the younger generation. Chiba regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. Why cling so desperately to this matter? Chapter 8. Jiraiya's decision to depart. Faced with Jiraiya's resolve, Chiba sighed silently. He shrugged and explained, "The great Toad Sage can't remember your name, so he only remembers the lecherous white-haired one." Before he could finish, Jiraiya covered his mouth, acutely aware of the surrounding gazes now fixed upon them. "Please, continue." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, pulling the 2 young boys out of Ichiraku Ramen. "You may call me the Great Toad Sage, the White-Haired Boy, or Lord Jiraiya." In one breath, Jiraiya listed several titles, yet Chiba shook his head dismissively. Why is the title of Perverted Sage so undesirable? Jiraiya's face darkened as he attempted to retort. "I am not lecherous at all." Chiba pointed at his bag. "I've read your book. It's quite good." This evidence left Jiraiya at a loss for words. Unable to explain himself, Naruto was doubled over with laughter. "Perverted Sage, ha ha ha." Jiraiya delivered a playful punch to Naruto's head. "Show some respect to your elder." "Ow, ow, ow," Naruto cried, cradling his head. "Then why can Chiba call you that?" Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless. For some reason, after spending time together, he did not perceive Chiba as his junior. Just as he pondered this, Naruto received another playful hit. "Elders speak, you cannot retort." The 3 of them strolled down a moonlit path, gradually drifting apart. After escorting Naruto back to his home, Jiraiya led Chiba to a spacious residence, well-furnished and comfortable. After helping Chiba settle in, Jiraiya continued, "This will be your home from now on." Chiba remained silent, awaiting further explanation from Jiraiya about life in Konoha. "The Hokage is already aware of your origins," Jiraiya stated calmly, betraying no emotional fluctuations. "Living in Konoha was your request. I initially did not intend for you to stay here, as you are not an ordinary child. You are unique, and that may attract danger." His tone grew increasingly grave as he spoke of Konoha's darker side, a reality Jiraiya understood all too well. Chiba nodded, comprehending, "I will take care of myself." Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. Chiba was far easier to manage than Naruto. "In that case, I shall not linger in Konoha." He left Chiba with sufficient funds for his living expenses and departed that very night, not forgetting to offer a few cautionary words. Yet, Chiba was preoccupied. His attention entirely focused on the system. New mission alert. Sign in at the Forest of Death and repel Orochimaru. The emergence of this new task caused Chiba to furrow his brow. The previous sign-in tasks had been relatively straightforward, posing little danger. However, this new mission was exceptionally perilous. The Forest of Death was inherently unsafe, and Orochimaru alone was a formidable foe. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha was hardly a figure to be underestimated. Chiba was confident in his abilities to protect himself. However, facing a seasoned Kaga-level opponent was a daunting challenge. Moreover, Orochimaru's combat prowess was notoriously high. Summoning a couple of reanimated corpses, Chiba might not even have the chance to flee. Nevertheless, this sign-in task would require some time to fulfill. If Chiba recalled correctly, it would take place during the Chunin exam. Orochimaru was unlikely to be in Konoha at the moment, making it quite difficult for Chiba to locate him, especially considering he would not appear in the Forest of Death. Curiosity piqued, Chiba continued to read. What were the task rewards? Task reward, Beginner Sage Body. Upon seeing this reward, Chiba's brow furrowed deeply. Such a dilemma. The formidable power of the Sage Body is beyond question. Its tenacious vitality, terrifying energy, and the ability to wield ninjutsu without hand seals, in conjunction with sage techniques, are all undeniable. Perhaps this initial stage of the Sage Body is laden with various restrictions, but its might is indisputable. This transformation in strength is a reward that cannot be overlooked. Alas, the path to becoming stronger is imperative. Jiraiya has departed, leaving Chiba alone in Konoha. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, Chiba had already ventured to the outskirts of Konoha, commencing his early training. As for why he possessed various techniques, he would simply attribute it all to Jiraiya, who had already left the village. At the very least, within Chiba's perception, Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations had vanished from Konoha. In the state of Sage Mode, Chiba's sensory abilities were remarkably acute. If it involved specific chakra, and he concentrated fully, nothing within a 10-mile radius could elude his awareness. Last night, Jiraiya's chakra had dissipated in the direction of the village gates. However, around him, other chakra signatures emerged, prompting Chiba to raise his guard. Chapter 9. The Ninja Exam. After several detours and reconnaissance, Chiba discerned the identities of a few individuals. Is the Umbu's operational speed always this swift? Chiba found himself somewhat perturbed. The unusual chakra signatures appeared to belong to individuals adorned with peculiar patterned masks and streamlined attire. Unmistakably Umbu members. It remained unclear whether these individuals were loyal to the third Hokage or Danzo. If they were aligned with the third, it could be presumed they were there to protect and observe, potentially as a favor to Jiraiya. However, should they be loyal to Danzo, their intentions would lean towards surveillance rather than protection. If they stumbled upon anything of interest, capture could be a possibility. Given Danzo's nature, he would never tolerate anything beyond his control within the village. Fortunately, these Umbu members made no immediate moves, allowing Chiba to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Chakra training is not something that warrants undue attention. As the sun rose high, Chiba concluded his training and proceeded to report to the Ninja Academy. Following yesterday's lessons, his presence had gradually been accepted by his peers. Thanks to the antics of Naruto Uzumaki, Chiba quickly integrated into the class. His naturally cheerful disposition, coupled with his striking appearance, made him a popular figure among his classmates. Did you write those words on the Hokage rock? Shikamaru and others gazed at him in disbelief. As an exemplary student, he was well aware of the effort required to achieve such calligraphy. Chiba nodded with confidence. If you knew I could write on the Hokage rock without any tools, your astonishment would surely amplify, Naruto grumbled from the side, visibly dissatisfied. Chiba's arrival seemed to have stolen the spotlight from him. Though somewhat disgruntled, he did not dwell on it excessively. The playful banter among the group made time fly. After several minor assessments, the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy officially commenced. Unwittingly, Chiba had revealed that he had been trained by Jiraiya, so participating in the exam was not a significant issue. The so-called graduation exam primarily tested the three basic techniques. For Iruka's part, it was even simpler: transformation technique and clone technique. These two ninjutsu were categorized under the foundational mastery of ninjutsu. For Chiba, they were exceedingly easy. Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka called out from the podium to commence the examinations. Sasuke maintained his usual aloof demeanor, a brooding expression as if the world owed him a fortune. Chiba had never been particularly interested in such individuals. However, as long as Sasuke did not provoke him, Chiba had no intention of stirring trouble. One could only hope that this Uchiha would not become embroiled in any conflict of interest with him. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan might face dire consequences. As in the original narrative, Sasuke, being a top student, was unchallenged by the transformation and clone techniques. One by one, students approached for their exams, and apart from Naruto, the famed Konoha 9 faced no major mishaps. The alluring yet controversial harem technique made its debut before Chiba, which, in time, would evolve into a game-changing ninjutsu. However, it was worth noting that since Naruto had only recently invented this technique, Chiba, with his discerning eye, could identify numerous flaws. It lacked firmness, lacked lift, and offered little merit beyond its provocative nature. Chiba shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. As expected, Naruto ended up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Finally, it was Chiba's turn. He stepped forward, executed the seals with precision, performed the clone and transformation techniques flawlessly, culminating in a perfect score. Iruka, with tissues stuffed in his nose, looked quite comical. No errors, full marks. At this proclamation, Naruto hung his head, visibly disheartened. Chiba's mind wandered, contemplating the events that might unfold that evening. The sealing scroll. That rascal Mizuki would undoubtedly stir up trouble again. While the notion of the forbidden techniques inscribed on the sealing scroll intrigued him, he was well aware that such items were under the strict supervision of the Umbu. Chiba shook his head, dispelling the thought. It was a dangerous gamble with no room for maneuver. With the third Hokage's keen eyes overseeing the situation, attempting to swap the sealing scroll would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it was likely that the Umbu would remain close to Naruto. With the exam concluded, Chiba successfully received the coveted Konoha forehead protector. Crafted from pure iron, it lacked any aesthetic appeal. Chiba was reluctant to wear such an unattractive item on his forehead, opting instead to strap it to his shoulder as a symbol of his identity as a Konoha ninja. Tomorrow, you will be assigned a team leader, and I hope you all will not be tardy, Iruka announced, concluding the session. The Konoha 9 dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. However, Chiba was taken aback when Naruto approached him. Chiba, big brother. Chapter 10. The contest for the Book of Seals. The awkwardness in Naruto's demeanor gave Chiba goosebumps. Speak your mind. Do not mince words, Chiba asserted bluntly, finding the situation somewhat overwhelming. Could you help me with the clone technique? Naruto's request caught Chiba off guard. Why was he suddenly seeking him out? This scenario seemed off script. Hold on. Chiba raised his palm, signaling Naruto to maintain his distance. He had no interest in men. Are you asking me to teach you ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he nodded vigorously. Chiba stroked his chin, adopting a mature demeanor. This matter seemed quite feasible. Observing Naruto's eager expression, Chiba's mind began to hatch a plan. Teaching him ninjutsu was not out of the question. On one condition, Chiba teased. You must promise to assist me with something in the future. Naruto nodded repeatedly, displaying a complete lack of cunning. Such an innocent child filled Chiba with a sense of guilt. However, he soon cast aside his feelings of guilt. The two arrived at a secluded corner of the school playground, spacious enough for their purposes. Chiba surveyed the surroundings before commencing his instruction. His mastery of the three fundamental techniques allowed him to develop his own insights into the shadow clone technique. Teaching the current Naruto was, for Chiba, a mere trifling task. After half a day, he had imparted all the necessary knowledge to Naruto. The rest was up to him. Simultaneously, Chiba sensed a surge of violent and malevolent chakra within Naruto, presumably belonging to the Nine Tails, Kurama. Practice on your own for now. I have some matters to attend to, Chiba remarked, departing promptly. Naruto continued his arduous training, oblivious to the figure approaching him. Meanwhile, Chiba crouched on a nearby branch, observing the sudden appearance of Mizuki. He hoped for a successful outcome. As night deepened, the sky became a canvas of stars, with a crescent moon casting a somewhat chilly glow. A small figure dashed forward with an expression of sheer excitement, alarming the ninjas of Konoha. Besides the hidden Umbu operatives observing from the shadows, many other ninjas were present. Naruto remained unaware of the significant impact his actions could have on the village. He was solely focused on growing stronger, which necessitated mastering the techniques within the sealing book. Sprinting into the forest, Naruto took refuge beneath a large tree, panting heavily. He laid the sealing book on the ground, its intricate array of forbidden techniques nearly blinding him. Techniques like the multi-shadow clone jutsu and the reanimation jutsu were overwhelming. Before he could delve further, Iruka's voice echoed from behind. Naruto! His shout interrupted Naruto's concentration. Quickly, Naruto stowed the sealing book, attempting to flee. However, Mizuki's sudden appearance blocked his path. Hand over the sealing book, Naruto. A thrilling confrontation was imminent. Chiba sat perched on a nearby branch, munching on seeds with keen interest. Let the fight begin. Since arriving in the world of ninjas, he had never witnessed such a battle, and the moment presented a splendid opportunity. Chiba was unconcerned about being discovered. If one observed closely, they would notice the golden-red shadows around his eyes. In Sage Mode, Chiba's sensory range far exceeded normal comprehension. At that moment, 2 Umbu operatives lay in wait to Naruto's left, while 3 more were positioned to Mizuki's right. Their chakra fluctuations were minimal, indicating their hidden skills were maxed out. The battle was on the verge of erupting. However, the situation was decidedly grim, with Mizuki having a clear advantage in both combat experience and raw power over Naruto. Assessing the circumstances, Chiba muttered, "It's about time." As soon as he spoke, he dashed from his hiding place, charging toward the center of the conflict. "Naruto, get out of the way." His voice was urgent, filled with palpable anxiety. The worry etched on Chiba's face and the beads of sweat trickling down conveyed his deep concern. Naruto stared blankly at the suddenly emerging Chiba, his mind shaken to its core. Mizuki was momentarily taken aback, yet he did not hesitate to throw his shuriken. Swish! Thud! A massive shuriken embedded itself in Chiba's shoulder, crimson blood splattering into the air. Chiba had taken the lethal blow meant for Naruto. Chiba. Naruto's voice trembled, the sight before him profoundly impacting him. He had never imagined that someone he barely knew would be willing to sacrifice so much for him. Chapter 11. Chiba's plan in motion. Gasp. Chiba inhaled sharply, fully committed to his performance. He had truly gone to great lengths this time. As someone with foresight into the future, Chiba was not one to adhere strictly to convention. Since he had entered this world, taking control of the situation was imperative. Naruto was one of the most crucial points for Chiba's integration into this realm. Hot blood splattered onto Naruto's face. His pupils dilated, and he stood frozen, murmuring, "Sage Chiba?" Chiba yanked the massive shuriken from his shoulder, pressing down on the wound, and utilizing his chakra to staunch the bleeding. "Quickly, Naruto. You must leave." His expression was sorrowful, appearing quite tragic. "You are no match for him. Go find help." The hidden Umbu, witnessing the scene, felt their minds racing. Where had this boy come from? What was this heart-wrenching scene about? Why did it evoke a sense of melancholy within them? With his back turned to Naruto, Chiba fixated on Mizuki, his lips twitching. Upon bursting forth, he had miscalculated his strength, resulting in a wound that penetrated deeply. Were it not for the exquisite chakra control afforded by Sage Mode, Chiba would have likely succumbed to blood loss by now. "No, I cannot abandon you, Chiba." Naruto, seemingly ignited by Chiba's words, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chiba. His gaze was resolute as he addressed Mizuki, declaring, "I will defeat you." Multi-shadow clone jutsu. At that moment, an overwhelming amount of chakra surged from Naruto, instantaneously manifesting the technique. Countless orange-red figures filled the forest. How is this possible? Mizuki staggered back, his face pale. "You're just a bottom-tier student. How could you learn a forbidden technique in such a short time?" Naruto chose not to engage in further dialogue. Charge! The resounding echoes reverberated through the woods. Mizuki, witnessing the unfolding scene, retreated step by step, panic flashing in his eyes. The A-rank forbidden technique, multi-shadow clone jutsu. With Mizuki's meager strength, he stood no chance of resistance. In an instant, he was pinned to the ground, receiving a merciless beating. Irika arrived belatedly, staring in disbelief. Is that Mizuki? It was hard to believe that a mere Ninja Academy student could defeat a Chunin like Mizuki. Observing Mizuki, bruised and battered, Irika approached and restrained him. Naruto, do you realize the magnitude of your mistake? He glared at Naruto. Yet, Naruto disregarded his words, rushing to support Chiba. His face etched with urgency. Irika-sensei, hurry and take Chiba to the hospital. His injuries are severe. Irika, witnessing the scene, set aside Mizuki. Chiba's face was ashen, his shirt soaked in blood, presenting a tragic sight. Taking Chiba onto his back, Irika instructed, I will take him to the hospital. You stay here and wait for others. Naruto nodded vigorously, urging, Irika-sensei, please hurry. I'll keep watch over Mizuki. Irika hoisted Chiba onto his back, channeling chakra into his legs as he swiftly made his way to the Konoha hospital in the village's center. Chiba turned around and cast a glance at Naruto Uzumaki, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto, he praised, acknowledging his mastery of ninjutsu and his ability to fend off attacks. After this episode, with Naruto's mental fortitude, he must feel quite reassured about himself, Chiba mused. In the Konoha hospital, Irika hurriedly summoned a medical ninja. Thanks to the healing arts, Chiba's injuries mended swiftly. Once the treatment concluded, Irika looked earnestly at Chiba and inquired, how are your injuries? Chiba tested his shoulder movements and replied, I feel no significant issues, thank you, Irika-sensei. Seeing Chiba's condition, Irika sighed in relief. Please, don't engage in such reckless behavior again. He held no doubts about Chiba's intentions, viewing him merely as a child who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Chiba nodded, signaling his understanding. Let us go. I need you to accompany me to see the third Hokage. Irika's expression turned serious as he remarked, this incident was quite severe, and as one of the parties involved, you must attend. But rest assured, there will likely be no punishment, perhaps even a reward. Chiba felt a flicker of surprise, but also a hint of anticipation at the thought of the third's reward. In Chapter 12, which heralds significant changes in class assignments, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, resting his chin on his hands, surveying the two young boys before him. Naruto Uzumaki. Startled by the third's voice, Naruto shivered. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your mistake? Naruto hung his head, unable to meet the third's gaze, usually brimming with defiance during typical pranks. He felt a wave of gloom wash over him due to his misinterpretation of Mizuki's words, which had inadvertently put Chiba in danger. Lord Third, Naruto didn't he mean to? Irika interjected, defending him. Mizuki's manipulation led to this incident. The third nodded, acknowledging the situation. Had it not been for Mizuki, I would not have been so lenient with Naruto. Consider this a reprieve, and be sure to express gratitude to Chiba. Without his intervention, you might have been the one injured. Naruto nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Chiba filled with gratitude. In that moment, Chiba appeared to him as one of the most cherished individuals, despite their brief acquaintance. Thank you, Chiba and I. Naruto's tone was earnest and devoid of pretense. The third, however, scrutinized Chiba intently. Chiba noticed this but remained composed, showing no signs of anxiety. He had aided Naruto from a friend's perspective, and with Jiraiya's endorsement, he felt assured that the third would not harbor any suspicions toward him. Chiba smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The third sighed, gesturing for them to leave. Thus, Naruto's punishment was rendered inconsequential. Had it been anyone else who attempted to steal the forbidden scroll, they would have faced severe consequences. Chiba harbored a deep desire for the techniques contained within the scroll, but the high-ranking officials of Konoha deterred him from pursuing that path. His journey to strengthen himself was not confined to this single avenue. Recalling his unique advantage, excitement surged within him. To celebrate Chiba's recovery and Naruto's exoneration, Irika declared, Today, I shall treat you. You may choose the venue. Before Chiba could respond, Naruto exuberantly shouted, Ichiraku ramen. However, he quickly glanced at Chiba, cautiously asking, Chiba and I, why don't you decide? Chiba chuckled, replying, let us indulge in ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's skills are quite commendable. At Ichiraku Ramen, the trio engaged in lively conversation, predominantly led by Naruto, who relished the opportunity to speak, as he rarely had friends to converse with. The following day, upon returning to the Ninja Academy, Chiba learned that class assignments were imminent. Which instructor will I be assigned to? He pondered, aware that his mere presence could induce alterations in the established trajectory of events. In the bustling classroom, students erupted in excited exclamations as they anticipated the upcoming changes. Upon entering, Chiba noticed Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha locked in a fierce stare, both seemingly ready to attack one another. Amid the chaos, a classmate abruptly stood, shattering the noise, and in a moment of sheer absurdity, Naruto and Sasuke collided mouth to mouth. The classroom descended into chaos. Chiba settled into a corner, awaiting the teacher's arrival. After an extensive preamble, Irika finally commenced the announcements of class assignments, prompting Chiba to pay close attention. The moment of truth had arrived. The earlier classes did not pique Chiba's interest. When Class 7 was announced, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Irika paused, gazing at the students, and called out, "Chiba." Hearing his name left Chiba bewildered. What on earth? I've taken Sakura Haruno's place? This is an unexpected turn. Irika seemed to sense Chiba's confusion and provided an explanation. Class assignments are based on each student's performance and grades, with balance being the primary criterion. In Chapter 13, where Sakura Haruno speaks her mind without restraint, Chiba could not help but facepalm upon hearing her exclaim, "Why would someone as exceptional as I be grouped with this guy?" Clearly, the narrative continued along its original path, aside from the inconsequential matters. Sasuke and Chiba had both excelled academically, while Naruto found himself at the bottom of the class. Irika admonished, to ensure each class maintains comparable strength, this distribution was necessary. The classroom erupted into uproar once more. Chiba observed Naruto's dejected demeanor, contemplating the possibility of altering this outcome. In this world of ninjas, if he allowed unresolved regrets to persist, it would be a disservice to his journey. Furthermore, he had hypotheses regarding his unique ability, the Seinen system, that needed validation. If his theories proved correct, his path to strength would expand infinitely. After the class assignment ceremony concluded, Chiba wandered aimlessly out of the classroom, only to stumble upon Naruto proposing a date to Sakura Haruno. However, she was too enamored with Sasuke to take Naruto's words seriously. After rebuffing him, Naruto appeared utterly despondent. Chiba, feeling a mix of sympathy and bemusement, approached Naruto. He looked up at Chiba, his expression one of utter despair. "Chiba-nai, when did you become blind?" When Naruto Uzumaki heard Chiba's words, he was utterly bewildered. He could not recall what he had done wrong to provoke his elder brother's ire. Chiba cast him a sidelong glance and continued, "Why do you hold affection for Sakura Haruno? What is it about her that captivates you?" Upon hearing this question, Naruto lowered his head, sighing, "Sakura is beautiful." As soon as he spoke, Chiba interjected, "So, I ask, when did you become blind? You possess ample opportunities, yet choose to pursue someone who shows you no interest. As your elder brother, I feel compelled to impart a lesson." Naruto was left utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Chiba's meaning. A sycophant meets a grim fate. Chiba shook his head and departed, leaving Naruto alone to ponder the implications of those words. With the future ahead of them, some truths would not be revealed all at once. Now that they were both in Team 7, Chiba looked forward to the days to come. After much contemplation, Naruto decided to seek out Sakura Haruno once more, proposing to share a meal together. This time, however, he opted to employ a transformation technique. Yet at a crucial moment, he was seized by a stomachache and rushed to the restroom. Chiba, observing from a height, witnessed the entire scene unfold and felt disappointed in his younger brother's performance. Truly, was Hinata's eldest daughter not appealing? Why was his gaze fixated on Sakura Haruno? It was no exaggeration to say his eyesight was lacking. As Sasuke Uchiha reappeared, the atmosphere shifted uneasily. He inquired of Sakura regarding Naruto's whereabouts, but she began to criticize Naruto instead. "It's evident he hasn't been properly disciplined," she said, adopting a smug expression. "Look, he doesn't even have parents, does he?" Just then, another voice interjected, "Does relying on the affections of others grant one the liberty to act recklessly?" Chiba leaped down from his perch, his footsteps silent. It was a grave mistake to have any hope for your character. He deemed a lesson necessary to instill some wisdom in her. Before he finished speaking, a cold glint flew from Chiba's hand. With remarkable speed, Sasuke instinctively drew a kunai, intercepting the attack meant for Sakura. "Oh." Chiba's gaze toward Sasuke was anything but kind. "Do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Though we are to form a team, I have no intention of indulging you. To strike a classmate without provocation is the greatest folly." Sasuke's eyes held a dangerous glint. "Forget it. I shan't waste my breath on you." Chiba waved dismissively. "Since you wish to intrude, allow me to make you concede." As he spoke, Sasuke's pupils dilated in alarm, realizing Chiba's voice seemed to emanate from behind him. A chilling sensation pressed against his neck, the cold steel of the kunai rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 14. Sasuke Uchiha Speculation. When Sasuke's body was rigid, completely unable to move. In that moment, he felt the looming threat of death. To Sakura, Chiba had instantaneously vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was behind Sasuke. The kunai pressed firmly against his neck, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A drop of crimson blood fell from Sasuke's neck, splattering onto the ground like a dangerous bloom. Your pride is merely a reflection of your superior strength compared to others. Chiba's voice was eerily calm. When such prowess is disregarded by others, what significance do you truly hold? In other words, what do you have to boast about? Sakura collapsed to the ground, her pupils dilating in fear. Trembling, she reached out, timidly calling, Sasuke. Chiba, without glancing back, flipped the kunai, sending a flash of cold light hurtling towards Sakura. Swoosh. Sakura felt a swift breeze pass before her eyes, leaving her momentarily dazed, completely paralyzed by fear. Yet the anticipated pain never came. When she finally regained her wits, she realized pink strands of hair floated down around her. Chiba was not one to act recklessly. Engaging in combat within Konoha was already a significant transgression. If he truly harmed someone, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, he opted for a minor lesson instead. The kunai had merely severed a considerable portion of Sakura's hair. May this small admonition instill a lesson in her. Chiba turned to leave, understanding that those who speak indiscreetly often evoke great disdain from others. Ignoring the two, he returned to his own quarters. As for what transpired thereafter, it was no longer his concern. After this experience, he hoped Sakura's obstinate nature would temper somewhat. Once Chiba's figure had receded, Sasuke, who remained frozen in place, finally began to breathe heavily. Sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Was he truly one of their cohort? A flicker of fear crossed Sasuke's eyes. Having experienced the night of the massacre, he could keenly sense that Chiba's murderous intent was entirely genuine. Had he made even the slightest movement then, he might have met a dire fate. Both departed, shaken, returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, Naruto, upon returning, gazed at the empty seats with a forlorn expression. Why am I always left alone? Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the day of the teacher's introduction. However, after all the other students departed with their new instructor, the three members of Team 7 found themselves waiting in vain for their new teacher's arrival. Chiba sat quietly in the front row, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. If he was not mistaken, this arrangement was likely the third Hokage's design. Among the instructors, Kakashi's prowess was among the most formidable. Excluding Might Guy, Kakashi was arguably the strongest presence. The title of Copy Ninja was not earned without merit. Unable to contain his restlessness, Naruto placed the chalkboard eraser at the door. Bang! As expected, the eraser struck its target. Kakashi entered the classroom, immediately sensing the unusual atmosphere. Ignoring the laughter of Naruto, Chiba remained composed at the front, while Sasuke chose a seat far from him. Sasuke's furtive glances toward Chiba were tinged with apprehension. This boy seemed to harbor secrets. Kakashi mused silently. I am your instructor, Kakashi Hitaki, a jonin of Konoha. Chiba, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, please come forward. After a brief introduction, the four proceeded to the training ground. Following an explanation of the bell-grabbing game, Naruto surged ahead, charging forth. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred as Naruto had yet to process the situation before Kakashi effortlessly subdued him. The kunai pressed against the back of his head. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. This scene was all too familiar. Just yesterday, he personally experienced it. Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke suddenly realized a possibility? Chiba's strength has already reached the level of a jonin. Chapter 15. The Bell Test Youth is often characterized by impatience. Hitaki Kakashi set aside the shuriken in his hand and gazed at the three individuals before him. At the very least, you must wait for me to say begin. Tying the bell around his waist and returning the shuriken to Naruto, Kakashi formally announced, begin. As his words fell, all three vanished from their positions. Although Chiba was eager to ascertain his current level of strength, he was not prepared to reveal his full capabilities for the sake of his own safety. Of course, as an exemplary student, a certain level of skill was expected. It was a balance that Chiba had to determine for himself. As anticipated, Naruto Uzumaki was as reckless as ever. While Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke chose to remain hidden for the time being, Naruto boldly confronted Kakashi head-on. Kakashi, nominally a jonin, was in reality a formidable opponent. He was a true equal, capable of holding his ground even against Otsutsuki Kagaya. With such prowess, Naruto charged directly at him. And Chiba looked at him with admiration. Truly impressive. Just as in the original story, when Kakashi unveiled the intimate paradise, Naruto surged forward as if invigorated. Soon, however, he experienced the consequences of his actions. The secret technique of Konoha, the 1,000 years of pain. Naruto tasted the sensation of soaring high before plunging straight into the water. However, 2 shurikens soon flew from the water, slicing through the air towards Kakashi. Kakashi, faced with Naruto's assault, did not seem overly concerned. He raised his hand, prepared to catch the shuriken, but in that instant, danger approached rapidly. Wind release, gale palm. Chiba, concealed in the shadows, clasped his hands together, compressing the raging wind into a more ferocious hurricane that howled forth. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as he quickly closed his book. In an instant, as the hurricane struck, smoke billowed, and he vanished, leaving behind only a dry wooden stump. Such a level of ninjutsu. Kakashi emerged from the nearby thicket, his expression grave as he regarded Chiba's location. The recent chakra fluctuations had exposed Chiba's position. This is what Jiraiya-sensei taught me. Chiba beamed with confidence, betraying no sign of weakness. All unexplainable matters could simply be attributed to Jiraiya. Even if a Konoha ninja sought to verify with Jiraiya, given his nature, he would likely cover for Chiba. Upon hearing that name, Kakashi fell silent. Indeed, Team 7 must be taken seriously. Though he acknowledged this, he did not put away his book. At most, that dead fish eye of his showed a slight spark of life. The C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, gale palm, was hardly enough to demand his full attention. Uchiha Sasuke, hidden in the shadows, gritted his teeth, refraining from rashness. The immediate priority was still to seize the bell from Kakashi. With Chiba facing him head-on, Sasuke decided to launch a surprise attack from the shadows. Suddenly, Naruto had bound Kakashi in place from behind, resembling a koala tightly clinging to a tree. Surely, the body replacement technique could not be used consecutively in such a short span of time. As this thought crossed his mind, Chiba too vanished from his spot. With Naruto restraining their opponent, taijutsu proved the most effective. Konoha Gale, a fierce kick aimed at Kakashi's lower body. The dry grass swayed in the wind. Bang! In response to such an attack, Kakashi demonstrated his true prowess as a jonin. Ignoring Naruto behind him, he lowered his stance and unleashed his own taijutsu. Konoha Gale versus Konoha Gale. Chiba felt a tremor in his legs, pain radiating from his calves. In comparison, his physical abilities were still somewhat lacking. Retreating swiftly, Chiba was not inclined to continue a direct confrontation with Kakashi. If the situation grew dire, he might be unable to conceal his true strength. At present, he had already performed admirably. After all, the bell was now within his grasp. Kakashi-sensei, the game is over. Upon hearing this, Kakashi momentarily froze, bewildered. What do you mean, over? He looked down at his waist, only to find the bell had vanished. As for Naruto, he had been propelled far away during their earlier clash of taijutsu. Today's children truly should not be underestimated. Upon realizing the bell's absence, Kakashi relinquished any resistance. He stood still, facing Chiba, and inquired, "There are only 2 bells. What choice will you make?" Chiba smiled slightly at this challenge and replied, "One for Naruto, and the other for Sasuke." Chapter 16. The answer about companions. This response took Kakashi by surprise. He had initially assumed Chiba would choose Naruto, with whom he had a closer relationship. However, Kakashi had underestimated Chiba's character. Why did you make this decision? Kakashi's left eye, concealed beneath his forehead protector, scrutinized Chiba, attempting to exert psychological pressure. Without hesitation, Chiba replied, "Because they are both my companions." Kakashi's heart stirred, yet his face showed no sign of change. He posed another question. If, and I emphasize if, you encountered a particularly challenging mission that required you to abandon your companions in order to succeed, what choice would you make? Kakashi's voice bore a weighty tone as he gazed at Chiba with growing seriousness. In response to this inquiry, Chiba smiled gently and stated, "If a conflict arises between the mission and my companions." He deliberately paused, raising Kakashi's anticipation. Seeing the flicker of urgency in Kakashi's eyes, Chiba continued, "I would undoubtedly abandon the mission." Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. "Do you realize? Violating the ninja code will label you as worthless to others. Moreover, it will strip you of your status as a ninja." His roaring voice echoed in Chiba's ears. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto stared in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Their once laid-back teacher had suddenly transformed into a roaring authority figure, a stark change that was hard to accept. Chiba had anticipated this reaction, maintaining an expression of calm. It seemed the events of the past remained an indelible wound for Kakashi. Those who violate the ninja code are deemed worthless, Chiba stated with an unsettling tranquility. However, those who fail to value their companions are even less than worthless. His softly spoken words, though seemingly ordinary to Naruto and Sasuke, resonated like thunder in Kakashi's ears. In a moment of clarity, he perceived a familiar silhouette in Chiba, reminiscent of one of his most important companions from the past. If given a second chance, perhaps Kakashi would make different choices. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. The voice of Naruto Uzumaki jolted Kakashi Hatake from his reverie. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Kakashi's tone carried a hint of fatigue. What should have been a moment of joy felt unexpectedly heavy after hearing Chiba's words. Hey, I will never give up on Brother Chiba, Naruto exclaimed. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sasuke Uchiha. Fool. What Kakashi-sensei means is that we all passed the assessment. Yes, you all passed. Kakashi gazed up at the sky, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. Why? Naruto pondered, struggling to grasp the implications. With his limited cognitive capacity, such thoughts were indeed burdensome. Kakashi explained, Chiba is correct. Those who defy the rules of a ninja are deemed worthless, and those who disregard their comrades are even less than that. The essence of this assessment was the concept of companionship. Upon hearing this, Naruto slowly began to understand, though one thought lingered. But this was Brother Chiba's achievement. Sasuke and I did not complete the assessment. Sasuke, hearing this peculiar statement, could only facepalm in exasperation. How did I end up with such a teammate? It's all right. You two are just bonuses, Kakashi reassured, showing no concern about damaging their confidence. From his observations, both Naruto and Sasuke possessed remarkable resilience. After all, one had endured discrimination since childhood, while the other bore the pain of his clan's annihilation. Such experiences at a tender age were burdens that others could scarcely imagine enduring. Yet, despite his words, both Sasuke and Naruto wore expressions as dark as coal upon hearing Kakashi's remarks. Damn it, I will prove you wrong. Kakashi turned to leave, unfazed by Naruto's outburst. He had already provided sufficient care for the two. In truth, there was something unsaid. Their passing of the assessment was not solely due to Chiba. A part of it was also attributed to Naruto. After all, he was the last bloodline of Kakashi's teacher. Chapter 17. Another sign-in task. The successful assessment marked the official formation of Team 7. While the butterfly effect of Chiba's arrival began to steer the unchanging narrative into uncharted territory. Today, our task is to capture the missing cat, Little Tiger, belonging to the Lady of the Land. Kakashi glanced at the note in his hand, speaking lethargically. For a jonin like him to escort 3 genin on such a trivial task was indeed a torment, especially after days of delivering messages, searching for lost items, and assisting with farm chores. His enthusiasm had all but evaporated. The other 3 members of Team 7 were equally discontent. Setting aside the more composed Chiba, Naruto was on the brink of an explosion, and Sasuke's impatience was palpable in his demeanor. All right. The task has been accepted. Let us complete it. Kakashi offered a few words of comfort. After some struggle, Little Tiger was finally cradled in Naruto's arms, firmly subdued. The wriggling cat clawed and screeched in distress, further aggravating Chiba's already frayed nerves. Be quiet, or I shall end you. A dark voice resonated near the cat's ear. Instantly, the feline fell silent, compliant in Naruto's embrace, ceasing its frantic antics. In this world, animals possessed considerable intelligence. Understanding human speech was not a daunting task for them. Little Tiger sensed the murderous intent emanating from the person before it. If it did not quiet down, there was a genuine possibility of facing dire consequences. Wow! Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the cat in his hands. Chiba, you're incredible. I didn't expect you to intimidate this feral cat with just one sentence. Beside them, Sasuke observed the scene with no trace of admiration. Rather, he felt a surge of fear. Naruto, appearing naive and simple-minded, failed to discern Chiba's true nature. However, Sasuke was acutely aware that the aura of menace Chiba had just emitted was unmistakably genuine. Kakashi arrived late to the scene, but upon witnessing the quiet cat, his visible eye widened in surprise. Well, since we have found the cat, he remarked, focusing on the completion of the task rather than dwelling on the details. In the Hokage's office, the lady of the land, Shizune, awaited eagerly. Upon seeing her beloved little tiger, her face lit up with uncontainable joy. She took the cat from Naruto and began to rub its face against her own, causing her makeup to smudge and fall away like plaster. As if reunited with its owner, the cat began to screech again. Yet, upon meeting Chiba's icy gaze, it froze, its cries dwindling to pitiful whimpers. The third Hokage examined the mission scroll in hand, reciting, "Your next task is to deliver some items to the neighboring village, or perhaps assist with weeding the fields." Naruto, hearing these tasks, exclaimed, "Is there not a more challenging mission?" After a heated debate, the third Hokage chuckled, "Very well, I shall assign you a C-rank escort mission." At this, Naruto's excitement surged. "Really? Is it for a lord or a princess?" The third Hokage called out to the door, "Come in." Chiba beheld the individual entering and a smile graced his lips. It was the bridge-building master from the land of waves, Tazuna. Team 7's first task. Chiba mused inwardly. Although the assignment seems daunting, at least we are leaving the village. The third Hokage turned to Tazuna, explaining, "These are the ninjas who will escort you back." Tazuna took a swig of alcohol, his dissatisfaction evident. "What? Just a bunch of kids? Especially that short, clumsy one. Are they really ninjas?" Chiba ignored Naruto's murderous intent directed at Tazuna. At that moment, his mind was fully immersed in the system. Just then, a new system task was issued. Sign-in task issued. Task content: travel to the land of waves. Eliminate one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Task reward: 8 gates release. Hidden task issued. Hidden task: name the soon-to-be-constructed bridge after yourself. Hidden task reward: enhancement of C-rank ninjutsu power. Gasp. Chiba inhaled sharply. Not only was there a sign-in task, but also a hidden task. It seemed that the journey to the land of waves was imperative. This sign-in task, compared to the previous 2, was significantly more challenging. There were 2 objectives this time. One is the enigmatic mist ninja, Tao Di Zaibujan, and the other is his subordinate Bai. Both possess the prowess of elite Jonin-level shinobi. Given Chiet's capabilities, eliminating them poses a considerable challenge. Thus, he shifts his gaze toward Shimu Kakashi. The copy ninja. A formidable force, indeed. His strength is unfathomable, most notably in his ability to evenly contest with any opponent, be they Jonin, Umbu, or even those of the highest echelon. Like the progenitor of chakra, Dadanwayet, Shimu Kakashi can spar with you for a few exchanges, regardless of your status. Therefore, Chinya feels a sense of assurance regarding the battle. Upon accepting the mission, Shimu Kakashi grants them ample time to procure necessary supplies. After completing several tasks, Chinya has managed to accumulate a modest sum, sufficient to acquire weapons and provisions. These are essential for any expedition. It is crucial to select high-quality kunai, otherwise, one might as well wield a colossal sword with their bare hands, and not just any sword, but one meant for beheading. He recalls that Tintin's family seems to sell ninja tools. Strolling through Miachun, Chanyek searches for a suitable shop. There it is, the name truly simplistic, Tantan Rinjurdan. It appears that Tintan enjoys a favored status at home. A hidden heiress among the Konoha 12. Chanyek remembers that in his previous life, watching Tinkan in combat always exuded an air of extravagance. She would rain down countless ninja tools, while others employed various jutsu and strategies to subdue their foes. Yet, with Tinkan, it was sheer financial might that overwhelmed her adversaries. Upon entering the ninja tool shop, Chingye is awed by the dazzling array of equipment that surrounds him. He approaches the counter and gently taps the surface. Coming. A melodious voice resonates from the back of the store. "Hello, dear customer. How may I assist you?" Clad in a pink chi-pao with a stylish collar and adorned with a traditional hairstyle, her delicate features and heartfelt smile create an exceedingly welcoming atmosphere. "I am the owner of this establishment, Tintan." Chanyek gasps, realizing he had underestimated the extent of Tin's affluence. He had presumed the proprietor would be a family member or elder, only to discover that this young girl is already a shop owner in her own right. I wish to purchase some shuriken and kunai. They must be of sturdy quality." Chanyet articulates his requirements. With curiosity, Tintan regards the boy before her, somewhat taken aback by his request. "Are you embarking on a mission?" Chanyet nods, explaining, "My instructor has recently taken on an escort mission, so I came to procure some ninja tools." Her interest piqued, Tintan inquires further, "You don't seem to be in the same year as I am, do you?" Chanyet, without reservation, replies, I am a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy, isekai'd. Currently, I am part of the 7th team, led by Kakashi. His revelation elicits an exclamation from Tinkan. You have already accepted a C-rank mission? Without a hint of modesty, Chingye responds. Perhaps it is because I am a genius. Tinkan stares at him, astonished by his self-proclamation. Who brags about being a genius? Furthermore, I doubt that a freshly graduated student could be that formidable. Upon hearing her words, a knowing smile graces Shin's face. Then, shall we have a friendly competition to see who is stronger, without causing any harm? The proposition intrigues Gantan. Gaining admission to Guy's team speaks volumes about her competitive nature. Alright, let's compete. I don't believe you can surpass me. Under Chiate's persuasion, Tantan eagerly accepts the challenge. Wait. A competition needs some stakes to make it interesting, he suggests. How about the loser agrees to fulfill one request from the winner? Hesitation flickers across Tantan's face, but she swiftly steels herself. I agree. Chapter 19. The outcome of the contest and Kantan's challenge here follows Tinkan to the rear of the ninja tool shop, gaining a clearer understanding of her considerable wealth. The back area features an expansive training ground. According to Tintan, some customers prefer to test the quality of the tools, and this space provides them with a convenient venue. This is one reason for the shop's thriving business. Are you truly certain you wish to compete against me? Tintan asks once more. My expertise lies in ninja tool techniques, and even a slight miscalculation could injure you. Her words reveal that, at heart, Tintan is a genuinely kind-hearted girl. Of course, given her current skill level, injuring Chingye would be quite a challenge. Fear not, I am quite confident in my abilities. He assures her. Consider this competition a warm-up before our mission. Both take their stances, bowing respectfully, and the contest officially commences. With a flick of her wrist, Kantan unleashes a barrage of hidden weapons. Once she enters combat mode, it is as if she transforms into a different person. Her demeanor becomes serious, yet she exudes a certain grace. As one of the few among the Konoha 12 who understands space-time ninjutsu, she carries a multitude of ninja tools. In Chingye's memories, her opponents often succumb to her overwhelming wealth of equipment. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chingye's hand signs flow with the precision of an elite jonin. With an abundance of chakra and a repertoire of jutsu at his disposal, his focus lies on perfecting his hand sign speed. This skill enhances both his combat and survival capabilities. A tempest erupts from his mouth, howling toward the incoming weapons. In an instant, countless tools collide, producing a cacophony of metal clashing. Upon witnessing this, Tintan's face pales. Her proud jutsu has been swiftly countered, and a sense of foreboding washes over her. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Seizing the moment, Chingye capitalizes on her momentary distraction. Gritting her teeth, Tintan retrieves 2 scrolls from her waist pouch. Double Rising Dragon. This jutsu proves somewhat beyond her current capabilities. However, facing the oncoming vacuum wind blast, she has no choice but to employ it. The scrolls are released, spiraling toward Chingye. In an instant, the arena becomes a sea of ninja tools, shuriken, kunai, sickles, and swords. Wow! Chingye marvels at Tintan's extravagant display. It is a true, indiscriminate assault. Realizing there is no time left to execute the great breakthrough, he braces himself. Watch out. Tintan's complexion turns ashen as she sees Sheet standing still, showing no intent to evade. The vacuum wind blast scatters the tools in front of him, rendering them harmless. The resulting void is soon filled by an onslaught of weaponry. In the midst of Tintan's growing horror, the tools converge upon Chingye's body. Clang. Instead of the anticipated squelching sound, the noise resembles that of wood being pierced. When did this happen? The one covered in tools is not Chingye, but a sturdy wooden post. Substitution jutsu. Once a legendary technique, it has faded into obscurity. Stay focused during combat. Chingye's voice rings in her ears. Apologies, but I am the victor. He held the kunai he picked up from the ground gently against the pristine white neck of Tian. The defeat was so clean and decisive that it caught Tian completely off guard. She had expected that even if she couldn't overpower her opponent, she would at least be able to hold on for a while. However, Chiba had only unleashed 2 ninjutsu techniques, and the entire battle lasted no more than a few minutes. What was most disconcerting was that as Chiba restrained her with the kunai, his breath brushed against her ear, creating an oddly unsettling sensation. Let me go first, Tian stammered, her face flushed. Chiba, noticing her discomfort, realized that continuing the playful banter might lead to crossing a line, and promptly withdrew the kunai. This round, you have won, Tian said, stepping back, her blush still lingering. Now, tell me what condition you want me to agree to. Chiba propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I need to think this through, he mused, unwilling to let such a golden opportunity slip away. I warn you, don't push your luck. Tian threatened, revealing her small canine teeth. After pondering for a while, she realized she truly couldn't compete with Chiba. With a disheartened expression, she resigned herself to waiting for Chiba to state his demands. Chapter 20. The Concealed Mission, Ninja Assault, or Else What? Chiba leaned in closer to Tian, his smile taking on a menacing edge. Tian's face reddened further, her hands instinctively shielding her chest as she retreated. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Chiba said, sensing the right moment to step back. As for any demands, I can't think of anything at the moment. But I must say, I am quite satisfied with the quality of the ninja tools. He toyed with the kunai in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. After acquiring a batch of ninja tools from this place, Tian's gaze toward Chiba grew increasingly warm. With such remarkable talent, strength, and looks, was every new generation of ninjas this formidable? Standing at the entrance of the ninja tool shop, she watched Chiba's retreating figure, feeling a slight twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, recalling their earlier battle, she felt a sense of helplessness. The gap was simply too vast, placing them in entirely different leagues. After a day of rest, the next morning, Team 7 gathered at the entrance of Konoha Village. The most animated among them was none other than the blonde-haired prince, Naruto Uzumaki. In contrast, Chiba and Sasuke were considerably quieter, while Kakashi Hitaki remained engrossed in the latest issue of Isekai'd Paradise. Dazna observed the escort team before him, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Was it truly wise to entrust his safety to such a motley crew? They hardly seemed like reliable individuals. Hey, everyone, perk up, Dazna urged, sensing an atmosphere that hinted at impending disaster. Oh, only Naruto responded, his excitement palpable at the prospect of executing his first C-rank mission. This was Naruto's first hurdle on the path to becoming Hokage. Don't worry, uncle, I will protect you. Dazna stared at Naruto with a blank expression, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Oh, came his lackluster reply. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi quickly intervened to defuse the situation. All right, let's set off early. To Kakashi, this mission held little significance. After all, for an elite jonin, a C-rank task posed no real danger. Among the group, Chiba and Naruto exhibited the most emotional fluctuation. Naruto was thrilled about his first outdoor mission, while Chiba was acutely aware of the hidden dangers lurking behind this task. If they were not careful, they could easily find themselves in dire straits. After all, this was a ruthless world of ninjas. The morning passed with little danger encountered. However, as they passed through a wooded area, a puddle of water caught Chiba's attention. He shielded his forehead with his hand, squinting against the glaring sunlight. The team continued on peacefully. Kakashi also sensed something amiss but chose to remain silent. For a ninja, real combat was essential, and this was a lesson that Team 7 needed to learn. Within Chiba's perception, he detected a fluctuation of chakra behind them. The first one, a calm yet ruthless voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. Cold iron chains instantaneously ensnared him. The blade flashed, raising clouds of dust. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Naruto and Dazna stood in shock. The second one, that cruel voice resounded again in Naruto's ears as the blade closed in. Faced with the threat of death, Naruto was momentarily paralyzed, unable to react. Bang! Bang! A gust of wind rushed past, a shadow darting in front of Naruto and Dazna. A tremendous noise erupted from the trees to their left. By the time Naruto regained his senses, the two attacking ninjas had vanished from sight. Glancing to the side, he saw Sasuke and Dazna with dazed expressions. What just happened? Following their gaze, he saw the two ninjas lying unconscious beneath the trees. Hiss! Naruto gasped in shock. Looking beside him, he found Chiba standing there with a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Clap! Clap! Applause erupted from behind the trees as Kakashi reappeared before them. A swift response and a brilliant battle. He praised without reservation. Chiba's prowess was indeed worthy of commendation. From an observer's perspective, it was clear that Chiba had swiftly countered the attack the moment it occurred. His explosive speed even caught Kakashi's attention. With a kick and a strike, He forcefully sent the two ninjas flying dozens of meters into the trees, knocking them unconscious from the impact. This battle was Chiba's moment to shine. Admiration flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 21. The crucial path to becoming a ninja, however. Sasuke and Naruto seemed rather slow to react during the skirmish. Kakashi cast his gaze upon the two of them, merely offering an objective assessment. In fact, even he had not anticipated Chiba's performance during the recent confrontation. The moment the attacking ninjas appeared, Chiba had charged forward with remarkable speed. With two swift high kicks, he dispatched them in the blink of an eye. From any angle, Chiba's combat skills were on par with Kakashi's as a jonin. Perhaps this was due to the influence of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Jiraiya, who had trained the fourth Hokage, maintained an astonishing level of teaching prowess. Damn it, Naruto shouted indignantly. Next time, I will definitely be able to react. Chiba smiled back. Of course you will. I believe in you, Naruto Uzumaki. After all, you are my little brother. Chiba gave Naruto a thumbs up, strengthening their bond. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained expressionless, his demeanor dark and unchanged. Yet, Chiba caught a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to reshape Sasuke's worldview. This thought stirred something within Chiba. Mr. Dazna, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you, Kakashi said, directing his attention to Dazna, who was now sweating profusely. Two unconscious ninjas were bound to a tree, just as the opposing party regained consciousness. Ordinarily, a C-rank mission would not involve a ninja attack. Our responsibilities were merely to fend off gangsters or thieves. Kakashi Hitaki's dead fish eyes inexplicably exuded an aura of oppression. However, the emergence of ninjas escalated the situation to a B-rank mission. Therefore, for the safety of the students, at that moment, Naruto Uzumaki abruptly interrupted Kakashi's words. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to give it a try. No matter how perilous the task may be, I want to attempt it. My goal is to become Hokage. Kakashi glanced at Naruto's resolute gaze, feeling somewhat moved. The boy's figure inexplicably overlapped with a memory of someone lost long ago. Chiba silently applauded Naruto. The young lad was worthy of the elder brother's rescue, sparing him from injury. The Seinen mission in the Land of Waves could not be forsaken. The 8 Gates technique was something he had long coveted. Yet, due to its classification as a forbidden technique, he had no means to pursue it. Thus, this Seinen mission presented an exceptional opportunity to add another card to his hand, one he could not let slip away. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we can attempt it. Chiba suddenly spoke. D-rank missions no longer provide us with the training we need. Although jumping straight to a B-rank mission may seem a bit ambitious, I believe it presents an excellent opportunity for growth. After listening to Chiba and Naruto's appeals, Kakashi fell into contemplation. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Sasuke Uchiha, inquiring, Sasuke, what are your thoughts? With the other two choosing to continue the mission, Sasuke would obviously not back down. Continue the mission. His words were succinct and devoid of hesitation. Since the three were part of the same team, Kakashi deemed it necessary to consider everyone's feelings. Fortunately, Sasuke's indomitable spirit made matters considerably easier. Thank you all. Dazna expressed his gratitude, albeit with words alone, as he had no means to repay them. Now, the real challenge begins. Kakashi clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The attacking ninjas belonged to the Hidden Mist Village. Their methods of completing tasks were notoriously brutal. Therefore, Chiba and Naruto, I leave them to you. Naruto's face paled, and he stammered, Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean by that? Kakashi leaned down, bringing his face close to Naruto's, and whispered, if you wish to continue the mission, you must eliminate them. As ninjas, killing is unavoidable. Chiba observed Kakashi with surprise. This was a stark contrast to his prior impression of the man. Nevertheless, the bloodshed was something Chiba had already mentally prepared for when embarking on this path. To him, death was merely a fleeting occurrence. Naruto gripped his kunai, his face almost inscribed with hesitation. Whoosh! Bang! A kunai zipped past Naruto's ear, embedding itself in the forehead of one of the ninjas. Naruto, if you cannot overcome this hurdle, Chiba remarked with an unsettling calm, I advise you to reconsider your path as a ninja. Chapter 22. The Great Deception Technique. Kakashi was not the least surprised by Chiba's willingness to take action. However, the calmness he displayed was somewhat unexpected. I can do it, Naruto shouted at Chiba. Yet, his hand holding the kunai trembled. The fear flickering in his eyes spoke volumes about his current state of mind. This demand was still a bit too much for him. Kakashi allowed Chiba and Naruto to take action because Sasuke was considerably more adept in this regard. After all, not everyone could endure the night of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto, this is a path every ninja must traverse. Chiba's tranquil voice echoed in Naruto's ear. I hope you can achieve it. At that moment, the kunai slipped from Naruto's hand, hurtling towards the final mist ninja's brow. Blood trickled down his face as life faded from him. Yet, Naruto's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. This was his first act of taking a life. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba brother, Sasuke, Naruto's voice quivered, laced with fear. Must every ninja's hands be stained with blood? Kakashi and Sasuke fell silent, unable to provide a definitive answer. What was certain, however, was that every ninja bore the weight of blood on their hands. No exceptions. Such was the nature of this world. Chiba approached Naruto, resting a hand on his shoulder. You are not at fault, nor is it the ninja way, but rather this morbid world we inhabit. Only those at the pinnacle can effect change. Hearing Chiba's words, Naruto's eyes began to shine anew. Do you remember what I wrote beneath the statue of the first Hokage? After a moment's reflection, Naruto responded, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. His lifelong achievements, pacifying wars, subduing tailed beasts, and founding Konoha. This was the foundation of his friendship with Chiba, so Naruto recalled it vividly. Naruto. The reason the first Hokage could accomplish this was not due to his kind heart, but because of his strength. Confusion flickered in Naruto's eyes. Strength. Chiba clenched his fists, as if channeling the fervor of a seasoned orator. Strength is the foundation of everything. If you disagree with the end of war, then I shall fight until you concede. It is precisely because of such strength that wars were brought to a close. Listening to Chiba's words, not only Naruto, but even Sasuke bore a contemplative expression. However, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. Hey, kid, don't lead them astray. We're merely executing a B-rank mission, right? Is this even about strength? After contemplating, Kakashi realized that it might indeed relate to strength. The balance of power among the 5 great nations was an undisputed reality within the shinobi world. Although Kakashi had not witnessed the battles of yore, he had gleaned some knowledge from the Umbu records. Thus, to alter the status quo. Chiba's voice rose passionately, evoking a sense of fervor. Only with strength. He placed a hand on Naruto's head. Fortunately, your elder brother has always aspired to this goal. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chiba. So, his brother had such lofty ambitions. Seeing Naruto's expression, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain. This moment further solidified the bond between Naruto and himself. A worthy investment indeed. Kakashi was unexpectedly aware that, following Chiba's guidance, Naruto's once clumsy disposition seemed to have adjusted. All right, we've already wasted enough time, Kakashi interjected. Since Chiba and Naruto have passed the test, let us proceed. Dasna expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their decision. As a destitute bridge builder, he could not offer the remuneration of a B-rank mission. After a day's arduous journey, the group arrived at the dock. After renting a small boat, they smoothly arrived at the unfinished bridge. Above the sea, mist rose ominously, foreboding danger. Upon passing beneath the bridge, the scene transformed dramatically, becoming bright and cheerful once more. Here, they had already entered the borders of the land of waves. Bidding farewell to the boatmen, the group headed towards the home of Tazuna. However, the moment they entered the forest, Chiba suddenly tensed, sensing an overwhelming malice surrounding them. Chapter 23. The appearance of the Mist Ninja, although he had not entered Sage Mode. Chiba's perception abilities surpassed those of an ordinary ninja. Perhaps even Kakashi Hatake had yet to perceive the impending danger, but Chiba had already detected it. Such palpable malevolence could only belong to one individual, Zabuza Momochi, the Mist Ninja and a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Faced with such an elite ninja, even among Jonin, Chiba dared not let his guard down. In a situation where he could not reveal Sage Mode, he did not believe he possessed the strength to confront Zabuza in direct combat. Sometimes, the power of teamwork is indispensable. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba warned, I sense danger in our vicinity. That palpable malice. If Naruto had spoken up, Kakashi might not have taken it too seriously. However, Chiba had proven his strength through action, making vigilance essential. Oh, I didn't expect a little brat with such good sense. A voice echoed around them, accompanied by the sound of slicing air overhead. Get down. Chiba had already anticipated this. He swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding Zabuza's sword. Initially intending to try to subdue him, He realized that the sword was infused with Zabuza's chakra. Quick reflexes. Zabuza leapt from the forest, standing atop his sword, gazing down at the group. Hand over that old man to me, and we can avoid a fight, can't we? His eyes, visible beneath the forehead protector, radiated murderous intent. Kakashi of the Sharingan, Zabuza said, a grave expression crossing his face. I've heard of your reputation since my days in the Assassination Corps. Kakashi, facing Zabuza, did not dare underestimate him. This man had single-handedly altered the way ninjas were selected in the Hidden Mist Village. His terrifying killing capabilities alone warranted extreme caution. The mist enveloped them silently, and the aura of death began to permeate the air. I would prefer to finish off that old man quickly and get some rest, Zabuza mused, a glint of red flashing in his eyes. But it seems I must eliminate you first, Kakashi. With that, he leapt from his sword, landing on the water's surface. The mist thickened further. Hidden mist technique. In full view, Zabuza's towering figure vanished into the fog. As the dense mist rose, visibility diminished. The three formed a protective formation around Tazuna. Above in the trees, Zabuza's voice echoed ominously. 8 targets: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital point shall I choose? In his calm voice lay a hint of bloodlust. 6 o'clock, within 10 steps. Chiba remained composed, activating his maximum range of perception. Whoosh. The sound of shurikens slicing through the air shot towards the indicated direction. Zabuza's voice abruptly ceased. Impossible. His tone reflected a hint of frustration. At a critical moment, Kakashi chose to trust Chiba. Although the hidden mist technique was formidable, Zabuza's pretense could not deceive them. Without auditory cues, locating Zabuza was not an easy task. The vibrations in the air would cause slight ripples in the mist, a detail even most jonin would struggle to notice. Yet for Chiba, with experience in Sage Mode training, it posed little difficulty. It seems I must first deal with you, brat. Zabuza recognized the pivotal point. Naruto, Sasuke, be on guard, Chiba warned. Drawing a kunai from his bag, gripping it tightly. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the serene forest, piercing the silence. The immense force from Zabuza's sword made Chiba exert considerable effort. You're quite strong, brat. Zabuza's eyes, filled with murderous intent, drew closer to Chiba. But alas, you're still lacking. Chiba could see the muscles in Zabuza's arm bulging, the overwhelming power emanating from the sword. Leaf whirlwind. Kakashi finally arrived just in time, executing a precise physical attack. However, the clear water splashed as Zabuza was revealed to be merely a water clone. The aura of death once again enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 24. The intrigue among Jonin. Kakashi of the Leaf was indeed a formidable opponent. Within the dense fog, the sharp sound of slicing air echoed again. Zabuza's sword cut through the mist, aiming directly for Kakashi's vital points. Swoosh. The water split, and Kakashi's figure shattered, scattering across the grass. It's over. The kunai pressed against Zabuza's neck reflected Kakashi's murderous intent. Do you think this trick will kill me? Zabuza, restrained by the kunai, showed no sign of submission. Instead, he became even more arrogant. I am Zabuza Momochi, the Mist Ninja. His voice emerged from behind Kakashi. Silent killing technique. The clash of kunai and sword resonated with a deafening metallic sound. Both of their strengths were among the pinnacle of Jonin, excelling in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. Moreover, their backgrounds were strikingly similar. Kakashi was formerly a member of the Umbu, and assassination missions were second nature to him, while Zabuza thrived on such tasks. The dazzling display of taijutsu made the hearts of onlookers race. Bam! Zabuza seized Kakashi's momentary lapse, kicking him away. Kakashi used the momentum to leap into the water. However, this leap was a trap set by Zabuza. Water prison technique. The special water prison ensnared Kakashi, temporarily rendering him helpless. Chiba watched this unfold, face-palming in disbelief. It seemed that in Jonin battles, each one was more cunning than the last. All right, you stay here, Zabuza said, pressing a hand on the water prison with a cold expression. I'll take care of those brats. The life of a ninja was not a game, but a dance with death. As his words fell, another figure emerged from the water beside him. Water clone technique. You are no match for him, flee. Kakashi shouted from within the water prison. The water clone cannot stray too far from its original body. His expression was frantic, filled with concern. As the team leader, allowing his students to fall into such peril was indeed a failure on his part. Kakashi-sensei, I believe that if we try to escape. Chiba stepped forward, contemplating the possibility of a swift demise. This was also contrary to his principles. Momochi Zabuza let out a cold laugh, remarking on the audacity of the young boy, warning him that he would pay dearly for his reckless choices. Unfazed, Chiba retorted boldly, asserting that there was no need for Zabuza to concern himself. "Sasuke, Naruto, protect Dasna," he commanded, and with that, his figure vanished from view. What a jest! Even when facing Zabuza alone, Chiba held a fair chance, to say nothing of the fact that he was merely confronting a water clone, possessing only a tenth of its original strength. Even without resorting to Sage Mode, a swift kill was entirely within reach. His frenzied speed belied the fact that he had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Upon witnessing this, Zabuza's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition rising within him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chiba unleashed a torrent of wind, the chaotic mists obscuring Zabuza's sight. The howling winds drowned out all sound. One water clone did not seem sufficient to counter this onslaught. Chiba's voice echoed behind the clone. Zabuza's eyes widened as he instinctively raised his blade. But it was too late. Chiba's meticulously crafted kunai had already pressed against his neck. This was the hidden mist technique. Zabuza's clone, in its final moments, recognized Chiba's jutsu. Yet, for Zabuza, it was a profound humiliation to be vanquished by his own signature technique. Even if it was merely a water clone, it struck a blow to Zabuza's pride. However, such a fate could not be laid at Chiba's feet. In such dense fog, the hidden mist technique proved exceptionally effective. Fortunately, among the rewards from his previous mission was this very jutsu. The ensuing battle would be left to Kakashi-sensei, as Zabuza's predatory gaze bore down on him. Chiba launched a surprise shuriken attack. The flying shuriken sliced through the mist, aimed straight for Zabuza's true form. At the moment Zabuza instinctively dodged, water prison technique. Kakashi, poised for action, struck at Zabuza's vital points. Chapter 25. The bold Chiba. Wow, that's incredible. Naruto Uzumaki stood dumbfounded, staring at Chiba, who stood atop the water, unable to comprehend the scene before him. While they were paralyzed by Zabuza's murderous intent, Chiba had single-handedly dispatched his water clone. Most remarkably, it was a swift execution, devoid of any hesitation. Utilizing wind release combined with the hidden mist technique to eliminate Zabuza's clone with his own favored method was nothing short of absurd in the eyes of both Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. Dasna, witnessing this spectacle, sighed in relief. When Kakashi had been ensnared by the water prison moments ago, he feared for their lives. Yet Chiba's intervention had turned the tide. "Kakashi-sensei, I leave the rest to you," Chiba called out as he retreated from the heart of the battle between two elite shinobi. As they engaged in close combat, the two ninjas clashed momentarily before breaking apart. Zabuza was aghast to realize that Kakashi's movements mirrored his own perfectly. How could this be? He raged internally. Was the Sharingan not supposed to replicate jutsu only after they had been executed? Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive surge of chakra coursed through the river beneath them, unleashing a torrent of water. The colossal water dragon, towering several meters high, instilled a profound sense of dread. The two water dragons faced off, poised to strike at any moment. Zabuza, now wary, recognized that Kakashi's combat prowess surpassed his expectations. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon surged forward, crashing against the two combatants, causing the river to swell as if it might unleash a tsunami. Towering waves crashed against the banks, creating a cacophony of sound. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza submerged, intent on launching a surprise attack from below. As a former ninja of the hidden mist, he was exceptionally skilled in underwater combat. Yet Kakashi's Sharingan had already seen through his intentions. As Zabuza began to form hand seals, Kakashi was already ahead of him. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere materialized before Kakashi, causing the surrounding river levels to plummet dramatically. Infusing chakra into the sphere imbued it with lethal force. How is this possible? Zabuza roared amidst the onslaught of the water sphere. The impact resonated with a deafening crash, overwhelming him. He crossed his great sword before him, bracing for the deluge. Coughing, blood spilled from his mouth, staining his bandages. He leaned against a tree, struggling to regain his footing, glaring fiercely at the others. "I will not be defeated. Don't move." Chiba's voice came from behind the tree. "If I sever your throat, I believe you understand the consequences better than I do." A chill ran down Zabuza's spine, freezing him in place. In the face of death, few could suppress their instinctual fear. Naruto and Sasuke watched in disbelief. They had initially thought it incredible that Chiba could face a water clone alone, yet now he had positioned himself behind Zabuza, kunai poised at his throat. This was a seasoned killer. Chiba, do you not possess even a modicum of respect? Naruto screamed inwardly, struggling to fathom how Chiba, a peer, could surpass him so dramatically. Even Sasuke, the most talented of their class, was left speechless. Damn it, I can't even surpass my peers. How can I hope to defeat that man? A flicker of crimson glimmered in his eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Suddenly, the sound of projectiles slicing through the air reached Chiba's ears, compelling him to instinctively defend himself. However, upon realizing the incoming weapons, he suppressed his reflexes. Two Senbon pierced Zabuza's neck. Chapter 26. Arrival at the destination. As he observed the splatter of blood, Chiba exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he hadn't moved to intercept. Otherwise, a conflict would have ensued. Most importantly, without such an intervention, his task would have been jeopardized. Although the assassination of Zabuza seemed a foregone conclusion, Chiba was uncertain how the kill would be counted. If kills by others counted as well, perhaps he could allow that. But there was no guarantee. To safeguard his mission, Chiba resolved that it would be best to act himself. Moreover, there was a notably significant hidden task, naming the bridge. While it may sound somewhat embarrassing, he could not forfeit the reward for the mission. Opportunity must not be squandered. To ignore such a gift would be utterly unthinkable. Chiba aspires to ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world, becoming the master of the chessboard. The most crucial condition for this is to enhance his own strength, leaving no opportunity unseized. Grateful for the battle against Zabuza, a boy adorned with a peculiar mask stands upon a high branch. This moment grants me the chance for a decisive strike. Kakashi Hitaki recognizes the identity of the opponent through the mask, one of the pursuing ninjas from the hidden mist. In the face of Kakashi and his companion's vigilant stance, Haku seems unfazed. He leaps down from the branch, approaching Chiba. Could you hand over the body to me? The hidden mist requires it for retrieval. At this moment, Chiba naturally casts his gaze towards Kakashi, as the opinion of the Jonin teacher in their team must take precedence. Kakashi meets Chiba's eyes and strides forward. After a brief confirmation, he nods and states, confirmed deceased. You may take it. Haku receives the lifeless body of Zabuza and slightly nods to the others. With the sudden gust of cold wind, his figure vanishes from sight. Naruto Uzumaki watches Haku's disappearance, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. However, upon turning to Chiba, his fighting spirit ignites further. Brother Chiba, teach me how to become stronger, he exclaims as he rushes to Chiba's side. I want to work hard and become Hokage. Chiba pinches the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Naruto, why don't you seek Kakashi-sensei instead? Why come to me? Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression turns somewhat awkward. Previously, he had been momentarily dazzled by Chiba's performance, but now, he realizes there's no need to consult Kakashi. Chiba gestures nonchalantly. The chakra is depleted. He has collapsed. The group looks in the direction Chiba indicates, only to hear a thud as Kakashi loses consciousness and falls to the ground. You two are responsible for supporting Kakashi-sensei. In this moment, Chiba unhesitatingly directs the others. I will take charge of vigilance and protection. Fortunately, the journey ahead unfolds without peril, save for a few minor thieves that emerge from the woods, which Naruto easily dispatches. This prompts Chiba to reflect on the stark disparities among individuals in this world. As ninjas, even a mere child of 12 can effortlessly defeat an adult. No matter how numerous ordinary people may be, they pose no threat to ninjas. Rather than the daimyos wielding control over the nation, it is the ninjas endowed with absolute power who truly govern. Their words may carry more weight than those of the so-called daimyos. After a long day's journey, they finally arrive at the home of the delighted Dazna. Once in the small town, they are temporarily safe, as Kato dares not act openly against them here. He seeks to control everything in this country, rather than relying solely on brute force, Dazna explains. Once Kakashi is settled, the group partakes in their first dinner at Dazna's humble abode. The meager food reflects the dire state of the country. However, Chiba is not one to be finicky. Having once subsisted on a mere 3 coins for a week during his previous life, he finds this situation far more favorable. The following morning, as sunlight streams through the windows, Kakashi awakens from his stupor. Upon seeing Chiba and the others, his first words are filled with regret. Apologies, everyone. My Sharingan drained my chakra, and I lost consciousness. Naruto reassures him, it's alright, sensei. Under Brother Chiba's guidance, we faced no difficulties. Kakashi extends his hand from beneath the covers, shielding his face from the sunlight. I see. It appears you all need some training. Chapter 27. Commencing training in the woods adjacent to Dazna's house, Kakashi, leaning on a cane, explains the principles of chakra control to the group. Because a ninja's chakra is limited, precise control over every bit of it is essential. Only then can you achieve significant progress and strength. With that, he limps toward a nearby tree. What you must do now is attach your chakra to your feet and climb to the top of the tree. As he speaks, he clumsily steps onto the trunk, his stable chakra control allowing him to firmly adhere to the tree. In the astonished gaze of Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi dangles from a branch, looking down at them. You may give it a try, he encourages. More specifically, his gaze lingers on Chiba. Each of the three members of his team possesses unique significance. Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, and Chiba, a ninja brought back from Mount Myoboku by Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. This had been conveyed to Kakashi before he took on Team 7 by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If not for Kakashi's extensive mission experience and formidable strength, he would not have been entrusted with this team. Consequently, Kakashi is particularly curious about Chiba's abilities. Sensing that he harbors hidden strength, Chiba shrugs, somewhat resigned, having anticipated this scenario. He lets out a sigh, saying, to be honest, I wouldn't recommend displaying my capabilities in front of them, as it might psychologically impact Naruto and Sasuke. With that, he steps onto the tree trunk. Under Kakashi's expectant gaze, he successfully ascends to the top. It seems you do not require training in this regard. However, I imagine you would be interested in ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes light up. This suggestion is quite appealing. The ninjutsu he currently knows all falls within the realm of C-rank techniques. While they are strong for a genin, Chiba believes they are insufficient. Not to mention, during his battle against Zabuza, the power of C-rank techniques had proven somewhat lacking. He yearns for more powerful ninjutsu. Alright. Naruto and Sasuke practice climbing the tree, Kakashi instructs, nodding at Chiba. Chiba, come with me. As the two watch enviously, Chiba follows Kakashi away, leaving Naruto and Sasuke exchanging competitive glances, each unwilling to concede defeat. I will surpass you, Naruto declares, brimming with determination, as if becoming Hokage is just around the corner. Sasuke huffs dismissively, his proud nature preventing him from engaging in a debate with Naruto. Soon after, the two begin their fervent tree-climbing endeavors. Chiba follows Kakashi to a more tranquil setting. Chiba, I wish to know what ninjutsu you currently possess, Kakashi inquires earnestly. After pondering for a moment, Chiba responds. The techniques taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei are primarily basic C-rank ninjutsu. I have dabbled in physical techniques and illusion techniques. My most frequently used technique is wind release, great breakthrough, vacuum sphere, and gale palm. Kakashi retrieves a piece of chakra paper from his bag and hands it to Chiba. This is chakra paper. Let's test your chakra affinity. Upon gazing at the blank sheet of paper, Chiba's eyes sparkled with intense interest. He had anticipated this moment for quite some time. He had forgotten to mention it to Jiraiya earlier, but now he could finally conduct a test. Chiba took the chakra paper and infused it with his chakra. In the next instant, one half of the paper was severed, while the other half ignited in flames. Kakashi Hatake observed this scene, pondering for a moment, then remarked, wind and fire chakra. A commendable combination. Wind enhances fire. And both types of ninjutsu are inherently offensive in nature. When combined, their power is amplified. However, regrettably, I am not particularly adept at these two types of ninjutsu. Kakashi shook his head, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Nonetheless, it is not an issue for me to teach you. Hearing Kakashi's words, Chiba's heart soared like a roller coaster, filled with both excitement and trepidation. Rest assured, due to time constraints, I have decided to teach you two ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes widened with anticipation. What ninjutsu? Kakashi, with his signature deadpan expression, replied, wind release, vacuum sphere, and fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. These are the only two ninjutsu that I know and are suitable for you. The names of these ninjutsu lit up Chiba's gaze even more. Both vacuum sphere and fire dragon flame bullet possessed considerable power, although he was unsure how Kakashi had acquired them. Given his past as an Umbu ninja and his reputation as a copy ninja, it was only natural that he possessed an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu. Moreover, these two techniques were not forbidden and were widely known, making Kakashi's mastery of them quite reasonable. Since you are somewhat familiar with wind release, Kakashi said, positioning his cane under his arm to free his hands. Let's start with the vacuum sphere technique. The hand seals for the vacuum sphere were not overly complex. In comparison to the 44 hand seals required for Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, it required only 23: rat, ox, tiger, snake, monkey, and others. Listening to Kakashi explain the hand seals, Chiba began to practice. To his surprise, it seemed that his talent for wind release was quite impressive. It was also possible that there was a connection between vacuum sphere and the vacuum technique, which facilitated Chiba's learning process. His swift hand seals drew a glimmer of astonishment in Kakashi's eyes. Chiba's speed in forming the seals was not significantly inferior to his own. Fortunately, Kakashi had the Sharingan and Lightning Release as his trump cards. Otherwise, he would have felt a lack of confidence as a teacher. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. With continuous hand seals and an unending supply of chakra, Chiba successfully executed the technique. In that moment, a ferocious gust of wind gathered in his mouth, launching a wind sphere that was dozens of times larger than the vacuum sphere. The highly concentrated wind sphere struck the trees before Chiba. The once sturdy trees succumbed without dignity. The wind sphere whooshed past, leaving devastation in its wake. A passage several meters wide opened before them. The earth turned over as if plowed. As far as the eye could see, trees lay toppled, and debris scattered across the ground. Impressive, Kakashi exclaimed. Although this is your first time using this technique, there is no sign of clumsiness, and its power meets the standards of a B-rank ninjutsu. Truly a genius. He would not hesitate to express his admiration for such a student. As for the vacuum sphere technique, Kakashi concluded, there is nothing more I can teach you regarding this. The rest depends on your own practice. Next was the learning of Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. You may first demonstrate any other fire release techniques you have mastered. I need to assess your current capabilities. Chiba nodded and stood before the area ravaged by the vacuum sphere. Serpent, rat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Kakashi recognized the hand seals Chiba was forming and identified the technique he intended to use. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. It possesses immense power, but its only weakness is its slow speed. As the words left his mouth, searing flames erupted from Chiba's mouth, condensing into a colossal fireball that crackled ominously. The great fireball surged forth, sweeping across the recently devastated ground. Boom! The explosion transformed the earth into a charred black. Chiba gazed in surprise at the destruction wrought by the great fireball. Although it was his first time using this technique, its power was remarkably impressive. A vast crater appeared before them, rivaling the strength of some B-rank ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. While your foundation in fire release is commendable, the difficulty of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet surpasses that of ordinary B-rank ninjutsu. The hand seals for it are rat, horse, snake, dragon, and others. Kakashi paused to impart further knowledge. The Fire Dragon Flame Bullet requires the manipulation of flames from different angles to assault the enemy, thus demanding a high level of chakra control. Before he could finish his explanation, Chiba exclaimed, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A torrent of chaotic flames surged forth, engulfing everything in sight. In an instant, the landscape was reduced to charred remains. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this talent a bit unfair? The power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet far exceeded that of the Great Fireball technique. Chiba, while executing the technique, seemed to exert little effort. The transition from explanation to mastery appeared to take no time at all. Kakashi stared at the scene ravaged by the flames, which were infused with chakra, resulting in astonishing power. Although Kakashi himself was a prodigy, Chiba's display of talent surpassed even that. Indeed, there was nothing ordinary about Team 7. Since you have mastered this technique, I have nothing more to teach you. My repertoire of ninjutsu in wind and fire release is limited. I can request assistance from the third Hokage if needed. He looked at Chiba earnestly. Kakashi deemed Chiba to be a competent ninja. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Chiba was a person of principle, expressing gratitude for the sincerity shown by both Jiraiya and Kakashi, and he would remember this kindness. He was gradually integrating into this world, where every individual held significance and emotions, unlike the mere characters from his previous life's manga. This shift in perspective allowed him to blend more seamlessly into his surroundings and become more amiable. Upon hearing Chiba's words of gratitude, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Actually, I have a request for you. Chiba paused, inquiring, what is it? Teach Naruto and Sasuke to continue their training and provide them guidance when necessary. Kakashi articulated his request. Given my current physical condition, I cannot teach for extended periods. I hadn't thoroughly examined the situation previously. The pursuing ninja from the mist possesses an eerie presence, and Zabuza's methods of killing are peculiar. I suspect he may not be dead. Chiba was already aware of this, yet a hint of surprise flickered across his face. I must restore my body in the shortest time possible. Hatake Kakashi's expression turned grave as he placed a hand on Chiba's shoulder and said, "From now on, Naruto and Sasuke are in your hands." With a sense of resignation, Chiba nodded in agreement. Soon after, he witnessed Hatake Kakashi retrieving isekai'd paradise from his pocket. Due to the need for vigilance, he had refrained from indulging in it until now. Finally, he could enjoy it to his heart's content. Chiba's lips twitched, struggling to comprehend. Truly, he was a worthy successor of Jiraiya, embodying the essence of a pervert in his very genes. With a sigh, he chose to ignore Hatake Kakashi. Since he had completed his learning of ninjutsu, it was time to check on the training of the Prince of Konoha and the Uchiha heir. Chiba arrived at the place where the two were attempting to climb trees. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke appeared quite disheveled. The excessive consumption of chakra and the relentless climbing had left both drenched in sweat. However, Sasuke's condition was slightly better than Naruto's, as the latter struggled with both agility and chakra control. At this point, Naruto's head was pounding. Hey, big brother Chiba, what brings you here?" Uzumaki Naruto noticed Chiba's arrival. "I've completed my ninjutsu training." Chiba spread his hands, somewhat helpless. "Kakashi-sensei needs to recover, so I'm here to supervise your training." Upon hearing Chiba's words, both were rendered speechless. After a long pause, Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, "What? You learned ninjutsu so quickly? It can't be some E-rank technique like the 1,000 Years of Pain, right?" Uzumaki Naruto seemed to harbor deep resentment towards that particular technique. Chiba shook his head, teasingly responding, "You'll find out soon enough." According to Kakashi-sensei's deductions, Momochi Zabuza is likely in cahoots with that mist ninja. Therefore, before the next battle arises, you both must put in the effort. Although puzzled by how someone presumed dead could reappear, Uzumaki Naruto grasped the latter part of Chiba's statement. "I will definitely train hard." Chiba looked at the simple-minded Uzumaki Naruto and couldn't help but reflect that Naruto was easy to persuade. In contrast, Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, burdened with heavy thoughts. This boy certainly needed a suitable opportunity for persuasion. Chapter 30. The lazy Chiba reclined against a large tree, the warm sunlight caressing his face, offering a sensation of pure comfort. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Sometimes, life requires a balance of relaxation and effort. Chiba appeared like a sun-dried salted fish. "And you too, hurry up and focus on your training. Time is not to be squandered." Two stones flew forth, aimed directly at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's foreheads. Fortunately, their forehead protectors shielded them. Otherwise, each impact would have undoubtedly resulted in a bump. Damn it! Uzumaki Naruto never concealed his emotions. Why can big brother Chiba just lie there like a salted fish? The term salted fish was one he had learned from Chiba. Chiba remained leisurely, completely unfazed by Naruto's complaints. Sasuke has made some progress. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately set aside his grievances and resumed training. In his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke was the first person he aspired to surpass. As Sasuke improved, Naruto found himself stagnant. This comparison highlighted the disparity between them. To avoid falling further behind, Uzumaki Naruto had to exert much more effort. Unbeknownst to him, his innate talent was already exceptionally formidable. Chiba recalled memories from his previous life and shook his head. Despite the numerous advantages he had, he could not overlook Uzumaki Naruto's potential. Rapidly mastering ninjutsu, developing techniques, and creating multifaceted strategies, regardless of perspective, Uzumaki Naruto was undoubtedly a genius. Perhaps early mischief had squandered some of his talent, yet he was now beginning to shine. Observing the increasing marks on the trees, Chiba's expression turned serious. As an individual with significant advantages, I too must not become complacent. Although it may appear as if I were lying on the ground like a salted fish, I was diligently extracting my chakra to expand my capacity. In this world, while Jonin might seem powerful, they were ultimately expendable. After all, danger lurked everywhere. Days of relentless training had left both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke thoroughly exhausted. Hatake Kakashi was focused on his recovery, often engrossed in isekai'd paradise. Reluctant to part with it, Chiba practiced chakra extraction and hand-seal speed, striving to make the most of every moment. Let's take a break for now. Chiba spoke up. I'll explain a few more details. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto eagerly rushed to Chiba's side. Uchiha Sasuke, despite his proud demeanor, could not resist the temptation to enhance his strength and obediently sat down. Both of you possess an impressive amount of chakra, enough to evoke envy in many. Chiba candidly pointed out their strengths. Whether it was Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, they were both extraordinary talents, one from the Uzumaki clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. Their chakra reserves were not something ordinary ninjas could hope to match. Yet, this also posed a significant obstacle in their training. Thus, controlling the amount they used with each technique became their primary focus. Chiba shared all his insights with them, and they seemed to comprehend. Subsequently, they immersed themselves in even more diligent practice. Finally, as the moon ascended to the treetops, both successfully reached the summit, albeit utterly exhausted. Ignoring their protests, Chiba hoisted one of them and, with the other in tow, headed toward Tezuna's home. Hey, big brother Chiba, this is quite embarrassing. Uzumaki Naruto pleaded. Actually, I still have some strength left, you can put me down. Uchiha Sasuke had already conceded. Oh, don't mind the details, Chiba replied, unable to conceal a smile. Nothing was more amusing than witnessing their plight. After training, rest was equally important. Swiftly traversing the forest, they soon arrived at Tezuna's doorstep. Naruto, open the door. Uzumaki Naruto, with a sulky expression, pushed the door open. Hatake Kakashi observed Chiba carrying the two with a peculiar look. What are you doing? Chiba nonchalantly replied. I was worried they might overexert themselves, so I brought them back. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke crossed their arms, turning their faces away in a huff. Let's eat first. Tezuna suggested. The bridge is almost complete. Tomorrow, we will need you to protect the workers. Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes brightened. Is the mission finally about to be completed? Chapter 31. The calm before the storm. After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke retired early for the night. Chiba had sensed their exhaustion while carrying them. It felt as though he was transporting two dried salted fish, entirely devoid of any resistance. Among them, Naruto was particularly severe. If Chiba had not brought him back, he would have likely taken a considerable amount of time to reach home. Struggling even to walk, one can only imagine the effort put into one's training. Chiba, come with me, Hatake Kakashi said to Chiba after dinner. By this time, his injuries had mostly healed, at least outwardly appearing unscathed. Chiba nodded and followed Kakashi outside. The house of Tezuna stood by the dock, with an endless expanse of ocean stretching behind it. Standing on the wooden planks, Chiba felt the caress of the sea breeze. The sea at night held a unique beauty. Chiba, I have a foreboding feeling. Something significant is bound to happen tomorrow during the completion, Kakashi remarked, his expression grave. Chiba nodded and replied, So, is it certain that Zabuza Momochi will show up? Not just him, but also that Mist Village ninja who pursued us back then. Kakashi seemed to ponder further. I can hold Zabuza back, but that boy's strength. He hesitated, clearly not wishing to burden Chiba with too much pressure. However, Chiba discerned Kakashi's thoughts and smiled. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. You can focus on dealing with Zabuza tomorrow. Seeing the confidence etched on Chiba's face, Kakashi felt a weight lift from his heart. With your words, I feel much more at ease. Now, we await tomorrow's arrival. Kakashi gazed into the far reaches of the sea, his eyes filled with depth. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, everyone was ready to set off. Naruto seems rather drained, Kakashi observed, looking at the still sleeping Uzumaki Naruto, feeling slightly exasperated. As the most unreliable yet unpredictably capable ninja of Team 7, Naruto was indeed a unique case. Wake him up, Chiba suggested. Naruto's recovery speed is quite rapid. A hint of surprise crossed Kakashi's face. You noticed it too? Chiba shook his head and explained. Jiraiya-sensei once shared many tales of the ninja world with me, including those of the Uzumaki clan. He paused there, not wishing to elaborate further. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Naruto with newfound perspective. So, Naruto belongs to a special clan? He silently clenched his teeth. Chiba noted Sasuke's unusual demeanor, aware that he recalled the Uchiha clan's legacy, strengthening their bond. Sometimes an equal footing could be a wise choice. Kakashi advised, try to keep these matters to ourselves. Naruto's identity is rather special. Chiba nodded, stepping forward to tap Naruto's head. Naruto, it's time for us to depart. Startled, Naruto sprang up from the tatami mat. Where's the enemy? As the time to set off arrived, Chiba calmly stated, If you continue to delay, we may have no choice but to leave you behind. In a flurry, Naruto hastily dressed. The five of them officially set off for the bridge. Before departing, Chiba glanced back at Tazuna's home, smiling. "What's up, Chiba?" Kakashi sensed something different about him that day. "Nothing. Let us hurry up and set off. If we can complete the bridge today, we can provide this nation with some closure." Chiba adjusted his ninja tool pouch at his waist and moved forward, meticulously considering every detail to ensure the success of their mission. He couldn't afford to disappoint. After a trek, they finally arrived at the bridge. However, the scene before them was shocking. All the bridge workers lay on the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Tazuna rushed towards them in panic. Phew, thankfully, there are no life-threatening injuries. Yet, in the next moment, a thick fog descended abruptly, shrouding the entire bridge in a tangible aura of menace. Zabuza Momochi had arrived. Chapter 32. The looming danger. Surprisingly, it was not Chiba or Kakashi who reacted first, but Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Like startled cats, they swiftly drew shuriken from their tool pouches, bracing themselves for action. Chiba silently positioned himself in front of Tazuna, prioritizing the protection of their client. After all, the core of his hidden mission relied on this old man. Should anything happen to Tazuna, the hidden mission would be rendered null. The sound of whistling wind filled the air, making it impossible to determine the source of the impending attack. Clang, clang. Kakashi made the most astute judgment. In that instant, several shuriken flew forth, creating a cacophony of metal clashing in the air. "Hey, Kakashi, long time no see." Zabuza's figure emerged from the mist. The earlier probing attack had proven ineffective against a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. "You're alive after all." Kakashi's expression turned serious, and he noticed the boy standing beside Zabuza, a masked genius ninja from the mist's Umbu. "Haku, leave Kakashi to me," Zabuza commanded. "As for those three brats..." His gaze passed over Sasuke and Naruto, landing on Chiba. In Zabuza's memory, this young ninja had left the most profound impression. Chiba met his gaze unflinchingly, arms outstretched. "My mission is to protect our client, Uncle Tazuna. Therefore, the battle is yours. Do not lay a hand on my client, or else." A glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. "The fight will unfold in a manner you least desire." Chiba would not spare anyone obstructing his mission. If necessary, he would not hesitate to reveal his trump card. Kakashi nodded, feeling rather pleased with this scene. Entrusting Tazuna to Chiba was the most reassuring decision. Compared to Chiba, both Naruto and Sasuke paled in comparison, whether in strength or temperament. "If that is the case, then I will deal with you first." Zabuza glared at Kakashi, his right hand resting on the hilt of his executioner's blade. "I welcome the challenge." With those words, the two engaged in battle. A fierce energy erupted from the center of their clash. Neither combatant allowed the fight to escalate too much, both exerting restraint, perhaps considering the presence of others. Sasuke seized the initiative, charging at Haku with a kunai in hand. Haku reacted swiftly, blocking Sasuke's attack with a handful of Senbon. The two were evenly matched in strength. Yet Sasuke's clenched jaw revealed his struggle. "The advantage is mine," Haku declared with confidence. Chiba watched intently as Haku adeptly blocked Sasuke's attack with one hand while forming seals with the other. Kakashi noted this, and his pupils narrowed. How is that possible? To form seals with one hand? Zabuza suddenly surged forward, forcing Kakashi back with his executioner's blade. "Haku's talent is beyond your imagination." His words brimmed with pride for Haku. TSK. Chiba pondered, though he possessed an advantage, one must not overlook the capabilities of others. He envied the technique of forming seals with a single hand. The secret technique, 1,000-kill water surge. Mist coalesced into dozens of threads, targeting Uchiha Sasuke. In the next moment, a chilling light surged forth. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke reacted swiftly, leaping away from his original position just in time to evade the attack. "Sasuke, I'm here to assist you." Uzumaki Naruto, unwilling to be left out and neglected, joined the fray. In the Battle of Taijutsu, White had managed to suppress Uchiha Sasuke alone. However, with Naruto's involvement, the situation became more challenging. He feigned a weakness and executed the water body technique to extricate himself from the melee. "Be cautious. I'm about to get serious." Ice release secret technique, Ice Mirror. The moisture on the ground and the mist in the air began to crystallize. Ice mirrors materialized before Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, encasing them within. The battle shifted once more. Meanwhile, in Dazna's home, bang! Two swordsmen burst in, brandishing their blades. "Who are you?" Tsunami looked at them in terror as the dishes in her hands shattered on the floor. This should suffice as a hostage, right? The swordsman's gazes were dangerously intense. Chapter 33. Unforeseen circumstances. The sound of shattering dishes drew Inari's attention from within the room. Who are you? He panicked upon seeing the two swordsmen. I recall Boss Kato mentioning something. One of the swordsmen spoke, seemingly only needing one hostage. With a slight push of his thumb, he slowly unsheathed his long knife. I think. A voice emerged from behind the two. Kato is barely managing to save himself, yet he's thinking about hostages? Brother Chiba. Inari's face lit up with joy. Chiba's arrival turned the tide of the crisis. Anticipating the need for a hostage, Chiba had also awakened Uzumaki Naruto in advance. Otherwise, the task of naming the bridge would have been quite difficult. Hey, kid, weren't you supposed to be at the bridge? The swordsman crouched slightly, hand resting on the hilt. His gaze icy. Shadow clone technique. Chiba pointed to his forehead protector and declared, I am a ninja. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Since it's a clone, we'll send you on your way. In an instant, they lunged like wild beasts. Their massive blades surged forth, aimed directly at Chiba's vital points. One must admit, this attack was nothing short of flawless. Their teamwork revealed no weaknesses. From any angle or with any degree of force, it was impeccable. Alas, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The Chiba before them, even as a mere clone, was not something they could contend with. Earlier, Chiba had sought guidance from Uzumaki Naruto regarding the shadow clone technique. Though this ninjutsu was notoriously difficult to master, after numerous practices, Chiba had grasped its essence. The only drawback was that his chakra was somewhat limited, preventing him from employing the multi-shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, quick to arrive, quick to depart. The two swordsmen, perhaps dangerous in the eyes of an ordinary person, were no different from any common adversary before Chiba. With two swift elbow strikes, he struck their necks. Their reaction speed was so lacking that they failed to even comprehend Chiba's method of attack. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from their necks. Chiba showed no mercy to those who approached with murderous intent, sending them straight to meet the Grim Reaper. Of course, given their caliber, they might not even reach him. Chiba dragged the two and unceremoniously tossed them into the sea. It seemed a fitting end. According to his knowledge, the land of waves had a custom of water burials. Upon Chiba's return to the room, Tsunami and Inari had already tidied up. Thank you. Tsunami bowed slightly, her words filled with gratitude. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is my duty. You should find a place to hide for now. The chakra of the shadow clone is limited and cannot protect you indefinitely. Tsunami nodded and departed with Inari. Dasna had anticipated such a situation and had prepared a hiding place for them in advance. Watching them fade into the distance, Chiba dispelled the shadow clone. The memories from this period instantaneously merged back into his original self. On the bridge, Chiba sensed the return of his memories and breathed a sigh of relief. This mission should be secure. The battle raged on, yet it remained a one-sided domination. The shadow clone technique was repeatedly employed. Uzumaki Naruto transformed into a brawler, demonstrating what it meant to unleash a torrent of power. Uchiha Sasuke, meanwhile, sought openings amidst White's relentless assaults. As for Hitaki Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza, they too were engaged in a deadly confrontation. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Thick fog obscured all vision. Zabuza claimed he had seen through the so-called Sharingan. Under his self-hypnotic words, the Sharingan seemed trivial. However, Zabuza lacked the courage to confront the Sharingan directly. Within this dense fog, Chiba's visibility was severely limited. Lacking any bloodline limit, his eyesight was quite ordinary. Yet, with the experience of Sage Mode training, his sensory capabilities far surpassed those of an average ninja. Chiba, be careful. Hitaki Kakashi seemed to sense something, calling out to Chiba. However, Zabuza's figure had already appeared behind Dasna. Everything seemed to be too late. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated across the bridge. Zabuza, did I not say not to harm Uncle Dasna? Chiba's voice was laced with a cold edge. Zabuza suddenly realized. Within Chiba's eyes glimmered a radiant gold. Chapter 34. The so-called sage arts locking eyes with Chiba. The seasoned killer Zabuza felt an unwelcome surge of fear within him. What? What kind of eyes are those? Zabuza murmured inwardly, feeling his body stiffen as if enveloped in an icy grip. Chiba had entered Sage Mode. In his normal state, although he was confident in facing Zabuza, he could not guarantee Dasna's safety. To be on the safe side, entering Sage Mode was the most prudent choice. The kunai pressed firmly against Zabuza's executioner's blade. Though finely crafted, the kunai was still inferior when faced with one of the 7 ninja swords. After merely a few breaths of confrontation, cracks began to form. Mind your own business. I'll deal with you first. The faint fear within Zabuza ignited the violence buried deep within. Known as the demon of the mist, he could not be considered a normal person. Although he was unsure of the nature of Chiba's eyes, it did not hinder his intent to eliminate this young man before him. The executioner's blade rose abruptly, slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Chiba's head. The intent was clear, to cleave Chiba in two. However, in Sage mode, Chiba's enhancements were substantial. In his normal state, he might have found Zabuza challenging, yet now, he was capable of overwhelming him. Chakra of the Sage arts coalesced upon his legs. Suddenly, a tremendous pit erupted from the newly constructed bridge. The terrifying speed was vividly embodied in Chiba. Momochi Zabuza had merely lifted his executioner's blade, poised to strike. At that moment, a shadow appeared before him. Before he could discern the nature of the shadow, a powerful force emanated from his chest. The leaf whirlwind. It was the physical technique that Chiba had mastered most adeptly. Although the name might seem somewhat juvenile, its effects were remarkably effective. In such close combat, taijutsu was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Zabuza was instantly hurled backward, tumbling dozens of meters, leaving his head in a daze. Struggling to steady himself with the executioner's blade, Zabuza shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible? How could such a little brat possess such formidable strength? His roaring voice echoed across the bridge. The impact of that kick seemed to have left him with some aftereffects. His bloodshot eyes glared at the onlookers like a beast. Kakashi Hitaki cast a shocked glance at Chiba, unable to fathom that his student harbored such latent power. At that moment, Chiba had withdrawn from Sage mode. His perfect control allowed him to enter Sage mode at will. If the chakra permitted, remaining in that state indefinitely was not beyond possibility. Kakashi-sensei, Zabuza is in your hands. Chiba spread his arms, explaining with a hint of resignation. That attack, just now, I can only execute it once in a short span of time. The secret technique taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei is still not fully mastered. Forget about it. I'll leave everything to Jiraiya anyway. He won't be returning to the village anytime soon. Chiba felt reassured by this. In this perilous world of ninjas, concealing one's true strength was indeed prudent. Chiba did not believe he was favored by this world, allowing him to act recklessly. Even with a certain degree of strength, it was merely sufficient for self-preservation. Although Kakashi still harbored some doubts, after spending so much time together, he ultimately chose to trust Chiba. At that moment, Zabuza resembled an indomitable cockroach. The leaf whirlwind, infused with sage chakra, was no trivial matter. Yet, despite this, Zabuza merely coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before once again raising his executioner's blade to strike. Kakashi Hitaki focused intently on the battle, his gaze unwavering. His singular objective was clear, to slay Momochi Zabuza. The two figures clashed amidst the mist. Their sounds of metal colliding resonating like an exhilarating symphony, reaching a crescendo. As they approached the most thrilling moment, a different sound joined the fray, elevating the entire composition to its zenith. Boom! The malevolent chakra surged across the bridge. Chiba paused momentarily, directing his gaze towards another battlefield. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. The release of the Nine Tails chakra ignited Naruto Uzumaki, unleashing a cosmic explosion within him, enhanced on multiple fronts. He reached his peak at that instant. Goodness, how terrifying! Chiba observed the battle involving Naruto, his eyes wide with astonishment. The overwhelming speed and formidable strength were purely instinctual in combat. Naruto, in that moment, resembled an irrational beast. His sole intention was to annihilate the foe before him, Haku. The crystal ice mirrors, though formidable, were rendered as mere reflections before Naruto, empowered by Ninetail's chakra. The frenzied claws shattered the crystal ice mirrors in an instant. Crack! In a heartbeat, Haku was ejected from his technique, crashing onto the bridge. In the next moment, Naruto lunged forward, his limbs propelling him across the bridge. The sinister chakra ravaged the area around him, reminiscent of a malevolent entity clawing its way from the depths of hell. Though Chiba was positioned far from the chaos, he could still sense the brutality and ferocity of the leaking chakra. TSK, everyone has their cheat codes. In this world, it was exceedingly difficult to make a name for oneself without one. Just as Naruto's fist was about to collide with Haku's face, the misty mask slipped away. Staring at the somewhat familiar face before him, Naruto froze in place. Wow, how could it be you? Naruto could hardly believe that the boy he had encountered during his training had turned into his enemy. Why are you stopping? I killed the person you wanted to protect. Haku's pure gaze held no impurities as he earnestly regarded Naruto. Confused, Naruto wondered why someone with such a snow-like, innocent gaze would be entangled with a merciless killer like Zabuza. In response to his inquiry, Haku recounted his past. Haku's history profoundly shocked Naruto, revealing a crucial aspect of his own growth. Chiba's shadow clone silently appeared behind Haku. Are you here to kill me as well? In the mist, Haku seemed to possess an extraordinary sense of perception. Chiba shook his head and replied, No. I'm merely here to seek your guidance on the art of one-handed hand seals. Haku's expression shifted to one of astonishment, not expecting that in such a critical moment, this young man would seek to learn from an enemy. Oh, by the way, Naruto, Chiba turned toward the pained Naruto, saying, Sasuke is currently in a critical state. I suggest you check on him. If something unexpected happens, he might really be lost. Despite the distance from Sasuke Uchiha, it remained within Chiba's perceptive range. He could distinctly sense the vibrant flame of life emanating from Sasuke. The Konoha 12 were not so easily extinguished, especially not Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing this, a look of joy spread across Naruto's face. Really? Really? His whisker-like marks quivered slightly, reflecting his current emotional state. If you delay any longer, he might die, Chiba admonished. This fellow seemed utterly oblivious, completely unaware of Chiba's intent to learn the one-handed seal technique. This is quite surprising, Haku remarked softly, looking at Chiba. I didn't expect such a powerful ninja to be in a freshly graduated team. Chiba felt a twinge of resentment at Haku's gaze. Why must someone so strikingly beautiful be male? Even in his past life, this had been one of Chiba's greatest grievances. Fate often plays such ironic tricks. Moreover, even in my absence, the outcome of this battle had already been predetermined. Chiba silently recited the mantra of tranquility, restoring his composure. Let us not dwell on that. I need the training method for one-handed hand seals. In return, I can grant you one request. Upon hearing this, Haku smiled brightly, akin to a splendid plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter. All right. He was one who could embrace life's uncertainties, even in the face of death. The greatest challenge of one-handed seals was not the 12 foundational hand signs, but rather the flow of chakra within the body during the technique. Haku revealed everything about the one-handed seals to Chiba without reservation. Chiba silently noted and inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with? The smile on Bai's face remained, as vibrant as the most resplendent flower amidst a dense fog. If possible, please bury me alongside Zabuza. Chapter 36. Chiba's decision. This response rendered Chiba momentarily speechless. Frankly, he did not wish to stand in opposition to such a pure-hearted individual. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, excessive purity can become a burden. Since the outcome of the battle was inevitable, Bai, with his tranquil smile, suggested, Then let me choose the result after the fight. As a rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist village, Zabuza was perpetually pursued by the village's Umbu. Even in death, there was a possibility that his body could be taken by his pursuers. The words were harsh, yet the speaker's expression remained unchanged, as if recounting a mundane fact. Chiba nodded and replied, I will handle it properly. Then please kill me. Bai tilted his head slightly, gazing at Chiba. To him, dying in battle was the most fitting conclusion for a tool. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza's confrontation had also reached a stalemate. Summoning Jutsu. Kakashi, being a skilled shinobi from Konoha, possessed a vast repertoire of ninjutsu. The moment the summoning scroll was pressed against the ground, a pack of ninkins sprang into action. The bridge creaked ominously. Chiba observed this scene and sighed, realizing that it would delay them for another 2 days. The executioner's blade was still stained with Kakashi's blood. Tracking him down would not pose much difficulty for the ninkin. With a roar, several ninkin surged forth from beneath the bridge, their sharp, sturdy teeth swiftly ensnaring Zabuza. To be recorded in the annals of the major ninja villages was not solely a result of possessing the Sharingan. Kakashi's lowered right hand crackled with lightning. Blue chakra, tangible as reality, surged through his fingers. Raikiri. Chiba's shadow clone glanced at Bai and remarked, Perhaps that is your ultimate resting place. Just as the words left his lips, Bai's figure vanished from his sight. The fierce lightning flickered and danced in Kakashi's grasp. The crimson Sharingan absorbed every minute detail. In an instant, Kakashi's figure disappeared. and his right hand, akin to a spear of thunder, lunged straight for Zabuza's heart. Zabuza quivered as he beheld the approaching shadow. The battle's outcome had not altered. Bai, serving as Zabuza's tool, lay dead before him. The raised executioner's blade swung towards Kakashi, entirely disregarding Bai's existence. Chiba astutely noticed Zabuza's trembling hands and the wild gaze in his enlarged pupils. At the moment of Bai's demise, the heart of the mist ghost, Zabuza, was utterly in disarray. Now he was no match for Kakashi, let alone for Chiba in his ordinary state. The chaotic clash held no chance against Kakashi. Just as the cold kunai threatened to pierce his throat, Zabuza finally regained his senses. He attempted to counter with the executioner's blade, seeking to exchange blows with Kakashi. However, Kakashi, still in prime condition, would not commit such a fundamental error. With a swift motion, he drove the kunai into Zabuza's right arm, which grasped the executioner's blade. At that moment, Zabuza was utterly incapacitated. The injuries to his arms, the significant blood loss, and his fraying mental state rendered him weaker than a mere genin. The only thing to be wary of was the madness creeping into his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the fog. Is that all there is? Zabuza, you are unexpectedly rather endearing. The diminutive Kato approached, leaning on his cane. Sometimes, entrusting matters to you ninjas seems rather superfluous. He embodied the essence of a villain, strutting boldly and dismissing everyone present. Has this little brat died? I still have some unfinished business with him. With that, Kato raised his cane and pressed it against Bai's face. Boom. A violent gust swept between Kakashi and Zabuza. Crash. Terrifying force surged into Kato. Chiba's full-powered strike struck true. Like a rolling gourd, Kato's corpse tumbled toward the ragtag band he had brought with him. Bai's death was his own choice. Chiba turned to Zabuza with a cold gaze. As for protecting his and your body, that is my resolution. Kato is already dead. The rest is up to you, Zabuza. Chapter 37. The curtain falls on Zabuza. Chiba was a man of his word. Although his methods might seem extreme to others, Zabuza's animosity toward Chiba diminished significantly upon their exchange. With Kato gone, Zabuza's hands drooped, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Drip, drop, drip. Like an ever-sliding hourglass, Zabuza struggled to suppress his murderous intent. With Bai's death, the world dimmed once more. Thus, there was no need to continue fighting. Little brat, lend me a kunai. Zabuza, with the ferocity of a beast, tore the bandages from his face. Upon hearing this, Chiba sent the spinning kunai from his fingertips directly to Zabuza. Clink. The sound of teeth clashing against the kunai rang clear. Despite being gravely injured, Zabuza's reputation as the ghost of the mist was not unfounded. Even without hands, when he charged into the midst of the warriors, he was like a ferocious tiger among sheep, utterly unstoppable. In an instant, the ground was littered with corpses. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki arrived, supporting Sasuke Uchiha. Is he dead? Naruto's voice trembled as he gazed at Bai's lifeless form on the ground. Indeed, Chiba replied, his expression calm yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. Bai had fulfilled his aspirations in his final moments. Was his name Bai? Naruto's eyes lowered, his tone growing somber. A person, like his name, was pure. Hearing this, Chiba regarded Naruto with mild surprise. He had not expected to hear such philosophical words from him. It seemed this mission had indeed fostered significant growth in Naruto. Yet, Chiba himself had also made considerable progress, not only in strength, but also in mindset. Zabuza had revealed to Chiba the unrelenting brutality of the shinobi world. This was no longer a mere fictional realm, it was reality. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss. After a sigh, Chiba turned his gaze back to the other side of the bridge. Zabuza's battle was drawing to a close. Severely injured, weapons protruded from his back, rendering him grotesque. The warriors before him trembled in fear, their weapons shaking in their hands. Zabuza lacked even the strength to regard them. The last of his energy was expended in crawling toward Bai. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Haha! This man has fallen too. Brothers, it is time for revenge. Slaughter these ninjas and plunder the town clean. This group of disorganized rabble is nothing more than a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak. Chiba stood before the crowd, behind Zabuza Momochi. Fingers forming seals with remarkable speed. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Chiba's cheeks puffed out as the surrounding air seemed to be instantaneously siphoned away. A tumultuous gale erupted from his mouth, engulfing the warriors entirely. There was no semblance of resistance. They were swept away like cannonballs, unable to even fight back. Those at the forefront found their bodies cracking, blood splattering, a truly grim sight. Even as they desperately tried to contain their fate, Chiba shook his head, lamenting the fragility of life. Had this been the complete version of the vacuum Great Sphere, would they not have been reduced to mere pulp in an instant? Ignoring the defeated, who had lost all will to resist, those who survived the attack were either dead or grievously wounded. Kakashi Hitaki and Chiba approached Zabuza. "Can I have one last look at that guy?" Zabuza's voice was barely a whisper. Kakashi reached out to assist him, but Chiba moved ahead, placing him beside Haku. In a timely manner, Chiba delivered a fatal blow, chakra surging from his palm to shatter Zabuza's heart. Tears rolled down Haku's face as he murmured, "I truly wish to join you." The misty phantom of Zabuza Momochi had drawn its final curtain. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chiba's mind. Sign-in task for the Land of Waves completed, rewards being distributed. Task rewards successfully granted. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 8 Gates technique. The shadows that had lingered in his heart began to dissipate. Chiba felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind. Truly, it was a forbidden technique, and its power was formidable. Chapter 38. The completion of the task. Although Chiba had mastered the 8 Gates, he lacked the confidence to deploy it. In truth, mastering the 8 Gates technique was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in enhancing one's physical condition. Activating the 8 Gates inflicts unimaginable damage on the body. Without a physique as robust as Guy's, recklessly opening the 8 Gates would surely lead to regret. Chiba shook his head, temporarily burying this jutsu deep within his thoughts. For now, the 8 Gates would remain a trump card, to be utilized only when his physical prowess reached a certain threshold. Turning to Kakashi, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, let us bury them." Nearby, Naruto Uzumaki was sobbing uncontrollably, appearing utterly distraught. Kakashi's expression mirrored a sense of loss. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, perhaps accustomed to death, maintained an air of detachment. Yet for Chiba, this was a matter of profound significance. In the woods surrounding the Land of Waves, he chose a fitting spot to inter the two. This was his promise. Despite their enmity, Chiba held a deep admiration for Haku. A promise made must be fulfilled. It is the baseline of humanity and the creed of a ninja. Chiba was gradually discovering his own path as a ninja, to act on one's word. There was a certain fate in this, as it seemed Naruto's ninja way echoed the same sentiment. Initially, Chiba had other thoughts when first encountering Naruto. But as he grew closer to him, he acknowledged the existence of this little brother, regardless of who influenced whom, or if both were affected. Chiba was inclined to accept this evolution. A worthy ninja indeed. Kakashi gazed at the unmarked gravestone, lost in contemplation. "Kakashi-sensei, must ninjas be destined to become mere tools?" Naruto voiced the question that weighed heavily on his mind. The so-called ninja cannot pursue the significance of their existence. It is crucial to see oneself merely as a tool. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, looked deeply pensive, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, mirroring the collective mood of the group. Chiba leaned against a great tree, gazing at the unmarked gravestone. Though the path ahead was fraught with challenges, it was worth attempting. "What do you think, Naruto?" His compelling gaze met Naruto's, and as if inspired, Naruto's eyes began to clear and brighten. "All right, I've made up my mind. I too will carve out my own ninja way, just like you, Chiba and I. A path he would never regret." The construction of the bridge continued. Though Zabuza had attacked the workers, he did not take their lives. After a brief period of recovery, they returned to the task at hand. With Chiba and his companions providing protection, the workers were particularly motivated. Still, it took 3 days to complete the Grand Bridge. As they beheld its magnificence, they understood that the fate of the Land of Waves had truly changed. Yet, Dazna recognized that they were but a backdrop. The true force behind this transformation was the young man named Chiba. Though several days had passed, Dazna felt as if the events had transpired just yesterday. Chiba's decisive actions and the instantaneous demise of Gato lingered in his mind. Gato's death had led to the collapse of his entire enterprise. With the threat of samurai and mercenaries eliminated, the Land of Waves could finally flourish. Most importantly, Dazna learned from his grandson that Chiba had left a contingency plan to save them both. This kindness would be etched in his memory forever. "Uncle Dazna, does this bridge have a name?" Chiba suddenly inquired, gazing at the structure. Caught off guard by the question, Dazna paused. "Well, I hadn't thought of that yet. However, your question has sparked a wonderful idea. Chiba felt a surge of joy but kept his expression neutral. What idea? Dasna looked across the bridge and declared, thanks to you. The land of waves has truly emerged from the shadows. Thus, let us name it the Chiba Bridge. As Dasna's words echoed, a system notification chimed in Chiba's mind. Hidden task completed, rewards being distributed. Rewards successfully granted. Congratulations to the host for enhancing the power of C-rank ninjutsu, doubled. Upon hearing the notification, Chiba sighed in relief. Despite the numerous challenges, he had completed the task. Even in the later stages, C-rank ninjutsu would yield respectable combat prowess. It was swift, consumed little chakra, and had considerable power. Chiba felt that the rewards were rather generous. The prospect of doubling the power of all C-rank ninjutsu was exhilarating. In future battles against other ninjas, when faced with a colossal fireball jutsu, he could unleash an equally grand fireball that would devour the opponent's technique. Such a scene was truly enticing. All right, it is time for us to depart. Kakashi waved to the people of the Land of Waves, signaling the end of their mission as they officially set forth on their journey home. On the way back, Chiba suddenly pondered something. It appears that the Chunin exam is approaching. In Chapter 39, the intricacies of the escort mission to the Land of Waves unfold. The journey back to Konoha was relatively devoid of peril. Upon witnessing the forehead protectors adorning the group, several petty thieves opted for a hasty retreat. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a cadre of ninjas while assuming the guise of ordinary citizens is decidedly unwise. After several days of arduous travel, the gates of Konoha finally came into view. The gatekeepers were none other than the inseparable duo, Kamizuki Izumi and Tetsu. Among the multitude of Konoha ninjas, these two stood out distinctly, their prowess far exceeding that of the typical Chunin, coupled with an unwavering camaraderie that transcends mere friendship. Indeed, the bonds forged among Konoha's ninjas are remarkably unique. After exchanging pleasantries, Kakashi Hitaki led the trio towards the Hokage's office. He needed to provide a detailed report to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regarding the mission in the Land of Waves. As a former Umbu member, Kakashi had sensed an unusual undertone to this task. After succinctly summarizing the mission, he dispensed the rewards owed to Chiba and the others, promptly sending them on their way. Lord Hokage, regarding this mission Kakashi began, but was swiftly interrupted by Hiruzen, who raised a hand. I am aware. This mission carries deeper significance. Hiruzen, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, refrained from letting any smoke escape during work hours, a habit he had cultivated over time. The pipe brought him a sense of comfort. Forgive me for withholding certain details about this mission. Had it not been for your capabilities, I would not have entrusted it to you. Clearly, the Umbu of Konoha were no mere idle bystanders. While the Land of Waves may be impoverished, it is nonetheless a nation worthy of diplomatic relations. Konoha need not exert excessive effort to meet the needs of this country, which in turn could provide Konoha with an abundance of construction workers, a distinct advantage other nations do not possess. Nodding in acknowledgement of Hiruzen's explanation, Kakashi had anticipated the concealment of mission details and felt no anger over it. After all, as ninjas, one must possess the mindset of becoming a tool. Kakashi had grasped this truth during his time in the Umbu. Moreover, the members of Team 7 had a unique status. Hiruzen, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, gazed deeply. I hope you can be understanding. Kakashi bowed slightly and replied, as the team leader, it is my duty. Pleased with his response, Hiruzen smiled and remarked, I have a task that suits the three of them well. It carries a low degree of danger and is more conducive to relaxation. He retrieved a mission scroll from his desk. After a few days of rest, proceed with this task. Curiously, Kakashi accepted the scroll and opened it, the contents immediately capturing his attention. The lackluster entertainment options in Konoha left Chiba feeling somewhat bored. It seemed that aside from training, there was little else to occupy their time. Naruto, as my loyal companion, suggested, Brother Chiba, shall we go for ramen? This time, the mission's rank has been reassessed. We VE completed a B-rank mission. Clearly, Naruto was still reveling in the joy of completing the task, which was entirely understandable. After all, the rewards, once divided, amounted to 5,000 ryo each. For Naruto, who had long struggled with poverty, this was a substantial sum. Naturally, the first order of business after the mission was to indulge in ramen. Chiba had also been troubled by financial concerns lately. Since undertaking the training of the 8 gates, his expenses had escalated significantly, with food comprising the majority of those costs. Training in taijutsu is exceedingly expensive Chiba lamented. Let us go have ramen then. The portions from the handmade uncle are quite generous. Daily rigorous training had transformed Chiba's appetite into something formidable. Initially, a single serving of tonkatsu ramen would suffice, yet now, consuming 7 or 8 portions left him feeling no more satiated. By the way, let us invite Sasuke, Chiba suggested. This is our first celebratory meal after completing the mission. Naruto nodded in agreement, displaying no objections. However, upon retrieving Uchiha Sasuke from the training grounds, Chiba noticed the latter's displeased expression. Yet, both Chiba and Naruto were accustomed to Sasuke's usual demeanor and paid it no mind. At Ichiraku Ramen, hey, Naruto exclaimed, staring at a notice before the shop. The Ichiraku Ramen Eating Champion Challenge. Chapter 40. Champion of the Eating Challenge. Chiba gazed at the announcement, somewhat bewildered. Had the eating challenge already begun? Yet, his initial confusion quickly transformed into excitement. In a time when every ounce of currency counts, such a competition was truly irresistible. Naruto, Sasuke, let us sign up. Chiba's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yeah, Naruto enthusiastically agreed. Although Sasuke was less keen on participating, he found himself being dragged along by Chiba towards Ichiraku. Such events are meant to be experienced, Chiba argued. Besides, eating can also be a form of training. He attempted to rationalize the notion. However, Sasuke, ever the proud one, merely protested verbally without any real resistance. Uncle Handmaid, we 3 wish to register, Naruto declared, fervently eager to partake in the ramen challenge. Uncle Handmaid, recognizing his regular patrons, effortlessly signed them up. Naruto, you must give it your all, he encouraged with a smile. This bolstered Naruto's determination immensely. Moreover, the prize for the victor was a lifetime discount voucher for Ichiraku Ramen, half price. At the mention of this, Naruto's eyes gleamed with fervor. The title of eating champion shall be mine. Just then, a voice emerged from behind them. Not necessarily Naruto. Approaching them was a Kimichi Choji, clad in a green knitted jacket with a white shirt embroidered with a large food character. As the heir of the Akimichi clan, he was among the future elite of Konoha, possessing commendable strength. The Akimichi clan was renowned for its prowess in eating as well. Chiba's expression grew serious. Truth be told, he was uncertain of his current eating capacity. However, with the arrival of the Akimichi clan, could the true eating champion also make an appearance? Hey Naruto, called another voice, somewhat teasingly. It was Inuzuka Kiba, sporting the unique triangular facial markings characteristic of his clan. Sharing a similar personality to Naruto, he was among Naruto's few friends. His teammates, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga, stood beside him. Team 8 is here. Don't underestimate us. Chiba rubbed his forehead, his expression becoming solemn. The most formidable adversaries have emerged. The arena for the competition was established on an open space behind the Ichiraku Ramen shop, appearing rather desolate and cluttered with various ingredients, indicating that the establishment was undergoing expansion. Several rows of tables were arranged in the area, accommodating 3 individuals per table, which lessened the sense of crowding. Aside from the ninjas, there were also civilians present. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, distinctions between ninjas and civilians were rather minimal. Standing before the assembly, Hondan proclaimed, the theme for this grand eating challenge is Tonkatsu Ramen. I have prepared extensively for this event. The champion will receive a permanent discount coupon of 50%. Everyone, please give it your all. As he called out, several waitstaff, evidently hired for the occasion, served ramen to each participant. The time limit was set to 30 minutes, and with a command, the competition commenced. Naruto, seated beside Chiba, instantly pounced on his bowl like a ravenous wolf, devouring the ramen with fervor. Uchiha Sasuke, determined not to fall behind, engaged in a silent contest beside him. Chiba found himself sandwiched between the two, feeling the intensity of their competitive spirits. TSK, it seems I have been underestimated, he thought, feeling somewhat helpless. The true contender was right there among them. Soon, Chiba joined the fray, though his eating style appeared far more refined compared to the others' frenzied consumption. Yet, if not for Hondan's keen observation, one might easily be deceived by this seemingly genteel young man. While others struggled to finish a bowl within a minute, Chiba managed to consume a bowl every 30 seconds, with his pace only accelerating. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt an ominous premonition. This promotional event might lead to losses. As time ticked away, the grand eating challenge approached its conclusion. Naruto intended to gauge Sasuke's performance, but his view was obstructed by a towering stack of bowls. Wait, I don't remember eating this much. He scratched his head, bewildered. The competition is over, Handan announced. Perhaps due to his overindulgence, Naruto sensed an inexplicable pain in Handan's expression. In third place, we have a Kimichi Choji with 23 bowls. Clearly, he has not yet reached his full potential, given his youth. In second place, Hinata Hyuga with 31 bowls. Naruto was taken aback. Wait, 31 bowls didn't secure the championship? Handan's voice trembled as he continued, and the champion is Chiba, with 68 bowls. Chapter 41. A new mission. Although the results of the challenge caused Handan considerable distress, as evidenced by his twitching expression, Chiba was quite satisfied with the feast. If given the choice, he would eagerly participate in the Grand Eating Challenge every month. Naruto and Sasuke also came to a realization. Chiba seemed not only superior in strength, but also in other aspects. Here is your discount coupon, Handan said, clearly pained yet unwilling to renege on his promise. As a reputable establishment, he understood that this Grand Eating Challenge was a clever marketing ploy. It was likely that the Akimichi clan would be intrigued by the newly crowned champion, leading them to visit Ichiraku Ramen. This prospect left Handan somewhat dazed as he envisioned the restaurant's bright future. Chiba carefully accepted the permanent 50% discount coupon, tucking it into his ninja tool pouch. Knowing it would ensure his meals for a considerable time, he had to admit, the flavor of Ichiraku Ramen was quite delightful. Though he felt a bit unaccustomed after such a large serving of tonkatsu ramen, he considered trying miso ramen next time, perhaps even seafood. The Grand Eating Challenge concluded rather peacefully. Yet a rumor began to circulate within the village. A terrifying monster resided in the hidden leaf capable of devouring 5 servings at once. This beast was said to consume children and devour the living, all while laughing. Such tales rendered the Knights of the Hidden Leaf much more somber. Chiba, however, remained oblivious to this gossip. Even if he had known, he would not have paid it much heed, for a new mission had already been conveyed to them by Kakashi Hatake. Ugh, another cat-related mission, Naruto exclaimed upon reading the task details. Sasuke and Chiba, however, had no objections. This mission was not merely about any ordinary cat. It required them to complete it independently. Kakashi clarified, I am merely delivering the mission details. The rest is up to you. I have my own tasks to attend to. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing that his previous form was merely a shadow clone. Let's head to the designated area, Chiba said, taking the lead as the group's central figure, earning the recognition of the other two. Naruto typically had no qualms with Chiba's suggestions, while Sasuke, unable to surpass Chiba, remained taciturn. Chiba, there's a crucial question. Naruto interjected. Kakashi-sensei, didn't he tell us where this area is? Do you know, Chiba? Chiba shook his head and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, why don't you lead the way? Sasuke nodded in agreement, albeit with a subtle hint of melancholy in his expression. As they approached the designated area, the cat lady inside the house gazed at her photo album, her eyes filled with nostalgia. As a supplier of ninja tools for the Uchiha clan, she had been in retirement for quite some time. Little Sasuke, I've been waiting for you. She smiled upon their arrival, her gaze lingering on Chiba, the last to enter. What a remarkable young man you are. Chiba, taken aback, realized that the cat lady possessed an extraordinary sense of perception, perhaps a trait honed from her long companionship with felines, granting her an innate awareness of danger. The room was filled with playful cats, predominantly small tigers. It was a paradise for cat lovers. Chiba sighed contentedly as he sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, casually picking up a playful little tiger to embark on his journey of petting cats. After greeting the visitors, the cat lady began to explain the details of their mission. The cat yokai resides in its castle, a haven for ninja cats. Your task is to obtain the paw print of the cat yokai. The lady's eyes sparkled with memories as she looked at Sasuke, recalling the formidable strength of the cat yokai among ninja cats. She deliberately avoided mentioning Chiba, who was engrossed in petting the little tiger. Taka and Hinata will guide you to the cat yokai's castle. Go forth and retrieve its paw print as soon as possible. Reluctantly, Chiba set down the little tiger, which was nearly petted bald, and departed the area. Guided by 2 ninja cats, he finally caught sight of the cat yokai's castle. To facilitate your infiltration, we have prepared this. Observing the cat ear headband held between the paws of the 2 ninja cats, Chiba's expression was filled with conflict. Chapter 42. The Two-Tailed Cat. The cat yokai. To be honest, although he enjoyed petting cats, he was quite resistant to wearing the cat ear headband. However, under the coercive force of Uchiha Sasuke, he obediently donned the headband. Click. The flash of a camera made Uchiha Sasuke realize something was amiss. Wait, Chiba, how do you have a camera on you? Chiba waved the camera in his hand and said, I borrowed it from the cat lady while petting cats earlier. Once I develop the photos, I must return it. Uchiha Sasuke had a premonition that his long-maintained image might be shattered. He thought about snatching the camera back, but, recalling Chiba's strength, he silently withdrew his hand from his ninja tool pouch. Perhaps it was better to let it go. After all, it's just an image. It doesn't mean much. By the way, Chiba, why aren't you wearing it? Uzumaki Naruto seemed quite eager to see Chiba in the headband. Chiba waved his hand, saying, I can't quite pull off this style yet. You all can wear it. We can split into 2 groups. You go in front, and I'll infiltrate. After assigning their tasks, Chiba stepped onto the water's surface and circled to the back of the castle. Although it was his first time executing a mission independently, he appeared quite unfazed. Perhaps the danger level of this task was relatively low. Chiba felt no sense of crisis. Rather, it felt like a leisurely outing. He walked along the wall and entered the castle effortlessly. With his perceptive abilities, he could easily avoid all the ninja cats within the castle. If avoidance proved impossible, he could simply choose to knock out the ninja cats. He found it somewhat difficult to act against such adorable creatures. Moreover, this mission did not require him to make enemies of the ninja cats. It was merely about obtaining a paw print. Chiba's infiltration did not trigger any alarms. However, the 2 who entered through the front encountered some issues. Uzumaki Naruto, as usual, was careless. With the headband falling off, the castle entered a state of alert. The continuous blaring of alarms drained Chiba's patience. Indeed, allowing them to enter through the front was a mistaken decision. After incapacitating 2 ninja cats, Chiba finally pinpointed the exact location of the cat yukai. It was in the attic at the center of the castle. Just as he stepped into the attic, Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the same moment. Chiba, he stammered upon seeing Chiba, who had arrived early. Can I handle this enemy alone? Hearing this, a knowing smile crossed Chiba's face. Involving the Uchiha, is it? I have no objections, but I hope you don't get hurt. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Chiba with gratitude, silently taking note. During the battle in the Land of Waves, he had learned through Hitaki Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto's descriptions who the strongest person in their group truly was. Chiba's strength exceeded his expectations. The ability to directly repel elite jonin like Momochi Zabuza spoke volumes. If Chiba intervened in the upcoming battle, the cat yukai would likely not last more than a few minutes. I'll assist you from the sidelines. Chiba gestured for Uchiha Sasuke to take the lead. As they traversed the stairs, they entered a spacious hall illuminated by flickering candlelight. The overall atmosphere felt somewhat unsettling. The voice of a small Uchiha cat echoed from behind the curtain. A massive creature lay reclined behind it. Its peculiar tone indicated its identity. Wait, who are you? Upon noticing Chiba, the creature suddenly stood, its limbs on the ground, and its bristling fur was vaguely visible. Oh, I'm merely a spectator. Chiba waved his hand, signaling that the creature need not mind him. He found a relatively spacious spot, sat cross-legged, and awaited the commencement of the battle. Uchiha Sasuke, unable to contain himself in front of the cat yukai, threw 3 shurikens through the curtain. However, the opponent's sudden disappearance heightened his vigilance. Observing the standoff between one person and one cat, Chiba scratched his head. A cat that can use genjutsu seems rather rare, although it still had its shortcomings. Its potential was astonishing. To be honest, he felt a twinge of desire. It seems I don't have a summoning beast yet. Chiba recalled something. Although he had signed a contract with the Toads of Mount Myoboku long ago, it did not preclude him from having other summoning beasts. The Toads of Mount Myoboku were quite generous regarding Chiba's existence. After all, he was the human foretold by the great sage Toad. The appearance of the Sharingan dispelled the cat yokai's genjutsu. The massive creature lunging at Uchiha Sasuke presented quite a challenge. After several life-threatening moments, thankfully, Uzumaki Naruto arrived just in time. Otherwise, Chiba would have had to intervene. With a series of explosive tags laid out, the ceiling above the cat yukai was blown apart. The rumbling debris pinned it down. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was restrained, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly marked it with his paw print. Chiba then approached and inquired. Speaking of which, cat yukai, how about becoming my summoning beast? Chapter 43, Chiba's Summoning Beast. Impossible, the cat yukai retorted defiantly. How could I possibly become someone else's summoning beast? I aspire to be the strongest ninja cat, surpassing all existence. Kid, you'd better. The cold shuriken promptly silenced the cat yukai. However, there was a possibility for negotiation. If you can consistently provide me with Muktenryo, its sentence was abruptly cut off by Chiba. 3 pieces every week. The cat Yukai squatted amidst the ruins, calculating with its claws. It seemed somewhat acceptable. How about 5 pieces? 4 pieces, no more. Chiba's expression remained calm, but a hint of threat glimmered in his eyes. The cat Yukai shivered at the sight of his gaze. 4 pieces will suffice. I agree to sign the summoning contract. The sixth sense of the ninja cat warned it that the boy before it was quite dangerous. Under Chiba's enticing threat, the cat Yukai quickly relented. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the unfolding situation, which seemed to be shifting in an unpredictable direction. After signing the summoning contract, Chiba also learned about the cat yokai's specific circumstances. In terms of overall strength, it was on the verge of Chunin status. However, due to a lack of resources, it was confined to this level and unable to progress further. The castle of the ninja cats belonged to an independent area and was not affiliated with any ninja village. However, under the leadership of the cat Yukai, the ninja cats lived reasonably well. They frequently had ninjas come to sign contracts with them, of course, in exchange for compensation. Additionally, the ninja cats earned rewards by completing simple tasks. The food and various resources they required came from this means. How is this any different from human ninja villages? The cat Yukai chuckled, saying, if we're discussing differences, it should be that our place is more harmonious. With no conflicts of interest or disputes, everyone lives together in harmony. In truth, the cat Yukai bore no significant hostility towards Chiba and his companions. However, becoming someone else's summoning beast was something it had never anticipated. The combat strength of the ninja cats was not particularly formidable. They are more suited for intelligence gathering and analysis, serving as auxiliary summoning beasts. If possible, the ninjas would not choose such a summoning beast. Strength comes with fate. Chiba patted the head of the cat spirit and said, your primary task is to be adorable. The cat's spirit instinctively nodded, but soon realized the absurdity of the statement. Wait, you say my task is to be adorable? I, the great cat, possess incredible strength and speed, mastering illusion techniques and physical arts. You want me to be adorable? It intended to refer to itself as this grand lord. But upon seeing Chiba's somewhat threatening gaze, it quickly changed its words. Chiba nodded matter-of-factly. At your current strength, you are still too weak. Participating in battles I am involved in would be quite perilous. But rest assured, since you have become my summoning beast, we are now partners. And I shall help you grow stronger. Chiba painted a grand vision. Since you have your own aspirations, with my assistance, they will surely be realized. Naruto and Sasuke stared blankly at the scene between the human and the cat. It seemed the situation was developing in a rather peculiar direction. Well, since Big Brother Chiba is so confident, I must put in the effort too. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Being surpassed by a ninja cat would be quite embarrassing. Don't you think so, Sasuke? Sasuke pressed his face into his hand, unwilling to look at Naruto's foolish face. Why are you competing with a ninja cat? Do you really think it can surpass us? As Sasuke considered this possibility, he turned his gaze towards Chiba. Wait, if it's this person, there might actually be a chance. For a moment, Sasuke felt a bit flustered. In any case, rest assured, if there are any surplus resources, I will store them with Granny Cat. Moreover, I will periodically instruct you in your training, so your strength catches up sooner. Chiba continued to paint the vision. But for now, you only need to be adorable, he said, while petting the cat, clearly in high spirits. Furthermore, Chiba's eyes held a deep contemplation. What kind of impact could a cat capable of various ninjutsu have in the ninja world? And what if it also mastered sage arts? A sage cat? This thought seemed rather promising. After bidding farewell to the cat spirit, the group first went to Granny Cat to deliver their tasks, and then returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Unlike when they left, Chiba noticed many unfamiliar faces populating the streets, and the number of vigilant ninjas had increased several-fold. All these signs indicated one thing. Chiba murmured, it seems something significant is about to happen. Chapter 44. The upcoming Chunin exam. In the days following the completion of his mission, Chiba remained deeply immersed in training. However, to his surprise, another figure joined him during his physical training. Who would have thought that someone else enjoyed weight training? Sweat truly embodies youth. Observing Lee's enthusiastic thumbs up and the strange glint at the corner of his mouth, Chiba's lips twitched in disbelief at encountering him here. Let us wager our youth. If you cannot run 50 laps around the village before lunch today, you will owe me 5,000 weighted squats this afternoon. Lee's fervent invitation seemed so earnest. Yet, Chiba found his expression peculiar and hard to accept. To be honest, facing Lee when he opened the 8 gates, Chiba had little confidence in easily defeating him. Once Lee opened the door of death, he transformed into a humanoid beast. Even among the elite of the Hidden Leaf, he was an incredibly formidable presence. If it were not for the restrictions placed upon him, perhaps on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, there would have been a Night Guy and a Night Lee. Just the thought of it sent chills down the spine. No, my training for this morning has concluded. Chiba dropped the barbell to the ground with a dull thud. This was not just an excuse. Due to his habit of early rising, his physical training time had indeed ended. What a pity. Lee remained exuberant. It was rare to find someone else in the Hidden Leaf who trained as rigorously. Over the years, apart from Might Guy, Lee had never seen anyone else train so hard. I am Lee. You can call me Little Lee, a student of Guy-sensei. I am Chiba, currently under Kakashi-sensei in Team 7. Aside from his occasionally overzealous nature, Lee was quite a decent person. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Today is the day to deliver the ninjutsu scroll to the cat spirit. After several days of effort, Chiba had successfully compiled the ninjutsu he knew into a scroll. If the cat spirit had sufficient talent, it would surely gain something from it. As for the sage mode, that was not yet the time. One must take things step by step. Chiba planned to report to Kakashi first. Ninja leaving the village must be recorded, otherwise, a careless mistake might brand one as a deserter. However, on his way to find Kakashi, he noticed something. Sakura, after this mission, I have indeed grown much stronger. Currently, Naruto remained infatuated with Sakura. The last words Chiba had spoken to him were completely lost on him. It seems this kid still needs some guidance. Chiba stood atop a street lamp, observing them. However, the arrival of Konohamaru's gang alerted Chiba to something amiss. Soon, due to Konohamaru's loose tongue, Naruto ended up receiving a beating. However, this was entirely due to Naruto's reluctance to fight back. At present, Sakura, not being in Team 7, had only seen a slight increase in her strength. If this pace continued, she would easily fall behind. Bang! The fleeing Konohamaru collided with a boy dressed in black. The paint on his face made him appear somewhat unattractive. This was Chiba's first impression. To be fair, Kankuro's looks paled in comparison to others. As the conflict erupted, Naruto found himself overwhelmed by the cold and terrifying killing intent of the opponent. However, he was not as helpless as he imagined. Bang! Konohamaru was after all the little brother of his little brother. How could he allow him to be bullied? The flying stone surprised everyone. Even Sasuke, perched in a tree, did not notice where it had come from. If the Sand Ninja want to break the rules, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. Kankuro, if you wish to incite a war between the two villages, feel free to continue. Chiba's next words caused Kankuro, who had intended to strike, to freeze in place. Who are you? Big Brother Chiba? Naruto waved his hand excitedly. Big Brother Chiba? Konohamaru's strange address caught Chiba off guard. He leaped down from the street lamp, his striking appearance immediately drawing the attention of Temari. So handsome. In the land of wind, youths with looks like Chiba's were practically extinct. Konoha Ninja, Chiba? His somewhat cold gaze caused Kankuro to stiffen in place. The familiar killing intent reminded him of Gaara. No, it felt even more terrifying than Gaara. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage building, a multitude of instructors gathered together, awaiting the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I trust you are all aware of the matter at hand? Hiruzen crossed his arms, resting them on his desk. The smoke billowed gently upwards, exuding an air of authority. Time truly flies. Kakashi Hitaki maintained his usual lethargic demeanor. Team 7, consisting of Chiba, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, was present. In my capacity as Kakashi Hitaki, I endorsed their participation in the Chunin exam. Chapter 45, Kankuro's Apology at the Intersection. The crowd remained in a stalemate. To be precise, it was Chiba who derisively observed them. The atmosphere was strikingly silent. Even Naruto, with his notoriously thick skin, sensed something was amiss. Apologize. After a considerable pause, Chiba's calm voice resonated, devoid of any fluctuation. Kankuro instinctively sought to retort, yet upon meeting Chiba's gaze, he found himself once again immobilized. It was hard to fathom. Despite being of the same rank, Kankuro felt overwhelmingly overshadowed by Chiba's imposing presence. Konohamaru bumped into you, and he has already apologized, Chiba explained, considering the other party's status as a guest. Thus, I hope you will extend the same courtesy. Additionally, Sasuke, how much longer do you intend to remain concealed in that tree? He directed his attention toward the trees by the roadside, where Sasuke Uchiha still lay hidden among the branches. Had Chiba not spoken, the others would have failed to notice his presence. And then there was the final guest from Sunagakure. In the village, the use of ninjutsu was strictly prohibited. As the sand swirled, Gaara's figure materialized before the crowd. Sasuke was taken aback. He had not detected Gaara's presence until now. Chiba observed Gaara's crimson hair and shook his head. It remained uncertain whether this child, deprived of affection in his youth, could ever forge a friendship with Naruto. Nonetheless, it was of no concern to Chiba, who preferred to focus on more appealing company. Kankuro. Apologize. Gaara, in his moments of sanity, displayed a degree of politeness. Yes, my apologies. Out of fear for his brother, and under Chiba's intense scrutiny, Kankuro promptly capitulated. The intensity in their gazes was palpable, one more fearsome than the last. Should he fail to apologize, Kankuro feared he might not survive this encounter. I hope to see you at the Chunin exam, Gaara remarked before departing, leaving behind a statement. His sister, Temari, exhibited a demeanor that seemed far more amiable than her two brothers. Farewell, until we meet at the Chunin exam. In Temari's eyes, Chiba's prowess guaranteed his participation in the upcoming event, while the prospects for that blonde-haired boy remained uncertain. Truly a formidable leader. Konohamaru gazed at Chiba with admiration. Naruto scratched his nose, visibly pleased. Of course, brother Chiba is incredibly strong. Since their introduction at the Ninja Academy, Chiba had consistently looked out for Naruto, not only in training but also in daily matters. Chiba's resources far exceeded Naruto's, especially after signing the summoning contract with the Nico. Initially, he thought he would be the one caring for the Nico, providing it with herbs. However, he soon discovered that the profits from the Nico castle were substantial. After covering the expenses for the Nico, a considerable sum remained, alleviating Chiba's financial worries. Upon seeing Chiba, Sakura Haruno turned pale, haunted by memories of that fateful day. Chiba's presence felt akin to a nightmare. However, Chiba paid little mind to her discomfort. He had a scroll to deliver. If things unfolded favorably, the Nico would soon prove useful. All depended on the Nico's aptitude. Chiba had initially considered sending the scroll via Granny Cat, but upon reflection, he deemed it better to handle the matter personally. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake remained elusive, leaving his current activities a mystery. The trio waited at the appointed bridge for an extended period, until the sun reached its zenith. Everyone, I found myself a bit lost on my life's journey. Hence my tardiness. Kakashi appeared atop the railing. Today, I have gathered you to relay an important message. I, in my capacity, endorse your participation in the Chunin exam. He clarified that this was not an obligation, but rather a voluntary endeavor. Kakashi presented 3 examination qualification certificates, also known as admission tickets. Ignoring Naruto, who was lost in daydreams, Chiba inquired, "When is the Chunin exam?" Kakashi smiled warmly at the group. In 7 days. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed there was ample time. It all hinged on the Nico's potential. Kakashi-sensei, I would like to request a village exit permit. I have signed a summoning contract with a Nico at the Nico castle. Chiba was transparent about the Nico's situation. Is it that particular Nico? Kakashi pondered. Return swiftly and safely. He expressed confidence in Chiba's safety, especially considering their previous mission was accomplished independently by the trio. After receiving the exit permit, Chiba also requested a chakra paper from Kakashi, as he was yet to determine the Nico's chakra nature. Chapter 46. The Nico's training plan at the Nico castle. The overall atmosphere remained quite pleasant. After a previous visit, the Nico had become familiar with Chiba. After tossing them a few herbs, the Nico regarded Chiba with increased warmth. They welcomed such generous guests wholeheartedly. Not to mention, Chiba's bond with the Nico was well known. In the attic, Chiba encountered the Nico once more. It still bore an imposing figure, though among summoning beasts, it could only be considered average, even somewhat diminutive. Having seen the enormous toads from Myoboku Mountain, Chiba found the Nico's stature rather unimpressive. Have you reached your maximum size? Chiba pondered, contemplating whether to propose a weight gain diet. The Nico shook its head, stating, I am a special breed of two-tailed cat. One cannot assess our kind by the standard size of ordinary Nico. Intrigued, Chiba asked, how large can you grow? The Nico fell into thought before responding. Approximately 20 meters, give or take. Chiba's expression turned incredulous. After all, even a creature like Fukasaku was only 17 meters long. The notion that a two-tailed cat could reach 20 meters felt contrary to the laws of nature. Yet, considering that even toads could grow to several meters. Chiba dismissed any concerns about natural order. Then why are you currently of such modest size? He gestured to indicate its height, which seemed to be just over 2 meters. For Chiba, 2 meters still represented a considerable size. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the Nico explained, "Our growth is determined by the amount of chakra we possess. As I have only trained for a short while, I can only increase my chakra through consuming food." Chiba appraised the Nico thoughtfully. If that were the case, it seemed there was significant room for improvement. That explains why you relied solely on an illusion when battling Sasuke, Chiba deduced. The cat nodded and explained, "I can only perform that one illusion, a talent unique to the two-tailed cat clan." Upon hearing this, Chiba covered his face, rendered speechless. Indeed, one should not place too much hope in it. Here, this is a ninjutsu scroll. It contains some ninjutsu that I have collected. Chiba handed the scroll to you. Due to its large size, the scroll was quite substantial. Yu's nimble paws allowed it to deftly handle specialized ninja tools like cat kunai, making the task of perusing the scroll quite effortless for it. Fire release, water release, wind release, along with taijutsu and jinjutsu. The more you read, the more astonished it became. Tears welled up in its enormous feline eyes. "Meow? Master, you are too kind to me. In all my years, this is the first time I've encountered someone who treats me so well." Yu suddenly embraced Chiba, rubbing affectionately against him. Chiba managed to push it away, collecting the fallen cat fur. "Stop with the flattery. If you wish to repay me, then focus on your training. Assist me in battle in the future." Yu nodded vigorously, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Now that I have time, I can guide your training." Chiba was quite attentive to his ninja cat. After you showcased all its skills, Chiba was surprised to discover that its combat power was not inferior to that of an average chunin. Had it not been for its slightly lacking battle awareness, it likely could have participated in the chunin exams. "Since your abilities are sufficient, let us embark on a week of intensive training." Chiba issued his first command. Before the chunin exams, you was to learn 3 techniques, 2 ninjutsu and 1 taijutsu, while the jinjutsu could wait. Additionally, physical training and combat mentality training were essential. Chiba's subsequent words instilled a hint of fear in you. "I will conduct one-on-one combat coaching with you." "Hiss meow. Is that really okay?" You inquired tentatively. "What if it delays your own training for the chunin exams?" Before it could finish, Chiba interrupted, "Do not worry about me. I will definitely pass the chunin exams." His words exuded confidence. After some contemplation, you realized that this was indeed the case. If it were not strong enough, how could it have formed a summoning contract with Chiba? "Moreover, I will customize some weights for you to use during training." You did not dwell on this. To it, weights were simply a necessary component of training. After guiding you on some key points regarding ninjutsu practice, Chiba left the Ninja Cat Castle. Upon returning to Konoha, he headed straight to the Tintin Ninja Tool shop. Previously, Tintin had lost a bet to him, and he had kept that in mind. Now was the time to put it to use. Chapter 47. The weight device. Recently, Tintin had been feeling somewhat irritable. It was not due to anything in particular, but rather a certain figure that kept circling in her mind. How infuriating. How could someone so strong be just a recent graduate? Tintin thrust a kunai into a cloth doll in frustration. Why is he so powerful? She did not continue, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What is the matter, Tintin? Do you have something troubling you? Chiba's figure suddenly appeared before her. You can confide in me, Chiba. I can alleviate your worries, and my rates are reasonable. Tintin's face turned crimson as she gazed at him. I have no worries. I was just thinking about the chunin exams. She seemed to have found a suitable excuse, appearing quite resolute. It's good that you have no worries. Chiba's expression shifted to one of disappointment. I, on the other hand, have encountered a bit of trouble that requires our previous wager. Tintin straightened her demeanor and asked, "What trouble?" Chiba recounted what he had prepared to say. Actually, while training, I met a person in a green bodysuit. He preached about the so-called passion of youth and showcased his training results. He informed me that he engages in weight training daily. As he spoke, Chiba's expression grew increasingly troubled. To avoid falling behind my new friend, I thought I should also give weight training a try. Tintin's familiarity with the situation deepened. "The person you're referring to isn't Rock Lee, is it?" Chiba was surprised. "How did you know?" Tintin proudly pointed to herself, saying, "Rock Lee and I are in the same class. The weight device he uses was provided by me." Hearing this, Chiba was elated. "So, is that weight device still available?" Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Chiba was aware that obtaining Rock Lee's weight device was not an easy feat. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths. The only breakthrough point lay with Tintin, the owner of the ninja tool shop, who naturally had her own channels. After listening to Chiba's request, Tintin fell into deep thought. I do have weight devices, but... She hesitated, as if there was something unsaid. Chiba sighed, realizing he might have been too rash. As he prepared to turn and leave, Tintin called out, "Wait. There are indeed weight devices available." But they were prepared for Lee by Guy-sensei. Lee has to change his weight devices periodically. The ones I have left are for his next training session. Seeing Chiba about to leave, Tintin revealed everything without reservation. However, if you need them, I can let you borrow them for a while. She bit her lip, making the biggest concession. Weight devices were not common commodities. They were quite costly, and even the entire ninja tool shop had only a few. The type rock Lee used was a premium item, not only looking compact, but also bearing significant weight. Just 2 leg weights could reach 1,000 pounds. Thus, during the Chunin exam, his strength was among the top tier. Although the Chunin exam was only a few days away, Chiba felt it was necessary to make an effort. Really? Chiba suddenly turned and approached Tintin, grasping her small hand with gratitude radiating from his face. As he felt the warmth of the boy's hand, Tintin's face flushed intensely, akin to being close to Naruto's Hinata. Though Tintin was far more outgoing than Hinata in personality, she had never encountered such a situation before. "See, can you let go of me?" Tintin's voice was barely audible. If Chiba hadn't had exceptional hearing, he might not have caught what she said. Chiba sheepishly released her, his smile appearing quite innocent. After several deep breaths, Tintin finally managed to regain her composure. "Let us go. The weight devices are in the warehouse." Following Tintin, Chiba entered the ninja tool shop's warehouse for the first time. The array of items displayed therein was quite impressive, exuding an air of opulence. Kunai, shuriken, chains, and swords, everything one could imagine could be found here. "The weight devices are over here." Tintin pointed toward the back where a box of kunai was stacked. There lay a white vest, a pair of wrist guards, and a set of leg weights. Chiba approached eagerly, attempting to lift the heavy objects from the ground. Tian, with her head bowed, softly remarked, "These items weigh around 2,000 pounds. You might want to give it a try." Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback by the scene before her. How could this be possible? Chapter 48. The terrifying adaptation speed under Tian's watchful gaze. Chiba shed his outer garment, revealing a white undershirt beneath. After donning a vest and wrist guards, he felt considerable pressure, judging by his estimation. The vest alone weighed approximately 800 pounds, while the combined weight of the wrist guards was around 800 pounds as well. In contrast, the leg bindings were significantly lighter, totaling only about 400 pounds. Struggling slightly, Chiba stood before Tian. You can actually bear such a burden?" Tian's face turned pale. The weight of 2,000 pounds was unfathomable to her. Even for Shaoli, it would take extensive training before he could manage such a load. Yet here was Chiba, seemingly handling it with ease. The most surprising aspect was that his expression showed little sign of strain. Little did she know that Chiba was silently suffering. At present, he could only maintain a normal walking pace, and increasing his training load was out of the question. As for combat, that was an entirely different story. "I can barely walk," Chiba admitted candidly. The sight before Tian left her with a profound psychological impact. During their previous battle, she had believed Chiba to be a genius in ninjutsu, but now it appeared that he excelled even more in physical combat. However, a new concern emerged. "Chiba, have you registered for the Chunin exam?" Tian inquired tentatively. Chiba, without hesitation, nodded and replied, "Yes, I've met the task requirements. Kakashi-sensei applied for us to enter the Chunin exam." He presented his candidate certificate to her. For someone as innocent as Tian, Chiba felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her, and he was reluctant to continue the charade. Upon receiving Chiba's certificate, Tian's complexion grew even paler. Based on her current understanding, what would happen if they encountered one another during the Chunin exam? She seemed unable to accept the thought of either side being injured. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a warm hand gently caressed her hair. "Don't worry about the Chunin exam. I'll be there for you." The confident and reassuring gaze melted away the gloom in Tian's heart. After a brief moment of eye contact, Tian suddenly lowered her head. From Chiba's perspective, he could see her ears turning a bright crimson. She spoke softly, almost inaudibly. After bidding farewell to Tian, Chiba returned to his small courtyard, which was arranged for him by Jiraiya. Struggling to open the heavy door, he stepped inside. Hiss! Chiba inhaled sharply. It truly was a challenge. despite his formidable physical prowess. The sudden increase in weight was quite taxing, and he anticipated it would take at least 3 days to fully adapt. Chiba had a general understanding of his physical capabilities and decided to temporarily halt intense physical training. He had his own training regimen, and maintaining a standard level of practice would suffice for now. For the next 3 days, Chiba trained alone in his small courtyard. Aside from occasional visits from Team 7, only Tian Tian came to check on him. She had learned the location of his residence from Chiba. According to her, it wasn't that she was worried about his physical condition. Rather, she was concerned about her own weight-bearing apparatus malfunctioning. How a bit prideful she seemed. 3 days later, Chiba had adjusted to the presence of the weight-bearing device. While combat might still be a stretch, his daily training was certainly unaffected. With a flash of blood appearing on Chiba's fingertip, the summoning technique was successfully executed, and the massive form of Nikoyu materialized in the courtyard. Remarkably, in just 3 days, Nikoyu had grown significantly, now standing over 3 meters tall. Impressive, Chiba exclaimed, noting that the special food pills he had custom-ordered from the Akimichi clan were effective. To bolster Nikoyu's strength, he had specifically commissioned the Mutenryu-flavored food pills, as well as catnip-flavored ones. Nikoyu had since given up on both Mutenryu and catnip, opting instead for the food pills, which, despite their peculiar taste, did not bother the carefree feline. How is your ninjutsu training progressing? Chiba inquired about Nikoyu's learning progress. Nikoyu, displaying a somewhat eager demeanor, responded, Chiba, I have completed the ninjutsu tasks you assigned. As for physical techniques, I am currently practicing. Chiba nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Nikoyu's impressive talent. If it weren't for a lack of resources, perhaps Nikoyu could have achieved fame as a two-tailed cat in the ninja world. But for now, that day was on the horizon with Chiba's continuous support. Chapter 49. There will always be villains trying to harm me. Time passed swiftly during Chiba's training. He had his schedule set, and during the days leading up to the Chunin exam, Kakashi granted Team 7 a break. Uchiha Sasuke secluded himself in his clan's territory for intensive training, while Chiba was similarly occupied. The only one without a clear direction was Uzumaki Naruto, who frequently hung around Chiba. Out of necessity, Chiba reluctantly included him in the training sessions. This time I won. Nikoyu gasped, sprawled with its limbs splayed, looking quite uncharacteristic for a feline. Upon closer inspection, its paw pads were drenched in sweat, a natural cooling method for a cat that lacked developed sweat glands. If it could, it would have extended its tongue for cooling, but alas, it had no sweat glands there either. Phew, I just let my guard down for a moment. Naruto exclaimed, showing no concern for appearances. Their training session focused on combat skills, and oddly enough, Chiba's combat awareness surpassed that of both Naruto and Sasuke. The foundational rewards he received included combat experience, and aside from the 3 major techniques, his battle experience was superior to the other 2. Furthermore, his innate talent appeared quite remarkable. After their journey to the Land of Waves, he had instinctively integrated combat skills into his very being. That's enough for today, Chiba said, removing his soaked clothing. During this period, aside from food expenses, the greatest expenditure was on clothing. Changing and washing twice a day had worn out his garments, prompting him to buy a substantial amount of clothes to keep in his room. To save time, he even discarded drenched clothes without a second thought. Naruto strongly condemned this wasteful behavior, but only when Chiba took responsibility for all of his clothing expenses did he consider such minor costs negligible. Indeed, the law of the fragrant truth applies universally. With examinations imminent, a recalibration of one's state is essential. Chiba fully comprehends the significance of balancing work and rest. He places considerable importance on the Chunin exams, as they pertain to his next task. Suddenly, Naruto Uzumaki sprang up from the ground. Chiba, is it time for a meal? Engaging in discussions about one's state with Naruto was akin to playing music to a cow. Yes, Chiba replied, his voice somewhat lacking in energy. Having such a junior was indeed a dilemma for anyone. After all, he had a soft heart. However, his recent expenses had become quite alarming. Chiba mentally calculated that his savings would only suffice to get him through the Chunin exams. It appeared he needed to earn some extra income. The cat, lying on the ground, suddenly shivered and jumped up. Boss, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The cat, which should have dissipated into a cloud of smoke, instead twisted its face in distress. I recall you have some secret savings, don't you? Chiba remembered that he had a wealthy companion. Although this companion bore a feline resemblance, it was still a valuable ally. The cat nodded pitifully and whispered, "Those were gifted to me by the ninja cats. Boss, could you please let go of my tail? While I have to, your grip is still quite painful." Chiba shook his head. "You know, I've been quite anxious about your training lately. So, you see," he hadn't finished his sentence when the cat immediately struck a righteous pose. "Don't worry, boss. My money is your money, and your money remains yours. Your teachings are forever etched in my heart." Realizing that its savings were in jeopardy, the cat promptly offered everything as a token of loyalty. Hearing this, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Though uncertain of the cat's remaining savings, he was confident that maintaining some expenses would be no issue. After the Chunin exams, financial matters should no longer pose a problem. "Let us go," Chiba said as he went to freshen up and change his clothes in preparation for departure. The small courtyard was well equipped, indicating that Jiraiya had certainly invested considerable thought into it. He had always kept the words of the great Toad Sage in mind. The cat returned to its ninja cat fortress. Although it had recently made remarkable progress, mastering the reverse summoning technique had proven elusive, which was a source of concern for Chiba. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Chiba contemplated whether to apply a bit more pressure on the cat. Meanwhile, the cat, perched on its large bed, suddenly shivered. "Achoo! There are always schemers trying to bring me down. I better not find out who is plotting against me, or they will regret it." Chapter 50. A duel wagered with youth. Irika had been feeling particularly agitated lately. This was not due to any trivial matters, but rather the approaching Chunin exams. Among the Konoha ninjas participating, 9 were his freshly graduated students. He couldn't fathom the reasoning of their instructor for allowing them to take the Chunin exams so soon after graduation, especially that Kakashi, who had the audacity to use himself as a comparison, boasting about passing the Chunin exams at the age of 6 and attaining Jonin status at Naruto's age. Was that even a fair comparison? Irika was quite displeased with Kakashi's actions. "I must investigate this further. I cannot rest easy otherwise." As a diligent teacher, Irika felt it was his duty to look after his students, particularly one who lagged behind in the class. Seizing an opportunity, Irika, in front of Naruto Uzumaki, attempted to abduct Mo Huang and lead him into the village's dense forest. However, an unforeseen event occurred. A powerful impact struck him from above, rendering him unconscious. He fell from a branch 3 or 4 meters high without any warning. "Humph, you think you can kidnap Mo Huang in front of this genius? Just look who I am, Irika-sensei." The transformation technique failed, revealing Irika's true self. At the dango shop, Naruto gazed at Irika with a sheepish grin. At that moment, his head was tightly wrapped in bandages, with only his mouth and eyes visible, creating a rather comical appearance. "So, you fell headfirst?" Chiba, seated opposite Irika, struggled to suppress his laughter. "Indeed," Irika replied, his expression one of frustration, having lost his esteemed reputation due to Naruto's antics. "Laugh all you want. Just don't hurt yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba's unrestrained laughter filled the dango shop. "Haha, Irika-sensei, you've really stumbled this time." Irika's expression grew even more despondent upon hearing Chiba's words. No one could have anticipated Naruto's rapid advancement in strength, catching him off guard. The thought of this incident made Irika's head throb. Despite his injury, the relief of witnessing his students' progress lightened his demeanor. It was a teacher's greatest joy to see their students excel, even if their growth had little to do with him. Naruto held deep respect for Irika. Even without the conflict surrounding the Waterwood incident, their bond remained unwavering. Following this event, Naruto's resolve to pass the exam intensified. July 1st, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. On the bridge, Team 7 gathered once more. "Sasuke, I've been training hard during this time," Naruto boasted proudly. "Chiba has helped me devise an excellent training plan. I want to lose to you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha momentarily faltered. Since returning from the Land of Waves, he had viewed Chiba as a target to surpass. Although only a few days had passed, the individual before him seemed even more formidable. TCH, just a laggard. Sasuke felt a surge of defiance. Hey, Naruto attempted to retort, but Chiba gently restrained him. "All right, we're all on the same team. Let us keep the peace." Chiba's smile radiated warmth. In his eyes, the atmosphere in Team 7 was quite harmonious, though the other two were notoriously stubborn. "Since we're all here, let us go register," Chiba suggested. "Kakashi-sensei is probably waiting for us." At this, Naruto scoffed, doubting that Kakashi wouldn't have lost his way once again. The registration took place at the Ninja Academy, which also served as the venue for the first exam. "Nani, Chiba, Are you registering for the Chunin exams too? Exclaimed Lee, clad in his green jumpsuit, astonished as he gazed at Chiba and the others. Having encountered Lee during their morning training sessions, Chiba had gradually become acquainted with him. Didn't I mention it? Chiba replied, a hint of confusion on his face. I'm a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy, taking part in the Chunin exams for the first time. Lee's reaction was quite animated. It seems that those who are youthful and passionate share the same thoughts. Youth is meant for striving. Seeing Lee's enthusiasm, Naruto quietly inquired, Chiba, who is this watermelon head? It appears rather feeble. Though the voice is soft, it cannot escape the keen ears of Lee. Young lad over there, let us engage in a duel that stakes our youth. With his left hand behind his back, Lee extends his right hand, beckoning gently. The essence of combat lies in demonstrating strength. In the early chapters of this contest, Lee challenges Naruto, a move that slightly surprises Chiba. This unexpected turn of events causes him a twinge of concern. Given Naruto's current level, can he truly prevail? Although his prowess has significantly surpassed that of his counterpart in the original world, Chiba remains skeptical of Uzumaki Naruto. It is crucial to note that once Lee opens the 8th gate, he transforms into a formidable beast. Without relying on any special abilities, Naruto's strength remains quite limited. Wait, you want to challenge me? Uzumaki Naruto exclaims, astonished. Has the brilliance of this genius become so dim that it cannot shine through? After a moment of shock, Naruto returns to his unabashed demeanor. Indeed, he is a genius. Your keen eyesight is commendable, Naruto declares, giving a thumbs up. I have faith in you. With one hand behind his back, Lee urges, come on, I formally issue you a challenge. As Chiba's comrade, I hope your strength can match your identity. At Lee's words, Chiba raises an eyebrow in surprise. Though he had previously triumphed over Lee in physical training, he did not anticipate such high regard from Lee. I will not disgrace you. Brother Chiba, let us fight. Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke step back slightly, granting ample space for the duel. Are we really allowing them to clash like this? Sasuke's words betray a hint of concern, albeit faint, yet Chiba keenly senses it. Fear not. Even if he gets hurt, it's of no consequence. Naruto possesses remarkable resilience. Chiba dismisses the worry entirely. The first exam is merely a written test. There is no need for concern regarding their conditions. After all, as long as Naruto maintains his character, he is bound to pass the examination smoothly. Both sides stand ready, no sign of relaxation. The battle is poised to erupt. Bang! In the next instant, they collide, akin to two ferocious beasts unleashing a tempest upon the arena. Naruto's aptitude for learning is exceptional. Over the past few days, through battles with the cat, he has assimilated its attacking style, one that relies on instinct. Interestingly, though foxes belong to the canine family, they share numerous traits with felines. Under the influence of the Nine Tails, Naruto has undergone certain transformations. Thus, the cat's attacking methods suit him well. Conversely, Lee is taken aback, sensing that he is not facing a mere ninja, but rather a frenzied tiger descending the mountains. The disparity in their physical techniques is not excessively vast, largely due to Lee not exerting his full strength and also encumbered by significant weights. After all, no matter how talented Naruto is, surpassing Lee in just a few days is implausible. Among the 12 elite of Konoha, who isn't a genius, even Sakura, occupying a spot in Team 7, possesses surprising talent in chakra control. However, Chiba, who holds the same position, is evidently stronger. The sound of continuous clashes reverberates through the arena. Uchiha Sasuke, observing the battle before him, is struck with profound astonishment. Is this Naruto's progress over this period? His voice is low, yet Chiba hears it clearly. Uzumaki Naruto is not merely a laggard. He is indeed a genuine genius, one whose talent is not inferior to Sasuke's. Chiba's tone remains calm, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet each word pierces Sasuke's heart. If you continue to cling to the pride of the Uchiha clan, I believe Naruto will soon catch up to you. Perhaps even surpass you. Chiba's words carry no hint of exaggeration, for the truth is evident. Even without Chiba's intervention, Naruto would eventually close the gap with Sasuke and even excel beyond him. Think it over, Chiba remarks, leaving Sasuke to ponder. Meanwhile, the battle intensifies to a fever pitch. Undoubtedly, Naruto finds himself on the back foot. Lee's relentless assault is far beyond what he can currently withstand. Within mere minutes, Naruto is thoroughly overwhelmed. Bang! A powerful punch crashes against the weak point where Naruto's hands cross, forcing him to stagger backward. Witnessing this, Lee's eyes gleam with excitement. An opportunity, he shouts. Shadow Dance Leaf. With a fierce kick, he strikes Naruto's chin, sending him soaring into the air, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Chiba's gaze sharpens, recognizing the technique. Next, it is likely to be a move akin to Lotus, right? Sure enough, Lee leaps after Naruto, positioning himself behind him. The bindings on his hands begin to loosen quietly. Chapter 52, a frantic warning from Perception Swish. A glimmer of cold light cuts through the air. A kunai strikes Lee's binding, pinning it to the distant wall. Chiba will not wait idly any longer. If it were Uchiha Sasuke engaging with Lee, perhaps he would remain a spectator. However, with Naruto as his little brother, how could the elder stand by without intervening? At the moment the kunai was secured, a shuriken flew through the air, narrowly missing the binding affixed to the wall. How is this possible? A somewhat low voice resonates from afar, revealing a tone of disbelief. Lee, did you forget what you promised Teacher Guy? Bang! Naruto plummets from the sky, crashing directly onto the ground. Chiba observes this scene, his nostrils twitching. He would never admit that he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the giant turtle and inadvertently overlooked Naruto in midair. Such an embarrassment ought to be swallowed by the winds. Clearly, even Naruto, upon seeing the turtle, momentarily forgot his injuries. A talking turtle? Brother Chiba, can turtles also serve as ninja instructors? His eyes widen in disbelief. Forbidden techniques are not meant to be used casually. The serious expression of the ninja turtle suggests that it is necessary for Teacher Guy to personally discipline him. In the next instant, smoke billows forth. Evidently, this ninja turtle's reverse summoning technique is far more proficient than that of the cat. Witnessing this, Chiba resolves firmly in his heart. After the Chunin exam concludes, he must ensure that the cat learns the reverse summoning technique, no matter the cost. Simultaneously, far away in the ninja cat castle, the cat shudders, nearly toppling the massive stone atop itself. There are always schemers attempting to harm me. Guy's flamboyant figure appears before the crowd. Chiba glances briefly, then hastily turns his head away. To be honest, the psychological impact of such a scene is quite significant. In his view, it rivals the effects of an ordinary illusion. Honestly, you all truly embody youth. This peculiar method of education is unveiled for the first time before Team 7. Regardless of whether it is Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, or Chiba, their worldviews have all undergone a significant upheaval. Although it was anticipated, witnessing such a scene in reality was still overwhelmingly impactful. Might Guy and Lee embraced tightly, weeping profusely. Lee, running under the setting sun, truly embodies the essence of youth. Might Guy gazed into the distance, tears streaming down his face. As punishment, I have decided to make you run 100 laps around the village. Yes, Teacher Guy? Lee always obeyed Might Guy unconditionally. Suddenly, Naruto, scratching his head, remarked on the atmosphere. It seems rather nice, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes brightened. It appeared to be a promising development. Kakashi Hitaki's intentional favoritism led to Naruto being overlooked. Instead, it would be better to entrust him to Might Guy. If it were merely training in physical techniques, there would be no issue at all. As Chiba delved deeper into his thoughts, he became increasingly convinced that this plan was absolutely feasible. After all, it wouldn't cost anything. Why not give it a try? Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had already been sold out by his elder brother Chiba. Naruto, what do you think of Teacher Guy? Chiba began to probe. Naruto scratched his head and replied, "He is very enthusiastic. And quite youthful." The mention of youth immediately caught Might Guy's attention. "Hey, young man over there, do you also cherish youth?" Chiba explained, Teacher Guy and Teacher Kakashi are close friends and can be seen as eternal rivals. Clearly, this time he had stolen Might Guy's lines. Primarily, Chiba's words would lend more credibility to Naruto's perception. To be precise, Teacher Guy's strength surpasses that of Teacher Kakashi. Chiba's declaration left Naruto and Sasuke in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This seemingly eccentric man was actually stronger than Kakashi Hitaki? If one were to compare Might Guy and Kakashi on an equal footing, it would undoubtedly favor Guy. Once the 8 gates were opened, even the gods would tremble. A mere Sharingan-wielding Kakashi could not withstand the might of Guy's 8 gates. I never expected you to know me so well. Might Guy's voice resonated behind the trio. Noticing this, Chiba's pupils slightly constricted. With his current abilities, he could only vaguely perceive Might Guy's previous movements. I assume you must be the Chiba that Kakashi spoke of. Might Guy placed his hand on Chiba's shoulder. In that instant, Chiba's senses screamed warnings. The man before him was undoubtedly not an opponent he could contend with. A rather unique youth, was Might Guy's assessment of Chiba. How about joining the ranks of youth together? Chapter 53, Master of Dreams. Kabuto Yakushi. Might Guy's words genuinely took Chiba by surprise. It was evident from his gaze that he held Chiba in high regard. I have heard from Lee about your fervent and spirited training. You understand youth better than Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Chiba was uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but he felt as though a flash of light had passed before his eyes. Well, if I were to accept Teacher Guy's guidance, Chiba spoke delicately, I believe it would be a wonderful experience. However, upon hearing the preceding words, a smile spread across Might Guy's face. Yet, the moment Chiba uttered however, his expression changed drastically. No buts, young man. Youth does not permit complacency. Might Guy pressed down on Chiba's shoulder with formidable strength emanating from his arm. No, Teacher Guy, please calm down. I merely wish to bring Team 7 along to receive your guidance. Chiba spoke rapidly, concerned that a delay might provoke Might Guy into taking drastic action. After all, we are comrades, Chiba declared with righteous fervor. As comrades, we should progress together and embrace the fiery spirit of youth. Upon hearing his words, Might Guy appeared astonished. Chiba had grown weary of expressing his thoughts on the matter. Is this your resolve? Might Guy turned to his beloved pupil Lee. Lee, you must learn from Chiba. This is the essence of an unregrettable youth. The two embraced once more, weeping together. Observing them, Chiba's mind was filled with countless remarks he wished to express, yet the overwhelming number left him momentarily speechless. I merely wanted to see how the prince and the second pillar looked in green spandex. What does that have to do with unregrettable youth? However, Chiba failed to notice the complex gaze Sasuke Uchiha cast upon him. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki wore an unwavering expression of admiration. Chiba was his current pillar of support. No problem at all, young man. Might Guy reined in his emotions, revealing his most radiant smile. Furthermore, the Chunin exam is fast approaching. If you do not hurry, you may very well miss this opportunity. Chiba's expression shifted as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Grabbing Sasuke and Naruto, he bolted towards the building. Lee and the others followed closely behind. Might Guy watched their retreating figures, reflecting, what an enviable youth. In the final 3 minutes, Chiba and the others successfully entered the examination hall, seemingly arriving as the last group. Upon bursting into the classroom, all eyes were drawn to the 6 of them, filled with murderous intent, causing Sasuke and the others to adopt serious expressions. However, the oblivious Lee and Naruto paid little mind to the atmosphere. As for Chiba, he stepped forward, his terrifying killing intent enveloping the entire class. Silence. No sound emerged. It was as if everyone had been pressed on pause. A gulp echoed, breaking the classroom's stillness, and all gazes turned toward Chiba, filled with astonishment. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. His words drew Chiba's killing intent back. The skills he had acquired from Zabuza remained exceptionally effective. The fusion of his own killing intent with that of Zabuza resulted in an effect greater than the sum of its parts. They were merely too astonished. Nearby, a bespectacled ninja stepped forward from the crowd. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabuto Yakushi. Having participated in 6 Chunin exams, I consider myself quite experienced. Chiba regarded the man with interest. Kabuto Yakushi, one of the masterminds behind the 4th Great Ninja War, currently served as a double agent, information gatherer, and master performer, a uniquely significant figure within the ninja world. As your senior, I feel it is necessary to offer you a reminder. Before the exam begins, many of you are likely feeling quite anxious. Additionally, I would like to extend a small gesture of assistance to you, my dear juniors. Kabuto produced a stack of cards from his pocket. Against a vibrant orange background, a large kanji character for ninja was emblazoned. These are ninja identification cards. They record information through a special method. Kabuto knelt to the ground, laying the ninja identification cards out before him. If my chakra were to be infused, the information would be displayed. For the past 4 years, I have diligently gathered information to prepare for the Chunin exam. Bang! The ninja identification card illuminated with images and text. It even featured 3-dimensional illustrations that signified certain details about the Chunin exam. A profound interest sparkled in Chiba's eyes. The technological tree of this world seemed to have never been properly aligned. Chapter 54. The Sound Ninja Trio. After Yakushi Kabuto's preliminary explanation, the new recruits from Konoha had gained a fundamental understanding of the Chunin exam. However, new questions soon arose. Are there any cards that detail personal information? Uchiha Sasuke displayed a keen interest in certain individuals' information. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Is there anyone in particular you are interested in? I can assist in finding out." Without hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke replied, "Gaara from Sunagakure." This was the person who had appeared behind him unnoticed in the past. Uchiha Sasuke was particularly concerned about him. Nodding, Yakushi Kabuto retrieved a card from the stack of ninja identification cards. With a name, it becomes much easier to locate. He found Gaara from Sunagakure. As chakra was infused into the card, Gaara's image promptly appeared. However, the expected data did not materialize. He is a newcomer just like you. So the information is limited. C-rank missions 8 times and 1 B-rank mission. Gazing at the data on the ninja identification card, Yakushi Kabuto remarked, "Impressive for a genin to have executed a B-rank mission. It is said he returned unscathed from it." Kabuto's words stirred a sense of urgency within Uchiha Sasuke. He had only recently attempted a B-rank mission, which nearly resulted in severe injury or death. This disparity inevitably left Sasuke feeling somewhat unsettled. "Kabuto-senpai, do you have any information on Chiba?" A clear voice emerged from the back of the crowd. Chiba, curious, turned towards the source of the voice and saw Tenten gazing at him with determination. Under her gaze, Chiba felt a twinge of unease. Chiba, a genin from Team 7. Taught by Kakashi Hitaki. D-rank missions 7 times, C-rank missions once. All tasks completed without injury, exhibiting balanced prowess across the board. Observing the pentagon-shaped warrior on the ninja identification card, the crowd's expressions twitched. Is this a monster? Nara Shikamaru's face was filled with astonishment. As a member of the Nara clan, he understood just how formidable such data could be. In terms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tools, there were no evident weaknesses. Such a person could indeed be described as a monster. Chiba contemplated the information on the ninja identification card. The mission in the Land of Waves had evidently been classified as C rank. Clearly, Konoha's higher-ups had concealed the events surrounding the Land of Waves. Only a select few were privy to the specifics. This indicated that Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence had certain limitations. Nevertheless, it was still quite commendable, pleased with his pentagon-shaped data. Chiba paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. Having entered the Chunin exam, he had no intention of continuing to conceal himself. At this moment, he had officially stepped into the spotlight. During the Chunin exam, his sole concern was the hidden threat of one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, the ominous Orochimaru. What a terrifying newcomer! Yakushi Kabuto's glasses glinted as he seemed to be contemplating something. He extracted another ninja identification card to present information to the crowd. This time, it concerned the number of participants from various countries in the Chunin exam. However, a hint of disdain colored his words when mentioning the Sound Village. Due to its status as a minor village, there was scant information available. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the crowd, suggesting urgency. Chiba reached for his ninja tool pouch. Whoosh! 3 shurikens flew into the sky. While the crowd was still puzzled by Chiba's actions, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the throng. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated as the Sound Ninja trio staggered back from the force of the shurikens. Disruption during the exam is strictly prohibited. Chiba's calm voice bore an air of unyielding authority. "You little brats, meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Toes, clearly displeased with Chiba, retorted, "If you seek death, I would be happy to oblige." The murderous intent in Chiba's gaze silenced Tess, leaving his words stuck in his throat. Chiba's intervention instilled a sense of wariness among the other ninjas in the examination hall. A terrifying newcomer, an entity akin to a monster. Whispers circulated throughout the examination venue, suggesting that this year's Chunin exam would prove to be even more challenging. Until the platform shrouded in smoke erupted with a commanding voice. "Silence, you bunch of worthless fools." Chapter 55. The Chunin exam commences. Those from the Sound Village. Marino Abiki's gaze was stern and fierce as he directed his attention to the back of the classroom. A conflict had arisen between the ninjas of the Sound Village and those of Konoha. Although, as an examiner, he was to maintain fairness and impartiality, he resolutely sided with Konoha. "You better not engage in any skirmishes during the exam, or I will have you all thrown out." The Sound Ninja trio shot Chiba a resentful glance, still harboring some defiance. Yet, upon noticing Marino Abiki's expression, they reluctantly withdrew their hands. "Kid, I hope you continue to have good luck." The single eye beneath his forehead protector gleamed with malice. To him, the earlier incident was merely a lapse in his focus. The opponent was merely a newcomer participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. Hitting him was merely a stroke of luck. The first exam is a written test. I will explain the rules of the exam, and I will not answer any questions afterward. Marino Abiki picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard. Chiba understood that the crux of the exam lay in the final question. Marino Abiki was an expert at psychological warfare. Although Naruto Uzumaki had changed considerably compared to the original world, Chiba was aware that Naruto's mindset had become even more resilient. Therefore, he harbored no concerns about this examination. However, he was intrigued by the first 9 questions of the written test. Essential courses for ninja school. As Marino Abiki concluded the explanation of the rules, the examination papers were distributed to each participant. Chiba glanced at the test paper. The first question was a code question, passed. The second question involved calculating the maximum range of a shuriken thrown from a ninja standing atop a 7-meter-high tree. Determining the characteristics of the opposing ninja within the elliptical range depicted. What kind of absurd question is this? Chiba's mind roared in protest. As a ninja, do I really need to understand this? Am I supposed to calculate projectile motion while I'm in a fight? Damn it. Regarding such completely off-topic questions, Chiba had his own answers. He scribbled his responses on the exam paper with a rustling sound. If a shuriken fails to strike true, then throw another. If 2 shurikens prove insufficient, he suggested resorting to fists. Ninjutsu was also within the realm of consideration. As a former underachiever in examinations, Chiba had always despised these particularly taxing questions that bore little practical significance. In his previous life, he had never encountered a ninja calculating the range of a shuriken. Chiba swiftly completed the second question and continued to scan the remaining queries on the test. The third question was even more outrageous. Concerning the impact of the environment on combat, including geology, wind direction, and rainfall. Life and death were trivial. If one was unwilling, they should fight. This was Chiba's response. Such frivolous inquiries were not worth his mental exertion. The subsequent questions followed suit. However, the 9th question piqued Chiba's interest. It asked how one should proceed when encountering an overwhelmingly powerful enemy ninja while alone during a mission. Subjective conceptual questions like this were Chiba's favorite, allowing him to unleash his creativity. If he couldn't win once, he would try again. Always remaining in a state of combat readiness, Chiba would not be inferior to anyone in his lifetime. The hour-long exam lasted only 10 minutes for Chiba, who finished with ease. He laid down his pen and leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Naruto Uzumaki, devoid of hope, wore an expression of despair. Sasuke Uchiha, frazzled, struggled to control his emotions. And the hint of his Sharingan was beginning to show. Some astute ninjas had already discerned the potential rules of the exam. Without the examiner's notice, they could cheat freely. Chiba's confident demeanor also caught the attention of other ninjas. Previously, when he had targeted the Sound Ninja Trio, he had attracted quite a bit of scrutiny. Consequently, his exam paper became one of the focal points for ninjas capable of cheating. Wait, what is up with this bizarre answer? Life and death are trivial. And if one is unwilling, just fight. Always in a state of combat readiness. This seemed rather reasonable. The expressions of those who had focused on Chiba's paper were somewhat abnormal, akin to someone choking on food, their faces contorted. Whoosh! A kunai flew past Chiba, landing on the paper of a fellow examinee behind him. 5 instances of cheating, you are disqualified. This seemed to signal the start, as the first candidate was expelled, followed by others being discovered. However, among this year's newcomers in the Chunin exam, no one had been caught cheating multiple times. Only Naruto, the naive one, was completely terrified. What should I do? He looked towards Chiba, 2 seats away, seeking a glimmer of help. Yet, Chiba's only response was a thumbs-up gesture he learned from Might Guy. You can do it, Naruto. Chapter 56. Naruto's struggle. Chiba's performance also caught the attention of Marino Abiki, an intriguing little brat. At this rate, he probably wouldn't even finish reading the questions. Suddenly, he became interested in Chiba's exam paper. Marino Abiki found himself in a quandary. As the chief examiner, he could not leave his seat. The podium was where he could oversee everything. Well, it could wait until after the exam to review the papers. The kid under Kakashi, if memory serves, was named Chiba. Leaning back against his desk, Chiba scanned the others with evident boredom. He looked less like an examinee and more like an examiner. Candidate number 27 has cheated 4 times. TSK, such a poor method of cheating, but the examiners didn't seem much better either, Chiba mused. His observational skills far surpassed those of the nearby examiners. Candidate 89 is about to have a bad time. This should be their 5th offense. Sandai, huh? That ninjutsu is quite impressive. Time flew by. After various candidates showcased their talents, they began to arrive at correct answers. All right, time's up. Now, let us announce the 10th question. Marino Ibiki surveyed the remaining candidates, a dangerous smile gracing his face. Before we proceed, there is a dire rule everyone needs to know. If you choose to forego answering the 10th question, your entire team will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. An atmosphere of anxiety, restlessness, and unease spread among the examinees. Those who chose to answer the 10th question but answered incorrectly would be permanently disqualified from the Chunin exam. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, and despair engulfed everyone's hearts. No one possessed absolute confidence in answering the 10th question. The difficulty of the previous 9 had made that abundantly clear. The consensus was that the 10th would be even more challenging. Struggles brewed in the hearts of all. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chiba glanced curiously at Marino Ibiki. The captain of the Umbu interrogation squad had an almost perfect grasp of people's emotions. A few words from him could plunge hearts into an abyss of despair. Now let us begin. Those choosing not to answer the 10th question may raise their hands. With this declaration, the tension in the air grew ever thicker. Chiba noticed Naruto Uzumaki biting down hard on his pen, veins bulging on his hands, his expression a grimace. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He was evidently at a difficult crossroads. The departure of dozens of candidates seemed to freeze the surrounding atmosphere. Despair was etched on every face, as if a great hand were choking their throats. Under Chiba's watchful gaze, Naruto trembled as he raised his hand, struggling internally. Chiba remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing. The thought of Naruto giving up likely would not occur without dire consequences. Don't underestimate me. I want to flee at the last moment. Even if I have to be a lowly genin for life, I will become Hokage. I will change this sickly world. Hearing those last words, a smile appeared on Chiba's face. It seemed that his previous words had taken root in Naruto's heart. A sickly world was an important lesson Chiba had once imparted to him. As for the goal of becoming Hokage, that had always been Naruto's steadfast belief. Is there anyone else who wishes to give up? This is a decision that will affect your entire life. Think carefully. Marino Ibiki continued to manipulate the emotions of the crowd. However, Naruto's earlier statement served as a much-needed boost to everyone's morale. Isn't it just being a lowly genin for life? Who cares? This was the prevailing mindset among those remaining in the examination room. Not giving up was of utmost importance. All right, since no one has chosen to give up, Marino Ibiki sighed. I declare that everyone present has passed the first exam. The unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. After Marino Ibiki explained the true purpose of the exam, relief washed over some faces. Bang! The glass in the examination room shattered with a loud crash. A shadow dashed into the examination hall. Honestly, now is not the time for celebrations. The newcomer, slender and poised, bore a determined expression. I am the examiner for your second test, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me, for the second examination is about to commence. A vast black cloth obscured Marino Ibiki. Pay attention to the atmosphere. His voice resonated from behind the dark fabric. Anko felt a slight flush on her cheeks, suddenly realizing that the surrounding ambience was rather peculiar. Hastily, she diverted the conversation. 78 individuals, divided into 26 groups of candidates. The number who passed the first test is rather excessive. I have decided that in the second examination, more than half must be eliminated. Chapter 57, The Second Examination. Scroll Contest, Konoha's 44th Training Ground. At the entrance to the Forest of Death, the lower Nin candidates gathered here, awaiting the arrival of the next test. Anko stood before the crowd, elucidating the rules of the upcoming Chunin exam. This is the Forest of Death, and you will soon experience the terror of mortality firsthand. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto interjected. Humph, I'm not afraid of such things. Anko narrowed her eyes and swiftly hurled a kunai towards Naruto. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Well, that's an attack on a candidate. Chiba, with his hands in his pockets, glanced at Anko and remarked, It seems that is not permitted, is it? He held no respect for this unruly examiner. Upon seeing her kunai intercepted, Anko, who had merely intended to instill a sense of intimidation, found herself momentarily at a loss. However, a dangerous smile soon graced her lips. Heh, an interesting little brat. You must be the top rookie this year. Anko toyed with the kunai in her hand, stating, "I have a bit of an impression of you. A student from Kakashi's team." In response, Chiba replied with composure, "Thank you for your consideration, examiner. However, let us announce the exam rules, so we want to keep everyone waiting." Hearing this, Anko straightened her demeanor and appeared more serious. She produced a stack of consent forms from her pocket, explaining, "This is a consent form that requires your signatures. The upcoming examination may lead to fatal incidents. Therefore, the village has prepared this to avoid unnecessary complications." As Anko began to outline the exam rules, Chiba retreated into the crowd. Just moments ago, he sensed a perilous gaze lurking within the throng, fixated on him like a serpent concealed in the shadows. The cold fangs of that gaze had locked onto Chiba, being the most perceptive among those present. Chiba could vaguely ascertain the position of the gaze's owner. The village hidden in grass, perhaps? From the reflection of the forehead protector on the shoulder, he discerned the identity of the individual. If he was not mistaken, it should be Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. A confrontation was inevitable. Chiba silently mused. He had long coveted that signing task. If necessary, he would unleash his full strength to confront Orochimaru. Although Chiba was not yet a match for Orochimaru, given the setting of Konoha, it was likely that Orochimaru would refrain from causing too much disturbance. After all, he had other plans to consider. If his subsequent strategies were jeopardized, it would be a significant loss. Chiba relied on this very notion to muster the confidence to confront Orochimaru. Otherwise, with his current level of strength, engaging directly with one of the legendary Sannin would indeed be akin to courting death. Unless, of course, he revealed all his trump cards. However, contemplating the consequences, Chiba shook his head. Even in the event of failure, revealing all his cards was absolutely out of the question. In summary, during the next 5 days, Anko pointed towards the forest of death, declaring, "Everything will depend on you." The consent forms were distributed to each individual, allowing ample time for consideration. At this juncture, there remained an opportunity to withdraw. However, having witnessed Naruto's resolute determination, those who remained were either steadfast in their resolve or harbored ulterior motives, such as certain snakes. There was no room for hesitation. Chiba promptly signed his name on the consent form. Withdrawing was out of the question. He could never abandon the Chunin exam in this lifetime. After receiving the Heavenly Scroll, each team dispersed to various entrances. The second stage of the Chunin exam was about to officially commence. A total of 26 teams, with at least half set to be eliminated. The competition promised to be exceedingly fierce. Team 7 entered through entrance 12. Unlike other squads, they appeared more as if they were on a leisurely excursion. "Chiba, my brother, is it really all right for us to be so relaxed?" Naruto expressed his discomfort. "Perhaps we should examine our surroundings?" suggested Uchiha Sasuke. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Relax, relax. The forest of death is not so terrifying for us at this moment. Maintaining a calm mindset is paramount." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Naruto. "Especially you, Naruto. What on earth are you doing?" Hearing Chiba's call, Naruto sheepishly turned his head, awkwardly admitting, "I'm a bit too anxious. I can't hold it in." Chiba and Sasuke exchanged looks of exasperation at their comrade. Over there, a strange scent could attract some keen-sensed enemies. Chiba gestured for Naruto to move further away. After Naruto complied, Sasuke questioned, "I don't understand. Why separate Naruto from us? This place is extremely dangerous." A hint of danger flashed across Chiba's smile. "If he doesn't stray from the group, how can we lure out the hidden pests lurking in the shadows?" Chapter 58. A formidable foe approaches. Chiba felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance regarding Naruto at this moment. After all, following intensive training, Naruto had made remarkable progress. With the vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he could recover swiftly from injuries. This trait provided a significant advantage in battle. The same held true during training. It was precisely for this reason that Chiba trained Naruto relentlessly. As long as it could enhance his strength, there was no hesitation in the methods employed. Bang! How is this possible? A voice filled with fury echoed from not far away. The clashing of metal rang out intermittently, indicating that a fierce battle was underway. "You're just a rookie. How could you possibly detect me?" The shinobi from the village hidden in rain always wore gas masks, making their voices sound rather muffled. Shadow clone technique. Come at me all at once. Naruto's fighting style remained as exuberant as ever. If he was lavish with money, then he never scrimped on chakra. Although a significant portion of his chakra was utilized to seal the Nine Tails, it was still immensely vast. This fact drew envy from Kakashi. What is this? The shinobi from the village hidden in rain was taken aback by the multitude of orange-red figures before him. How could there suddenly be so many shadow clones? The swarm of Naruto quickly overwhelmed him, pinning him to the ground. A cold kunai was poised at his vital point. The first foe was down. Clap, clap. Applause erupted from nearby. Chiba and Sasuke approached Naruto. Well done. You've learned to utilize your advantages in battle. However, your taijutsu still needs improvement. A large stick accompanied by a sweet date. One must not overly praise Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, given his character, he might very well float up into the sky. It seems that Nico hasn't been sufficiently harsh. Chiba nodded in agreement, speaking to himself. It appears that we need to let Nico be a bit more severe. Upon hearing this, sweat began to trickle down Naruto's face. Brother Chiba, I believe this matter requires further discussion. Nico needs to rest as well. Haha, wouldn't you agree? Sasuke? Chiba's words reminded Naruto of the rather tragic memories from a while back. Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat surprised. Through this time, he had come to understand Naruto well enough to know that he was not one to shy away from challenges. Yet, it seemed that Chiba's training methods had instilled a sense of fear in him. A flicker of interest sparked within Sasuke's dark eyes, as if he had discovered a new path to strength. It's all right. Growth is a part of life. Chiba waved dismissively, turning his attention to the Rain Village ninja lying on the ground, asking, your name, gender, and the scrolls you possess. A fierce look emerged in the eyes of the Rain Village ninja. Just a few kids, huh? A chilling scream echoed through the death forest, startling the birds into flight. With a smile, Chiba pierced the opponent's palm with a kunai. I believe it would be best if you answered my questions truthfully. The sight of Chiba's smile sent shivers down the Rain ninja's spine. What a smile it was, filled with indifference to life, akin to an abyss. My name is Ro. The pain in his body and the retreat of his spirit compelled Ro to relent. I am male, a Rain Village ninja, and I possess the Book of Earth. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. He never expected that their first combat would yield success. The Book of Earth was precisely what they needed. However, Ro's next words caused his expression to falter once more. I came here alone, masking my presence. The Book of Earth is not in my possession. It is with my companions. Disappointment washed over Naruto. Hey, you must be joking. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the side, Ro's face turned pale with fear. No. I speak only the truth. You can search me. The Book of Earth truly lies with my companions. Chiba gestured for Naruto to search him. Naruto had no objections. In his eyes, Brother Chiba was the most trustworthy. However, after the search, his face remained dejected. Nothing here. Chiba crouched down, fiddling with the kunai embedded in the ninja's hand, saying, take us to your companions. This forest is far too perilous for you. Ro gasped, the pain in his hand coursing through his nerves. All right. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged. The powerful gust carved a wide path through the ground. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chiba's reaction was remarkably swift. At the moment the wind struck, he completed the hand signs. A similar gust erupted from his mouth. The wind clashed violently between the trees. Trees toppled, and soil flew, creating a spectacular scene. This year's kids are rather formidable. A chilling voice emerged from the depths of the dark death forest. Chapter 59, Orochimaru appears. Black hair, dressed in a light yellow ninja outfit, with a purple belt tied around his waist. His pitch-black eyes held no trace of emotion. To think that among the newcomers, there is someone capable of withstanding my ninjutsu. The gaze directed at Chiba flickered with an emotional ripple. Let's skip the pleasantries. In the face of this early-stage boss, Chiba exhibited neither panic nor fear. Rather, deep within him, his blood seemed to simmer. Unlike Momochi Zabuza, the person before him was a true powerhouse. Regardless, we must first engage in battle. Chiba moved his body, signaling Naruto and Sasuke to retreat. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Dazzling hand signs unfolded in Chiba's hands. His cheeks swelled with wild wind chakra. Whoosh. The vacuum sphere shot forth like a bullet, aimed directly at the opponent. These kids are quite eager. A soft feminine voice emerged from the figure. The realization of her identity sent a chill down Chiba's spine. Summoning technique. In, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. The seemingly slow hand signs conveyed an eerie sense of foreboding. Just as the vacuum sphere was about to strike, smoke billowed forth. The temperature in the surrounding area plummeted. Hiss, suddenly feeling a bit cold. Naruto had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. However, Sasuke was already drenched in cold sweat. His sharp perception allowed him to sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from the newcomer. Compared to the previous Sabuza, they were on entirely different levels. He felt as though death itself had locked onto him. His whole body trembled, unable to move. Sasuke's eyes turned crimson, the tomo swirling within. "Calm down, Sasuke." Chiba suddenly appeared before him, offering reassurance. "Leave this guy to me. You can rest easy." Observing Chiba's sudden presence, Sasuke felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Remembering his companion's performance during their earlier mission, Sasuke gradually steadied his mind. "Aren't you afraid of death?" The soft voice resonated again, seemingly imbued with a bewitching power. "Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be?" Chiba's candid response caught the opponent off guard, his expression reflecting surprise. "But I have confidence that you cannot kill me." "Humph, an interesting little brat." The opponent scoffed, and the smoke produced by the summoning technique dissipated, revealing a giant snake several meters wide before the trio. "If you're so confident, let's put it to the test." As soon as the words left his mouth, the giant snake surged forward, charging at the three. The stench of the snake's breath seemed to devour countless souls. Chiba swiftly grabbed Naruto and Sasuke, leaping to evade the attack. Crack! The trees beneath them were instantly shredded to pieces. Splintered wood flew in all directions. What kind of monster is this? Naruto finally recognized the gravity of the situation. How could such a powerful ninja appear in the Chunin exams? Chiba set the two down, saying, "Stay alert. I may not be able to divide my focus from this point onward. After all, this individual is a ninja of equal renown to Jiraiya-sensei. In dog, rooster, monkey, goat." Chiba also performed the summoning technique. Meow. With a fierce cat's cry, Chiba's summoning beast made its grand entrance. "Nico, I leave these giant snakes to you," Chiba commanded. "Orochimaru-senpai, let us continue." At this declaration, the expression of the grass village ninja shifted dramatically. A mere child has uncovered his identity. What a failure. Orochimaru's voice shifted from soft to a raspy tone laced with a hint of chill. "Calling that idiot Jiraiya your teacher? It seems I need to take this more seriously." Despite being recognized, Orochimaru showed no intention of reverting to his true form. However, it must be mentioned that the face he chose is, indeed, not very appealing. Yet, when thinking of certain jutsu of Orochimaru, Chiba came to understand. For Orochimaru, appearance is merely a trivial matter. Immortality, that is what he currently seeks. In comparison, everything else pales in significance. An S-rank rogue ninja, the danger level has reached its peak, Chiba spoke slowly. The fierce cries of a cat echoed in his ears. Compared to their last encounter, the cat's body had grown considerably larger. Excluding the tail, it was already 5 meters long. The black serpent ambushed, its tail tightly coiling around the branch. The serpent's eyes locked onto the cat, which darted between the branches. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Although unaware of your intentions, as a Konoha ninja, I have the duty to stop you. Chapter 60, The Battle of Complete Suppression. What an arrogant brat, Orochimaru scoffed. Did Jiraiya not tell you? Death will always linger by your side. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from the branch. Bang! The sound of fists colliding echoed loudly. Chiba staggered back a few steps. His gaze towards Orochimaru was grave. Just from that brief encounter, he sensed Orochimaru's formidable strength. Among the legendary Sannin, he may not be the strongest in combat, yet he far surpassed a typical jonin. His soft palm seemed capable of dissipating the force behind Chiba's punch. In terms of taijutsu, he was quite impressive, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Compared to the other two brats, you are far more powerful. One cannot measure you by the standards of a genin. Konoha Gale. Crack. The branch beneath Chiba's feet creaked under the strain. The recoil propelled him away in an instant. Opportunities to engage Orochimaru are exceedingly rare. Chiba would not squander this chance. Through battle, he aimed to recognize his own shortcomings. Compared to Orochimaru, who had experienced war, Chiba still had much to learn in combat experience. Orochimaru was somewhat startled to discover that the youth before him bore a resemblance to Might Guy. Was there a connection to the Azure Beast as well? He leaped high, avoiding a direct confrontation with Chiba. The fierce taijutsu was not suited for Orochimaru. Years spent among serpents had honed his skills more towards soft techniques. For example, at this moment, his arm curved, aiming for Chiba's vital points as he weaved through the branches. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of collision surprised Chiba. The opponent's body could completely neutralize his strength. It seemed conventional taijutsu was insufficient. A spark of excitement flashed in Chiba's eyes. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he decided to unveil some of his hidden cards. 8 gates, open. The air surged as Chiba's feet spun and trembled. Releasing the limitations of his mind, he unleashed 100% of his physical potential. Both strength and speed experienced a remarkable leap. A forbidden technique? Orochimaru, well-versed in various jutsu, naturally recognized the technique Chiba was employing. He had once studied it, but had only skimmed the surface as it bore no relation to immortality. Jiraiya actually taught you such a technique. A flicker of anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. It was utterly reckless. As Chiba continued to demonstrate his potential, he began to view him as a target. For instance, a soul vessel? Boom. Reaching maximum speed, challenging the observer's visual perception. At some point, Sasuke Uchiha had activated his Sharingan. One single and one double, appearing somewhat peculiar. However, even so, he could not clearly capture Chiba's figure. Too fast, he murmured, only catching fleeting glimpses of an afterimage. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and asked, "Why must we use our eyes to capture Brother Chiba's figure? Brother Chiba once taught me that in a ninja battle, our eyes are the most likely to deceive us." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body trembled. He widened his eyes, contemplating the meaning of those words. Naruto, oblivious to Sasuke's expression, continued, "Therefore, sensing the opponent's aura becomes particularly crucial. When a ninja abandons their eyes, perhaps they can see further. This is Brother Chiba's original saying. I merely grasped the gist of it. Konoha Great Whirlwind." Chiba unexpectedly discovered that Might Guy's technique was surprisingly effective, especially in this dense, wooded environment. Close-range taijutsu yielded excellent results. His right leg whipped through the air like a whip, producing a sharp sonic boom. Missing the target, Chiba twisted his body, executing an incredible angle as he launched a powerful punch toward Orochimaru's head. The exhilarating battle caused sweat to gradually soak his clothes. Yet, as Chiba's opponent, Orochimaru felt quite stifled. At the start, he merely dodged a little but was soon caught within Chiba's rhythm of attack. Like waves, one after another. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Gale, Konoha Great Whirlwind. Not only was the speed astonishing, but the power was equally terrifying. Just one hit made Orochimaru feel a slight twitch in his body. Even after a moment's respite, a lingering pain remained. This style of close combat did not suit him. Just as he became irritated, his movements slowed slightly. Seeing this, Chiba's eyes lit up. An opportunity. Konoha Rising Wind. A powerful upward kick struck Orochimaru's chin. Bang! He was sent soaring several meters into the air. Chiba bent his legs slightly, unleashing a powerful force that propelled him toward the airborne Orochimaru. In his hand, unbeknownst to him, a bundle of metallic wire appeared. The wire danced and swiftly ensnared Orochimaru tightly. Body Flicker. Chapter 61. The Terrifying Orochimaru. After spending all day training with Lee, Chiba had not been idle. Through his silver tongue and the encouragement of youth and passion, he had finally been persuaded into the practice of Body Flicker. After several sessions of training with a wooden post, Chiba had successfully mastered this technique. Now, it was the perfect time to put it to use. Chiba suddenly tightened the wire in his hands, firmly controlling Orochimaru within. Through his extraordinary perception, he could ascertain that the Orochimaru before him was not a mere clone. It was indeed the real body. Spin. Chiba roared internally. Gripping Orochimaru's body tightly, he powered his waist and abruptly began to rotate. The terrifying speed reached an extreme level, producing a thunderous roar that echoed through the dense forest. The two plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground. The tremendous impact caused the earth to crack like a spider's web. At the center, a massive crater formed. Orochimaru himself was forcefully driven into the ground by Chiba, landing headfirst. "See, Chiba, you are so strong." Naruto swallowed hard, a glimmer of awe flashing in his eyes. It is difficult to imagine the consequences if Chiba were to employ that technique against him. Naruto Uzumaki merely entertained the thought in his mind. Yet cold sweat continually trickled down his forehead. Surely, death would be the outcome. Though he refrained from voicing this notion, the certainty of it lingered in his thoughts. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha, witnessing the scene, felt no better. Even with the Sharingan activated, he could not match Chiba's speed. The terrifying rotational speed he had just seen seemed to transcend human limits. What a fearsome Chiba! He concealed this thought deep within his heart, while simultaneously, a deeper desire arose within Sasuke. When would he attain such a level as Chiba? If that day were to come, it would likely not be long before he could eliminate that man. Contemplating this, Sasuke's gaze towards Chiba brimmed with yearning. As Chiba made contact with the ground, he distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering. However, in an instant, he sensed an impending danger. Releasing his grip, he leapt away swiftly from the center of the pit. Positioning himself a short distance away, his burning gaze fixed on Orochimaru's direction. A cough echoed, instantly heightening the tension among the three. Chiba's eyes darted towards the source of the cough, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, what a formidable little demon. Orochimaru's voice reverberated once more. Perhaps, you are not a bad choice at all. You might even surpass that child of the Uchiha clan. As the swirling dust settled, Orochimaru's figure emerged before them, appearing considerably worse for wear compared to their initial encounter. His garments were tattered in several places, and his already unattractive visage had grown even more grotesque. His face was pockmarked, with dead skin flaking off intermittently. He hunched over, clearly gravely injured. The persistent coughs further attested to his poor physical condition. What a pity, Orochimaru remarked, devoid of any emotion, his voice brimming with indifference toward life. I still rather like this face, though it has become somewhat damaged. He coughed violently, collapsing to the ground as he expelled copious amounts of blood, resembling a state on the brink of death. Yet, the more he displayed such a condition, the more tense Chiba grew. Are you not falling for it? What a cautious little brat you are. Seeing Chiba remain unmoved despite his prolonged coughing fit, Orochimaru's words were laced with disappointment. Very well, facing you in this state is rather perilous. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A pair of hands, white as jade, emerged from his maw, followed by his head and body. Orochimaru performed the substitution technique. Like a snake shedding its skin, he extricated himself from his outer form. It seems you are not surprised, he noted, his tone calm. Chiba nodded, responding, I possess a certain understanding of you, Orochimaru-senpai. The peculiar substitution technique of Orochimaru could evade nearly all ninjutsu, even that close-range taijutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru had returned to his original appearance. His long black hair cascaded down his back, and his pallid skin resembled that of someone who had long been deprived of sunlight. The shadow extending to the sides of his nose exhibited a mysterious purple hue. Most striking were his elongated golden pupils, cold and indifferent, resembling those of a true serpent. From his gaze, one could discern no trace of emotion whatsoever. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's enthusiastic invitation. Did Jiraiya that fool tell you? Orochimaru probed. It appears this fellow holds you in high regard. To such inquiries, Chiba could only nod in acknowledgement. One could hardly claim to be an all-knowing prophet, could they? Orochimaru-senpai, do you wish to continue fighting? Chiba inquired, maintaining a dignified composure, unfazed by Orochimaru's current state. Although the latter still retained some reserves, he had not unveiled all his cards. This was not the moment to lay bare every stratagem. In such a perilous realm as the ninja world, a degree of vigilance was essential. Though you have evaded certain attacks with your unique substitution technique, you are still injured, are you not? Chiba observed the slight tremor in Orochimaru's form. Coughing lightly, Orochimaru no longer concealed his injuries. A faint trickle of crimson appeared on his pallid lips. The stark contrast confirmed Chiba's earlier assessment. Although Orochimaru had dodged the majority of the damage, a portion of the impact had indeed struck him. Perhaps at the moment of contact with the ground, or elsewhere. What remarkable observational skills you possess, Orochimaru praised without reservation. You are a superior existence, nearly surpassing all my experimental subjects. Chiba, would you be interested in accompanying me? To Chiba's surprise, Orochimaru extended an invitation. The most outstanding scientist in the ninja world, the immortal snake, the harbinger of calamity, Orochimaru was expressing considerable enthusiasm towards a mere youth of barely over a decade. This, in turn, heightened Chiba's wariness. Of the three Sannin, this one was the most dangerous. Even in later stages of celestial battles, Orochimaru remained a formidable presence. After all, science is the foremost productive force. I can grant you even greater power, aiding you in realizing your ambitions. A fervent gleam illuminated Orochimaru's countenance. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inquire about your aspirations. Chiba's demeanor grew somewhat tumultuous, though he masked it well. Very simply, to seize control of my own destiny. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest. A commendable ambition. I am increasingly pleased with you. Yet Chiba shook his head, declining. Orochimaru-senpai, I cannot accompany you at this time. I am a Konoha ninja. My teacher, Jiraiya, sent me here, and I have comrades with whom I share life and death. Chiba unleashed his own brand of persuasion. While it could not rival Naruto Uzumaki's verbal jutsu, it still possessed considerable persuasive power. To uphold the will of fire, I shall steadfastly defend Konoha. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Orochimaru's face. What a shame. However, we shall meet again. With that, Orochimaru's body gradually melded into the ground beneath him. Yet just before his head disappeared into the earth, a knowing smile graced his pale visage. Orochimaru's vanishing act prompted a collective sigh of relief from Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Even as mere spectators, the murderous aura emanating from him had profoundly impacted the two, who were merely newly graduated genin. Despite having faced some battles, the chasm between them and Orochimaru, a veteran of ninja wars, was insurmountable. Simply enduring his presence required a significant adjustment period. Chiba and you actually drove that ninja away, Naruto exclaimed, though he had not contributed much. Nevertheless, his mindset remained optimistic. Uchiha Sasuke's face was a portrait of fury. Chiba speculated that he was lamenting his own inadequate strength. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together, the crimson hue in his eyes having faded. However, his gaze was imbued with an array of complex emotions. To be unable to engage in battle was nothing short of a disgrace for the Uchiha clan. Chiba chose to ignore Sasuke. At times, verbal encouragement yields little fruit. Nonetheless, his fate had undergone a significant transformation. Most notably, the cursed seal was no longer present. Following Chiba's intervention, Orochimaru had departed after their skirmish, leaving no time to implant the cursed seal upon Sasuke. Yet, one matter left Chiba feeling somewhat perturbed. There were no signs of completing his mission. He surmised that he would have to confront Orochimaru once more during this exam. Well then, let's go. Chiba dismissed these thoughts from his mind. We must seek out other teams. The competition for the scrolls has only just commenced. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the Forest of Death, the ground flowed like liquid, and Orochimaru's form emerged from within. His gaze sparkled with intrigue. Are you unable to accompany me just yet? Indeed, you are a boy of peculiar thoughts. Due to Orochimaru's appearance, Chiba and his companions had not acquired the Book of Earth. As for the Rain Ninja, Rome, he had been swept away by the initial tempest. Lost to an unknown corner. Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps he had fled. Chiba dismissed such trivialities. They were inconsequential figures. His immediate concern was to locate other squads. Boss, the cat leaped down from a tree after severing the giant serpent's throat. I am already quite strong, am I not? It boasted to Chiba. In response to this bravado, Chiba affectionately ruffled its head, an acknowledgement of its performance. Not bad. However, a more formidable task awaits your completion. The cat regarded Chiba's mischievous smile with a hint of irritation. It sensed an eerily familiar sensation emanating from him. As a ninja cat, your sense of smell should be quite acute, right? Help me track the whereabouts of the other teams. Without waiting for a response, Chiba mounted its back. With a thud, the cat collapsed to the ground, panting as if half dead. Chiba felt slightly embarrassed, having forgotten to moderate his weight. He tightened his calves slightly, the muscles beneath his clothing subtly bulging. Feeling the weight lift, the cat shakily rose to its feet, though it was not entirely on board with Chiba's suggestion. Boss, I am a ninja cat, not a ninja dog. The cat complained. Isn't tracking by scent a bit. Before it could finish, Chiba playfully thumped its head. A cat's sense of smell is far superior to a dog's. If you continue to resist, I will double your training regimen next time. Upon hearing this, the cat immediately wilted. Reluctantly, it moved forward. By the way, Chiba suddenly recalled his two companions from Team 7. The cat's carrying capacity is limited, so I will need you two to exert yourselves. Both had no objections, as the cat was Chiba's summoning beast. However, Uchiha Sasuke was astonished by the cat's seemingly poor endurance. It seemed that it could only carry Chiba, who weighed no more than 100 pounds at most. But the cat's grimacing expression did not suggest any pretense. Clearly, Chiba harbored his own secrets. The three companions and one cat traversed the dense expanse of the Forest of Death. The environment here was far more treacherous than the jungle outside. Owing to it being the 44th training ground of Konoha, Konoha ninjas had replicated every conceivable harsh condition here. In addition to an abundance of venomous insects, there were numerous natural traps, quagmires, quicksand, and hidden currents. As they proceeded, they encountered 69 different traps, and this was merely within the span of a morning. Boss, I detect the scent of another team ahead. The cat twitched its nose, discovering a lead. Make haste, Chiba urged. Let us not repeat our previous blunder, where the other team slipped away before our arrival. Saying this, he leaped off the cat's back. Fear not, boss, the cat exclaimed, revitalized and exhilarated. This time, they shall not escape. With that, its massive form vanished before the eyes of the trio. Remarkable speed. Sasuke marveled at the direction in which the cat had disappeared. Naruto beamed. Sasuke, did you see that? That is the cat's true speed. It must be because Chiba Nai has been overindulging lately that the cat struggles to move. Thwack. Another playful thump landed on Naruto's head. Ouch! He yelped, clutching his skull. Chiba had recently discovered that this playful thump was surprisingly effective. Whether it be on Naruto or the cat, a single tap ensured compliance. I have been mindful of my diet, Chiba retorted softly. Do not spread baseless rumors. Yesterday at noon, I merely consumed 32 bowls of ramen. Recently, the Ninja Cat Castle had received numerous mission requests, resulting in the cat expending a considerable amount of funds to procure essential items for ninja cats, such as ninja tools. Until the cats completed their missions, the castle's finances would be in deficit, necessitating Chiba to tighten his expenditures. In truth, even he had not anticipated that as his training intensified, his appetite would grow proportionately. The meager savings he had accumulated were insufficient for his regular expenses, let alone the costs associated with training, such as medicinal supplies for injuries and preparations for the Chunin exams. Wait, it seems I have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Chiba's eyes brightened suddenly. In the next moment, he quickened his pace, rapidly reaching the cat's side. Listen closely. If you wish to avoid elimination, hand over all your valuables. His voice immediately captured the attention of 3 individuals, who were in the midst of setting traps among the underbrush. They lifted their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend why they had been discovered. However, upon seeing the cat's colossal form, they trembled in fear. What sort of monster is this? Their voices quivered. The sheer size of the creature exceeded their wildest imaginings, and the fierce glint in its eyes rendered it utterly terrifying. Chiba exerted utmost control over his strength as he leaped down from a branch, landing atop the cat's head. Is my message unclear? If you do not wish to be eliminated, please surrender all your valuables. The sight of such a colossal beast appearing so docile before Chiba caused the Sand Village team to swallow hard. One individual, trembling, slowly withdrew a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Aru, the cat, aware of the movement, let out a fearsome roar. A terrifying gust of wind erupted from its mouth, striking the 3 individuals beside it. They stood with their arms crossed, their bodies bent, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the fierce wind. Wait, we are willing to surrender. Upon hearing the other party relent, the cat suddenly ceased its growling. This was a talent that had gradually emerged as its form grew. Its power was comparable to a significant wind release, and it required no hand seals. All it needed was to open its mouth and roar. The cat felt quite pleased with this innate ability. Chiba approached, looking down at the 3 individuals, and said, "What are we waiting for?" Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling light shot up from below. A crisp sound echoed through the forest. The cat's sharp claws shielded Chiba from view. It seems you 3 are still somewhat unconvinced. Chiba stepped back a few paces and declared, in that case, it's up to you. Naruto, Sasuke, take them down. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to charge forward with impressive speed, heading straight for the opposing team's formation. Sasuke Uchiha hesitated slightly, seemingly reluctant, but upon seeing Chiba's dangerous gaze, he too rushed in. The trio from Sunagakure had not appeared in Chiba's memories, rendering them somewhat unremarkable in strength. Neither Sasuke, at his current level, nor the significantly enhanced Naruto was someone they could withstand. With minimal injuries, the 2 swiftly subdued the 3 opponents. Breathing heavily, they appeared somewhat disheveled. The trio from Sunagakure specialized in wind release, and the swirling winds had tattered their clothing. Let's not waste time. Let's get to it. Chiba, with no hesitation, began to loot the valuables from the 3. Aside from a considerable amount of ninja tools, the most valuable items from Sunagakure were poisons. To Chiba's surprise, one of them was actually a puppet master. Although the puppets used were merely standard models, they were still quite valuable overall. However, one regret lingered. The scrolls possessed by this squad were not the earth scrolls they required. Shaking his head, Chiba tore the trio's clothing into strips and bound them together. He then proceeded to tie the unfortunate Sunagakure team to a large tree. Job well done. Observing Chiba's swift actions, Sasuke and Naruto were left dumbfounded. They felt that something about Chiba seemed off. Here, take this. Chiba casually tossed the heaven scroll to Sasuke. I feel more at ease with you holding it. This item is quite valuable. Chiba now entertained bolder ideas. Sometimes, in the pursuit of survival, individuals can resort to anything. He extended his arms, pulling Sasuke and Naruto closer. I have a plan to make money. Would you like to hear it? His expression was mysterious, and his eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Naruto, always in need of funds and acutely aware of their importance, eagerly exclaimed, I want to hear it. Sasuke, on the other hand, had never worried about finances due to his family status. I don't. However, before he could finish, Chiba interrupted him. The majority rules. Listen to me. As he outlined his plan, both Sasuke and Naruto displayed expressions of surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto, still with his usual carefree demeanor, declared, Then let's set off. Sasuke, however, had more reservations. Wait, doesn't this mean we will offend all the other candidates? He remained quite cautious in this regard. Chiba patted his shoulder confidently, assuring him, aside from a few exceptions who are exceptionally skilled and disguised as novices, there should be no issue even if everyone else joins in. Chapter 65. Efficiency in action. Although Sasuke could not fully grasp what Chiba was saying, it did not hinder him from noticing the confidence radiating from Chiba's eyes. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Since Chiba is so confident, what do I have to worry about? Sasuke shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. His sole objective now was to pass the exam. After a brief rest, Chiba turned to the cat and said, Cat, your task is to scout for other teams. The wood mint and catnip we need for the upcoming period are all in this exam. Chiba warned. If you don't work hard, we might run out of supplies. Hearing this, the cat shivered and stood at attention, promising, I will ensure the task is completed. It then crouched low, diligently sniffing the air. Soon, the cat pointed north. 2,000 meters ahead, there was a damp scent. Chiba nodded in satisfaction and said, Let us move. Our motto is to seize everything. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, echoed, Seize everything. Sasuke, however, felt somewhat embarrassed to be associated with them, his face turning red as he remained silent. He was beginning to regret his decisions. When the trio arrived at the location indicated by the cat, they discovered only 2 individuals present, ninjas from the village hidden in rain. Chiba crouched on a branch, observing them. Although they seemed to be resting, the dense metal wires around them revealed a trap. The trap appeared somewhat crude. Naruto, use Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu. Hearing Chiba's command, Naruto paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure. In terms of combat, his mind was quite sharp. In the next instant, Naruto's 2 shadow clones transformed into Chiba and Sasuke, leaping down from the branches. Haha, you two had better hand over the scrolls. Seeing the silly demeanor of the 3 shadow clones below, Chiba suddenly felt he had made a poor decision. The Rain Ninja's eyes lit up upon seeing the shadow clones. Tiger Seal. They formed hand signs, activating their trap. A shadow plummeted from above. The Rain Ninjas, utilizing materials from the surroundings to construct the trap, seemed to have devised a useful contraption. Boom. Naruto's shadow clone had no time to react before being buried beneath it. Bang. Reaching its damage threshold, it vanished instantly. The smiles on the faces of the Rain Ninjas froze. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind surged from above, as if countless blades were concealed within. The surrounding trees suffered greatly, with branches and leaves shattered, leaving a chaotic scene. The Rain Ninjas, unable to dodge in time, were sent flying several dozen meters away. It appeared Chiba had somewhat overestimated their strength. Chiba stretched his arms and leaped down from the tree, approaching the 2 remaining Rain Ninjas. The previous Rain Ninja had seemingly vanished, leaving only these 2. Gentlemen, let us have a chat about a little robbery. As Chiba wore a devilish grin, the 2 Rain Ninjas felt a shiver run down their spines. Moments later, they were thoroughly stripped of their possessions without any unnecessary dialogue. Sasuke, take this. Chiba tossed the earth scroll to Sasuke. This is our ticket to passing the exam. The cat continued, Next batch of victims. Sasuke hurriedly secured the earth scroll. His face slightly flushed, excitement flickering in his eyes. It seemed that this sort of activity was quite intriguing after all. The efficiency of the cat demon surpasses that of certain ninja hounds. As a member of the 2-tailed cat clan, its sense of smell is even superior to that of other felines. The efficacy of Chiba and his companions is also remarkably high. Under the guidance of the cat demon, within mere half a day, 3 groups of individuals once again fell into Chiba's hands. Considering the presence of female ninjas among them, Chiba graciously left behind a set of clothing for them. The Death Forest is neither too small nor too large. Soon, a significant piece of information circulated among the candidates. A group of desperate bandits had invaded the Death Forest, accompanied by a massive and ferocious beast, displaying extreme cruelty and possessing formidable strength. Any ninja they encountered was doomed to be robbed without mercy. The trio, however, did not cease their nefarious activities with the onset of night. Seizing the opportunity, the darkness provided an ideal environment for the cat demon's tracking abilities. It was not until the first light of dawn that the 3 members of Team 7 finally halted their endeavors. Chiba meticulously counted his spoils, numerous shurikens, kunai, and soldier pills. Indeed, he shamelessly claimed these as his own. Sasuke had no need for money, while Naruto still required his support. And now, the real prize awaited. 10 scrolls, 4 from the Book of Heaven, and 6 from the Book of Earth. Excitement sparkled in Chiba's eyes. Next, we shall guard the center of the Death Forest. Our ultimate task is to sell the qualifications for passing the second exam. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered with confusion. You have robbed the candidates of their valuable possessions. How will they procure money now? Chiba smiled slightly and replied, there are at most 13 groups of candidates who might pass the exam. With our actions, we have effectively eliminated at least 10 groups. The Books of Earth and Heaven are indispensable. Those candidates who have not been robbed must come to me to purchase scrolls if they wish to pass the second exam. Chiba was confident in this strategy. The Death Forest is quite expansive. From the exit to the central tower spans a full 10 kilometers. Even if these candidates rush with all their might, it would take them over 2 hours to traverse. In simple terms, the Death Forest is a vast circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, locating the scroll corresponding to one's own team is already a troublesome task, let alone finding additional scrolls. Even Chiba's group was only able to gather such a significant number of scrolls due to the cat demon's exceptional sense of smell. Furthermore, perhaps Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru possesses similar abilities. However, based on the timeline, this small team should have already passed the exam. Being the most proficient in outdoor survival among all candidate groups, they possess the capability to expedite their progress through the exam. Moreover, Chiba found it somewhat peculiar. It is known that the cat demon's sense of smell cannot discern unfamiliar individuals. Chiba had not deliberately instructed it to avoid leaf ninjas. Yet, remarkably, none of the 10 candidate teams included a ninja from the leaf. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Chiba mused, scratching his head, and dismissed the thought. Let us take a moment to rest. He gazed towards the east, where the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. The night's journey had certainly worn the other 2 out. Of course, Chiba felt no fatigue. With his vigor, he could easily endure days without sleep. Nevertheless, to better facilitate the sale of the scrolls, Chiba decided it would be prudent to rest a while. As for keeping watch, that duty naturally fell to the cat demon. 3 hours later, daylight broke. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Hey, you 2 rascals, it's time to wake up. Chiba stretched his somewhat stiff body, allowing the cat demon to rouse the others. Sasuke Uchiha, being quick to react, awoke the moment the cat demon approached. With a swift motion, he grasped a kunai in hand. However, Naruto remained undisturbed, even as the cat demon poked him with its claws. This guy really trusts us. Chiba exclaimed, give him a good shove. Upon receiving the command, the cat demon struck with a paw. Given its understanding of Naruto, this blow was sufficient to rouse him. Enemies, enemies. In contrast, Naruto appeared somewhat sluggish in his reaction. However, Chiba did not share this view. Naruto's apparent complacency stemmed from his complete trust in their safety. Otherwise, he would not be in such a deep slumber. It should be noted that during yesterday's robbery, Naruto had exerted the most energy among the trio. Whenever combat occurred, Chiba merely observed, leaving the fighting to Sasuke and Naruto. While both displayed commendable strength, they ultimately could not match the numbers of other teams, leading to significant fatigue. Alright, Naruto, it's time to head to the central tower. Chiba concluded his stretching, and the sound of cracking bones resonated through the air. In that moment, the aura he radiated struck awe into Sasuke, who was watching from the side. Does he have hidden power? Truly a formidable individual. Chiba turned to the cat demon and said, by the way, you will accompany them. I have some matters to attend to. The most crucial task has yet to be completed. Chiba would not forget his purpose for participating in this exam. Upon hearing his words, the cat demon paused and asked, "Boss, are you not worried that other teams will unite to steal our scrolls?" Chiba approached the cat demon and gently patted its head, saying, "Of course, I am concerned. That is why I permit you to unleash your full strength." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's pupils constricted. The cat demon possesses hidden strength. Why do those around Chiba grow stronger so rapidly? Reflecting on his own abilities, confusion swirled within him. Perhaps I should train alongside Chiba? Sasuke glanced at Chiba, only to find him observing him with keen interest. "What are you pondering, Sasuke?" Chiba had noticed Sasuke's unease earlier. Nothing. Sasuke Uchiha evaded Chiba's gaze. Reluctant to discuss further, Chiba paid him no mind. After providing the cat demon with some instructions, he departed. "Orochimaru, I am coming." A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Chapter 67. The decisiveness of Mitarashi Anko. Chiba leaped through the forest, his attire significantly altered. The hem of his shirt was slashed in several places, and both sleeves had been torn off entirely. The metal sheen of the wrist guards glimmered. Chiba formed a hand seal with one hand, pressing it against his chest, and softly whispered, "Open." In the next instant, the natural energy of the forest converged upon him with fervor. His dark eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light. A black mark intertwined at the center of his pupils, imparting an air of mystery. Reddish-gold shadows encircled his eye sockets, adding an extra touch of elegance. Sage Mode has always been one of Chiba's trump cards. After parting from Naruto and the others, he revealed his true strength. After all, compelling Orochimaru to retreat from this death forest is no trivial matter. With the activation of Sage Mode, his sensory capabilities expanded exponentially. Within the expansive realm of the death forest, no individual's chakra could elude his perception. This was a testament to Chiba's arduous training. The power augmented by Sage Mode is fundamentally rooted in one's intrinsic strength. If Chiba's prowess were merely at the level of a genin, even with the external enhancement of Sage Mode, he would be incapable of fully realizing his true potential. However, when Chiba's strength was sufficient to contend with the Jonin, the activation of Sage Mode would bestow upon him a terrifying enhancement. Orochimaru's chakra. Chiba heightened his self-awareness to its utmost. Found it. Oh. It appears there are others present as well. His figure darted swiftly through the woods, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the location of Orochimaru. To his surprise, it was Mitarashi Anko. Upon witnessing the confrontation with Orochimaru, Chiba furrowed his brow. This scene must not be discovered by the villagers, not at this moment, at least. Muttering to himself, he retrieved a mask from his ninja tool pouch. He had long been prepared for such a scenario. The mask was entirely white, adorned with the visage of a fox, with slightly protruding features, resembling a pure white fox. "Orochimaru, what is your true purpose in Konoha?" Mitarashi Anko scrutinized her former master with a wary expression. She was among the few who grasped the extent of the terror emanating from the man before her, both in terms of strength and disposition. Orochimaru's malevolence was unparalleled in her understanding of ninjas. "Do not be so tense, little Anko," Orochimaru replied, exuding an air of nonchalance. He knew this disciple he had raised all too well. Were she any other ninja, he might have regarded her with more seriousness. Yet, facing Mitarashi Anko, he found it hard to muster any concern, for she was a direct product of his teachings. "I am merely here to seek a young individual with potential." Orochimaru's expression remained calm. Initially, his target had been the last scion of the Uchiha clan, but during his journey, he discovered an even more promising youth. Perhaps this individual possessed potential that surpassed the Uchiha's innate gifts. Chiba, concealed behind the dense foliage, touched the tip of his nose. "Is he referring to me? Should I feel proud or apprehensive about being targeted by Orochimaru?" Although he, like Uchiha Sasuke, harbored a deep desire for power, Chiba would never accept the so-called cursed seal. Bang! As Chiba pondered, the battle below erupted instantaneously. Anko was well aware of her master's verbal prowess and did not wish to fall into his linguistic traps. Swift resolution seemed the better course. With her agile form, she charged directly at Orochimaru. Her movements were a testament to her Jonin-level proficiency. In just a few exchanges, Anko pinned Orochimaru against a sturdy tree trunk. "Let us perish together, Orochimaru-sensei." A flicker of determination flashed in Anko's eyes. Blood erupted. The kunai in her hand pierced through her left palm, joining with Orochimaru's right. "You once taught me a lethal jutsu, the twin serpent assault." Anko's right hand aimed to meet Orochimaru's left, forming the necessary hand seal. Upon witnessing her arrival, Orochimaru spoke, his voice emerging from behind her. "Little Anko, you disappoint me." Anko's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to face him. The Orochimaru before her melted into the earth, dissolving away. She pivoted, only to find Orochimaru calmly observing her. She could not even discern the clone. It seemed my previous teachings were in vain. Anko suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching her pristine neck. In the face of Orochimaru, the cursed seal had already activated. She gazed at him with a mix of resentment and fear. Confronting her former master left her utterly powerless. "Ah, Orochimaru-sensei." A youthful voice echoed above them. "Long time no see." Chiba's unexpected appearance startled both Orochimaru and Anko. Who was this person? Anko marveled at the figure before her. He was not particularly tall, perhaps even slightly shorter than her, yet the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive. Judging solely by presence, he could rival Orochimaru. "Just a passerby," Chiba greeted, raising a hand. "I merely noticed Orochimaru-sensei's presence and came to investigate." Upon hearing this, Anko clenched her teeth. Is he a lackey of Orochimaru? The Konoha security system is deteriorating. Chiba quickly refuted, "I am not Orochimaru-sensei's subordinate. My purpose here is to challenge him to a duel. The Death Forest is my territory." A glimmer of interest flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Initially perplexed by Chiba's presence, deeper observation unveiled the identity concealed beneath the pure white fox mask. Chiba leaped down, landing on a sturdy branch, facing away from Anko. "Anko-senpai, you are needed at the central tower. Allow me to handle this." Anko bit her lip, her gaze toward Chiba filled with conflict. However, before she could voice her concerns, Orochimaru interrupted, "Anko, do not interfere with my conversation with this individual. He possesses the strength to challenge me." Hearing this, Chiba spread his hands, feigning helplessness. Concealing his identity before Orochimaru was akin to climbing a mountain. In Chiba's estimation, this man, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, was the most astute entity in the entire ninja world. "No, do not die," Anko exclaimed, throwing one last remark before turning away. Her voice echoed through the woods. "I will bring someone to rescue you." In Anko's view, no one could stand against Orochimaru head-on. Her former mentor was an S-rank fugitive in the ninja manual. Sensing Anko's chakra gradually dissipating, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Chiba. "Indeed, you are the most promising young individual. I was correct not to place my bets on Sasuke." His eyes brimmed with a thirst for life. Chiba removed the pure white fox mask from his face. He had grown fond of this mask and could not allow it to shatter during battle. "It seems I cannot hide from Orochimaru-sensei after all. Yet, can you fathom the purpose of my presence here?" Orochimaru was taken aback by the transformation on Chiba's face, his expression tinged with astonishment. He realized that events had begun to spiral beyond his control. As the foremost scientist in the ninja realm, his research encompassed realms beyond anyone's imagination. Abundant natural energy, the sage mode of Myoboku Mountain. Even when he first encountered Chiba, Orochimaru sensed something amiss. Although he had his suspicions, he dared not confirm them, for the implications were too horrifying, perhaps even surpassing his own reanimation jutsu. "You just claimed that the Death Forest is your domain. Therefore, Chiba, your objective must be to expel me." As astute as Orochimaru, one could easily surmise Chiba's intentions merely from his words. Chiba nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, Orochimaru-senpai. You have guessed correctly. This is precisely my aim. Therefore, for the sake of our cordiality, will you choose to depart on your own accord? Or shall I resort to violence to expel you?" The disparity between Chiba's youthful visage and his grave tone was striking. Upon hearing his declaration, Orochimaru responded not with anger, but with amusement. "Cordiality. You dare speak of such with an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha?" Chiba deftly threw a kunai, pinning his mask to the trunk of a distant tree, showcasing his exquisite control, leaving the mask unscathed. "Upon closer examination, it appears we possess no conflicting interests." Chiba attempted to employ a tactic of persuasion. "Perhaps in the future, we might establish a form of collaboration." Orochimaru shook his head in refusal. "I require to witness your true potential. Not everyone is worthy of collaboration with me. Furthermore, it seems your body is not destined to become mine." After assessing Chiba's current state, Orochimaru relinquished his ambition to seize his body. After all, the cursed seal's energy derives from natural energy. It remains uncertain whether a standard sage mode would conflict with the cursed transformation. Undoubtedly, given the aura emanating from Chiba at present, implanting a cursed seal upon him would be an arduous endeavor. Chiba, resigned, remarked, "In that case, it seems we must engage in combat." Si Wei, Shun Hai Wuyin. Facing Orochimaru, Chiba deemed it prudent to strike first. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the fire-style, Great Fireball technique. A colossal fireball, several meters in diameter, erupted from Chiba's mouth. Within the confines of the forest, the fiery assault was amplified. The blistering flames instantly charred the bark of nearby trees as the massive fireball surged toward Orochimaru with relentless speed. In an instant, it was upon him, rather than evading. Orochimaru made no attempt to flee. The roaring flames engulfed him wholly. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, and when the flames subsided, only a scorched remains were left behind. Yet, from within that charred form, a voice of astonishment emanated. A gaping wound had torn open in the back of the burnt body, and Orochimaru emerged unscathed. The viscous residue clinging to him was somewhat repugnant. Fighting you requires a certain level of psychological fortitude, Chiba mused, not overly surprised. It was only reasonable that Orochimaru had not sustained injury. To be felled by a C-rank jutsu such as the Great Fireball would indeed be astonishing. Moreover, the fireball bore no trace of natural energy. It was merely an amplified chakra-based attack. After all, the title of one of the legendary Sannin was not granted lightly. It was earned through the crucible of battle. If this was the extent of his power, it would not suffice to compel me to retreat. Suddenly, Orochimaru's countenance twisted into a fearsome grimace. His pallid neck elongated like that of a serpent, lunging toward Chiba. Having developed his soft body technique, Orochimaru's physiology had diverged significantly from that of a normal human. In mere moments, the distance between them vanished. Chiba's keen sight discerned the elongation of Orochimaru's neck as his grotesque visage loomed before him. With jaws that gaped like a serpent's, he aimed to seize Chiba by the neck. Despite the slim chance of success, Chiba felt compelled to attempt a counter. "I have not forgotten, Orochimaru-senpai," Chiba declared, a dangerous smile gracing his features. "Do not entertain thoughts of claiming me." With alabaster hands, he firmly grasped the extended neck. A sickening crunch echoed as he exerted his grip. Bang! A fountain of blood erupted. In an explosion of sheer violence, Chiba had crushed Orochimaru's neck. The head, irretrievably severed, plummeted from the air. The disbelief in Orochimaru's eyes became eternally frozen within those serpentine orbs. "Orochimaru, cease your games. Such tricks are acceptable once or twice, but too many will lead me to regard you with disdain." As the last syllable left his lips, a sinister laugh resonated from the fallen body. "Truly, Chiba, your perception is remarkable. My acting was so convincing, yet it failed to deceive you." Chiba responded with an impassive expression. "Perhaps you have forgotten that in sage mode, I can perceive even the faintest fluctuations of chakra." Orochimaru emerged once more from the remains, utilizing his unique body replacement technique to evade most harm. Chiba, however, had prepared a response. Konoha Whirlwind. As Orochimaru emerged and struggled to regain his footing, Chiba's assault was already upon him. A powerful gale surged from Chiba's legs, infused with the strength of sage chakra, exerting immense pressure. Faced with such an onslaught, Orochimaru could no longer afford to underestimate him. He raised an arm defensively, attempting to shield himself from Chiba's strike. Yet, this attack exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. Bang! The explosive force erupted upon impact, sending Orochimaru hurtling several meters away, akin to a rolling ball. The subsequent force struck the trees with such ferocity that trunks requiring several individuals to encircle split asunder. Orochimaru crashed to the ground, the earth around him fracturing like spiderwebs. A cloud of dust billowed upward, obscuring Chiba's vision. Nonetheless, the chilling chakra sensed within kept Chiba on high alert. At the moment the dust began to clear, a pungent wind announced itself. The hiss of serpents echoed, drawing near to Chiba. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow snake hands. A throng of massive serpents unfurled their jaws, and a fetid breeze wafted forth. Merely the initial chakra fluctuations were sufficient to summon this technique. Chiba discerned no trace of chakra emanating from these serpents. At times, perception can be deceptive. Orochimaru's sinister grin was rife with peril. The fetid wind did not come from the front alone. Unbeknownst to him, the sunlight was obscured as serpents coiled atop the treetops. Escape was rendered impossible from all directions. Moreover, his left hand was not idle. Although the speed of forming hand seals was not as swift as the right, it required significantly fewer hand seals for the ninjutsu. Wu, Si, Chun, Z, Choin. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The two ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously, one following the other. The flames, fueled by the wind, surged ever more fiercely. The roaring, menacing fire dragon seemed intent on completely evaporating the moisture from the air. The air bullets formed by the vacuum great sphere merged into the fire dragon, enhancing its ferocity. Where it passed, only charred remnants remained. The shadow snake hand, which confronted it head-on, was directly reduced to cinders. A scent of roasted meat wafted through the forest. Strangely, when Chiba caught a whiff of the aromatic char, his first thought was whether it could be eaten. However, judging by the state of those gigantic snakes, it seemed impossible. The flesh had turned to ash. How unfortunate. He leaped to evade the massive python descending from above. The sturdy branch he had been on was completely shattered. Countless fragments scattered, piercing through the trunks of other trees and obscuring Orochimaru's line of sight. Orochimaru-sensei, Chiba's voice rang in his ear. Now it is my turn. Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly as he attempted to evade. However, at that moment, a powerful force struck his chin. Shadow Dance Leaf. Chiba crouched slightly, unleashing a violent force from his legs that slammed into Orochimaru's chin, propelling him skyward. Crack! The tree beneath Chiba groaned under the strain. In unleashing his full combat prowess, he had become somewhat careless about the destruction around him. With each movement, trees toppled and the ground shattered. It was as if a catastrophe had erupted, and the sheer destructive power made Orochimaru's eyes twitch. Was this boy some kind of humanoid beast? As Orochimaru attempted to dodge, a hint of panic crept in. Although he was in midair, thanks to his soft-bodied transformation, he could evade Chiba's attacks in an extreme manner. Yet this time, the taijutsu was not the Lotus series of Might Guy. Brutal continuous strikes. Chiba's maximum speed erupted, instantly catching up to Orochimaru, even surpassing him. His right leg, raised high, struck down with ferocity. Taken by surprise, Orochimaru could only raise both hands to defend. Crack! A sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed from his arm. Utilizing the momentum from the flip, Chiba's body twisted in midair. Using his waist as a pivot, he executed a 360-degree rotation. His right leg, like a heavy hammer, delivered another powerful blow to Orochimaru's already fractured arm. Boom! Orochimaru plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, crashing into the earth. Clouds of dust erupted, obscuring his figure. This was a taijutsu Chiba had developed himself. Its difficulty only reached the level of C-rank taijutsu. However, it required his body to attain an exceptionally high level to be executed. The initial move still drew inspiration from Shadow Dance Leaf, serving as a versatile starting point to launch the opponent into the air, thereby allowing for better execution of subsequent techniques. The brutal continuous strikes were not particularly unique. Its greatest feature was its terrifying destructive power. 2 consecutive twisting strikes were sufficient to annihilate anything. Even Orochimaru could not remain unscathed under such intensity. Moreover, with the stimulation of Sage Chakra, Chiba could even unleash a 3rd twisting strike. However, due to Orochimaru's timely evasion, he was unable to complete the Shadow Dance Leaf. Consequently, Orochimaru began to descend after being struck by the second hit. Cough cough. A violent cough emerged from the dust. This astonishing taijutsu bore a faint resemblance to Might Guy's techniques. Orochimaru emerged from the haze, his posture slightly hunched, his right hand pressed tightly against his chest. A trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, contrasting starkly with his pale complexion. The attack infused with Sage Chakra had impeded his ability to utilize the body replacement technique. The incomplete, brutal continuous strikes had inflicted maximum damage. I concede your innate talent. The Death Forest is your domain. I shall take my leave. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as his body gradually melded into the ground, leaving only chaos in his wake. Detected that the host has repelled Orochimaru, evaluating the task. Chapter 71. Beginner Sage Body. Chiba's face was alight with excitement. This sign-in task had weighed on his mind for quite some time. To drive Orochimaru away, he had exerted considerable effort. Without his diligent training during this period, compelling Orochimaru to vacate the Death Forest would have been as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Indeed, he might have even fallen victim to a cursed seal from Orochimaru. But now, the task had been successfully completed. Although he had revealed some of his potential, Chiba believed it was all worthwhile. Task rewards are being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the beginner sage body. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Chiba felt a transformation within his body. A warm current surged from deep within, flowing through his limbs and bones. The sage body was unlike any ordinary bloodline limit. In fact, it had transcended the very concept of bloodline limits. The beginner sage body did not immediately bestow Chiba with immense power. According to what he knew, the sage body resembled a latent potential. Ashura, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, inherited the sage body. Yet, compared to his brother Indra, Ashura appeared rather unremarkable in his childhood. However, through relentless training and perseverance, he achieved a terrifying level of power. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, as his descendants, also inherited the sage body, albeit with variations. The Senju clan produced Hashirama and Tobirama, while the Uzumaki clan gave rise to Naruto. Naturally, these were not the only individuals possessing the sage body. Many others shared this heritage. Their vast chakra reserves and rapid recovery abilities stand as clear evidence. This underscores a significant truth. The sage body merely provides potential for future development. In the early stages, it might not be as swift as the Sharingan. The warm current within him soothed every cell in Chiba's body. He sensed that the potential he had expended through intense training was gradually replenishing. Furthermore, his potential exhibited a slow upward trend. Once everything settled, Chiba felt considerably lighter. He attempted to form hand seals and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his speed had surpassed the limit of 5 seals per second. He could now achieve 6 seals per second, matching the talents of the Uchiha clan. The very individual Sasuke Uchiha had long harbored the desire to eliminate Itachi Uchiha. However, Chiba's feat was not merely 6 seals per second. He was capable of achieving this speed with both hands independently. This meant that without disrupting the flow of his chakra, Chiba could instantaneously perform 2 different ninjutsu. Of course, this required him to be in Sage Mode to accomplish. Sage Mode granted him exquisite control. Under normal circumstances, attempting to cast 2 ninjutsu simultaneously would result in chaotic chakra flow within him. 2 different chakra modes conflicting within his body could lead to internal injuries or, in severe cases, death. Having quickly adapted to the changes in his condition, Chiba felt immense satisfaction with his beginner sage body. He attempted to use a kunai to cut a small incision on his arm. Under the influence of chakra, the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. In just a few breaths, the arm regained its smoothness, appearing as if it had never been injured. If it weren't for the blood on the kunai, even Chiba himself would find it hard to believe. Remarkably, he was nearly catching up to Naruto. A flicker of surprise danced in Chiba's eyes. Moreover, his physical prowess had also seen considerable enhancement. He had now preliminarily reached the talent level of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Furthermore, with continued development, even greater powers awaited him. However, a new quandary soon emerged. What would be the next sign-in task? Chiba cast a puzzled glance at the system within his mind. After all, this was the most expedient path to his strengthening. Generating new sign-in task. Yet, the system's response left Chiba somewhat disheartened. He had hoped for the next task to appear imminently, but it seemed he would need to wait a while longer. Shaking his head, he dismissed this slight displeasure from his thoughts. Completing the previous sign-in task had already yielded significant rewards. One mustn't be overly greedy. At least there was a moment of respite. Unfortunately, Nico had yet to master reverse summoning techniques. Chiba hurried toward the central tower, where a substantial business awaited his attention. Relying solely on those two and the cat, he couldn't be certain that no complications would arise. Covering nearly 10 kilometers at high speed, he took merely half an hour, even with his pace deliberately slowed. At the edge of the central tower, Naruto Uzumaki had set up a stall with a few branches, selling scrolls, 10,000 ryo each. He proclaimed, "We have the earth scrolls in stock, purchase one, and you can pass." Sasuke Uchiha was decidedly resistant to this sales pitch. However, Naruto and Nico appeared quite enthusiastic about it. Yet, the malicious gazes lurking in the surrounding woods hinted that matters were not so straightforward. Chapter 72, 9 out. 13 back, at least 10 teams were concealed nearby. Although Chiba had released his Sage Mode, the hidden abilities of the other candidates were, in his opinion, rather clumsy. The erratic chakra fluctuations completely exposed their hidden positions. Compared to Zabuza, they were woefully lacking. Having witnessed the techniques of true masters of assassination, Chiba found it hard to regard the others' stealth capabilities with any respect. This included certain newcomers from Konoha, such as the members of Team 10, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, as well as Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and Tenten. As for the survival team led by Kiba and Izuka, they had likely passed the exam without issue. After all, this second exam was particularly favorable for them. Speaking of which, could the notorious bandits reported in the Forest of Death be Naruto and his team? Shikamaru Nara's incredulity was palpable. Among the various teams, Team 10 could only rank in the middle tier of strength. There were many stronger teams. It certainly seemed so. That large cat nearby appeared rather fearsome. Ino Yamanaka hesitated and spoke up. By the way, where's Chiba from our team? As the top newcomer this year. He shouldn't have been eliminated, right? Upon hearing this, Shikamaru sighed in annoyance. Who knows? This situation is truly unwise. What a hassle. Naruto and Nico continued their enthusiastic sales pitch, evidently aware of the other candidates lurking nearby. Finally, someone could no longer contain their impatience and stepped out from their hiding place. How much for the Earth Scroll? The leader, clad in heavy wrappings typical of Sunigakure ninjas, approached. Given their harsh environment, such attire was a necessity to shield against the elements. Seeing a customer approach, Naruto's eyes brightened. All scrolls are 10,000 ryo each. In truth, this price was not excessively steep. After all, an A-rank mission could yield a reward of up to 10,000 ryo, while B-rank missions would offer even more. Most ninjas participating in the Chunin exams had at least taken on C-rank missions, with some even having tackled B-rank once. Gaara of Sunigakure was a prime example of this. Upon hearing the price, the customer's eyes flickered with indecision. Can it be a little cheaper? We don't have that much cash on us. Naruto wiped his nose and replied. No worries. Brother Chiba anticipated this. You can exchange valuable items, ninja tools, food pills, ninjutsu, or even information, hidden behind the thick foliage. Chiba nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Naruto's ability to remember such details was commendable progress. However, the trio of Sunigakure ninjas still seemed reluctant to engage in trade. I think robbing you would also be a fine choice. The leader's eyes glinted with malice as his right hand reached for his ninja tool pouch. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged. The three Sunigakure ninjas had barely begun to draw their weapons before Nico sent them flying with a single swipe. They soared several dozen meters, leaving deep furrows in the ground, crashing against the trees. The sturdy trunks were dented, with splintered wood scattering like the shattered dignity of the Sunigakure ninjas. With one swift strike, they were utterly incapacitated. Observing this, other teams harboring thoughts of robbery quashed their intentions. This formidable cat was not only intimidating in appearance, but terrifying in strength. The onlookers wore grave expressions, contemplating their strategies. Naruto, Team 10 emerged from the underbrush, with Shikamaru leading the way. As one of Naruto's few friends in this cohort, Shikamaru maintained a decent relationship with him. We'd like to purchase a copy of the Heaven Scroll. However, Shikamaru's expression turned somewhat helpless as he continued, but we also lack cash. And our ninja tools aren't worth 10,000 ryo. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face reflected a mix of conflict. What should we do? Brother Chiba never accounted for this situation. Don't worry, with our family's reputation, we can write an IOU. Chiba's voice resonated from above. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Descending from the trees was a raggedly dressed youth, yet his fair skin bore no scars, and his handsome face radiated a sunny smile. Just his appearance instilled a sense of reassurance in the others. Wasn't this merely an innocuous boy? But remember, it's 9 out, 13 back. Chiba's words sounded like a devil's temptation. Chapter 73. Chiba's reluctant compromise. What does 9 out, 13 back mean? Shikamaru had never encountered such a term before, but his instincts warned him of an ominous implication. It's quite simple. 9 out, 13 back means an interest rate of 10%. Chiba did not elaborate further, stating only the interest rate. Shikamaru contemplated for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. That's acceptable. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba retrieved paper and pen from his ninja tool pouch. Witnessing this scene, Nara Shikamaru felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With his intellect, how could he not discern that this was all part of Chiba's long-conceived plan? After all, who would still bring paper and pen to such an examination? Ino, Choji, what are your thoughts? Nara Shikamaru exchanged glances with his companions, seeking their opinions. Choji was attempting to cram the last bag of chips into his mouth. This was his final stock. I have no objections. Let us pass the exam quickly. My stomach is already rumbling. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud growl emerged from his belly, as if in agreement. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino was fixated on Chiba. seemingly entranced. Hey, Ino, don't lose your ability to think just because he is handsome. Yamanaka Ino, shaken from her reverie, looked dazed. Huh, what's wrong, Shikamaru? She appeared unaware of the peculiar situation. Observing his companion's infatuation, Nara Shikamaru could only facepalm in exasperation. Forget it, judging by your expression, you probably have no objections. Besides, our three clans are not short on funds. With that, Nara Shikamaru pinned a lone note, pricking his finger to leave a mark. Chiba smiled as he collected the note and handed each of them a book of the earth. To demonstrate our sincerity, the first transaction includes a complimentary gift. You three can head straight to the central tower. No one will obstruct you. Nara Shikamaru, skeptical, wondered if it was really possible. Hearing his words, Chiba patted the head of the cat spirit, saying, "The cat spirit will guide you there. You can trust it entirely." The cat spirit obediently displayed a demeanor of compliance, entirely contrary to its previous assault on the Sand Village ninja. Well, fine. Nara Shikamaru initially intended to refuse, but seeing his two teammates, he acquiesced. Given their current state, they had no desire to engage in battle. Chiba swiftly seized Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji by their collars, tossing them onto the back of the cat spirit before they could react. Finally, it was Yamanaka Ino's turn. Yamanaka Ino had broken free from her trance. While she couldn't deny Chiba's attractiveness, which was indeed at the top tier among newcomers, it didn't imply she wished to be thrown onto the cat's back. Observing her fearful and pitiful gaze, Chiba pondered briefly. All right, just this once. He patted the fluffy leg of the cat spirit. Lower yourself a bit. The cat's spirit complied without hesitation, understanding Chiba's intent. It lowered its body, waiting for Yamanaka Ino to mount. After you, Miss Ino. Yamanaka Ino's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if illuminated by a flickering light. Thank you. As she leaped onto its back, she whispered in Chiba's ear. The cat spirit turned and sprinted towards the central tower. Chiba watched them depart, catching a glimpse of Yamanaka Ino's slightly flushed ears. Why does her demeanor seem a bit off? He muttered under his breath. Following their successful first transaction, other teams soon approached Chiba. To his surprise, there were indeed teams capable of offering treasures worth thousands. Of course, the candidates participating in the Chunin exams were not without their share of ruthless individuals. Upon realizing they could not pass, some directly produced ninjutsu scrolls, such as the Black Rain technique from the Rain Village. With 3 consecutive successful transactions, the remaining ninjas could hardly contain themselves. Considering the terrifying cat spirit had already left, some were tempted to attack. A loud call echoed as Chiba calculated his gains. In the next moment, countless shurikens flew towards him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Facing the assault, Chiba didn't even lift his head, continuing to tally his spoils. However, with his left hand, he swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a torrent of wind erupted from his mouth, enveloping all incoming shurikens. The gale did not relent, sending the 3 assailants soaring into the sky. Bang! 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 3 consecutive heavy impacts raised a cloud of dust. The onlookers winced at the fate of the attackers. Was this merely one ninjutsu? And it seemed to be executed with a single hand seal. With one move, he had incapacitated 3 ninjas of mid-level strength. The young man before them appeared even more formidable than that massive cat. Chapter 74. The Elusive Medic, Kabuto. Without a glance at the 3, Chiba organized his spoils. Ladies and gentlemen, we have few scrolls left. He smiled warmly at the crowd, exuding kindness. You must seize this opportunity. The onlookers, gazing at the seemingly harmless youth, swallowed nervously. Expressions of shock appeared on every face. Those who had considered taking action now buried such thoughts deep within. One must not make a move against this youth. This was a consensus among all. Lee, aren't you all going to participate? Chiba waved the scroll in his hand enticingly. Well, I don't have that much money. Rock Lee stammered, his face flushing red with embarrassment. Although he usually received assistance from Mike Guy, all that money was spent on training. Thus, he found it difficult to speak about finances. No worries, someone has money. Chiba directed his gaze towards the other 2 in Team 3. Neither Hyuga nor Tintin were lacking in wealth. Although Hyuga was from the branch family, he was not deprived in terms of treatment. As for Tintin, she was a hidden affluent individual in Konoha, having established her own ninja tool shop at a young age, achieving financial independence. However, to Chiba's surprise, Tintin did not seem pleased. She huffed and stepped forward. This scroll contains ninja tools worth 30,000 ryo. Bring the money. Tintin looked at the handsome youth before her, her earlier anger dissipating significantly. Yet, being inherently stubborn, she was reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side, even if it meant that someone she cared about could be taken away by others. Chiba seemed to sense something amiss. Wait, is it because of Ino? A flash of surprise crossed his mind as he carefully observed Tintin. Dust clung to her delicate face, and her bright eyes were filled with a stubbornness that concealed her inner anxiety and tension. It was just a joke, Chiba smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Tintin, you've helped me so much before. I haven't had the chance to thank you. Here, do you want the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth? Seeing Chiba's smile, Tintin's previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The Book of Earth. After receiving the Book of Earth from him, all newcomers from Konoha successfully passed the second exam. Watching the three from Team 3 depart, Chiba ignored Rock Lee's attempt to challenge him. Without opening the 8 gates, Rock Lee was no match for him. As for Hyuga Niji, his expression was dark, resembling a wide-eyed version of Naruto. Everyone, there are only a few spots left. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Chiba waved the scroll in his hand, encouraging the crowd. At that moment, a ninja unexpectedly stepped forward. Chiba, I want a copy of the Book of Heaven. A figure approached, adorned with round-framed glasses and a wooden headband, exuding a peculiar sense of security. It turned out to be Senior Do, who, to his surprise, had not acquired the scrolls either. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Yakushi Do offered a wry smile and explained, "This is merely due to your haste. None of the remaining teams are easy to confront. To pass the exam, I must rely on you, Chiba." Chiba, fiddling with the scroll in hand, replied with a grin, "No problem at all. Since it's you, Senior Do, I shall grant you a discount of 20%. For this esteemed master of dreams in the ninja world, Chiba had more than just simple plans. Offering a personal favor ahead of time seemed a wise choice. Yakushi Do handed over 3 ninja tool pouches, containing his spoils from battle, which he believed would suffice. Without a glance, Chiba accepted the pouches. A pleasure to collaborate. Senior Do. Yet, for some reason, Yakushi Do felt an odd sensation upon gazing at the boy's expression. With years of experience as a spy, he sensed a hint of unease emanating from Chiba. Would you be amenable to traveling with me? Yakushi Do inquired hesitantly, adjusting his round glasses. My companions are temporarily scattered. Before he could finish, Chiba interjected, not an issue. It's perfect timing. You can help me tally our earnings. I cannot rely on Naruto, that math-challenged fool. Naruto's face fell at this remark, as it was hardly flattering. After selling off the remaining scrolls, only a handful of candidates remained in the vicinity. Teams lacking sufficient funds set their sights on those who had purchased scrolls. Chiba, however, chose not to concern himself with such matters, as long as his objectives were met. The 4 of them proceeded toward the central tower, now merely 1,000 meters away. Chapter 75, An Abundance of Candidates. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha forged ahead, evidently well-rested and full of energy. Chiba lingered behind with Yakushi Do. Senior Do, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Chiba suddenly spoke. Before Do could respond, he heard a disconcerting suggestion. I recommend including my specific information in your ninja identification card. This will surely garner greater attention from Senior Orochimaru. As these words fell, cold sweat trickled down Yakushi Do's forehead, and his pupils constricted, revealing his heightened anxiety. As a spy, the most dreaded scenario had unfolded. Do was uncertain where he had faltered, yet it was undeniable that his identity had been compromised. Fortunately, it seemed Chiba had some acquaintance with Orochimaru, and for now, no immediate danger loomed. Nonetheless, Do resolved in his heart that once the second exam concluded, he would depart without delay. Unbeknownst to Chiba, his words had significantly impacted Yakushi Do. The central tower was now within sight. At long last, Do exclaimed, casting a wary glance at Chiba, "You all should proceed first. I must wait for my companions." Chiba nodded and entered with Naruto and Sasuke. The empty room felt rather desolate. Where has everyone gone? Naruto placed his hand on his forehead, scanning the area. There seems to be some writing. If the heavens do not provide wisdom to prepare for opportunities, and if the earth does not yield benefits, possessing the abilities of heaven and earth shall lead the path back to righteousness. This is the ultimate meaning of the ninja. Chiba read aloud what he had discerned. This implies we must open the book of heaven and earth. Sasuke extracted the book from his tool pouch, and as he opened it, a wisp of smoke began to rise. Instinctively, he tossed the book aside and drew a kunai. ready for combat. However, as the mist dissipated, Irika Yumino emerged, standing atop the Book of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the second exam. Irika's eyes sparkled with delight, clearly proud of his former students. Although Chiba had not received much of his tutelage, both Naruto and Sasuke had been among his most esteemed pupils. After explaining the purpose of the second exam, Sasuke displayed a look of realization, while Naruto remained perplexed. Let us not dwell on this any longer, Chiba advised. The exam is over, and I invite you to enjoy some ramen. We have had quite the fruitful endeavor. Irika glanced at the bundles the trio carried, his lips twitching slightly. By the way, where did you acquire all these items? Chiba replied with a smile, spoils of war. These are our acquisitions. Irika scratched his head in confusion, but chose not to press further. The trio had successfully graduated and were no longer under scrutiny. Come, I shall take you to join the other candidates who passed the exam, Irika announced, leading the way. However, it appears there are quite a few candidates this year. So far, you are the 7th team to succeed. Chiba chuckled awkwardly, offering no response. This was merely the beginning. Based on the scrolls he had sold, at least 5 more teams were likely to pass. However, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and Chiba dared not guarantee anything, for the teams outside exhibited varied levels of strength. Irika guided the three into a spacious hall, where several teams that had passed the exam awaited. There were siblings from Sunagakure, newly minted candidates from Konoha, and even clients from Chiba's past. Yet, one team appeared unfamiliar to him, likely those who had been intercepted along the way after making deals with the previous 3. Chiba felt a tinge of regret for their misfortune, hoping they would have better luck next time. With nearly 3 days remaining until the examination concluded, the sheer number of candidates who had passed the second exam was beginning to cause concern among Konoha's higher-ups. The final exam would require the presence of many prominent figures, and insufficient strength could tarnish the event's reputation. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rubbed his temples, clearly troubled. Perhaps we should introduce a preliminary round, eliminating half the candidates. That might alleviate some issues. Evidently, Chiba's actions had rendered the preliminary round necessary. Candidates who had passed could rest while arrangements were made following the conclusion of the second exam. The host of this gathering was one of Konoha's special jounin, Tetsu. It appeared that Mitarashi Anko was absent. Chiba surveyed the assembled crowd, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Who might he draw as his opponent? Chapter 76. The preliminary round commences. The second assessment did not extend to the 5th day. By the night of the 3rd day, all copies of the Book of Heaven and Earth had been collected at the central tower. Therefore, even if some teams lingered in the Forest of Death, they had no chance of passing the second exam. This outcome had genuinely surprised the examiners. However, what astonished them even more was the overwhelming number of candidates who had successfully passed the evaluation set forth by Anko. Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the names on the list. The pipe in hand occasionally exhaled waves of acrid smoke. A full 12 teams had passed the second examination, indicating the immediate necessity for the preliminary round. Sarutobi Hisashi handed the list in his grasp to the nearby ninja, having made a resolute decision. Chiba and his companions had rested for only a few hours before being summoned once again to the spacious hall. The one overseeing this preliminary round was the special jonin, Moonlight Gale, from the Hidden Leaf Village. He led a life that many envied, possessing a balanced and stable strength, along with a beautiful girlfriend who adored him. Unfortunately, his frail health and short lifespan marred this ideal existence. In Chiba's memory, the Chunin exams marked the time of Moonlight Gale's demise. Having little familiarity with this particular jonin, Chiba did not harbor strong feelings regarding the matter of saving him. Whether to save or not was left to fate. Shaking his head, Chiba resolved to focus on the upcoming preliminary round, which was of utmost importance to him. Given that the third assessment would attract numerous prominent figures, it was imperative to eliminate some participants beforehand. Moonlight Gale coughed repeatedly, his fists clenched to his lips. The heavy dark circles under his eyes and his pallid complexion indicated that his health had deteriorated to a critical level. Chiba furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Moonlight Gale. This state of health was concerning. He shook his head. As far as Chiba knew, very few ninjas possessed such poor physical condition. After all, chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy, both of which are indispensable. Could a ninja like Moonlight Gale, with such frail health, truly unleash the full power of ninjutsu? Thus, a spontaneous decision was made to add an extra preliminary round. The rules were simple. as displayed on the electronic screen behind him. When names appeared, they indicated the combatants, and the victor would advance to the next examination. As the conversation continued, Moonlight Gale's coughing grew increasingly severe. However, it seemed he was unconcerned by it. Before the preliminary round commenced, participants were given the option to withdraw. There would be another Chunin exam in the second half of the year, allowing those who withdrew to still participate. His words plunged the candidates into deep contemplation. After 5 minutes of reflection, several injured individuals changed countenance. I withdraw. Me too. Count me in. My body can't take it anymore. Once time concluded, 6 individuals withdrew from the preliminary assessment, reducing the number of participants by a sixth. Chiba himself had entertained thoughts of withdrawal. However, due to his outstanding performance in the previous examinations, withdrawing now would place him squarely in the spotlight. Not to mention the attention of Sarutobi Hisashi. Even the secretive roots lurking in the shadows filled him with trepidation. Chiba did not believe that after his encounter with Orochimaru, he had gained sufficient strength. Orochimaru had undoubtedly held back his full power, as Chiba was certain of this. His numerous achievements also indicated that Orochimaru concealed many abilities. Nonetheless, Chiba's strength had surpassed his expectations. Moreover, engaging in intense battles within the Forest of Death did not align with his subsequent plans. Although it contradicted Chiba's inherently low-key nature, participating in the preliminary round seemed the wiser choice. Yet, he sensed that he was drifting away from his humble disposition. Certain individuals had begun to pay closer attention to him, such as an elderly man who was smoking. Chiba met Sarutobi Hisashi's gaze and returned a harmless, sunny smile. However, Hisashi's deep-set eyes revealed unspoken thoughts. Is no one withdrawing? Moonlight Gale inquired again, embodying a sense of responsibility. No one responded. Among the 6 who chose to withdraw, Chiba recognized one, the deeply concealed Kabuto Yakushi. Unlike before, the look he cast towards Chiba as he departed was laden with wariness. Clearly, he had encountered Orochimaru during the previous exam. No one seems to be at ease, Chiba quietly remarked. The Chunin exams served as a spark that could ignite the Hidden Leaf Village. Since everyone has made their decisions, I will not press further, Moonlight Gale stated, gesturing towards a few uniquely attired ninjas nearby. They are our medical ninjas, possessing exceptional healing jutsu. Therefore, you may participate in the preliminary round with peace of mind. With that, he announced the participants for the first round of combat. As his words fell, the electronic screen displayed scrolling text, finally settling on 2 names. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 77. The fateful duel arrives early. Observing the names on the electronic screen, Chiba rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This situation was rather peculiar. How could these 2 rivals face each other in the first match? Initially, he suspected some underhanded dealings. But it seemed that the Hidden Leaf Village was being remarkably fair in this regard. They had essentially sacrificed 2 promising candidates at the outset. The best outcome now would be for one of them to advance, while the worst would see both eliminated. The reactions of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were also somewhat unusual. Wait. Naruto raised his hand. Sasuke and I are in the same team, right? Why? His words were cut short by Moonlight Gale's interruption. The preliminary round, as well as the subsequent 3rd exam, are individual competitions. Now, please follow me to the competition venue. Under Moonlight Gale's guidance, the group moved to a more expansive arena, flanked by spectator stands for other candidates to observe the battle. At Moonlight Gale's signal, they ascended to the spectator area, leaving Naruto and Sasuke in the center of the arena. Chiba, what do you think of this match? Rock Lee approached Chiba, his expression serious. Among the newcomers in the Hidden Leaf, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, Lee had formed a close bond with Chiba. Recently, the 2 had often engaged in what they called youthful training together. After numerous failed challenges, Lee had set Chiba as his target to surpass. What else can I think? Just watch, Chiba replied, somewhat helpless. The railing in front of the spectator area was rather high, and sitting down would obstruct his view. This Lee was reluctant and wanted to press further. Just relax and enjoy the match, Chiba replied, dismissing the matter. After all, even without this preliminary round, both were destined to remain genin for a long time. This was of little consequence. Lee still wished to say something, but Chiba restrained him. Reluctantly, he focused his attention on the arena. Below the spectator area, the atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke was tense. Sasuke, I won't lose this time, Naruto declared, his eyes filled with determination. Idiot, I don't believe you can surpass me, Sasuke replied, his expression dark and his brow furrowed. Yet, the tightness of his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. In fact, under Chiba's guidance, both were currently at their peak condition. Though they had endured numerous battles in the forest of death, they had also swiftly passed the exams, allowing ample time to recover. Most of their injuries were superficial, having no impact on their combat abilities. Competitors, prepare. The match begins. With Moonlight Gale's command, both figures vanished from their positions. Naruto hurled a kunai, aimed directly at Sasuke's face. Faced with the attack, Uchiha Sasuke deftly sidestepped, raising his arm to deflect Naruto Uzumaki's strike beyond his reach. The sharp sound of kunai clashing resonated throughout the arena. Sasuke sensed the force emanating from his opponent, a flicker of astonishment crossing his dark eyes. Is this truly Naruto's current strength? He has grown immensely since our last encounter. Naruto, though his attack was thwarted, displayed little surprise. Despite often voicing his defiance, he was well aware that Sasuke's prowess surpassed his own. However, bolstered by the rigorous training under Chiba, Naruto brimmed with confidence as he faced this preliminary match. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, until Sasuke unleashed his full potential, breaking the deadlock. Kunai fell from the air, landing with a sharp thud. At that moment, their figures collided once more, fists and palms intertwining, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Despite being recent graduates, both young ninjas exhibited physical prowess rivaling seasoned genin. Their brief exchanges had brought them to an even footing. Neither could gain an advantage over the other. Sasuke began to regard Naruto's strength with seriousness, acknowledging him as a formidable rival. Naruto, I will now unleash my full power, he declared with a grave expression. Enough talk, let us continue. As Sasuke's words fell, his eyes suddenly turned crimson, the Sharingan swirling within. Clearly, he had abandoned any notions of underestimating Naruto. Naruto pressed his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands into a seal, invoking the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, smoke erupted within the arena, obscuring the spectator's view. Naruto's figure filled the space, an array of orange silhouettes. This was a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 78. A battle of equals. The spectacle of their confrontation exceeded the expectations of all present. Whether it was the emergence of the Sharingan or Naruto's seemingly endless shadow clones, or the astonishing speed that left the crowd in awe, it was evident that both had transcended the typical standards of novices. Many of their peers from the same graduating class could not hope to match the caliber of Naruto and Sasuke. Who would have thought that the once overlooked underdog possessed such formidable strength? Naruto truly is a worthy adversary on my path to becoming Hokage. Come on, Naruto. This is troublesome. How could this year's exam feature so many monsters? Sasuke, stay vigilant, murmured the audience, their discussions fervent and unrestrained. Chiba, who do you think will prevail? Sasuke or Naruto? The same question echoed from different voices. Unbeknownst to them, Tenten had also positioned herself beside Chiba. Noticing this, Chiba felt a twinge of exasperation. It wasn't just Tenten. Ino Yamanaka stood nearby, her gaze occasionally drifting towards them. To be honest, I cannot say for certain, Chiba pondered before offering his insight. There are too many variables at play, making it difficult to predict the outcome of their duel. However, I do have a hypothesis. Curiosity sparked within Tenten as she asked, "What is your hypothesis?" I suspect that their chances of passing the Chunin exam are slim. Upon hearing this, Tenten turned her gaze toward the center of the arena. The battle had escalated into a fierce clash. Naruto's shadow clones relentlessly charged at Sasuke, their sheer numbers allowing Naruto to treat them as expendable assets. During a week-long intensive training, Chiba had devised a strategy tailored to Naruto's current capabilities, which Naruto had indeed employed before, albeit more often opting for direct confrontation. Sometimes, however, a more tactical approach is necessary. Naruto kept Chiba's teachings firmly in mind, concealing his true self among the clones, shifting positions while the clones were dispatched to exhaust Sasuke's stamina. Sasuke's eyes betrayed a flicker of impatience as he faced the relentless onslaught of the clones. While each clone could be dispelled with a single strike, several minutes had passed, and their numbers showed no signs of dwindling. This cannot continue. Sasuke felt a surge of frustration. Naruto's strategy was beginning to take effect, altering his mindset from earlier. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke obliterated two clones before leaping into the air. With a swift hand sign, he unleashed a massive fireball. Thanks to Chiba's influence, Sasuke's growth had accelerated significantly. He cupped his hands in front of his mouth, flames pouring forth. The searing inferno cascaded to the ground, scattering in all directions. Countless clones dissipated in the wake of the flames, clearing a significant portion of the arena. However, Naruto, unable to shift positions in time, found himself marked by Sasuke's gaze. "Found you." His scarlet eyes whirled with intensity. As Sasuke descended, he began forming seals once more. Fire release, great fireball technique. The scorching flames elevated the arena's temperature. As an enormous fireball erupted from his mouth, engulfing a tenth of the arena. Naruto's pupils constricted, determination igniting within him. In that fleeting moment, he had made his decision. Dozens of clones charged towards the fireball, their intent to buy time. Though it only delayed for an instant, it was enough. Naruto's hand signs looked familiar, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. Smoke swirling around him, his eyes momentarily clouded. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A highly condensed wind projectile shot forth from Naruto's mouth. The collision of the wind bullet and fireball generated a powerful shockwave, creating a curious arc of energy. Naruto's excitement surged as he realized the power of the vacuum sphere, a technique imparted to him by Chiba during leisurely moments. Sasuke, seizing the opportunity presented by Naruto's moment of distraction, lowered his stance as he landed, his legs propelling him with astonishing speed towards Naruto. Boom! A decisive punch struck Naruto's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Blood could be faintly seen in the air as Naruto was propelled several meters, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been determined. Chapter 79. The Clash of Wind and Fire. Has Naruto lost? Kakashi Hatake observed the fallen Naruto with a hint of regret in his eyes. Though somewhat disheartened, he was reminded that one must not judge solely by appearances. Sometimes, one must look beyond the surface. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, tapping his pipe lightly, ash cascading down. The battle has only just entered its fierce phase. Sasuke, his body taut, approached Naruto, stating, "Naruto, concede. You are not my match." The tone is rather flat, as if merely stating a fact. In the eyes of most, it is indeed so. Only a select few hold a different opinion. Surrender is not an option. Naruto Uzumaki struggles to rise from the ground, a crimson streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. His azure eyes are filled with unwavering determination. Brother Chiba is still watching me. How could I possibly concede? Shadow Clone Jutsu. Drawing upon his own willpower, Naruto rises and once again executes this A-rank forbidden technique. Orange figures once more fill the entire arena. However, the number of clones this time is significantly fewer than before. Sasuke Uchiha notices this discrepancy. Your chakra is insufficient to sustain the forthcoming battle. Yet, Naruto wears a confident smile. Let this be decided with one final move. As his words echo, the shadow clones of Naruto, standing opposite Sasuke, begin to form hand seals. The familiar gestures, in Sasuke's eyes, are not a promising sign. His expression darkens. Yet he must respond. For Naruto's next jutsu leaves no room for evasion. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dozens of clones position their right hands in a funnel shape before them, unleashing a tempest from their mouths. A singular great breakthrough might not concern Sasuke, but wind, by its very nature, is characterized by its vast range. When dozens of clones simultaneously employ this technique, the prerequisite for qualitative change has been met through sheer quantity. In an instant, the raging winds engulf the entire venue. Even the candidates in the audience are affected to some degree. The sound of the wind drowns out all other noises. Faced with such an assault, Sasuke no longer underestimates it. He swiftly retrieves several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Has Sasuke lost his mind? Nara Shikamaru watches in astonishment. Does he intend to use shuriken to fend off the oncoming winds? Just as the thought passes, Sasuke hurls the kunai in all directions. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chaotic flames erupt from his mouth, scattering outward in all directions. To the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the tumultuous flames coalesce into a fiery curtain. The gale collides with the fire curtain, sending countless sparks flying, creating a perilous spectacle. Yet Sasuke stands calmly behind the fiery barrier, his gaze steady, his form unyielding. However, those with keen observation might notice the beads of cold sweat adorning Sasuke's brow. How is this possible? The audience is filled with disbelief. Is this a new jutsu developed by Sasuke? To utilize fire release as a form of defense is quite unprecedented. Hearing some whispers, Chiba shakes his head and explains, "Look closely. Sasuke has a bundle of metal wire in hand. This is not a new technique, but rather the dragonfire technique. Chiba's words provide clarity to the crowd. Yet, some with less astute minds still fail to grasp the principle. However, the clever Nara Shikamaru quickly deduces the answer. Oh, I see. Sasuke channels chakra into the metal wire, granting it a degree of stability. As the shuriken fly outward, they form a rudimentary protective barrier. The characteristic of the dragonfire technique is its ability to manipulate the flame shape using the metal wire. Shikamaru's explanation illuminates the audience's understanding of the fire curtain's emergence. However, some candidates gaze at Sasuke with newfound wariness. To devise a countermeasure in such a brief span of time speaks volumes of Sasuke's combat talent, surpassing our expectations. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the adults' attention. Chiba notes the vigilant expressions of the Sound Ninja Trio, who possess a unique understanding of fire release techniques. Hiruzen Sarutobi does not hesitate to praise them. As he gazes at Sasuke, admiration gleams in his eyes. Naruto's comprehension of wind release techniques is equally impressive. Both possess commendable qualities, yet their fortunes seem to have faltered. The prospect of their pairing in this situation leaves Hiruzen perplexed. Such a battle, if placed in the third exam, would undoubtedly be a breathtaking spectacle. Alas, what a pity. As the wind and fire dissipate, only the two remain, locked in a gaze. Naruto and Sasuke both breathe heavily, perspiration soaking their garments. Clearly, both have reached their limits. Chapter 80. Both eliminated indeed. Chiba sighs, observing the two collapsed figures on the ground, shaking his head with a hint of resignation in his eyes. Whether it is Sasuke or Naruto, both embody an unwavering tenacity. Not only in their struggle against each other, but even in ordinary battles, they would never concede. Unless they genuinely lose consciousness, the fight will not cease. As they approach their limits, they engage in a physical confrontation. Minutes of combat leave them both incapacitated. They strike fiercely against foes and seem no less merciful toward one another. Both Naruto and Sasuke unleash their full might without holding back. When they finally collapse, they are left battered and bruised, dark crimson blood staining the ground around them. Upon realizing they have both lost consciousness, Moonlight Breeze rushes forward to assess the situation. Moments later, he raises his hand to signal. Ahem, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha have lost consciousness. The match is over. The occurrence of such an outcome had been anticipated by the Konoha examiners. The standard ruling would be that both are eliminated. However, given the unexpected nature of their battle, a discussion was deemed necessary before a final decision. Once Naruto and Sasuke are taken away by the medical team, a brief silence envelopes the arena. Numerous examiners gather to confer. I believe both should be granted the opportunity to participate in the third exam. Based on their true capabilities, they have already reached the level of Chunin. Moonlight Breeze adopts the most objective stance and presents his opinion. Marino Ibiki furrows his brow, his expression growing more severe as he shakes his head. Rules are rules. We must not forsake them. Should we grant them a second chance simply because they are candidates from Konoha? How would other candidates from different villages perceive us? He approaches the matter with a broader perspective. Opinions abound, each with its rationale. Hiruzen Sarutobi observes their discussion, smoke curling from his pipe. Enough, both are eliminated. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen delivers the final verdict. With the capabilities of Sasuke and Naruto, passing the second half of the exam will not present a significant challenge. He states his reasoning. Sometimes, the youth require a degree of tempering. Thus, the matter is settled. Moonlight Breeze scans the crowd and announces, due to the simultaneous loss of consciousness of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, both are eliminated. As his words resonate, a clamor erupts. Is this decision not somewhat excessive? Can we not afford them another chance? Eliminating both would significantly reduce competition. Opinions vary widely on this matter. Of course, Chiba pays little heed. After all, it is merely a Chunin exam. Were it not for the requirement to register, he would gladly remain a perennial genin. His nature is one of modesty, yet the unfolding events have gradually deviated from this essence. Nevertheless, Chiba personally yearns to return to his true self. The task of signing in has been established, and a new sign-in task is being released. Sign in at the Chunin exam venue and successfully advance to Chunin. Chiba gasped, feeling a chill. Is even the system working against me? His expression stiffened. After all, it was merely a system reward. If necessary, I can forego it. Task reward, lightning attribute chakra. The corners of Chiba's mouth twitched as he reconsidered his earlier thoughts. The reward for the task is inconsequential. What truly matters is participating in the Chunin exam. Initially, he contemplated conceding in the preliminary rounds. However, the sudden emergence of this sign-in task compelled Chiba to alter his plans. Advancing to Chunin is indeed a hassle. As his interactions with the Pineapple Head clan increased, Chiba found himself adopting their catchphrases. Nara Shikamaru blinked, momentarily taken aback. What did you just say, Chiba? Upon hearing his words, Chiba waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. Just made a resolution. For some reason, Nara Shikamaru felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. Moonlight Gale coughed persistently, yet remained dutiful. The next pair of contestants. As the announcement rang out, the names on the electronic screen began to scroll once more. After a dizzying display of names, they finally settled on 2. I didn't expect my turn to come so quickly. Chiba was somewhat astonished. As for his opponent, he paid little heed. Besides a certain individual prone to explosive outbursts, Chiba was unconcerned about anyone else. Moonlight Gale called out, Konoha Ninja Chiba versus Sound Ninja Akatsuki. Chiba's gaze swept to the Sound Ninja clad in a black mask. His indifferent glance caused the opponent's body to stiffen, beads of cold sweat oozing from his pores. Chiba, give it your all. Rock Lee cheered from the spectator stands. Without turning around, Chiba gave a thumbs up, declaring, I shall stake my youth on this. I will not lose. Anyone who had witnessed Chiba in action would harbor no concerns. Apart from the 2 recently carried away, Rock Lee was perhaps the most confident in Chiba. In his eyes, Chiba, having defeated him directly, was a target worthy of lifelong pursuit. Chiba, you must not lose. I believe in your victory. A sweet voice rang out from the stands, momentarily catching Chiba off guard. Wait, isn't that Ten and Yamanaka Ino? He stiffly turned his head to see the 2 girls at the railing, waving eagerly. However, they soon noticed something amiss. The 2 girls exchanged fierce glares, their instincts warning them that the person before them was undoubtedly a rival. Sparks seemed to collide in their gazes, and the air was thick with an unmistakable tension. Chiba gasped, this situation seems a bit off. Moonlight Gale urged, Contestant Chiba, please make your way to the center of the arena. The second match is about to commence. Without further delay, Chiba swiftly moved to face Akatsuki. Kid, I'll crush you outright. Although the black cloth covering Akatsuki's face and his opaque glasses rendered his expression indiscernible, the murderous aura emanating from him suggested he was unaware of his own shortcomings. It appears that Senior Do has concealed some crucial information from you, Chiba mused, intrigued by the man before him. What? Akatsuki seemed caught off guard. Contestants, prepare. The match begins. Moonlight Gale interrupted any further conversation, emphasizing the need to conserve time for the subsequent battles. Akatsuki, eager to strike first, unleashed a faint blue light from his hands, a chakra-infused aura enveloping him. He lunged forward, aiming directly for Chiba's face. From Chiba's perspective, the speed, power, and angle of the attack were all mediocre. He raised his hand to intercept, and upon contact, chakra surged from his body toward Akatsuki. Chiba's expression shifted. Haha, kid, did you not see this coming? Akatsuki's laughter reeked of petty triumph. My ability allows me to absorb others' chakra. Anyone I touch will have their chakra drained. Do you not feel weak, as if your essence is being siphoned away? However, in response, a swift kick from the side sent Akatsuki flying. The force was tremendous, propelling his tall figure like a rag doll, leaving no room for resistance. Boom. Akatsuki crashed against the arena wall, the impact creating a spiderweb of cracks around him. Debris fell, and the ground was stained with blood. Chiba's full-force kick nearly shattered his insides. Is that all? A light-hearted remark struck Akatsuki's psyche like a ton of bricks. Struggling to widen his eyes, he attempted to discern the figure of the youth before him, but the existence of sunglasses blurred his vision. A spray of blood stained his chest. With a tilt of his head, Akatsuki succumbed to unconsciousness. Chiba exercised utmost control over his strength in this instance. It was best to avoid any unnecessary complications at such a critical moment. Moonlight Gale approached to check Akatsuki's condition. Already unconscious, the match concluded. The victor is Chiba. In truth, Chiba could have dispatched Akatsuki in an instant at the beginning of the battle. However, he was intrigued by the capabilities of Akatsuki. The ability to absorb chakra resembled that of the ninja blade, Samahata. Thus, Chiba took the risk of engaging directly to assess the limits of his opponent's abilities. Regrettably, he found Akatsuki's powers to be quite limited. Even if Chiba offered no resistance, Akatsuki could not absorb a significant amount of chakra. Furthermore, if Chiba chose to resist, Akatsuki would be unable to absorb any chakra at all. Chiba deemed such a capability useless, not even comparable to the trio of sound ninjas. The progression of the second match exceeded the expectations of most spectators. What was anticipated to be an intense battle concluded in mere seconds, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. Chiba's prowess far surpassed that of his opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Hatake Kakashi. Did he perform similarly during missions? Kakashi nodded solemnly. Chiba's strength is well beyond that of the other two. Naruto has been training closely with him leading up to this Chunin exam. Today's performance indicates significant improvement on Naruto's part. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, calmly stating, "It appears Jiraiya has invested considerable effort in him." In contrast to the first match, Chiba's performance appeared to captivate even more attention. Almost all eyes were fixed upon him, including that of a certain gourd-wielding figure, who stared at Chiba with an intense focus. The murderous intent radiating from him was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Gaara's eyelids twitched as he struggled to suppress his murderous urge. At this moment, one must refrain from acting recklessly. Although his personality may be erratic, it does not imply that he is a fool. In terms of intelligence, Gaara has always been quite capable. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of the 5th Kazekage. "Chio, your strength has significantly improved." Rock Lee exclaimed excitedly as he hovered around Chio, filled with a palpable eagerness. Chio bore no resentment toward his single-minded friend. On the contrary, he considered Rock Lee to be a commendable companion. With his unblemished character, he also possessed a unique personality. Most importantly, he harbored no inherent flaws. Though he would soon face disqualification due to his overzealous abilities, with Chio present, he would not allow that tragic scene to unfold. The title of Chunin was trivial and inconsequential. However, his path as a ninja must not be abruptly severed. Aside from a few exceptional cases, the gazes directed at Chio were laced with deep apprehension. While some had already witnessed his formidable prowess in the forest of death, nothing could compare to the stark reality of the present moment. The ninjas who had made it this far were undeniably formidable in their own right. Yet even they fell victim to Chio's swift and decisive strikes. At this juncture, the overwhelming majority of candidates had instilled in their minds the belief that they could not contend with him. As the voice of the announcer echoed through the air, the names on the electronic screen ceased their scrolling. Konoha Ninja Tenten versus Sunagakure Ninja Temari. Chio's eyes sharpened as he observed the two young women who had stepped into the arena. Finally, the competition had returned to its rightful path. Whether it was the internal conflict of Team 7 in the first match or Chio's own participation in the second, both had strayed from the original trajectory of the world. Now, it seemed that the preliminaries were once again aligning with the expected course. From an exterior perspective, this battle already hinted at a particular outcome. Compared to Temari's pristine and unscathed appearance, Tenten's condition appeared rather disheveled. The pink of her attire was dust-laden, and her exposed skin bore numerous cuts and bruises. Her face, though marked by determination, could not conceal the weariness etched upon her features. This was going to be challenging. Chio sighed, heightening his focus. This match was poised to be a near-total domination. It could not be said that Tenten was weak. Rather, her techniques were completely countered by Temari's abilities. The fierce winds could easily send any ninja tool flying. Temari's wind release techniques were inherently powerful, and when combined with her 3-star fan, Tenten's chances of victory dwindled to an unimaginable low. Tenten had assisted Chio significantly in training. He was a person of clear distinctions between grievances and gratitude. As they faced each other, both wore serious expressions. The match commenced. Aware that her opponent was oblivious, Tenten chose to strike first. She leaped backward to create distance while launching her kunai. However, before she could discern her opponent's response, the sound of the kunai embedding itself in the ground reached her ears. How could this happen? A look of astonishment crossed Rock Lee's face. How could Tenten miss her target? Her accuracy had always been unparalleled. Hearing his words, Chio corrected him. "Pay attention, Lee. Temari's position has shifted from before. It is not that Tenten missed. Rather, Temari evaded her attack." Tenten gazed incredulously at Temari not far off. Did she really evade it? If this is all she can do, she might as well concede now, Temari advised. Although the siblings from Sunagakure had rather unpleasant personalities, Temari was far more amiable compared to the others. Yet, even as she spoke, there was a hint of defiance in her demeanor. "Humph," Tenten scoffed, reaching for a scroll. This is merely a test. She tossed the scroll into the air, which unfurled into a dragon shape that circled upward. Tintin leapt into the expanding scroll, and in an instant, countless hidden weapons surged forth. Yet, Temari simply opened her fan and calmly declared, "Second star?" The gale erupted from the 3-star fan, instantly deflecting all incoming projectiles. The moment the fan fully opened marked Tintin's defeat. Temari possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. As Tintin descended from the air, she gritted her teeth, feeling a sense of reluctance. Deep down, she sensed that her chances in the Chunin exams might be at an end. However, with her tenacious spirit, Tintin refused to concede easily. Twin rising dragons. 2 scrolls were pinched between her slender fingers and launched into the air. The spiraling dragon-shaped scrolls enveloped Tintin, and like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, countless sharp ninja tools cascaded down. "Kamaitachi!" A clear voice rang out across the arena. A whirlwind erupted, howling winds consuming all the incoming projectiles, rendering them utterly powerless. Yet, the tempest continued unabated, rushing toward Tintin. The anticipated scene of her defeat did not materialize, as a figure darted through the audience. Upon looking again, Tintin had escaped the reach of the attack. "All right, we concede." Chio swiftly scooped Tintin into his arms, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Chapter 83. The impulsive Chio. The sudden appearance interrupted Temari's impending attack. As Tintin felt the warmth radiating from Chio, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. After a moment of stunned silence, she struggled to rise. Given her temperament, she was unaccustomed to such behavior. Since she had not sustained any injuries, Chio released her without hesitation. Isn't forcibly intervening in a battle a violation of the rules? For some reason, upon hearing Temari speak, Chio sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. "So you concede, huh?" Tintin nodded in agreement, stating, "Judge, I concede." With her twin rising dragons proving ineffective, continuing the fight held no purpose. All of Tintin's strength was encapsulated in those hidden weapons. Without the means to overcome Temari's wind release techniques, her efforts were in vain. However, Temari wished to argue further. Yet, the voice from the audience quelled her words. "That's enough, Temari. I will personally deal with this one." Temari turned in the direction of the voice, only to see Gaara's eyes glinting with excitement. After observing Chio's prowess, he could hardly contain his inner impulses. "I apologize for interrupting your battle." Chio disregarded the almost frenzied Gaara and turned to explain to Temari, "But I'm merely—" "Temari, why are you still standing there?" Beneath Gaara's voice lay a thread of deranged frenzy. "What is there to discuss with the dead?" Boom. The flying shadow left everyone in shock. As they witnessed Chio deliver a powerful kick that sent Gaara sprawling, the audience was at a loss for words. This Chio actually struck at this murderous maniac. Inazuka Kiba, who had witnessed Gaara's murderous tendencies, wore the most exaggerated expression. His companion, Akamaru, emitted a faint whine. Even the perceptive Akamaru, sensing the imminent danger, could not maintain his composure in the presence of Gaara. Meanwhile, an even more terrifying killing intent than Gaara's began to unfold within the arena, making it all the more unbearable. After repeated provocations, before Gaara could rise, he was forcefully pinned back to the ground once more. "Did you truly believe I lacked any temper?" Chiba has long been displeased with this eyebrowless boy. He mistakenly thinks that his status grants him the right to be arrogant. Ultimately, what he lacks is a good beating. The creature within him, the Tanuki, is of the same ilk. "You wish for death?" Gaara seems quite indignant, struggling to rise and wanting to retaliate. However, the peculiar chakra emanating from Chiba's palm renders him unable to perform jutsu. Bang! Sensing the movement beneath his hand, Chiba intensified the infusion of Senjutsu chakra. "I advise you to behave yourself." The standoff continued. "All right, Chiba." Saratobi Hiruzen finally interjected, "Release Gaara. It is better for young people to have fewer conflicts." Beside him, Maki wished to retort, but upon noticing the surrounding Konoha ninjas, he swallowed his words. "Very well." Third Hokage. Chiba willingly released his palm from Gaara's face. To his surprise, Gaara did not strike back, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. "I will surely kill you." Chiba spread his hands nonchalantly and replied, "You are always welcome." Returning to the spectators' area, Temari gazed at Chiba with astonishment. Although she had some understanding of his strength, she never anticipated that he could subdue the furious Gaara. Even though he had gained a slight upper hand in the previous battle, in the world of ninjas, only the outcome matters. The process is insignificant. Temari's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of an unspoken thought. Chiba stood in his position, lost in contemplation. In truth, due to his temperament, he would not easily be provoked. Yet, to test Sarutobi Hiruzen's limits, he did not hesitate to take action. From the current situation, it was evident that Hiruzen held Chiba in high regard. This realization fortified Chiba's confidence. Simultaneously, he had gauged a portion of Gaara's strength during their earlier confrontation. In his incomplete tailed beast form, Gaara was undoubtedly no match for him. As for his complete tailed beast transformation, that remained uncertain. The tailed beasts are currently akin to boss-level entities. After briefly tidying up the arena, the preliminary rounds continued. The names on the electronic screen scrolled to a halt, revealing 2 contenders. Moonlight Kazekage glanced at them, his expression somewhat peculiar. Another internal clash within the team. Inuzuka Kiba versus Aburame Shino. Chapter 84. The internal strife of Team 8. As a proficient competitor among the ranks of over 700, Inuzuka Kiba expressed his aspiration to become Hokage. To realize this dream, he has devoted all his efforts. However, when faced with certain overpowered opponents, he often feels somewhat inadequate. He had hoped to encounter a simpler opponent in the preliminaries, perhaps someone like Naruto. Yet, he never expected to find himself in a team battle. The internal conflict within Team 8 left him hesitant. As a teammate, Kiba was well aware of Shino's formidable abilities. Among the 3, Shino's strength was the most elusive. It would be impossible for Kiba to admit that Shino surpassed him. Furthermore, it was an even greater challenge to expect Kiba to concede without a fight. Shino, I advise you to surrender early. Before the future Hokage, you have no chance of victory. Kiba pointed to himself, his expression brimming with pride. You remain as arrogant as ever. In contrast to Kiba's boastful demeanor, Shino appeared remarkably composed. His tranquil voice revealed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Teacher Red once taught us that maintaining a steady mindset is crucial for a ninja. Your heart is already in disarray. Hearing his words, Kiba gritted his teeth, preparing to retort. However, Moonlight Kazekage interrupted their exchange. The match begins. If that is the case, let us unleash our full strength in battle. Kiba positioned himself on all fours, chakra faintly visible enveloping his limbs. Beast mimicry technique, 4-legged technique. At the moment chakra enveloped him, his nails elongated, becoming sharp and fierce. His gaze transformed into one of ferocity and ruthlessness. One strike to determine the victor, Shino. Kiba's roar echoed as he vanished from his spot, moving with incredible speed. Bang! Kiba struck sideways with his elbow, concentrating all his might upon it. Shino had not even registered the attack before Kiba's elbow hit his chest. The force of the blow was immense, causing his chest to appear somewhat concave. The battle came to an end. Chiba observed closely, determining the outcome of this match. I've got him. A glimmer of delight flickered in Kiba's eyes, knowing well his teammate Shino's capabilities. Though his insect manipulation technique was impressive, he lagged significantly in physical combat. With Kiba's close-range attack, victory seemed assured. Wait, something feels off. Kiba's expression changed, sensing danger. He retaliated forcefully, retreating rapidly. Yet, Shino remained motionless, showing no signs of reaction. Kiba, I am more aware of my weaknesses than you think. Shino's voice came from another side. Therefore, why would I allow you to engage me in close combat? Kiba's eyes widened in fury, his emotions surging. It was a bug clone. What does awareness matter? I shall surely claim victory in this battle. To Kiba's confident proclamation, Shino responded with poise. No, the battle has already concluded. Secret technique, insect sphere. Shino raised his arm, chakra swirling around it. At that moment, Kiba sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. He glanced at his right elbow, astonishment flashing across his eyes. I am being infested by insects. The emergence of the parasitic bugs signaled the true end of this battle. However, the spectators remained silent, neither cheering nor making any noise. Whether it was the bug clone or the insect sphere, the Aburame clan's secret techniques provoked a discomforting sensation. The dense swarm of parasitic bugs evoked a chill. As Kiba's chakra continued to be consumed, he ultimately lost his fighting capability, leaving only Akamaru, who was of little use. The match concluded, with Shino emerging victorious. Moonlight Kazekage shook his head and cleared his throat, rendering his judgment. Kiba, in confronting his teammate, had lost his composure. Defeat was inevitable. Without careful observation, he hastily attempted to engage in close combat, shattering his opponent's bug clone while simultaneously allowing the parasitic bugs to attach to his elbow. Once the bugs made contact with a human, they became exceedingly difficult to manage. Damn it! Kiba pounded the ground fiercely, his eyes filled with frustration. Come on. I will strive alongside you. Shino approached Kiba, extending his hand toward him. The bond among Team 8 remained strong. Kiba's resentment was directed solely at his own inadequacy. I must stand at the end. Kiba firmly grasped Shino's hand. TSK, such a good camaraderie. Chiba stood in the spectator area, shaking his head in admiration. Beside him, Rock Lee chimed in. Such is the essence of youth. As the two descended from the arena, the electronic screen began to scroll once more. It appeared that the preliminary rounds would conclude today. However, the names that appeared were unfamiliar to Chiba. They were likely teams that had merely procured scrolls to secure their advancement. To Chiba's surprise, someone entered through the back door mid-match. The caretaker seemed to be one of the leaders from the Sound Village, yet the chilling aura emanating from him betrayed his true identity, Orochimaru, the harbinger of calamity. Chapter 85. The confrontation of the cheaters and the tenacious players. It must be noted that Orochimaru's art of concealment was exceptionally sophisticated. Not only did he employ transformation techniques to subtly alter his physique, but he also utilized his unique ninjutsu to obscure his facial features. The combination of these two techniques rendered his disguise nearly flawless. Without an extraordinary sensory ability akin to that found in Sage Mode, one would find it nearly impossible to discern his true identity. Although Chiba had not activated Sage Mode, his recent encounter with Orochimaru allowed him to recognize the distinctive aura of chakra that surrounded him. Orochimaru had evidently taken note of Chiba's presence. His cold smile resembled a soulless serpent lurking in the shadows. Ah, Chiba, we meet again. Orochimaru's pale lips moved, and though no sound escaped, the exaggerated motions conveyed his words. Chiba offered no response. He cast a disinterested glance before redirecting his attention to the center of the arena. In the arena, two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle. Ninjutsu and tools were unleashed in a relentless assault, with neither showing any inclination to relent. Each move was executed with the intent to eliminate the other, leading to a swift conclusion. In a mere 3 minutes, both fighters collapsed to the ground, severely injured. One had even lost an arm, rendering them incapable of continuing in the Chunin exams. This battle was notably more brutal than the previous matches. A few of the novice ninjas from Konoha felt a sense of unease, clearly struggling to acclimate to the harsh realities of the ninja world due to their lack of mission experience. With both participants rendered unconscious, the judges declared their disqualification without the discussions that had characterized earlier matches. Their performance lacked any semblance of technical finesse, prompting Moonlight Gale to promptly announce the results. As the matches continued, Chiba was taken aback when he heard the next names called. Rock Lee from Konoha versus Gaara from the Sand Village. The announcement by Moonlight Gale elicited a significant reaction from the audience. Lee, have faith in your strength. Might Guy expressed unwavering confidence in his pupil. In the face of an opponent like Gaara, Guy understood the inherent dangers all too well, being a master of taijutsu with a keen awareness of external threats. Lee, just give it your all. Chiba expressed deep regard for his earnest friend. You are a genius in my eyes. Upon hearing these words, a look of surprise illuminated Lee's face. Like Naruto Uzumaki, he had long sought the validation of others, yet few had believed in him. Now, however, he had gained another ally. Might Guy glanced at Chiba with newfound respect. Under Moonlight Gale's urging, Lee leaped into the center of the arena. He surveyed the two opponents and gestured, indicating that they could commence. Bang! Lee caught an object that came hurtling toward him and tossed it aside. Dust billowed from the gourd on Gaara's back, and his body trembled slightly. Since the beginning of the preliminaries, Gaara had been suppressing his murderous intent. Just moments ago, Chiba had forced him to the ground, nearly causing his bloodlust to spiral out of control. Had it not been for the presence of the third Hokage, Gaara would have unleashed his fury without hesitation. Fortunately, he now had an opportunity to engage. The sand billowed around him, swirling like a living entity as it rampaged through the air. I will kill you. Gaara transferred all his hatred for Chiba onto Lee. Lee stood with his left hand behind his back and his right hand extended, adopting a posture of invitation. He approached this battle with utmost seriousness. As the sand began to rise, Lee sensed the imminent danger. Boom! The swirling sand coalesced and crashed down upon Lee's position with lightning speed. Faced with Gaara's assault, Lee dared not underestimate the threat. He swiftly evaded, maximizing his speed advantage. Not merely a defensive ninja, he retaliated as he closed the distance to Gaara. With years of taijutsu training unleashed, he delivered a powerful punch aimed at Gaara's chest. Yet, to his dismay, the sand formed a shield that absorbed the brunt of his attack. After numerous attempts, he found himself unable to breach the sandy barrier. An automatic defense. Chiba furrowed his brow. Without surpassing the speed of the sand, one cannot breach the opponent's defenses. The swirling sand returned to Gaara's side after each of Lee's failed strikes. Against the ferocity of the sand, Lee's flesh and blood were inadequate to withstand the onslaught. He continued to dodge, ultimately leaping onto a stone pillar. I cannot break through. A flicker of frustration crossed Lee's eyes. The formidable sand shield, coupled with the raging sandstorm, rendered the battle stagnant. Chapter 86. Rock Lee's unyielding resolve. Lee, unleash your potential. Might Guy raised a thumb from the audience, his pearly white teeth gleaming in the light. However, but Guy-sensei. Lee seemed hesitant. It's all right, I permit it. With Guy's approval, Lee removed the weighted gear strapped to his legs. However, it was merely a burden. It would not inflict harm upon Gaara. Kankuro appeared to underestimate Lee, viewing him as a mere taijutsu practitioner. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust that left the audience momentarily stunned. Lee discarded the weight. Reveling in the newfound freedom of his body, his eyes ablaze with determination. Gayu. Kakashi Hitaki shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, the astonishment on his face spoke volumes. I believe in Lee's potential. In that moment, Might Guy's gaze towards Rock Lee sparkled with fervor. This should be significantly easier now. Lee leapt from the stone pillar, charging straight toward Gaara. His speed was such that even the spectators struggled to track his movements. Is this the true strength of Rock Lee? Sasuke Uchiha's voice echoed in Chiba's ear. You're back on your feet so soon? Chiba was surprised. What about Naruto? I'm right here. Naruto Uzumaki's optimistic voice rang from behind. It seems you two are no longer in any major trouble. Chiba nodded, gesturing toward the arena. Watch this match closely. Your strengths still pale in comparison to theirs. Upon hearing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth, evidently unwilling to accept the implication. However, the absence of any rebuttal from him suggests an internal acknowledgement of the situation. During the registration for the Chunin exams, he had already recognized that he was inferior to Rock Lee. Now, having witnessed Gaara's formidable strength, he felt even more acutely the disparity. Lee, give it your all. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee had forged a commendable friendship. With a slight smile, Lee propelled himself across the arena, stirring a whirlwind in his wake. As a representative of the primary taijutsu style, Lee's combat was captivating. Once liberated from his burdens, his agility transcended the limitations of a mere genin. Even some Chunin examiners could only catch glimpses of his afterimages. Their faces paled as they contemplated how to contend with such a youth. Dust swirled around Gaara, forming a protective shield. Yet, this sand shield failed to produce the desired effect. Lee's punch, encased in white bandages, shattered the shield with a singular force. Had it not been for Gaara's timely evasion, the blow would have struck him squarely in the head. How is this possible? Gaara's eyes flashed with disbelief. The invincible sand shield, renowned for its impenetrability, could not withstand a mere punch. The swirling dust in the air swiftly returned to defend him, but it was insufficient to thwart Lee's advance. With each successive strike, Lee grew increasingly attuned to his newfound freedom of movement. Seizing an opening, he executed a shadow dance leaf kick, launching Gaara into the air with a powerful upward kick. However, the vast quantity of sand adhering to Gaara prevented him from ascending too high. Lee's combat instincts were formidable. Upon noticing this, he leaped into the air. With a series of consecutive shadow dance leaf kicks, he sent Gaara soaring higher still. Gaara attempted to manipulate the sand for defense, but Lee's form had already materialized behind him. Unfortunately, the pain from his muscles began to slow him down. Gaara, sensing the shift, executed the sand clone technique. Chojuro keenly observed that Gaara, now bound by bandages, had experienced a subtle alteration in his chakra. Clearly, at the moment Lee slowed his pace, Gaara had completed the sand replacement technique, allowing him to evade the attack while merging with the swirling dust. The destructive force of the sand lotus created a massive crater, splintering the entire arena. Yet, at the center of the fissure, Gaara's visage began to crack and crumble, transforming into grains of sand scattered upon the ground. Lee's smile froze, and he pivoted to evade, but was too late. The forceful surge of sand struck him squarely in the abdomen. Caught off guard, Lee was propelled backward. "Lee!" Naruto shouted. His eyes filled with anxiety. With few friends to rely on, he cherished each one dearly. Lee struggled to rise, only to see Gaara's sand armor continuously shedding. The face hidden beneath the armor resembled a mindless beast, with drool trickling from the corners of its mouth and murderous intent blazing in its eyes. Confronted with such a formidable opponent, Lee took several deep breaths to regain his composure. "Let us go. I will give it my all." Chapter 87. Re-entering the fray, could it be? Kakashi pondered as he observed Lee's abnormal demeanor, contemplating a possibility. "Might Guy, have you taught Lee the 8 gates as well?" In response to the inquiry, Guy nodded gravely. "Lee possesses a natural talent in this regard. He works diligently, so I have greater faith in him for this match." Upon hearing this, Chojuro raised an eyebrow, clearly holding a contrary opinion. In the presence of a player with an advantage, the efforts of a mere dedicated player seemed utterly futile. "To be frank, I am not optimistic about Lee's strategy in this confrontation," Chojuro remarked, furrowing his brow. "Why not activate the 8 gates upon realizing the opponent's strength? Is he concealing his prowess, or does he merely underestimate his adversary? While the Sand Lotus is indeed powerful, it may not be sufficient to harm the opponent." Upon hearing these words, Guy's expression stiffened, and he refrained from further comment. Lee's fighting style was a product of his teachings, thus, the current predicament was not without its connection to him. "A ninja named Zabuza once taught me a valuable lesson," Chojuro continued, disregarding Guy's expression. "To hold back against an enemy is to be cruel to oneself." Presently, Lee, in a state of considerable fatigue, activates the 8 gates. This is a form of self-destruction. With a creak, Guy's fists clenched tightly, producing an unsettling sound. Boom! A wave of energy surged forth as Lee unleashed the 8 gates, declaring, "The door of opening, open." A tangible blue chakra coursed across his skin. Instantly, his skin flushed crimson, revealing bulging veins, while his eyes, now devoid of color, burned with a fervent desire for victory. He yearned to prove himself through this battle, to demonstrate that one could become a ninja even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Lotus of the Inner Flower. Before the words fully escaped his lips, Lee vanished from sight. In the instant the last syllable resonated, a tempest of raw power surged toward Gaara. The sand shield and sand armor, touted as absolute defenses, could not withstand the might of the current Lee. A fierce punch erupted, sending shockwaves radiating from his blood-red fist. Gaara was immediately hurled several meters away, crashing into the arena wall. Boom! The wall crumbled, countless debris cascading down. Gaara shook his head, momentarily disoriented. Before he could regain his bearings, Lee's figure reappeared before him. With the same shadow dance leaf technique, the intensity of his strikes had escalated exponentially. With a single blow, he sent Gaara soaring into the air. Boom! The rocky ground beneath Lee fractured under the immense force of the recoil. As the aerial assault continued, Gaara, despite his sand shield and sand armor desperately attempting to defend, sustained internal injuries. With the bandages on his hands unraveling, the final strike ensnared Gaara around his waist. Lee fell to one knee, descending from the air toward Gaara. This strike would demand a heavy toll for Gaara's failure. Confidence gleamed in Lee's eyes. Boom! The ground sank as dust and debris erupted into the air. A flicker of joy crossed Guy's gaze, just as he was about to speak. As the swirling dust settled, Gaara spat blood but remained undeterred in his fighting spirit. The gourd on his back transformed into countless grains of sand, dissipating the impact entirely. Lee's ultimate technique. The Lotus of the Inner Flower concluded in failure. Exhausted, Lee's body had reached its limits. The swift opening of the 5th gate, combined with the use of the forbidden technique, had placed an unimaginable strain on him. Now, even lifting a finger felt like an arduous task. Gaara, struggling to rise from the ground, bore a ghastly expression. A primal urge for destruction awakened within him. Extending his right arm, the sands swiftly converged, forming a colossal hand that lunged toward Lee. Sandbind Coffin. The swirling sands, infused with Gaara's murderous intent, surged toward the defenseless Lee in an instant. Suddenly, a thunderous figure descended from above, shattering the frantic onslaught of sand. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. Chiyo's silhouette emerged within Gaara's line of sight. You again. A glint of madness flickered in Gaara's eyes as he once more commanded the sand to attack Chiyo. Yet, in his depleting state of chakra, Gaara stood no chance against Chiyo. Each successive assault of sand was effortlessly thwarted. "This is my fight," Lee cautiously interjected from behind. Silence, Chiyo retorted brusquely. Do you still possess the strength to resist? Your mentor, Guy, is a lunatic, and you are not far behind. In a state of exhaustion, Lee activated the 8th gate and unleashed the Lotus technique. Over 600 injuries, with more than 400 muscle tears and 11 fractures. If you sustain another injury, your career as a ninja will come to an abrupt end. Chiyo's words instilled fear in Lee, rendering him speechless as he remained cautiously behind Chiyo. With breathless exertion, Gaara glared at Chiyo. I concede. At Chiyo's silent nod, Lee, though reluctant, uttered the words. The battle was over, and the match concluded. However, a sudden figure before Chiyo heightened his vigilance. Maki-senpai, is there a problem? Chapter 88. Maki's inquiry regarding the elite jonin from Sunagakure. Chiyo maintained a wary disposition. The moment Maki appeared before him, he began to circulate his chakra. Should Maki show any sign of hostility, he would undoubtedly face Chiyo's retaliation. Having interrupted the preliminary exams of Sunagakure's Jinin twice, Chiyo was somewhat taken aback by Maki's composed demeanor. Do you harbor any grievances against the ninja of Sunagakure? Maki's question escalated to the level of the village itself. Chiyo was no fool and would not follow his lead. Apologies, Maki-senpai. I merely acted out of concern for my few close friends in the village when I saw them defeated and injured. In response, Maki turned his gaze toward the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In such matters, especially in a public setting, Maki knew Sarutobi would not provide any cover. Under Maki's scrutinizing gaze, Sarutobi nodded, affirming they indeed share a significant connection. Chiyo has frequently visited the tool shop to purchase equipment and has often trained alongside Lee. Upon hearing this, Maki ceased his confrontation with Chiyo. Then, the outcome of this match he was interrupted by Chiyo. The victor has been determined. Gaara prevails. Farewell, Maki-senpai. With that, he supported Lee and made his way back to the audience stand. Meanwhile, the medical team hastily arrived. Following a cursory examination, their expressions grew somber. Numerous muscle tears, extensive muscle fiber ruptures, and multiple fractures. Immediate attention was imperative. Mike Guy's expression was equally grave. Hurry and treat him. Under his watchful gaze, the medical team swiftly carried Lee away. This time, I owe you a favor, Mike Guy stated earnestly. Lee, who inherited his martial arts, was one of his greatest hopes. There's no need for formality, Maki-senpai. Lee is also my friend. Chiyo maintained clarity amidst the gravity of the situation. He valued this straightforward friend. However, he harbored alternative thoughts regarding Mike Guy's favor. If leveraged properly, this favor could hold immense significance. Mike Guy's strength was among the most formidable within Konoha's elite. Aside from a select few with extraordinary abilities, he had no rivals. His reputation for a one-for-one exchange was well-deserved. The preliminaries continued, but Chiyo found little interest in the remaining contestants. Orochimaru's 4 subordinates, the 3 Sound Ninja, and the 2 from the Inuzuka clan, along with the Hyuga duo, and 4 seasoned genin from Sunagakure remained. The remaining 4 were all from Amigakure, and Chiyo vaguely recognized their faces. Somewhat familiar. They likely passed the second exam with scrolls purchased from me. However, he was more intrigued by the upcoming matchups. With the elimination of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, who would the remaining contestants face? Who would claim the final spots in the third exam? Chiyo needed to anticipate his opponents. The ground was restored, requiring considerable chakra from several umbu. The techniques employed indicated the expertise of a ninja proficient in earth release. In less than 5 minutes, a smooth surface reappeared before the crowd. The names on the electronic screen continued to scroll. Yet, the ensuing matches lulled Chiyo into a stupor. The Inuzuka trio faced off against 3 Amigakure ninjas. Despite their recent graduation from the academy, their superior talent and the family's secret techniques allowed them to breeze through the preliminaries. Meanwhile, Kankuro from Sunagakure faced another puppeteer from his village. Unfortunately, he fell short against the prowess of Kankuro. Nevertheless, it piqued Chiyo's interest. After all, it was his first encounter with puppet techniques, which seemed intriguing. A chakra thread connected the puppet to the user, enabling deception through substitution when necessary. It bore a resemblance to the body replacement technique, albeit with greater strength. Post-substitution, the puppet could counter the enemy. A moment's inattention could lead one into the puppeteer's trap. Overall, this technique demanded intellect. The electronic screen's names rolled and suddenly halted. Hinata Hyuga from Konoha versus Sakan from Oto Gakure. Please take the stage. Chapter 89. The provocation of Sakan upon seeing their names, Chiyo silently prayed for Sakan. He hoped for his safety. However, judging by Hinata's expression, it seemed unlikely that Sakan would fare well. As the highest combat power among the rookies under normal circumstances, Hinata's strength far exceeded that of the others, excluding Chiyo. The others, in their typical states, could not compete with Hinata's prowess. His Byakugan, capable of discerning chakra pathways, granted him an immense advantage over ordinary ninjas. Additionally, the initial enhancement provided by Byakugan in battles significantly bolstered his combat effectiveness. Finally, it's my turn. Sakan cracked his neck, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. I hope you can last a while, Byakugan boy. Clearly, he held little regard for the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Enough talk. Let us begin. Hinata, filled with pent-up frustration, was eager to prove himself in this Chunin exam. However, the emergence of successive genius ninjas had left him lacking in confidence. Even Lee, who had persistently sought to challenge him, had unleashed astonishing potential. Merely the mastery of the Eight Gates technique instilled in him a profound sense of trepidation. He had previously pondered what it would be like if the lotus of the Lianhua struck him. Just the thought of it sent chills down Hyuga Niji's spine. It would be fatal. There was no other possibility. After activating the Door of Death, Lee's physical potential surged to its zenith. His astonishing speed was nearly imperceptible, even to the Byakugan. And even if it were perceived, what could be done? Niji could hardly keep pace with Lee's velocity, leaving him vulnerable to relentless strikes. This realization ignited an uncontrollable fury within Niji, further stoked by the incessant provocations from Sakurado. As the match commenced, the Moonlight Gale raised his arm high and brought it down with ferocity. Before Sakurado could react, Niji dashed forward with the speed of an arrow. You are most unfortunate. His voice resonated with an uncontainable anger. The gentle fist, a seemingly soft palm, struck directly against Sakurado's chest. Initially taken aback by the speed, Sakurado soon became flustered. However, as he realized he had sustained no injuries, his arrogance resurfaced. Is this the extent of the Hyuga clan? You couldn't even harm me with that strike. Truly pathetic. One must admit, he possessed a certain talent for courting death. Even the onlookers, including his companions, were unable to bear his insolence any longer. Sakurado had become excessively brazen. In Tosuzan's singular, I lay disappointment. As the leader among the trio, he had always been responsible for coordinating their affairs, while also tempering Sakurado's and Kin's malicious dispositions. Compared to the two, Tosuzan exhibited a far greater capacity for self-restraint. Indeed, a barking dog seldom meets a favorable fate. Even among companions, Kin's temperament was equally foul, a stark contrast to his refined appearance. Niji chose not to engage with Sakurado's taunts. Instead, he retaliated with a swift chop of his hand, striking down upon Sakurado's shoulder. Once again, it appeared to be an ineffective assault. Observing this, Sakurado completely lowered his guard. Is this all you can do? I truly wonder how you passed the second exam. Sakurado relentlessly pushed Niji's limits of patience, while simultaneously gathering chakra in his palm. Realizing the flow of chakra within his body, Niji escalated his offensive speed. His hands became mere shadows as they rained down upon Sakurado. Though Sakurado had relaxed his vigilance, he nonetheless attempted to evade. However, Niji's strikes seemed to possess a sentience of their own, relentlessly targeting Sakurado. After a few hits, Sakurado's facade began to crack. Damn it! He endured another 2 strikes of the gentle fist and withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, hoping to use the sharp weapon to drive Niji back and unleash his full potential. Yet, as Niji evaded his attack with a deft step back, he exhaled deeply, as if expelling the tumultuous emotions within him. Oomph, now you recognize my prowess, do you? Sakurado swung his kunai, convinced that Niji's retreat was a result of his assault. However, facing such a braggart, Niji felt that uttering another word would be a waste of his breath. He turned and walked toward the spectator stand, disregarding Moonlight Gale's judgment. Are you fleeing without a fight? Sakurado jeered. Is this the Hyuga clan? Pathetic. The sound of a series of explosive impacts rang out as injuries erupted in Sakurado's joints, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In mere moments, he had entered a state of near death. Moonlight Gale cast a sympathetic glance at him before calmly declaring, Hyuga Niji. Victor. Chapter 90. The advancement of Hyuga Hinata. Those who speak with insolence shall face severe retribution. Niji muttered a remark that hardly qualified as an explanation before returning to the spectator stand. The gazes of those around him carried a hint of trepidation. It must be noted that Sakurato's abilities were considered above average among the candidates. Yet, even so, he could not withstand the onslaught of Niji's gentle fist techniques. Those with discerning eyes could easily see that Sakurato was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Even if he were to be revived, he would likely be rendered a shell of his former self. Niji had channeled chakra through his gentle fist, disrupting the flow within Sakurato and inflicting severe internal injuries. After medical personnel carried Sakurato away, the competition resumed, with Konoha's ninja, Hinata Hyuga, set to face the Rain Village's ninja, Kagura. Moonlight Gale's voice still carried a hint of fatigue, as he perceived little of note in the previous battle. To him, the strength of the Hyuga clan was merely to be expected. As for candidates like Sakurato, who relied solely on bluster, it would be wise for them to withdraw from the Chunin exams sooner rather than later, lest they encounter someone with a fiery temperament who might eliminate them without a second thought. Now, if urgent measures were taken, perhaps there remained a chance for survival. Hinata stood timidly on the arena, extending her right hand in readiness. She was merely a young girl. Kagura's demeanor was far more composed than that of the earlier Sakurato. At the very least, his words were clean. You should concede early. I have no desire to battle a woman. Kagura, shrouded in bandages, seemed to possess a unique sense of perception. I will do my utmost. Hinata responded, her nerves heightened, not solely from facing an opponent, but due to the presence of a rather boisterous individual in the audience. Naruto, do you think Hinata is pretty? In concern for his younger brother's future happiness, Chiyu felt it was his duty as an elder brother to inquire. Without his intervention, this simpleton might take ages to realize Hinata's affections. Upon hearing Chiyu's question, Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Huh, Chiyu, what are you talking about? Do you like Hinata? While Chiyu focused on the match, he nearly choked on his own saliva at the absurdity of Naruto's response. Cough. What nonsense. I'm asking about your feelings, not inquiring about mine. Chiyu could only lament Naruto's dense nature, feeling that he was beyond redemption. She's all right. Hinata is very cute. However, there's a slight issue. Every time I see her, I become quite strange. Naruto reminisced about his encounters with Hinata, which always seemed to end in various complications. Just as he concluded his thought, another issue arose in the arena. It appeared Hinata had overheard Naruto's words, her face flushing crimson as her composure began to falter. Hinata, you can do it. Naruto, oblivious to the situation, continued his encouragement, inadvertently causing Hinata's gentle fist techniques to become increasingly erratic. If not for her solid foundation, she might have already succumbed to defeat. Do not lose. With his persistent cheering, Hinata gradually regained her previous composure. Her eyes gleamed with a fervent desire for victory. Naruto is watching me, Hinata silently vowed. I cannot falter here. As her conviction solidified, her gentle fist techniques evolved into something more elusive. Kagura's prowess predominantly lies in the realm of illusions. However, under continuous assault, he finds himself incapable of unleashing his signature ninjutsu. As Hinata Hyuga relentlessly advances, his defeat becomes an inevitable outcome. Having observed the previous match, he is determined to avoid any contact with this girl possessing the Byakugan. Though her gentle fist technique may appear weak and ineffective, upon contact, it can unleash unimaginable devastation. A moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic fate. Yet, where is their perfect defense? From the onset, Kagura has been ensnared in the rhythm of Hinata's attacks. Unlike those who came before him, Kagura's abilities are quite limited. His defeat is already sealed. With a swift strike from Hinata, she impacts his chest, sending shockwaves radiating from the point of contact. This time, Hinata refrains from employing her gentle fist technique. Deep down, she retains a sense of compassion. Kagura is propelled backward, lacking any resistance. Well done, Hinata. Naruto Uzumaki cheers from the stands. Kagura fears he might meet a fate similar to that of Sakan. Overwhelmed by shock and the force of the blow, he loses consciousness. Tsukuyami swiftly approaches to assess his condition. Confirming his inability to retaliate, he raises his arm high, declaring the outcome. Kagura of the Rain Village has lost consciousness. Hinata Hyuga is victorious. Upon hearing this result, Naruto erupts in cheers, though somewhat oblivious. Chiba lets out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At least he is obedient. Chapter 91. The preliminary round concludes. The upcoming matches hold little suspense. Among the Sound Ninja trio, 2 advance, and Kakuro wins as expected. However, the 4 veteran Leaf Genin have proven disappointingly weak, all falling to their opponents. Consequently, the final slots for the third match are now determined. Standing at the center of the arena, Chiba surveys his surroundings. Despite numerous changes during this preliminary round, the final participants for the third exam exceed initial expectations, largely due to Chiba's efforts. Aside from Naruto and Sasuke's unexpected setbacks, those who were meant to advance have done so smoothly, and even more have joined their ranks. Chiba reflects on his opponents, noting that the new Leaf recruits number as many as 7. Unfortunately, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata have all succumbed to internal strife. All new recruits from the Sand Village have advanced to the third exam, alongside 2 from the Sound Village, Toshiro and Kenshitsu. There are also 2 who should have advanced, but have suffered grievous injuries in their matches. Whether they can even continue as ninjas remains uncertain. A total of 12 individuals will participate in the third exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes at the 7 new Leaf ninjas, a smile of contentment gracing his face. To him, this represents a sign of Konoha's gradual resurgence. The new generation is beginning to flourish. Congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the preliminary round, Sarutobi declares, pipe in hand. Addressing the crowd, the third exam will take place in 1 month's time, necessary for the arrival of the Kazekage from the Sand Village and various dignitaries. This month will be crucial for preparation. Sarutobi taps his pipe, shaking off the ash. Moreover, this month is an opportunity for you to grow stronger. Please make the most of it. With the end of the preliminary round, everyone departs with their respective instructors. Kakashi Hitaki leads the way, seemingly unconcerned about the disappointment of Naruto and Sasuke. In Team 7, only Chiba has advanced. Kakashi considers this a promising development. Every individual must endure some setbacks. Without challenges, how can one grow? The fact that his students were eliminated by their peers rather than outsiders is also a positive aspect. At least it won't exacerbate internal conflicts. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke is just beginning to form. As Kakashi contemplates this, a slight smile appears on his lips, lifting his spirits. Chiba, shall we train? Naruto exclaims, bouncing alongside Chiba. I was eliminated because my strength wasn't sufficient. If I intensify my training, I'll surely defeat Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Sasuke Uchiha scoffs, idiot. Though seemingly indifferent, he secretly clenches his fists. If Naruto trains with Chiba, how will he grow stronger quickly? Should he also seek Chiba's assistance? Sasuke glances at Chiba, meeting his seemingly amused expression. No, there must be other ways to become stronger. Sasuke suppresses his thoughts. Heh. Naruto refrains from retorting Sasuke immediately, wearing a cheeky grin. Sasuke, want to train together? Prolonged teamwork has made him increasingly familiar with Sasuke's temperament. The more Naruto insists, the more Sasuke, with his proud nature, will refuse to lower his guard. For this period, let's train together. Suddenly, Kakashi halts, speaking up. Kakashi-sensei, are you being too biased? Naruto complains. To this, Kakashi explains. Training with Chiba will benefit you far more than with me. My methods are not suited for you. Chiba reassures, it's all right, Naruto. I found you a much stronger teacher. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes shine with excitement. How strong? Stronger than Chiba and Kakashi-sensei? Chiba ponders, strictly speaking, significantly stronger. Moreover, by hierarchy, this individual is my teacher's teacher. Naruto's expression is filled with anticipation, while Sasuke grits his teeth, his face betraying his reluctance. Kakashi contemplates, realizing that the person Chiba mentioned is likely Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. It seems he has returned from his travels. Chapter 92. The return of Jiraiya. Has Elder Jiraiya returned? Kakashi's eyes flicker with curiosity. Chiba nods, confirming he should arrive in the village within the next few days. Kakashi breathes a sigh of relief. With Jiraiya's guidance, he need not worry excessively. He then turns his attention to Naruto, advising, Naruto, be sure to learn well from Elder Jiraiya. In terms of teaching, he surpasses me by leaps and bounds. Naruto nods vigorously, his azure eyes brimming with excitement, clearly eager to begin training. Accompanied by Naruto, Chiba bids farewell to Kakashi and returns to his small courtyard. To his surprise, a figure with white hair is seated in the center of the courtyard. Ah, you didn't go peeking at the women's bath? Chiba exclaims in astonishment. Hearing his voice, Jiraiya turns, a displeased expression adorning his face. Is that the kind of person you think I am? Without a moment's hesitation, Chiba nodded vigorously in response to the question. Before he could finish speaking, Jiraiya covered his mouth. In front of Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya wished to maintain a respectable elder's demeanor. You lecherous sage. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Chiba said you would teach me the ways of training. I want to grow stronger and become Hokage, to change this decaying world. His lively figure bounced energetically in front of Jiraiya. Gazing at the somewhat familiar face, Jiraiya felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He was reminded of his former disciple, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It seemed that Naruto bore a resemblance to him. All right. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling for silence. I will teach you, but I just returned from outside and need a day to rest. We shall commence our training tomorrow. His words sent a thrill of anticipation coursing through Naruto. Yes, a new training journey is about to begin. Chiba approached Naruto, patting him on the shoulder. To help you adapt to the pace, today's task is to run 20 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. Once you finish, I'll treat you to the finest ramen. The mention of luxurious ramen ignited a gleam in Naruto's eyes. Luxurious ramen. Luxurious ramen. He dashed away, heedless of anything else. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Jiraiya pondered. No wonder he felt a significant change in Naruto's physique. You have been mentoring him in training, haven't you? Chiba nodded affirmatively. Of course, since Naruto calls me brother. It is my duty to look after him. Moreover, his father was a hero of the leaf. Jiraiya's expression darkened. So you are aware of it. Minato saved the leaf. Chiba explained. I can distinctly sense the turbulent chakra within Naruto. Aside from the nine tails, I can't think of any other creature that would fit. Jiraiya lowered his head, gazing seriously at Chiba. I hope you can keep this a secret. Chiba felt perplexed. I truly cannot comprehend the decisions made by the higher-ups of the leaf. Given that Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is widely known, why is there such an effort to conceal the identity of the fourth Hokage's offspring? Shouldn't the child of a hero receive the treatment he deserves? As he spoke, Chiba's frustration was palpable. Having visited Naruto's home previously, he was appalled by the filthy environment that made it nearly impossible to stay. Expired instant noodles and milk were Naruto's staple food. Were it not for his robust constitution, Naruto might have struggled to survive. I have not been in the leaf for some time. Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt regarding Naruto's experiences and shared in the shame of the village's higher-ups. Apart from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, the rest were merely occupying their positions without merit. The unbearable conditions were among the reasons Jiraiya had chosen to leave the leaf. Fortunately, Naruto still held a deep affection for the village. Chiba sighed, recognizing that he had his own bonds. It was remarkable that Naruto could endure such unfair treatment. He mused that others might not have fared as well. Chiba questioned himself, realizing he would find it utterly intolerable to endure such circumstances. His sentiments filled Jiraiya with guilt, yet also instilled in him a determination to diligently teach Naruto during this time. From now on, you will train alongside Naruto, Jiraiya said with seriousness in his gaze. Chiba would certainly not miss out on the professional ninja's guidance. Thank you, Elder Jiraiya. Chapter 93. The Summoning Technique of the Frog Clan. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn graced the earth, the silhouettes of two young boys were already sweating at the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. While their chakra levels were commendable, their control still had numerous imperfections. Jiraiya sat on a nearby rock, observing their training. A series of physical exercises left Chiba's clothes soaked with sweat, while Naruto, on the other hand, appeared utterly exhausted. Though his training regimen was nearly half compared to Chiba's, his stamina was not on par. As they stood on the water's surface, both boys bore weights on their shoulders. Since Naruto had not faced Orochimaru, the seal on his abdomen remained intact, allowing him to maintain more stable chakra control. Jiraiya gazed up at the sky. All right, time's up. You can set the weights down. With that, both boys splashed into the water with a thud. Huff, huff, Naruto gasped for air. Though this is effective, I still don't know how the lecherous sage plans to teach us. This method of consuming chakra was Jiraiya's invention. Maintaining chakra at their feet allowed them to stand on the water's surface, and increasing their weight would require more chakra, thus enhancing their control over it. All right, boys. Jiraiya waved, beckoning them over. Now I shall teach you a special technique. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Naruto, your chakra should be nearly depleted by now, correct? Naruto nodded, feeling his weariness. Not only his chakra, but his physical energy was dwindling as well. Jiraiya leaped down from the rock. In that case, let us begin the new training. I will teach you the summoning technique of the Frog Clan. Watch closely. He placed his thumb in his mouth and bit down lightly. Crimson blood oozed forth, which he pressed onto the ground. Black markings spread from his palm. Summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Gamabunta appeared before them, his red body adorned with black markings. Gamabunta's disposition was gentle. Though he could not speak, he understood human language. He held a scroll in his mouth and slowly presented it to Naruto. This is the contract scroll of the Frog Clan. Write your name in blood upon it, and then press your handprint, and you will be able to summon the frogs. Jiraiya explained the process meticulously. Without hesitation, Naruto opened the scroll. Several names were already inscribed in the preceding boxes, and Jiraiya's name was prominently among them. Wait, is that Brother Chiba's name? Chiba's name was also etched in the last box. Indeed, Chiba signed a contract with the Frog Clan long ago. Jiraiya had known this since their time in Mount Myoboku. But he was also curious about the level Chiba could manifest the summoning technique. Naruto followed the steps to inscribe his own name. The hand seals for the summoning technique were in Yu, Tatsu, Suru, and Yu. Jiraiya sat upon Gamabunta's back, watching Naruto with keen interest. You may attempt it now. Though Naruto's hand seals were not as swift as Chiba's, they were executed quite accurately. Summoning technique, he shouted, pressing his palm against the ground, and chakra surged forth. Chiba turned his gaze, intrigued. As the chakra surged, a magnificent creature suddenly materialized beneath Naruto Uzumaki's feet, rising amidst a cloud of smoke. A towering figure, several meters in height, appeared before Jiraiya and Chiba. The training that Chiba had undertaken had not been in vain. Naruto's strength had significantly advanced. Most notably, he had begun to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails. Greetings, Toad Kutsu. A large toad, adorned with black and brown stripes, brandished a long staff and struck a lively pose. Ah, it is you. Jiraiya seemed to recognize the toad before him. I have met Lord Jiraiya. The Toad Kutsu replied politely. Chiba, unfamiliar with this massive toad, could only speculate about its abilities. However, the sturdy metal staff it wielded suggested a connection to the higher echelons of Mount Myoboku. Is this truly the toad I summoned? Naruto exclaimed, excitedly resting on the back of Toad Kutsu, affectionately stroking its smooth back. Chiba, you should attempt to summon one as well. Jiraiya's gaze shifted to Chiba, eager to witness his performance. Chiba felt conflicted upon hearing this. Come on, Chiba, big brother. Naruto's exuberance at successfully summoning a toad for the first time was palpable. Let's compare who can summon a bigger toad. With a resigned sigh, Chiba complied. In a mere second, he completed the hand signs, prompting Jiraiya's pupils to constrict in surprise. A formidable youth, Chiba placed his hand upon the ground, channeling chakra with remarkable speed. Summoning technique. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their view as a colossal figure loomed before them. Who dares to summon me? A fierce voice resonated from the immense creature. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the gigantic toad, and he was momentarily rendered speechless. Wentai. Chapter 94, Toad Wentaium? Toad Wentai noticed the two figures beneath him, Jiraiya, Kutsu, and a little blonde brat. Hey Jiraiya, what did you summon me for? Clearly, Toad Wentai assumed Jiraiya was the one who had called him forth. However, Jiraiya's response surprised him. It was not I who summoned you, but rather the lad on your back, Chiba. Only then did Wentai realize Chiba's presence atop him. Ah, it's you little brat. I remember fetching you from outside Mount Myoboku when you were just a helpless child. Wentai's words were filled with nostalgia. Chiba was taken aback, realizing that his arrival at Mount Myoboku was due to Wentai's intervention. I haven't had the chance to thank you, Toad Wentai. He crouched atop Wentai's head, gently patting its large red forehead. Ha ha ha, it's nothing to speak of. Toad Wentai did not exhibit the expected temperament of a cantankerous creature. Perhaps this was due to his strength or his experiences on Mount Myoboku. Regardless, Wentai's presence was undeniably a formidable force, powerful enough to contend with certain tailed beasts. Even against the Nine Tails, he would not easily find himself at a disadvantage. Wentai's prowess had been established over a decade prior. Kutsu, do you know this red toad? Naruto inquired, perched atop Kutsu's head. Of course. Lord Wentai is the strongest toad of Mount Myoboku. Many toads greatly admire him. Naruto's confusion deepened upon hearing this. What exactly was Mount Myoboku? Jiraiya had not elaborated on the origins of the toads. Mount Myoboku is the dwelling place of the Toad Clan, also known as one of the 3 great legacy sites. You are too young to grasp this yet. Jiraiya regarded Naruto with a sense of pride. However, to be honest, it was somewhat unexpected that Naruto could summon a toad on his first attempt. Through your recent summoning, you must have begun to connect with the creature within you, yes? Jiraiya's words caused Naruto's expression to momentarily darken. Yet, He quickly regained his optimism. I've reached a certain understanding with the Nine Tails. When my chakra is depleted, I can utilize its chakra. From his demeanor, it seemed Naruto had begun to comprehend the reasons behind his childhood ostracization. However, other matters remained shrouded in mystery. This was precisely the scenario Jiraiya hoped to witness. While he was unsure how Naruto had forged this understanding with the Nine Tails, it was undoubtedly a positive sign. Having participated in numerous ninja wars, Jiraiya was well aware of the concept of the perfect Jinchuriki, which was undoubtedly the direction Naruto needed to pursue. Now, he had made a commendable start. The air of the mortal realm has not graced my senses in ages, Toad One-Tai's voice boomed. If there is nothing further needed of me, I shall take my leave. Chiba gracefully leaped down from One-Tai's head, looking up to say, until next time, Toad One-Tai. As One-Tai turned to depart, the oppressive aura of his massive form dissipated. Naruto gazed at One-Tai's receding figure, filled with envy. He had once thought that summoning Kutsu was an extraordinary feat. However, the disparity in size between Kutsu and One-Tai was stark. They were not even in the same league. In light of this comparison, the joy he had initially felt at summoning Kutsu swiftly evaporated. Damn it, Naruto lamented. Why is there such a vast difference in strength between me and Big Brother Chiba? Without comparison, there could be no pain. Jiraiya found it challenging to provide a reasonable answer to this. Although Naruto's talent was somewhat lacking compared to his father, he was still quite gifted overall. However, when juxtaposed with Chiba, his abilities seemed insignificant. From what Jiraiya knew, just the Sage Mode alone was enough to place others at a disadvantage, let alone the summoning technique. The fact that Chiba had summoned the enormous Toad One-Tai on his first try clearly highlighted his exceptional talent. Naruto, do not be too disheartened, Jiraiya consoled him. For comparisons between individuals are not always fair. Your talent is commendable. Initially, Jiraiya had worried that Naruto might grow arrogant due to his abilities. But seeing Chiba's performance alleviated that concern. Who could possibly surpass Chiba's extraordinary talent? Chapter 95. The utilization of the initial Sage Body. Naruto's initial success in summoning Kutsu had greatly bolstered his confidence, motivating him to work even harder during the subsequent training sessions. However, summoning Toad One-Tai proved to be no simple task. After numerous attempts without any success, Naruto inevitably found himself feeling somewhat disheartened. There is still ample time, Chiba reassured him, take your time. By the way, you can summon it alongside you. With that, Chiba once again bit his finger, demonstrating the regenerative abilities of the initial Sage Body. Indeed, the moment the summoning technique was concluded, his fingers had already healed. The summoning technique. As smoke billowed, a two-tailed cat, not much smaller than a toad, materialized before the onlookers. Oh, Jiraiya's gaze was instantly drawn to it. This is a rare summoning beast from the ninja world, the two-tailed cat. His eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. Chiba, how did you forge a contract with this two-tailed cat? In response to this inquiry, the two-tailed cat retorted splendidly. Foolish white-haired human, mind your tone when addressing my esteemed master. The two-tailed cat looked down upon Jiraiya, its attitude seemingly inflated due to its recent power surge. Well, this cat is rather audacious, Jiraiya mused. To speak to him in such a manner was undeniably presumptuous. Jiraiya turned his gaze to Chiba, silently asking, may I administer a lesson to this arrogant creature? Faced with that look of pressure, Chiba decisively threw the cat under the bus. What followed was a merciless beating. Although the cat's strength had increased rapidly, it was still far from Jiraiya's level. Merely with its physical prowess, Jiraiya could easily make it question its existence. The cat's cries echoed far and wide. However, given the vigor of its lamentations, Chiba chose not to dwell on it. So, little cat, do you concede? Jiraiya inquired while standing atop the cat's head, patting it gently. The cat, looking pitiful, responded, I concede, I concede. This beating was not in vain. Standing at 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters in length, not accounting for its two swaying tails, such a colossal creature appeared battered and bruised, lacking the imposing presence it had upon its arrival. TSK, TSK. Chiba approached, teasing. Will you dare to be so arrogant next time? He stroked the cat's large head and asked. The cat cast a sideways glance at the figure above. Recalling the recent thrashing, shuddered slightly and murmured, Boss, why is it that everyone around you is more formidable than the last? That old man hits like a truck. Just then, a punch landed on its head again. When speaking ill of others, be mindful of their presence, you imbecile. Jiraiya thought perhaps he had been a tad too lenient earlier. All right, cat. Chiba intervened just in time. Otherwise, given the cat's incessant chatter, he feared it might meet its end at Jiraiya's hands. This is Jiraiya-senpai, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the pinnacle of our village's combat prowess. Mind your words. Should he truly do you in, I would lose an ally. Upon hearing this, the cat shivered, no longer daring to speak further. Meanwhile, Naruto's gaze toward Jiraiya brimmed with admiration. He had previously regarded Jiraiya as strong, but now he realized he possessed the highest combat capacity in Konoha. So, Jiraiya-senpai is this powerful? Facing Naruto's admiration, Jiraiya felt a surge of satisfaction. In the past, while mentoring the fourth Hokage, he had often been humbled by his talent. Now, the tides had turned. The admiration of the fourth son was indeed a welcome change. Allocating the two-tailed cat to Naruto, the ensuing training would undoubtedly be arduous. The cat's recent surge in strength was nothing short of terrifying. Just the change in its size alone instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure. At Naruto's current level, engaging in solo training with the cat would surely lead to suffering. Moreover, the cat seemed eager to exploit various methods to assert dominance over Naruto. Thus, the forthcoming training would be unimaginably challenging. Chiba, too, had his own training agenda. His most pressing task was to elevate his physical capabilities. With the existence of the initial stage Sage body, Chiba had gained an additional advantage. In terms of physical training, he could proceed without hesitation. As for any latent injuries, he had no cause for concern. His recovery abilities were sufficient to heal him in a short span. Without adequate physical conditioning, he would not be able to sustain the 8 gates technique. Chiba was unwilling to relinquish such a formidable trump card. Therefore, in the coming month, he would devote himself entirely to physical training. Chapter 96. Diligent training. A day of training nearly exhausted his stamina. Though his recovery rate was rapid, Chiba had begun to experiment with additional weights. The formidable nature of the initial stage Sage body was gradually revealing itself. During training, Chiba was able to balance both practice and recovery seamlessly. Consequently, his training efficiency was nearly several times greater than before. Since the commencement of the second round of the contest for the Book of Earth and Heaven, Chiba had swiftly adapted to the burdens placed upon his body. By the time the preliminaries concluded, he had increased the weight again. Due to Lee's injury, Chiba had borrowed the weighted gear from him. Simultaneously, in pursuit of further enhancement, Chiba had enlisted Tintin's help in crafting even heavier weights. However, he found Tintin's demeanor somewhat unusual, though he could not pinpoint exactly what was amiss. The intricacies of a girl's thoughts seemed more perplexing than forbidden techniques. Chiba prepared to head to Kikyo City, intending to intercept a looming tragedy. The higher-ups of Konoha had designated a specific area in Kikyo City to host guests from other ninja villages. Participants from various villages, alongside their accompanying personnel, congregated there. Naturally, Konoha's ninjas were present to maintain order. On the surface, Konoha still appeared to be one of the strongest ninja villages. However, after searching a vast area, Chiba abandoned his efforts. The crowd was simply too dense. Furrowing his brow, he realized that even in Sage mode, he could not discern chakra signatures. It's not that I do not wish to save you. The conditions simply do not permit. As dusk fell, Chiba returned to Konoha alone. In his small courtyard, Jiraiya and Naruto awaited his return, both appearing remarkably relaxed. According to Jiraiya, training necessitated a balance of relaxation. Excessive tension could lead to negative repercussions. Chiba, you're back. Jiraiya raised his small wine cup, beckoning Chiba to join him in a drink. What business brought you to Kikyo City at this hour? Chiba was candid in his response. To save someone, but regrettably, I found no one. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's slight inebriation evaporated instantly. What do you mean? Chiba shrugged, helplessly explaining. I learned some information about Orochimaru's infiltration and the betrayal of our allied nations. Jiraiya's expression revealed no surprise. Although he was not a rogue ninja, he no longer belonged to Konoha's higher echelons. Even if he was aware of such matters, Jiraiya was reluctant to interfere. This does not concern you. His demeanor turned somewhat aloof. The third Hokage was no fool. He must have already heard about Orochimaru's return. They would undoubtedly have their own strategies in place. Your task is to focus on your training. Chiba nodded, opting not to elaborate further. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Should he truly involve himself, his current strength could easily attract the attention of lurking wolves. For now, his priority must be to enhance his own abilities. Only when he possessed the strength for self-preservation would he command respect in this world. Won't you have a drink? Jiraiya lifted his wine cup once more. Chinya took a seat, filling the cup before him. The elderly man and the youth raised their glasses and exchanged a smile. Clink. The glasses collided, sending a few droplets of wine splashing. The sake was not particularly strong, yet under the moonlight, Chinya found himself feeling a pleasant buzz. The training continued to progress. Thanks to the solid foundation of Uzumaki Naruto, Chinya had refined him quite well. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto had made significant strides. As for Chinya, he had his own training regimen. Naturally, there were certain details he still needed to consult Jiraiya about, such as chakra control, the timing of ninjutsu release, and simplified hand seals. He had already mastered the basic sage transformation, allowing him to perform simplified hand seals. However, to reach the level of Senju Hashirama, who could seamlessly chant and summon with a mere clasp of his hands, Chinya knew he still had a long way to go. A month of training passed swiftly. Upon realizing that his improvement had plateaued, Chinya decided to take a day to relax. Tomorrow marked the official assessment. He glanced at the still training Uzumaki Naruto and said, "Let us visit Lee." Chinya remembered vividly the mental disturbances some individuals experienced. After suffering setbacks in the preliminary rounds, they would seize any opportunity for vengeance. In Ino's family flower shop, he selected a fine carnation. Bidding farewell to Ino, who wished to see them off, he accompanied Naruto to the hospital. Why does it feel so empty? Even Naruto, with his blunt nature, sensed the unusual atmosphere. What a fortuitous timing. Chinya's tone turned somewhat frosty. Naruto, hold this carnation and meet me on the 3rd floor. With that, Chinya vanished from sight. Naruto, taken aback, was left in utter disbelief. Is this the result of Chinya's training? In the hospital room where Lee was situated, sand and dust had spread over the bed. Chapter 97. The Unruly Gaara. At the bedside, Gaara wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze distant. Yet the sand's encroachment was rapid. In his eyes, killing seemed as casual as drinking water. Boom. A violent force burst through the door as a figure charged in. Is Suna so unruly? Noticing the intruder, Gaara's pupils constricted, instinctively manipulating the sand for defense. However, compared to Chinya's speed, the sand was sluggish. Chinya extended his hand and pressed it against Gaara's head. Boom. Gaara was slammed into the wall, the sturdy structure crumbling instantly. Debris scattered, dust rising. The hospital room was a scene of chaos. Since you lack understanding of rules, allow me to teach you. A chilling murderous intent glinted in Chinya's eyes. At this moment, Gaara was indeed in need of a harsh lesson about society. This, of course, was intricately tied to his father, whose deranged obsession with assassinating his own son left Chinya perplexed, while others sought to influence with love. This individual seemed intent on inciting hatred, imposing his own ideology onto others. Such behavior had forged the Gaara of today. Your upbringing has warped your character, Chinya remarked coldly. However, I hope you will adhere to the rules in Konoha. Otherwise, even Shikaku cannot protect you. A few simple sentences conveyed a wealth of information. In the hospital room, apart from the still sleeping Lee, it was just the two of them, and Chinya harbored no reservations. Given Gaara's nature, he was unlikely to disseminate these words indiscriminately. At the utterance of those words, a flicker of shock crossed Gaara's eyes. How could this be? Just as he prepared to inquire further, Naruto suddenly charged in. Chinya, what are you doing here with Gaara from Sunagakure? Upon spotting Gaara, Naruto exploded with rage. Tomorrow is the official match. Chinya released his grip on Gaara's head, revealing cracks on his face. His earlier attack had shattered the outer layer of Gaara's sand armor. In Chinya's presence, this level of defense was utterly insufficient. If you can defeat me, then you may ask your questions, Gaara replied, his sand armor reconstituting, suppressing his agitated demeanor beneath the grains. He left in calm silence, without causing further disturbance. Shortly after his departure, Might Guy arrived at the hospital. Listening to Naruto recount the events, gratitude filled his gaze toward Chinya. Thank you, Chinya. Might Guy's demeanor was earnest. Had you not intervened, I fear for Lee. He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Chinya smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Guy, Lee is a friend of mine. It is only natural for me to help. Lee's condition remained grave, although most of his injuries were self-inflicted. Forcing himself to use the lotus had inflicted unimaginable damage. According to the doctors, Lee needed at least 6 months of rest before he could participate in missions or training again. Otherwise, he would be playing with his life. Might Guy, aware of this, had lost much of his usual optimism. While he still had Hinata, Niji, and Tintin as students, ultimately, it was Lee who embodied his will. Rest assured, Guy. Shinya seemed to sense his concern, offering reassurance. Lee will recover swiftly. Mike Guy nodded solemnly, saying no more. As a taijutsu practitioner, he felt powerless in this regard and could only silently pray for Lee's recovery. After changing Lee's hospital room, Shinya placed the fragrant carnation in a vase on the bedside table. Wishing you a speedy recovery, Lee, he murmured, gazing at the still unconscious Lee. The future of the ninja world will be diminished without you. After a brief stay, Shinya and Naruto left the hospital. The two strolled through Konoha, and Shinya noticed that as the official matches drew nearer, the flow of people in the village grew increasingly substantial. Indistinguishable faces continued to appear on the streets. Although the atmosphere appeared lively, an undercurrent of unease permeated the air. A storm is brewing. Shinya sighed, choosing not to dwell on it. Without destruction, there can be no rebirth. The will of fire burns because it is fueled by ample kindling. One can only assume the third Hokage had long since understood this. Shinya gazed at the Hokage tower, his expression growing contemplative. A day passed swiftly. By dawn, Shinya and Naruto had arrived at the venue for the competition. Hearing the clamor within, Shinya confidently stepped into the arena. At this moment, he officially entered the gaze of the ninja world. Chapter 98, the first official match. The third exam's official matches commenced under the scrutiny of numerous high-ranking officials. Not only the leaders of Konoha, but even the fourth Kazekage, Gaara, had come to the scene. Additionally, dignitaries from the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind were present. Even some minor country lords were in attendance. Anyone able to witness the event here was undoubtedly of high status. The remaining spectators were the ordinary citizens of Konoha. What piqued Chiba's curiosity was an entirely different matter. At the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the examiners did not disclose the matchups. Following Sarutobi Hizashi's suggestion, the list was revealed today. Who could my opponent be? Chiba murmured to himself, standing in the observation area behind the wall, gazing at the flat arena. At this moment, the examiner had transitioned from Hizashi to Nara Shikaku. Upon seeing him, Chiba felt a pang of nostalgia. It was quite regrettable, yet he had done his utmost. At that time in Kikyo City, he had not discovered the whereabouts of Maki and others, which ultimately led to Hizashi's demise. What a pity, indeed, for Examiner Hizashi, Chiba lamented, saying no more. As competitors continued to enter, it was time to unveil the matchups. Nara Shikaku glanced at the board in his hand before addressing the spectators. The first match featured Konoha ninja Hyuga Niji against Sound ninja Tosuzan. Upon hearing the competitors' names, Chiba remarked, "I never expected Niji to fight in the opening match." However, it seems this battle has little suspense left. Tosuzan and Hyuga Niji leaped from the observation area to the center of the arena. With the entry of the contenders, the audience erupted in cheers. The reputation of the Hyuga clan had long since spread throughout the ninja world following the Great Ninja War. Within Konoha, their prestige was second only to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's downfall, the Hyuga clan became the sole remaining prominent family in Konoha, while other clans such as Inuzuka and Aburame paled in comparison. Unexpectedly, "I am the first to fight," Tosuzan said, hunched and bandaged, with sleeves that completely concealed his arms. Poor little Hyuga. His luck truly is dismal. Hyuga Niji's expression remained indifferent, showing no regard for Tosuzan. After the preliminary selections, he was well aware of the opponent he would face. Besides a couple of exceptionally powerful contenders, Niji did not regard anyone else as a threat, including the Sound Ninja. Tosuzan. The match commenced. Nara Shikaku cast a quick glance at both competitors before announcing the start of the battle. Tosuzan did not underestimate the young member of the Hyuga clan, despite the casual tone of his words. The moment Shikaku's voice fell silent, he vanished from his original position, moving at high speed, accompanied by the reverberation of sound waves. Tiny holes appeared on the armor of Tosuzan's arms. Niji furrowed his brow, already sensing the impact of the sound waves. Indeed, one must never underestimate an opponent. "Go," Niji called softly, and the veins around his temples bulged prominently. The inside of his Byakugan captured the trajectory of Tosuzan's movements. However, the seasoned Tosuzan launched an attack the instant Niji activated his Byakugan. Sonic Strike. His right arm shot forward, and visible sound waves erupted from it, enveloping Niji. Faced with the sonic assault, Niji's expression contorted in pain, with blood trickling from his ears. A flicker of joy crossed Tosuzan's eyes as he charged at Niji. The final strike. His voice echoed with elation, as if he had already secured victory in this battle. A tragic pawn. Chiba observed the match with keen clarity, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. Confronted by the onrushing Tosuzan, a glint of determination flashed in Niji's eyes. 8 trigrams. Return. A substantial amount of chakra surged forth from the chakra points in his hands. Despite the interference of the sound waves, Niji exerted force through his legs, twisting his body with formidable resolve. In an instant, he began to spin at high speed, forming an impenetrable defense with his chakra. Tosuzan, caught off guard, collided directly with Niji's return technique. This unconventional form of absolute defense also served as a formidable offensive maneuver. The rapidly rotating gentle fist chakra overwhelmed Tosuzan, sending his hunched figure soaring into the air. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji concluded the return technique, his hands aglow with blue chakra. A relentless barrage of strikes rained down upon Tosuzan. In scarcely a moment, all of his chakra points were effectively sealed. Tosuzan collapsed to the ground. Devoid of any combat capability, the battle concluded, with the victor being Hyuga Niji. Chapter 99, The Battle of Wits. This near-overwhelming victory once again elevated the reputation of the Hyuga clan across the nations. The fight was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary delays, showcasing the full extent of the Byakugan's perceptive prowess. The young member of the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. After witnessing the match, the feudal lords of various nations reached a consensus. If all goes as expected, Hyuga Niji's promotion to Chunin is assured. Such a display of combat was precisely the spectacle Sarutobi Hisashi desired to witness. The burgeoning strength of Konoha's new generation exemplified its formidable nature. For the second match, I hope it does not disappoint me. The voice of the 4th Kazekage, seated beside him, emerged from beneath the veil. Although Sarutobi Hisashi sensed something unusual about this Kazekage, he chose not to dwell on it. The second match would feature the heir of the Nara clan, a strategist of Konoha. Hisashi held great confidence in this bout. While it may not present particularly thrilling combat scenes, the strategic acumen displayed would undoubtedly be top-notch. The contestants for the second match, Nara Shikamaru and Kin Tsuchi. Nara Shikaku gestured for the two to approach the arena. How troublesome. Can I forfeit? Nara Shikamaru, who typically possessed little fighting spirit, contemplated withdrawing from the competition. The title of Chunin symbolized more trouble for him. He had a premonition that those who ascended to Chunin would be few and far between. This meant that if he successfully won the match, a plethora of complications would inevitably ensue. Everyone is waiting for you to make an appearance. Chiba approached Nara Shikamaru from behind, chuckling. There is no concept of fleeing without a fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba grasped Shikamaru's collar and gently tossed him into the air. To his astonishment, Shikamaru found himself landing gracefully on the ground, maintaining his posture without any alteration. Instantly, a look of awe appeared in his eyes. Such unfathomable strength, truly deserving of being this year's top newcomer, even as a transfer student. He possessed an extraordinary foundation that was hard to rival. Nara Shikamaru shook his head, not wanting to overthink it. Chiba had consistently displayed a remarkably amiable demeanor. With Shikamaru's ability to read people, he had yet to detect any malice from Chiba. However, he remained wary of someone whose capabilities exceeded his own, the shadow manipulator. Kin Tsuchi regarded Nara Shikamaru before her with no hint of carelessness. She had witnessed Tosuzan's defeat firsthand. Any ninja who made it to the official matches was no ordinary character. The match would conclude when one side lost consciousness, died, or surrendered. Nara Shikaka looked at both competitors and raised his arm high. The battle begins. As his words fell, kunai flew from Nara Shikamaru's hand. He had gleaned enough about Kin Tsuchi's abilities from the previous preliminary round. If all went as anticipated, he would emerge victorious. Unlike ordinary shurikens, the ones thrown by Nara Shikamaru this time are specially crafted by Tian Tian. They are bound with elongated ribbons, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Is this kind of shuriken truly suitable for combat? This question simultaneously arose among the audience, clearly indicating their lack of familiarity with the Nara clan of Konoha. Otherwise, such doubts would not have surfaced. It seems Shikamaru has undergone considerable change. Chiba observed the scattered special shurikens around him, pondering. Known for his aversion to conflict, he surprisingly prepared before the battle. Evidently, These shurikens were meticulously prepared to secure victory in combat. However, Chiba remained unaware that he bore a significant portion of the responsibility for this. Even now, he clutched a promissory note from the Nara clan. Indeed, the note written by Shikamaru was in the name of the Nara clan. When Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, learned of this, he promptly shifted the burden onto his son, issuing a stern order. If he were to lose in the official match, he would have to find a way to resolve the matter himself. With no choice, Shikamaru was compelled to devise strategies to win the battle. These specially crafted shurikens were one of those strategies. Underestimating him, he tested with such an attack. The hammer sent the shuriken flying, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. If this is all you are capable of, then I am afraid for you. The battle concluded. Her body froze, rendering her immobile. Indeed, the fight was over. At this moment, the hammer finally noticed the dancing ribbons casting shadows under the sun. Under the control of Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, she was completely ensnared. The battle ended with Nara Shikamaru's victory. Although the second match lacked the excitement of the first, Shikamaru's grasp of the battle situation and self-awareness greatly broadened the audience's perspective, illuminating that ninjas also engage in combat with their intellect. On the main stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the fourth Kazekage, chuckling. Haha, the Nara clan's young one performed admirably. However, I believe you will find the upcoming battle even more intriguing. Chapter 100. Chiba's opponent, the strongest of Sunigakure. Upon hearing his words, the fourth Kazekage raised an eyebrow beneath his hat, a flicker of interest crossing his elongated eyes. Could the next competitor be from Sunigakure? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in affirmation, responding, the strongest newcomer of Sunigakure versus the strongest newcomer of Konoha. I wonder if a clear victor will emerge. Nara Shikaku, looking at the battle list in his hand, furrowed his brow. It seemed necessary to deploy additional personnel to the arena for the next match. The third match featured the contestants, Gaara from Sunigakure and Chiba from Konoha. Contestants, please proceed to the arena promptly. The match is about to commence. Upon hearing his opponent's name, Chiba was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated facing Gaara. One could only wonder if this arrangement was made for the sake of entertainment. Gaara cast a cold glance at Chiba, uttering nothing as he walked towards the backstage. However, the murderous intent in his eyes did not escape Chiba's perception. What a stubborn child. Chiba shook his head, hoping that the harsh realities of life would alter Gaara's perspective. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to proceed. He leaped down from the observation area, landing right in front of Gaara as he emerged from backstage. Gaara remained silent, continuing forward. Chiba shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. At times, these troubled youths are truly difficult to comprehend. The match commenced. Nara Shikaku sighed, his expression grave. After observing the previous preliminary matches, his focus had never been sharper. It could be said that these two fighters were among the most formidable of all participants. With his extraordinary jonin strength, he felt uncertain about maintaining control over the situation. He truly dreaded serving as the examiner for this match. Nara Shikaku grumbled to himself and quickly retreated. The two adversaries faced each other, their presence exuding an unusual intensity. Finally, the moment arrived. Gaara's calm voice was laced with lethal intent. I will severely injure you, and then force you to reveal how you know those things. He raised his right hand, and countless grains of sand erupted from the gourd behind him, enveloping him entirely. I wonder where you derive your confidence. Chiba placed his hands behind his back, exhibiting no signs of readiness for battle. After a month of rigorous training, he had made significant strides in his abilities. One must acknowledge that Jiraiya's guidance was indeed exceptional. Under his tutelage, Chiba had swiftly mastered his full potential and made considerable advancements. I will crush you, a person like you. The scent of blood must be quite delightful. Gaara sneered, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Having suffered multiple defeats at Chiba's hands, he found it challenging to restrain his inner turmoil when facing him. The swirling sand transformed into a massive hand, rushing towards Chiba. The ferocious momentum elicited gasps from the audience. Is this truly the strongest newcomer from Sunigakure? Just this ability to manipulate sand alone is already on par with some chunin. This year's official matches promise to be quite captivating. However, the Konoha newcomer opposite seems to be a name I have yet to hear. Faced with the approaching giant hand of sand, Chiba remained remarkably composed. Such an attack was easily resolvable. He twisted his body, his right hand forming a fist, his legs anchoring firmly to the ground like tree roots. First fist style. Channeling all his strength into a single strike, he unleashed it in an instant. Boom. The violent shockwave radiated from Chiba's right fist. There was no obstruction. The giant hand of sand disintegrated into grains, cascading from the sky. This scene left Gaara momentarily stunned. Many could easily obliterate his sand, but to disperse the special chakra contained within was an entirely different matter. This was a first for him. You think this amount of sand is enough to defeat me? Chiba flexed his wrist, provocatively gazing at Gaara. An eerie silence fell over the audience. Even the two Kagea were left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. After a long pause, the fourth Kazekage finally spoke. What a formidable young man. Yet, his calm tone belied any significant emotional turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress his mirth. Haha, Chiba's talent is indeed remarkable. He is the top newcomer this year. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with the young man his disciple had brought back, hoping to witness the prosperity of Konoha village in his waning years. Time to act. Chiba glanced at the audience, stating, I shall swiftly resolve this battle and strive for a position among the Chunin. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from sight. Gaara's pupils constricted, the sand swirling defensively, uprooting countless fragments of earth. Bang! Desert wave. A tremendous sound erupted from the sand barrier that Gaara had formed. A vast amount of sand enveloped Gaara entirely. The sand, infused with special chakra, rendered its density exceptionally high. Chiba's full force strike surprisingly failed to breach Gaara's defenses. The situation momentarily devolved into a stalemate. Chapter 101. The Collapse Plan of Konoha. What a headache. Chiba scratched his head, sensing the predicament. He had initially intended to conceal a portion of his strength, but he never anticipated that Gaara would be so timid. So swiftly has the desert wave been conjured. All the sand serves as a formidable defense, impenetrable by conventional assaults. It presents a considerable challenge. I wonder how Chiba will respond. I fear the match may devolve into a stalemate, for this is no ordinary sand. Breaking through the opponent's defenses will not be a trivial task. The crowd's debates yield no consensus. This challenge, however, should not be insurmountable for Brother Chiba. Naruto's voice interrupted the discussions, proclaiming that Chiba had yet to reveal his full strength. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chiba began to engage in an unusual act at the center of the arena. Wait, is he undressing? Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, feeling a rush of warmth. Chiba shed his outer layer, revealing a specialized metallic ornament beneath. There was even a hint of disappointment in Kiba's tone, as if the spectacle she anticipated had eluded her. Nara Shikamaru cast a peculiar glance in her direction. Women, indeed, are quite troublesome, he muttered quietly, lest Kiba overhear and stir up trouble. After removing the specialized ornament, Chiba felt a newfound lightness coursing through him, as if his body had been liberated. At last, the burden has been lifted. He rubbed his shoulders, stretching his limbs, uncertain of the full extent of his newfound power. The prolonged wait had made him accustomed to its presence, and now, without it, he felt somewhat disoriented. With a thunderous crash, he discarded the weight device, which struck the ground with a resounding impact, gouging a wide path into the earth. The soil churned violently. An unimaginable devastation wrought merely by Chiba's casual throw. The audience fell into a stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. With their limited imaginations, they struggled to comprehend that the terrifying battle they had witnessed transpired while he bore such a heavy load. What level of strength could Chiba possibly possess now that he has shed his burdens? Chiba pressed his left hand against his right shoulder, gradually acclimating to his own capabilities. He hoped that this desert wave possessed sufficient defensive prowess. In his eyes, the concept of absolute defense was utterly nonsensical. Is it truly absolute defense if one cannot breach it? No, it merely indicates an inadequacy in offensive power. There is no such thing as absolute defense. If one punch fails, then two must follow. Since acquiring the 8 gates technique, Chiba's demeanor has taken on a peculiar turn. To swiftly adapt to this trump card, he has been training fervently. The remarkable adaptability of the initial sage body has continuously elevated his physical prowess. With a deep rumble, the sound resonated throughout the arena. In the next moment, the previously silent audience erupted in response to the overwhelming force unleashed beneath Chiba's feet. The ground trembled as he propelled himself forward, his fist generating visible waves of energy. His fist, as resilient as steel, collided directly with the spherical desert wave. Crack! A dull thud resonated from the wave. followed by the unmistakable sound of shattering. Under the anxious gazes of the audience, the so-called absolute defense began to crumble. Boom. The subsequent force erupted, instantaneously demolishing the defense. Countless grains of sand scattered, and Gaara was propelled backward by the residual energy, crashing into the arena's wall. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from the point of impact. Coughing, Gaara struggled to withstand the blow, his insides suffering damage, blood spilling from his lips. The emergence of his injuries intensified the madness in Gaara's eyes, his consciousness shaken. At that moment, brilliant feathers began to descend upon the audience, resembling delicate snowflakes. Noticing the chakra fluctuations above, Chiba glanced upward. Ah, has it commenced so soon? I hope my performance has left a lasting impression. As the golden feathers fell, nearly everyone succumbed to slumber. Not all present were shinobi. A significant portion consisted of ordinary individuals. The Jinjutsu, nirvana of illusions, employed by Kabuto, concluded its final hand seal. As the crowd drifted into unconsciousness, a tremendous clamor erupted at the entrance of Konoha. The chaos unfolded in an instant. Sand ninjas surged forth, and sound ninjas stirred restlessly, rendering the scene nearly uncontrollable. The plan to dismantle Konoha had begun. Chapter 102. The Great Deceiver. Chiba. At the moment the plan to dismantle Konoha commenced, turmoil erupted everywhere. Not only in the audience, but even Sarutobi Hiruzen's high platform was engulfed in violent explosions. The sand ninjas had strategically placed explosive tags near the platform. The power of a single explosive tag rivaled that of advanced fire techniques employed by elite ninjas. Though Sarutobi had anticipated such a move and dodged in time, he still fell into Orochimaru's grasp. Is this the method of your sand village? Sarutobi suppressed his fury, his voice strained. Sensei, you remain as naive as ever. A raspy voice echoed in his ear. Orochimaru. Each word seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Sarutobi had always been wary of this former pupil. Yet he never anticipated that Orochimaru would assume the guise of the fourth Kazekage. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that the fourth Kazekage had likely sacrificed himself for Orochimaru's scheme. The ability to manipulate the sand village's shinobi sent a chill down Sarutobi's spine. Orochimaru pressed a cold kunai against Sarutobi's neck, and together they ascended to the expansive rooftop. The quartet of sound ninjas, arranged by Orochimaru, made their first appearance before the world. Each stood at a corner of the rooftop, arms outstretched, enveloping the area in a barrier of violet flames. Witnessing this, Sarutobi murmured, I never imagined you would prepare so thoroughly to eliminate this old man. Orochimaru glanced down at his aging visage, his raspy voice breaking the silence once more. I have always held immense respect for you, teacher, in both strength and other aspects. In the arena's center, Chiba cast a glance toward Sarutobi, but chose not to linger on it further. He had a far greater predicament to address. I never expected to provoke him to this extent. Chiba furrowed his brow, fixating on Gaara, who had nearly transformed into a monstrous being. The gourd of sand on his back seemed to meld with his body, the dense yellow sand tightly encasing his right arm. Half of Gaara's form had nearly become a creature of sand. His right eye, with a cross-shaped pupil, had lost all semblance of humanity. In his injured state, Gaara had become a vessel for the tailed beast. The encroachment of Shikaku's chakra was driving him into a frenzy. Blood, Gaara roared. Staring at the trail of blood he had shed. I will tear you apart. Faced with such a monstrous opponent, Chiba sighed, there is no other choice. Concealing my strength would lead to my demise. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing another set of weight devices strapped to his arms. This contraption, compared to the previous upper body weight apparatus, is undeniably heavier. With a resounding thud, the wrist-mounted weight device was cast aside, creating two substantial craters upon impact with the ground. Subsequently, Chiba rolled up his pant legs once more, revealing two identical weight devices. Observing his actions, even the frenzied Gaara was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that his opponent was burdened by such considerable weight while engaged in combat with him. This was even more excessive than the previous Rock Lee. The remaining conscious ninjas in the audience, witnessing this scene, experienced involuntary twitches at the corners of their mouths and eyes. Chiba's behavior was simply outrageous, while others would strive to unleash their full capabilities against their adversaries. Chiba appeared to suppress his power, potentially only demonstrating 70% of his actual prowess, or perhaps even less. Do you underestimate me? Although Gaara found himself in a state of lost rationality, It did not imply a complete absence of intellect. Witnessing Chiba's actions, he felt a profound sense of insult. No, no. Chiba removed the weight devices from his legs and discarded them onto the ground. Standing upright, he repeatedly denied, "That is not the case. Do not misunderstand. See, I have removed them." Hearing such evasive rhetoric from him, Gaara was momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, that's enough. We can continue." Chiba adjusted his posture, his left hand resting behind him while extending his right hand forward, smiling as he said, "Come now, defeat me, and I'll reveal the truth about Yashimaru from years past." Upon hearing the name Yashimaru, Gaara's left pupil constricted sharply. In that instant, the yellow sand surrounding him seemed to waver slightly. His will momentarily suppressed Shikaku's chakra. "How do you know this name?" In response, Chiba devised an exceptionally clever retort. "As someone who has encountered the great sage Toad, I possess knowledge of the past through dreams. So, do you wish to uncover the truth? Come, I grant you this opportunity." Tempted by the allure of the truth, Gaara completely lost his reason, drool cascading from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with madness. He roared, thrusting his sandy arm forward. The frenzied yellow sand surged violently toward Chiba. Chapter 103, Twin Bones of the Strong Fist. Uncertain of what the boy had uttered, Maki murmured to himself. He actually provoked Gaara into a berserk state. Now, my plans have truly been disrupted. I can only hope the other aspects of the plan remain unaffected. He turned and departed without a hint of nostalgia. In Gaara's current state, even a mere interference could result in immediate demise, without a trace of hesitation. Maki, being a man of intellect, naturally refrained from placing himself in such perilous circumstances. In the arena, Shino and Kenkuro remained present. Both were rare talents from Sunigakure, and a lapse in their performance here was utterly unacceptable. Faced with the chaotic yellow sand, Chiba opted to employ taijutsu. Although Gaara in his transformed state was indeed formidable, he posed no immediate threat to Chiba. Attempting to defeat him without utilizing the technique of false slumber was nearly an impossibility. Chiba held great confidence in his own abilities. Strong fist, one bone. Casting aside all burdens, Chiba unleashed his full power, generating a force that rivaled any jonin. The technique of one bone was inspired by memories of a formidable and terrifying entity. Twisting his waist, he channeled his entire strength into his right fist. A tangible chakra spiraled around his knuckles. Boom. The clash between the sandy hand and Chiba's fist unleashed a shockwave from the epicenter of the collision. The surrounding environment was drastically affected, dust swirling and the ground fracturing. Yet, the patch of earth beneath Chiba remained untouched and scathed. Sand Shuriken. Compared to the Gaara of earlier, he now fought primarily on instinct. This instinctual combat heightened Gaara's danger level considerably. The sand shuriken whistled through the air, hurtling toward Chiba's vital points. What a nuisance. Chiba maintained his punching stance with his right hand, while his left hand swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A true gale surged forth from his mouth. The incoming sand shuriken encountered no resistance, scattering into the air. Sand hand. In the face of the tempest, Gaara extended his arm, the yellow sand rapidly spreading forth to form a colossal hand in an attempt to engulf Chiba. As the sand expanded, Gaara's form began to further resemble Shikaku. His body, except for his legs, ceased to resemble a human. With a powerful strike, Chiba showcased the fruits of his recent training. His own strength had reached a remarkable threshold. The sand hand was instantly shattered, dispersing into a cloud of yellow sand. Before Chiba, Gaara's offensive tactics appeared utterly ineffective. You've attacked for long enough. Now it is my turn. Chiba slightly crouched, the muscles in his legs bulging. With a rumble, the ground beneath him fractured, disintegrating into countless shards that were then compacted. As the terrain sank, Chiba's form vanished from sight. Instinctively sensing danger, Gaara slammed his fists into the ground. Countless grains of sand surged upwards, forming layer upon layer of sand shields before him. Strong fist, twin bones. Chiba's deep voice echoed in Gaara's ears. His arm struck the sand shield with astounding speed. The force erupted from a single point, sending shockwaves rolling. The tremendous impact obliterated several layers of the sand shield. The destructive power of twin bones exceeded that of one bone by more than double. Such a mere sand shield could not withstand it. Boom. The sand shield disintegrated into yellow sand, launching Gaara away, crashing into the arena's wall. The wall cracked, and countless fragments fell. Coughing. Blood trickled from the corner of Gaara's mouth as he was injured once more in his transformed state. The yellow sand continuously enveloped him, his form gradually exceeding the confines of the arena. His towering figure, reaching several dozen meters in height, was visible even beyond the boundaries of the arena. One tail. Gaara had completely lost his sanity. Maki's face stiffened. Events had spiraled beyond his control. The emergence of Shikaku drew the gaze of the master and apprentice duo, who turned their attention towards this unfolding scene. Is this part of your plan, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured, anxiety gnawing at him. Yet, before his disciple, he maintained a facade of composure. Orochimaru's elongated snake-like eyes glinted with a hint of surprise. He did not conceal his intentions regarding his soon-to-perish mentor. No, this is beyond the scope of the plan. However, it seems Shikaku could become a gentle breeze to stir the winds of the ninja world. I imagine it will find great delight in this. A thin, serpentine tongue extended from Orochimaru's mouth, licking around the corners of his lips, his gaze cold and malevolent. Finally, the big guy has arrived. Chiba straightened his posture, placing his thumb in his mouth and biting down hard. Summoning technique. Come forth, great toad. Thick smoke billowed, revealing the colossal and crimson form of Gamabunta. Shikaku? Gamabunta clearly recognized this formidable creature. I never expected the first battle you'd summon me for would be against such a troublesome foe. The two colossal beings faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chapter 104. The art of feigned slumber. The appearance of Shikaku drew the attention of many once more, even causing a momentary slip in the ongoing battle. Kakashi Hitaki, having just sent a sand ninja flying, found himself momentarily astonished, his gaze fixed at the center of the venue. The walls of the arena seemed scarcely able to accommodate the presence of two enormous beings. Was that Fukasaku from Mount Myoboku? When had Chiba forged a pact with this clan? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Indeed, Chiba had originally come from Mount Myoboku to Konoha. As the leader of Team 7, Hiruzen Sarutobi had shared many details with Kakashi, none of which were particularly secretive. Nonetheless, Kakashi felt an inexplicable awkwardness upon seeing Fukasaku, especially when he recalled his own pack of ninja dogs. Why is there such a vast chasm between people? With this thought, Kakashi's strikes grew more forceful. Might Guy, who had been competing with him for the number of enemies defeated, felt a surge of respect witnessing this scene. Truly, Kakashi was the rival of his life. This was the essence of youth. Konoha's Steel Hurricane. Guy unleashed the proud title of Konoha's Azure Beast with fervor. No matter the adversary, he would not strike a second blow. Yet, judging by their later performances, it was evident that the leniency they were showing could rival the water release techniques of the second Hokage. Chiba glanced at the two, muttering, "Old-timers are just coasting now," hoping for the third's early demise. Although he was unaware of their intentions, the current situation suggested that the third Hokage was surely finished. In the distance, amidst the formation of the four purple flame array, two coffins had already emerged from the rooftop. A third coffin was gradually ascending. Had it not been for Hiruzen Sarutobi's quick reflexes, he would have been faced with three exceptionally formidable foes. What an awe-inspiring presence. As the coffin lid fell away, two figures emerged. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, the master of forbidden techniques, Tobarama Senju. Their arrival brought a sheen of cold sweat to Hiruzen's wrinkled visage. It has been a long time, monkey. I never imagined you would age to such an extent. Tobarama's voice melded with Hiruzen's fading memories. Being a nostalgic man, Hiruzen felt tears welling in his eyes. I truly apologize. I never expected to trouble you after death. The first Hokage displayed a hint of remorse, his body creaking as he moved. The reminiscing was abruptly halted as Orochimaru produced two specially crafted kunai, placing them behind the two Hokage. Sensei, I wish to share the joy of my impending victory with you. Let us commence. With those words, the eyes of the first and second Hokage suddenly glazed over. Orochimaru did not dare to allow these two beings to act freely, for the reanimation jutsu was a forbidden technique meticulously studied by Tobarama Senju. Although he had made numerous enhancements, it was wise to exercise caution. Instantly, the three Hokage clashed in combat. Stones flew, flames erupted, and earth rolled, with massive torrents of water crashing against the four purple flame array. Chiba cast a brief glance before diverting his attention once more. The outcome was already decided. Orochimaru was resolute, and so was Hiruzen. There was nothing left to alter. As Orochimaru stated, Konoha resembled a stagnant windmill, requiring a gentle breeze to set it in motion again. Whether through the collapse of Konoha or the death of the third, both possibilities would serve to facilitate this change. Turning his gaze back to Shikaku, Chiba observed the bizarre patterns that adorned its form, its cross-shaped pupils exuding a fierce aura. Currently, it was Gaara who held dominion over Shikaku. I will rend you to pieces. Gaara's legs melded with Shikaku's head. Feigned slumber. Without hesitation, he plunged into a deep sleep, fully liberating Shikaku's powers. Yohaha, I am finally free. The moment Shikaku regained consciousness, the true might of the tailed beast erupted forth. The air in the world remained refreshingly crisp. Yohaha, there's even a giant toad. The creature's temperament was evidently in stark contrast to that of its Jinchuriki. Such a vile disposition. Chiba, arms crossed, gazed at Shikaku and stated, "Do you not see there is another person present?" As Shikaku noticed the source of the voice, it narrowed its eyes. "A peculiar little brat. I sense a hint of threat emanating from you." The perception abilities of a tailed beast are no jest. Such innate capabilities are beyond human envy. Well then, let me not underestimate you. Chiba clasped his hands together, and in an instant, natural energy surged wildly towards him. As his eyes blinked, two distinct markings briefly crossed over, and a golden-red shadow enveloped his eye sockets. I will attempt to send you back to your seal. Chapter 105. Full firepower Yoaha. What an arrogant little brat. Shikaku boomed with laughter upon hearing Chiba's words. Do you truly dare to make such grandiose claims? Are you not afraid of biting your own tongue? I am the strongest tailed beast, Shikaku. Clearly, in the absence of a certain fox, this raccoon dog was quite boastful. Of course, it had the prowess to back it up, ranking high among tailed beasts. However, having undergone rigorous training, Chiba was entirely unfazed by its power when fully unleashed. Fukasaku, prepare yourself. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, Chiba's words held weight with Fukasaku, likely due to their prior encounter with the great sage. Naturally, strength was also a significant factor. Fukasaku sensed the chakra emanating from above, distinctly different from that of regular ninjas. As one of the higher-ups of Mount Myoboku, he was certainly aware of the existence of such abilities. However, he had previously thought it merely a legend. To his astonishment, a mere teenager, Chiba, had genuinely mastered Sage Mode. Moreover, the speed at which he activated Sage Mode seemed excessively swift. Fukasaku's mind raced with thoughts, yet his movements remained unimpeded. The massive short blade at his waist was drawn, held firmly in his toad-like grip. Yohaha. In response to the poised stance of both Chiba and Fukasaku, Shikaku's colossal arm crashed down upon the ground. The earth split as fissures, dozens of meters wide, spread from beneath its feet. Little brat, I shall turn you into sand art. Chiba's lips twitched at this proclamation. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Where had Shikaku learned such banter? It seemed the creature's imagination was far too developed. The sand sculpture Shikaku referred to was surely not the same as what Chiba envisioned. As the immense crack spread, the venue began to fracture. The towering walls crumbled instantaneously, countless stones cascading to the ground. Shikaku was transforming Konoha into its own domain. Fukasaku naturally took note of this development, his muscular legs propelling him into the air. The ground groaned under the strain. The elevated short blade descended towards Shikaku's head, not a cut, but a strike. At least from Chiba's perspective, the short blade appeared more formidable than a door plank, particularly in terms of its width. Toad Blade Slash. The colossal form brought forth a power that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to achieve. In the realm of the Toad clan atop Mount Myoboku, Gamabunta stood as a paragon among his kin, his strength undoubtedly capable of withstanding any trial. Like a mountain, the massive Tonto descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Shikaku's head. In response to such an assault, Shikaku appeared somewhat cumbersome, unable to evade in time. Nevertheless, defending against it was not a daunting task. With his robust arms raised high, a peculiar yellow sand enveloped them, coalescing into a sand shield imbued with Shikaku's abundant chakra. The dull clang of impact reverberated from Shikaku's arm, creating a brief shockwave. The might of these two titanic beings was indeed formidable. Seizing the moment of confrontation, Chiba had already leapt down from the top of Gamabunta's head, eager to test the sage art, rock, paper, scissors. He positioned his fists, flexing his wrists. The sage art, rock, paper, scissors, double bones. With no hesitation, he unleashed his full power, leaving no room for restraint. In the face of a tailed beast, Holding back was an egregious error. Chiba refrained from attacking the deeply slumbering Gaara, for words once spoken are akin to water spilled. To declare one would beat him back into his seal, one must not entertain thoughts of cunning. This was merely the beginning. Upon his fists rested the totality of Chiba's strength. The sage art chakra melded within, fully realizing the potential of this physical technique. The fist of utmost fortitude and righteousness struck down upon Shikaku's forehead with the force of a battering ram. Crack! Gamabunta, locked in combat with Shikaku, faintly heard the sound of shattering. Almost immediately, it was followed by a cry of pain echoing throughout the hidden leaf. Howl! You insolent brat! I shall grind you into the finest of sands. The tremendous uproar halted the actions of battling ninjas, their gazes drawn to the arena. There! A diminutive figure crouched atop Shikaku's head, where his fist had created a massive indentation in the center of Shikaku's forehead. The skin, akin to yellow sand, continuously crumbled and fell away. The might of that single strike was truly terrifying. Gamabunta seized the opportunity, channeling even greater force into his tanto. With a decisive slash, he sent Shikaku hurtling away, shattering the sand shield upon his arm. Shikaku crashed against the arena wall, collapsing it entirely, and continued his flight beyond the confines of the venue. Underneath his immense bulk, buildings crumbled, and the earth itself fractured. Yet Shikaku paid no heed to his other injuries, instead clutching his head in agony. Within his cross-patterned eyes, a seething fury directed at Chiba simmered. At that moment, Chiba had returned to perch atop Gamabunta's head, his gaze toward Shikaku laced with mockery. One must honor their word. If he vowed to beat him back, he would ensure it was fulfilled. Now, the true battle was just beginning. O Great Raccoon. Chapter 106. The Trustworthy Chiba Wind Release. Vacuum Sphere. A substantial amount of chakra coalesced within Shikaku's maw. After a brief accumulation of power, a massive sphere of wind erupted forth. The powerful impact instantaneously caused multiple walls to collapse, reducing nearby structures to ruins. Continuous vacuum spheres. A barrage of wind spheres was unleashed from Shikaku's mouth, wreaking havoc in its wake. Gamabunta, wielding his giant tanto, cleaved through the wind spheres while simultaneously employing the Toad clan's ninjutsu, water release, iron cannonball. The clash of the large water sphere against the wind ball sent a torrent of water spraying, saturating the surroundings. The battleground of these two colossal beings gradually drifted away from the center of the arena, where countless civilians, as well as dignitaries and high-ranking officials from various nations, resided. Should there be casualties in the Hidden Leaf due to this skirmish, it would herald an unimaginable dark era for the village. Until the next mission was assigned, he intended to remain in the Hidden Leaf. Thus, a favorable environment was indeed necessary. Under Gamabunta's deliberate guidance, the side of conflict was shifting toward the village gates. Gamabunta, I'll draw their attention. You strike hard at this beast. Chiba contemplated how to break the stalemate. Ultimately, the animosity was insufficient. In light of this, he resolved to escalate his approach. Open the 8th gate. The tangible chakra surged around Chiba's form. Merely opening one gate allowed him to feel the fervent power within him. With absolute control over his physical prowess, he unleashed his full potential. To Chiba, the limitations of his mind were paramount. This complete mastery over his strength was sufficient to obliterate anything in his path. With Chiba's signal, Gamabunta swung his tanto once more at Shikaku. Suddenly, a giant hand of sand appeared, firmly intercepting Gamabunta's colossal blade midair. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Amidst this standoff, Shikaku activated his full combat capabilities. His battle instincts were remarkably sharp. Water release, iron cannonball. Gamabunta found himself somewhat caught off guard. He had presumed Shikaku was blinded by rage. Yet the beast was executing a cunning strategy. This underhanded move nearly forced Gamabunta to endure a vacuum sphere. However, the objective was achieved, as Chiba reappeared above Shikaku's head. Sage art, rock paper scissors, shatter the void. Chiba descended from above, his raised right leg infused with a vast amount of sage art chakra. This was a physical technique he had developed during a month of training. Just as there exists a descending fist technique, could there not be a descending leg technique? Embracing this notion, Chiba created the shatter the void technique. The results were evidently impressive, as the oppressive sensation bore down upon him. Shikaku found himself unable to divert his attention from the vigilant Gamabunta. A flurry of sand was summoned, rapidly assembling above him to form a formidable sand shield. Defense was Shikaku's forte. Surely, With such a maximum effort defense, he could withstand it, right? Gazing at the multi-layered sand shield above him, Shikaku exhaled in relief. This brat could evoke a life-or-death sense of crisis in him. He was indeed a formidable youth. Fortunately, he was not a pushover. But just as this thought crossed his mind, it was abruptly cut short. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated from above. How is this possible? Shikaku shrieked, instinctively raising his arms to shield his head. Boom! With a full-throttle explosion, the very ground beneath them sank considerably. Dust and sand swirled, obscuring visibility entirely. A multitude of yellow sand particles scattered from Shikaku's arm, blanketing the nearby buildings. Among them were even grains of sand adorned with purple patterns, tumbling to the ground. Gamabunta, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tremor of unease. This lad appeared even more terrifying than that violent woman. A physical body clashing with a tailed beast. Were there truly so many anomalies in this age? A cry of anguish erupted from Shikaku's lips. His arms were riddled with cracks, seemingly rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Chiba utilized the recoil to return to the top of Gamabunta's head. As he settled atop Gamabunta, a sense of trepidation coursed through him. Such power, if mismanaged, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, with the 8th gate opened, Chiba had liberated himself from his mental constraints, allowing him to wield his powers with ease. With his arms hanging limply, Shikaku's gaze toward Chiba remained filled with hatred. Yet, deep within his eyes, there flickered a trace of fear, one that even he himself was unaware of. After a painstaking return to the world, the relentless series of blows left Shikaku utterly dazed. Boss Toad, please give this fellow one final hit. Chiba discerned the absence of ordinary human presence in the surrounding environment, surmising that the Leaf Ninja had already relocated them. He felt compelled to test the fruits of his training. Upon hearing this, Toad Bunta comprehended Chiba's intent. He expanded his mouth to its utmost limit, unleashing a torrent of toad oil. In an instant, Chiba completed the hand seals, executing a coordinated attack. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The toad oil, stretching for hundreds of meters, erupted into a sea of flames. Unable to evade due to its own injuries, Shikaku could only expel a few ineffective blasts to counter the assault, but they proved to be mere drops in the bucket. Soon, it was reduced to a charred raccoon. The searing pain coursed through its body, becoming unbearable. Crack! Its form abruptly transformed into a colossal sand sculpture, crumbling into particles. Shikaku had retreated back into its seal. Chapter 107. Revealing the truth, changing mindsets. What a grueling battle it was. Toad Bunta uttered a statement that felt profoundly insincere. After all, it seemed the primary force in this conflict was Chiba. Fortunately, the red hue of Bunta's toad visage concealed any signs of discomfort. Chiba, I shall return to Myoboku Mountain now. Without granting Chiba a moment to respond, he dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Chiba descended from the sky. The previous skirmish had undeniably drained him. Although his recovery abilities were remarkable, he could not yet sustain regeneration amidst combat. Thus, while short bursts of fierce fighting were manageable, prolonged engagement posed a significant risk. Before Shikaku's escape, it had the foresight to envelop Gaara in a protective layer of sand, unwilling to let its Jinchuriki plummet to his demise. Ultimately, whether he would survive rested entirely on Chiba's intentions. The surrounding environment lay in disarray, littered with debris and scorched remnants. The air was thick with an unusual scent of charred flesh, reminiscent of grilled toads. Chiba speculated that it must be linked to the toad oil. Gaara fell from the sky, shattering the sand shield and inadvertently awakening from a deep slumber. He gazed around in a daze, clearly not yet aware of his surroundings. Chiba waved his hand in front of him. I hope I didn't knock your brains loose, he muttered under his breath. Gaara's current state appeared rather abnormal. How are you still alive? Gaara exclaimed upon spotting Chiba, fully regaining his senses. Chiba felt a twinge of annoyance at this. Did this unfortunate child not know how to converse? Why wouldn't I be alive? Do you perceive that giant raccoon as an invincible entity? Don't be foolish. There are many in this world capable of slaying that beast. Gaara returned to his bewildered state. So what happened to it now? Chiba waved his hand dismissively, exasperated. It has retreated back into its seal. It should be quite peaceful for a while. He couldn't shake the feeling that Gaara had suffered some mental trauma from his fall, as he frequently seemed lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Gaara regained his composure. After a thorough assessment of his own abilities, he realized he was no match for Chiba. with Shikaku having been forced back into its seal. He could not fathom how he could contend with Chiba. Does this mean it's my turn to die? His thought process was evidently quite different from that of a typical individual. However, considering his tragic childhood, Chiba patiently explained, essentially, you merely wish to uncover the truth of the past. I can divulge it, but under one condition. Gaara's hostility had significantly diminished. Upon recognizing his inferiority to Chiba, he adopted a more open perspective. What condition? He inquired eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Chiba uttered a rather peculiar statement. Just be obedient. Gaara looked perplexed and bewildered. You must learn to heed my words. Without hesitation, Gaara acquiesced. I am solely concerned with the truth of the past. Chiba disregarded the mess around them and sat cross-legged. Isn't it all because of your unfortunate father's flawed reasoning? Eager for quick results while lacking the requisite capability. He merely sought to wield the tailed beasts as weapons of war, placing the burden entirely upon you. Chiba's gaze bore into Gaara, who remained bewildered. Thus, he sent Yashimaru to test you, leading to this tragic outcome. As for whether Yashimaru held any affection for you, well, that topic is somewhat absurd. Do you really think this fool would instinctively protect you? The conversation shifted back to Gaara, who was gradually regaining his composure, despite the pain radiating from his body. My mother's hatred for me. He pondered for a while before articulating the answer he had previously gleaned from Yashimaru. Wrong, utterly wrong. That was Karura's love for you. Chiba showed no mercy towards Gaara. For a child in need of discipline, a few more stern lessons would be beneficial in altering his pathological thought patterns. The same could be said for Yashimaru. It was precisely because of the love between them that he chose to stand by Gaara's side. Unfortunately, it all fell apart due to the reckless actions of his foolish father. Regarding Raza, Chiba struggled to find any commendable qualities. Attempting to assassinate his own son? While he may have salvaged Sunagakure from decline, he irrevocably lost familial bonds. A trade-off of sorts. Ultimately, a lack of intellect was to blame. Both were fourth Hokages. Just look at Minato. Having learned the truth, Gaara fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head to look at Chiba, his voice now hoarse. So, are you not concerned that I might renege on my word? This question elicited a peculiar gaze from Chiba. Are you not worried that I might pursue you to Sunagakure and beat you up? Chapter 108. A new sign-in task issued. Gaara departed alongside Temari and Kankuro. Under Chiba's watchful gaze, the transformation in his brother was evident to both of them. Though they were unaware of the specifics, Gaara's survival amidst such ferocious attacks was a stroke of fortune. For this, both Temari and Kankuro felt immense gratitude. Naturally, they held a deeper apprehension towards Chiba. Despite being mere genin in the same cohort, the disparity in strength was glaring. The other Konoha ninjas arrived slightly later than those from Sunagakure. Big brother Chiba? Naruto Uzumaki's voice resonated distinctly among the group. Where's Gaara? Naruto harbored a healthy fear of this dangerous individual, particularly upon witnessing the towering Shikaku, which sparked concerns for Chiba's safety. Fortunately, Chiba appeared unscathed. In response to his comrade's concern, Chiba expressed his gratitude. He was taken away by the Sand Village. I no longer have the chakra to keep them here. The summoning of Boss Toad consumed far too much chakra. When it came to crafting excuses, Chiba was undoubtedly a master. Of course, it also served his own interests. He had initially aimed to maintain a low profile upon entering Konoha. However, upon surveying the chaotic battlefield, he silently retracted that notion. The notion of being low-key is evidently ill-suited for a dazzling genius such as myself. As I survey the desolate landscape, sand and charred earth blur together, leaving scarcely a patch of unblemished ground. Houses lay in ruins, a wasteland of debris. Fortunately, the ninjas of Konoha swiftly evacuated the innocents, preventing a significant loss of life. Yet, the sporadic dark red stains of blood bear witness to the unimaginable trauma inflicted upon Konoha by this collapse plan. However, what weighs more heavily on Chiba's mind is the status of the battle involving the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us return to the venue. The group appears somewhat bewildered. Should they not seek refuge at this time? The clash of elite ninjas is far beyond their capacity to intervene. Nevertheless, witnessing Team 7's retreat, the others, albeit reluctantly, followed suit. What a hassle! Nara Shikamaru detests such arduous tasks the most. Hurry up. Inazuka Hana, the fastest among the trio, runs ahead, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although she has not experienced much combat, trailing behind Chiba seems a commendable choice. With Shikamaru's formidable intellect, Deciphering the thoughts of girls is an arduous task. He sighs, resigning himself to follow. By the time they return to the center of the venue, all battles have concluded. The Umbu of Konoha have eradicated the invaders, with Kakashi Hitaki and Might Guy standing out for their remarkable achievements. Remarkably, Might Guy seems untouched by dust or injury. Above the venue, the four purple flames formation has been dispelled, revealing Sarutobi Hiruzen lying peacefully atop it. The third Hokage has finally passed away. Whether the so-called will of fire will endure is no longer Chiba's concern. He is preoccupied with the question of his own promotion to Chunin. However, given the current circumstances, Konoha will need some time to recover. Everything seems to have returned to its normal course. Chiba muses quietly, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 days later, he receives information from Kakashi Hitaki. Is there a result for the Chunin exam? Chiba gazes skeptically at Kakashi's lifeless eyes. Kakashi nods, a hint of melancholy in his tone. 3 individuals have successfully advanced to Chunin: Hyuganiji, Narashikamaru, and you. As soon as he finishes speaking, a mechanical notification echoes in Chiba's ears. Detected host promotion to Chunin. Task rewards being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations, host has acquired lightning attribute chakra. With a sigh of relief, Chiba acknowledges that his efforts were not in vain. After a fierce confrontation, there is indeed a reward. Kakashi gazes at him calmly and states, from now on, you shall be the captain of Team 7. As a Chunin, you must shoulder certain responsibilities. Chiba, having prepared for this, displays no signs of surprise. Yet the voice in his mind causes his expression to shift. Sign-in task being issued. Task content. Proceed to Shorut Street for sign-in, cure Tsunade's hemophobia, and eliminate the Great Snake. Task reward. Single Tomo Sharingan. Goodness, has the difficulty level escalated from simple to hellish? The Great Snake is a creature that was obliterated by a certain artist's self-detonation. At this moment, Chiba's face reflects his inner turmoil. Chapter 109, Kakashi Hitaki. Heartbroken despite the increased difficulty of the sign-in task, it must ultimately be completed. Chiba suspects that the rewards for these tasks are part of a series, ranging from the initial Sage Body to higher tiers, including this sign-in task S Single Tomo Sharingan. He is not of the Uchiha clan, so enhancing his Sharingan will likely require task completion. Noticing Chiba lost in thought, Kakashi waves his hand in front of him. Hey, are you so happy that you've turned into a fool? He mutters softly, recalling Chiba's strong mental fortitude. How could a mere Chunin make you this ecstatic? Chiba snaps out of his reverie and smiles. After all, it was achieved through my own efforts. How could I not be joyful? Kakashi's expression shifts to one of peculiarity. Do you not know your application for Jonin was rejected? Chiba's face stiffens. What do you mean? Kakashi sighs. Based on your performance in the Chunin exam and your contributions during Konoha's defense, I submitted an application for Jonin, but it was declined. The reason is that your qualifications are insufficient. Are you all right, Chiba? He expresses concern for Chiba's ability to bear the disappointment. Chiba can only smile wryly. Naturally, submitting a Jonin application would lead to rejection. He finds Kakashi's actions perplexing. With the third Hokage just deceased, how could they agree to promote such a unique talent as Chiba during Konoha's darkest hour? Come, let us celebrate your successful promotion to Chunin. Kakashi pats Chiba on the shoulder, his eyes filled with mirth. I've decided to treat everyone to barbecue. At this, Chiba's eyes light up. Having just finished training, he was pondering what to eat. Since a generous offer has presented itself, he will not hold back. Neru, let's go. Chiba calls out to the other side of the forest. Kakashi-sensei is treating us to barbecue. As soon as he finishes speaking, the ground rumbles ominously, as though a heavy object has struck the earth. Uzumaki Naruto rushes over, his clothes soaked in sweat, a testament to his rigorous training. Barbecue, barbecue. Naruto is exuberant at the prospect of a meal. Naturally, no gathering of Team 7 would be complete without Uchiha Sasuke. Though reluctant, he cannot resist the pull of Chiba and Naruto. After Naruto began training in taijutsu, his strength has increased tremendously, and Chiba, well, it is best not to mention him. Ever since Naruto challenged Chiba to a straightforward taijutsu duel and suffered a devastating defeat, he has never dared to propose a similar contest again. In his words, Chiba's strength has transcended human limits. Faced with such an assessment, Chiba can only sigh, feeling helpless. The initial Sage Body seems to have remarkable efficacy in the realm of taijutsu. As for concerns about rapid advancement, those do not even enter his considerations. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, Chiba suddenly recalls his usual appetite and kindly reminds, Naruto, and I have been eating quite a lot lately, so please don't hold back. Kakashi, upon hearing the first half of the statement, feels a surge of warmth. After all, it is gratifying to know his students consider him. However, the latter part of Chiba's statement causes his expression to darken. What do you mean by don't hold back? Are you implying that as an elite jonin, I lack the funds to treat you to a meal? With a grand gesture, Kakashi reassures, rest assured, I still have some savings. Upon hearing this, Chiba breathes a sigh of relief. Since Kakashi-sensei has said so, they can feast without restraint. Naruto enthusiastically concurs. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke remains silent, casting a sympathetic glance toward Kakashi. The reason for his expression remains a mystery. Kakashi Hatake observed the two excited individuals, a sense of foreboding brewing within him. Despite the extensive devastation that befell Konoha, establishments such as the barbecue shop opened promptly. After all, ninjas are human too. After a grueling mission, they inevitably need sustenance. Moreover, the act of indulging in grilled meat while engaging in conversation is a delightful way to unwind. Many ninjas enjoy visiting this place for a couple of drinks during their downtime. Boss, Chiba's voice reverberated through the barbecue shop. He raised the menu high, exclaiming, let us have one of everything. When Kakashi nodded in agreement, his heart sank at the implication. Wait, what do you mean by one of everything? His usually calm eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dislodging his forehead protector. Chiba, what exactly do you mean by one of everything? Kakashi asked cautiously. Chiba looked at him as if it were obvious and explained, I mean we want everything on this menu. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt as though his heart were bleeding. Chapter 110. The Special Guests of Konoha. I am Kakashi Hatake, an elite jonin of Konoha. My numerous missions render me somewhat notable within the village. As the head of the Hatake clan, although I remain solitary, I still possess a modest fortune. However, I find myself in a state of panic. It is quite likely that after today, the Hatake family may face bankruptcy. Chiba, you must inform the teacher. Kakashi's voice trembled. You and Naruto haven't eaten for days? Chiba, with grilled meat stuffed in his mouth, looked up at Kakashi, bewildered. We just ate this morning. Nutrition is essential for physical training. Kakashi-sensei, why do you ask such things? Kakashi's expression turned ashen. He had surrendered to despair. It's nothing. Just eat, he muttered. Meanwhile, Naruto was so engrossed in his meal that he could barely lift his head. Sasuke stared at him in shock, as if seeing his rival for the first time. After a considerable time, Naruto, satisfied, slumped back in his chair and exclaimed, I'm so full. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Chiba, on the other hand, absent-mindedly picked at his teeth, silently calculating that one menu was insufficient for 4 people. Perhaps next time, they could order 1.5? As the bill was settled, Kakashi felt his other eye redden, as if it were about to awaken a new Sharingan. His heart ached. In just a short while, the reward from at least 2 missions had vanished. The prices in post-disaster Konoha seemed to have skyrocketed. The 4 strolled down the street, appearing somewhat relaxed. How about tea after dinner? Chiba suggested. Kakashi, devoid of expression, had completely given up the fight. You lead the way. Just be aware that my funds are dwindling. He had spent nearly a month's worth of food expenses in one meal. Had they not just completed a mission? He doubted they could have emerged from the barbecue shop. As they approached the tea house, Chiba sensed an unusual chakra presence. One was immense and volatile, while the other was somewhat elusive. He suppressed his playful demeanor, pondering, could it be those 2 individuals? At the tea house, they unexpectedly encountered Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, who were out shopping. Chiba scratched his nose, thinking, isn't it too soon for you to forget your father? He merely made a passing comment, not dwelling on it. Ah, you 2 are out shopping as well? Kakashi greeted them, refocusing his thoughts. Asuma looked puzzled, glancing at the 4. What brings you here? Kakashi smiled. Chiba has just been promoted to Chunin. I brought them to celebrate. Asuma nodded in understanding, acknowledging that a Chunin promotion was indeed a momentous occasion. The 2 groups stood by the tea house, engaging in conversation. Once the other group departed, Kakashi led the 4 inside, while Asuma and Kurenai discreetly followed, suspecting something was amiss from Kakashi's earlier hints. Enjoy your drinks. I'll step outside for a moment. Kakashi settled the 3 before exiting the tea house. Moments later, Chiba stood up. Naruto, Sasuke, I'm off to the restroom. You 2 continue. Inside the tea house, the 2 exchanged puzzled glances, sensing something was off, but unable to articulate what. Upon leaving the tea house, Chiba was certain of the identities of the two enigmatic figures. He never anticipated that a simple meal could lead to such circumstances. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. These two were not mere opponents like Gaara. Even the one-tailed Shikaku would pale in comparison to them. They were, indeed, the true titans of the ninja world. Activating his sage mode, he quickly discerned the chakra signatures of several individuals. Chiba rushed to the location, where he was met with the sight of a dark cloak adorned with red clouds. Kakashi and his companions were tense, confronting the figures with trepidation. Asuma and Kurenai appeared hesitant, seemingly afraid to even open their eyes. With such an imposing presence, only a member of the Uchiha clan could exude such an aura. The other was a peculiar figure, wielding the sword Samahata with an air of arrogance as he eyed the three challengers. Let us see what you've got. We'll inevitably cross paths in the future. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Chiba, unaccustomed to pleasantries, initiated the confrontation with a fire technique to show respect. The roaring fire dragons surged toward the two, the overwhelming heat evaporating a significant amount of water from the river below. Who goes there? Kisame Hashigaki's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively swung Samahata in defense. The sword, known for its chakra-absorbing properties, effectively nullified the fire technique. Unscathed, Chiba stood calmly on the water's surface, his gaze glimmering with intrigue. The Mist-S monster, Kisame Hashigaki, and the S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 111. Standoff. Kisame regarded the newcomer with an odd expression. His first impression was of youth. Chiba's enrollment alongside Naruto indicated a relatively young age, though he himself was uncertain of his exact age. However, it was apparent that he was quite youthful, radiating vitality unique to the young. Since when did Konoha produce a talent like you? Kisame openly praised him. I am Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank wanted ninja. This was the attitude one should have toward a formidable opponent. Chunin of Konoha, Chiba, he replied, shrugging. Kisame's demeanor was somewhat unexpected, despite his shark-like visage being rather off-putting. A newcomer? Itachi Uchiha's gaze shifted toward Chiba, while Kakashi, meeting his eyes, felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the water's surface. His body trembled slightly, as if he were enduring unimaginable agony. Chiba understood that this must be the effect of Tsukuyami, an inescapable illusion. In his memory, its achievements were comparable to those of a certain entity named Amaterasu, which seemingly had never claimed a life. A ninja absent from intelligence reports. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. The Akatsuki's intelligence network had always been remarkably efficient. However, Chiba's existence seemed to have never been mentioned. An entity beyond the parameters of their plans was indeed quite troublesome. His extraordinary combat intuition allowed him to sense the latent power within Chiba. I should eliminate this genius before he becomes a significant threat. Kisame Hashigaki gradually unraveled the bandages wrapped around his sword, Samahata, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. A contemplative expression crossed Uchiha Itachi's face. He evidently had thoughts regarding his companion's suggestion. Konoha, the mighty whirlwind. The sound of spirited voices emerged amidst the splashing water. Kisame's expression changed, and he raised his sword, Samahata, to confront the source of the commotion. A powerful impact instantly sent him flying. Who goes there? The newcomer landed upon the water's surface, causing yet another cascade of droplets. The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy? Clearly, he held great concern for his dear friend. Kakashi Hitaki. After lunch, he had sought them out again. The situation appeared rather dire, Itachi-san. Kisame retreated beside Uchiha Itachi, casting a serious glance at the group. Both Chiba, who had come earlier, and the rare beast, Might Guy, exerted considerable pressure upon him. Shall we continue the fight, gentlemen? Chiba smiled mischievously, an eager anticipation palpable in his demeanor. To him, engaging with these two was a splendid opportunity. Uchiha Itachi would not resort to lethal force. As for Kisame, despite his formidable strength, he was unlikely to kill in Guy's presence. Thus, it felt relatively safe. Chiba was also curious to ascertain the extent of his current abilities, especially since his next mission required the defeat of the Great Serpent. It was essential to have some assurance. No, we did not come to declare war. Uchiha Itachi remained as calm as ever. Although it was regrettable, they had to depart. Chiba, I shall remember you. His crimson eyes fixed upon Chiba, as if to etch his visage into memory. Nevertheless, the two soon departed from Konoha, leaving Chiba with a sense of regret. Such a worthy opponent. It truly was a pity. Guy and the others escorted Kakashi to the hospital, while Chiba returned to his post-lunch tea. He possessed no medical ninjutsu skills, so there was little purpose in going. Moreover, it seemed that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had not brought any money. Upon his return to the tea house, the teapot on the table had already been replaced thrice. Chiba and I, you have finally returned. Naruto's voice carried a hint of excitement. The owner is urging us to settle the bill. Clearly, he held great trust in Chiba, as he typically covered their meals. No rush. Chiba sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea. I encountered an intriguing individual while I was out. He savored the tea, continuing, that person's eyes bore a resemblance to Sasuke's. Crack. As soon as the words left his lips, the teacup in Sasuke's hand shattered. The name of that person seemed to be Uchiha Itachi. Chiba paid him no mind and continued speaking. Where is he? Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth. Sasuke's face was marred by an unmistakable expression of hatred. Chapter 112. Sasuke Uchiha's plea. The driving force behind Sasuke's relentless pursuit of strength was his deep-seated hatred for Itachi. Upon hearing that name, he erupted with fury. Do you think you can defeat him? Chiba took another sip of tea, responding calmly. With Itachi's prowess, should he require even a second ninjutsu to kill you, I would consider it my defeat. Yet, Sasuke found it hard to calm himself. He yearned to rush out and find Itachi's whereabouts. Stop brooding here. With that level of strength, you probably couldn't even defeat Naruto. Chiba found this overly dramatic youth rather intolerable. Although fueled by hatred, he couldn't lose his reason entirely, could he? If Itachi had not protected him, did he truly believe he would have survived to this day? Ultimately, his immaturity was evident. However, it was also quite normal. Such burdens are hard to bear for anyone. Sasuke's reaction was still somewhat acceptable. Those two had already departed. By the way, Kakashi-sensei was severely affected by Itachi's genjutsu and is now lying unconscious in the hospital. Chiba stood up to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, Sasuke paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Was it merely one instance of enduring a genjutsu? He recalled the vast gap between himself and Kakashi, and suddenly, his hopes of killing that man felt increasingly distant. At the same time, his gaze turned somewhat vacant. How can I grow stronger against such an enemy? Sasuke also recalled Naruto, who had once been the underdog. Now his power surpassed Sasuke's completely. Indeed, he had far exceeded him. During the recent invasion, Sasuke had observed this fact through battle. Moreover, the toads summoned by Naruto possessed remarkable combat prowess. This realization deepened his bitter expression. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's vendetta would end here? Yet, swiftly, Sasuke's gaze regained its determination. How could he simply give up? He had once vowed to kill Itachi. Could he abandon that promise at the first sign of adversity? No, absolutely not. He reflected on the reasons behind Naruto's growth and discovered they were inextricably linked to one individual. Soon, Sasuke directed his fervent gaze toward Chiba. Meanwhile, Chiba wore a peculiar expression. Has this child lost his mind? One moment he is despondent, the next he is elated. Could my words have struck too hard, impacting him deeply? Chiba mused quietly. Chiba and I. Sasuke's face flushed slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the address. But soon, his expression regained its resolve. Please, guide me in my training. Chiba's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this sudden turn of events? Why has Sasuke Uchiha sought me out? Besides, I am merely an unremarkable chunin. Haha, Sasuke. You have finally come to this realization. Naruto laughed heartily, pleased that his rival had finally made the right decision. He felt a sense of relief that Sasuke had not strayed from the path. However, Sasuke paid no heed to Naruto's laughter. He looked earnestly at Chiba, awaiting a response. Observing Sasuke's earnest gaze, Chiba fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, I lack the ability to teach. Regarding the jutsu I know and my knowledge of being a ninja, Chiba was acutely aware. Incredible strength does not necessarily equate to the ability to nurture a capable student. Likewise, lackluster ability does not preclude one from fostering a remarkable pupil. There is no inherent connection between the two. So, should I mentor Sasuke Uchiha? The question returned to its origin. Currently, Sasuke had not been marked by Orochimaru's cursed seal. With that thought, Chiba felt a headache coming on. The cursed seal, indeed, serves as a bond between Orochimaru and Sasuke Uchiha. Without Orochimaru's influence, Sasuke's journey to strength would have been significantly hindered by others. After careful contemplation, Chiba devised a rather commendable solution. It was not impossible, but during our training sessions, you must heed my words. Once I have nothing further to teach you, I shall find you a more proficient mentor. Elated, Sasuke readily agreed. As for Chiba's stipulations, they were hardly burdensome. When shall we commence our training? Sasuke inquired, brimming with anticipation. Chiba pondered for a moment before responding. First, you shall run 30 laps around the village. Sasuke was taken aback, questioning. Chapter 113. A new task. Though he harbored doubts about Chiba's training methodology, Sasuke resolved to trust Chiba's guidance in his quest for strength. Thus, in the rebuilding Konoha village, a boy chasing the wind emerged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, sweat glistened on his brow, symbolizing the fleeting nature of Sasuke's youth. Why must I heed the words of this charlatan? He gasped, gazing at the setting sun, filled with defiance. If mere running could lead to strength, what need would there be for other forms of training? He expressed his thoughts candidly to Chiba, who responded with indifference. This reaction did not surprise Chiba in the least. Pointing towards a green figure performing inverted laps around the village, he asked, "Do you see Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke nodded, albeit with confusion. What relevance did Might Guy have in this context? While Might Guy was indeed formidable, surely there were limits. Let me share a secret. Chiba continued mysteriously. Currently, within Konoha, no one can rival Kakashi-sensei in terms of sheer strength. Sasuke's pupils dilated, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Could he truly be that powerful? Chiba gazed at the diligently training Might Guy, a hint of admiration in his expression. His reputation is not unfounded. Sasuke was left with questions swirling in his mind. Just a jest, Chiba corrected his demeanor and added, "Just know this. If Kakashi-sensei were to wish harm upon someone, he would undoubtedly succeed." Before the emergence of those who would eventually rival him, Might Guy was indeed the pinnacle of strength. Although his potential has its constraints, it is undeniable that Might Guy is immensely powerful. He could likely defeat even a tailed beast with a single blow. After initially feeling lost, Sasuke quickly solidified his resolve. If Might Guy could attain such strength, then so too could he. Confident in his own talents, Sasuke resumed his laps around the village. Chiba watched his departing figure, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, another one led astray. While physical training could indeed foster strength, for Sasuke, it was still somewhat too gradual. It was likely only a matter of time before this young man could no longer endure the pace. However, this was merely the first step in Chiba's plan. First and foremost, Sasuke needed to cultivate unwavering self-belief, much like Naruto Uzumaki. After several days of intense physical training, Sasuke was astonished to discover a significant increase in his capabilities. Although he had previously engaged in similar training, the intensity was incomparable. This led to a remarkably swift advancement in his physical skills. Was Chiba's assertion truly valid? Doubts began to surface in Sasuke's mind. Regardless, the prospect of gaining strength was undeniably genuine. Just as Sasuke resolved to intensify his training efforts, Chiba delivered an unexpected piece of news. "Are you saying there is a new task to undertake?" Sasuke's expression reverted to its usual stoic demeanor. Aside from the pursuit of strength, nothing else could sway his current mindset. The task is tentatively classified as B rank. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the rating may escalate, Chiba explained. Naruto's face contorted in confusion. What manner of peculiar task is this? Chiba elaborated, due to the potential encounter with insurmountable foes during this mission and the significance of the objective. The task rating has been elevated. At this point, Sasuke could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What is the objective of the task?" Chiba cast a resigned glance at the unyielding Sasuke. It seemed that ever since he had embraced a more liberated persona within the village, Sasuke's stoicism had only intensified. Yet, considering the circumstances, such a transformation was quite commendable. Shaking his head, Chiba clarified, "The third Hokage has perished in the line of duty, leaving Konoha in disarray, desperately in need of a new leader. Thus, our objective is to locate the fifth Hokage." Chiba had no intention of concealing this information, as they were bound to discover it eventually. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. How could such a monumental task be entrusted to us? Naruto stammered, "I mean, this task seems exceedingly daunting. Can we truly accomplish it?" Chiba regarded Naruto with a bemused expression. It appeared that his recent surge in strength had inflated his ego. "Why do you think so?" "The primary overseer of this mission is none other than Jiraiya-sensei." Chiba gently tapped Naruto on the head and added, "We are merely accompanying him on this journey." Chapter 114. The gap between individuals after a brief period of preparation. The trio made their way to the gates of Konoha. As for Jiraiya, He seemed to be delayed. Could he be indulging in his usual peeping antics? Chiba mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya's voice echoed from behind. Are we all set? Chiba shook his head and sighed inwardly. It appears that the passing of the third Hokage has left a noticeable impact on Jiraiya. As he turned, Jiraiya's expression abruptly stiffened. Good heavens, I am still too young. The sight before him was of a battered Jiraiya, his face bruised and covered in foam, clearly having been struck by various toiletries. Can't the pervy sage restrain his proclivities just a little? Chiba sighed, perplexed. How could one consider peeping a hobby? As for material gathering, had his paradise not already concluded? Kid, what do you know? Jiraiya scoffed. I was merely gathering material for my novel. As a great author, how can I craft a breathtaking tale without sufficient inspiration? Chiba was left in awe of Jiraiya's audacity. Truly, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, his shamelessness was unparalleled. Impressive. Sasuke scrutinized the unreliable white-haired ninja, harboring doubts in his heart. Was he truly one of the legendary 3 ninjas? Was Orochimaru, whom I encountered in the Forest of Death, once a comrade in arms? I cannot discern why, but observing his unreliable demeanor instills in me a profound lack of confidence regarding this journey of training. Alas, yet, having boarded this ship of misadventure, there is no turning back. If this training yields no results, I might as well continue honing my physical skills independently. After all, with Chiba by my side, my strength is bound to grow. Well then, let us prepare to set forth. With a grand gesture, Jiraiya advanced ahead. Although he was accompanied by 3 young ones, he felt no burden whatsoever. The only inconvenience, if one could call it that, came from a certain blonde-haired boy. Naruto, Jiraiya remarked with visible displeasure. Can't you remain still for just a moment? He gazed at the upside-down walking Naruto Uzumaki, his expression darkening. No way, Naruto retorted without a second thought. This is a training task assigned to me by Brother Chiba. If I fail to complete it, I won't have lunch. Jiraiya turned his gaze toward Chiba, only to find him walking normally, devoid of any intention to train. Curiosity surged within him, prompting Jiraiya to ask, Chiba, why are you not training? Upon hearing this, Chiba sighed and replied with resignation, It's not that I do not wish to train, but I cannot. Simple physical training holds no value for me any longer. Indeed, Chiba had ceased physical training some time ago, as if he had hit a plateau. No matter how he trained, his physical abilities remained stagnant, offering him no advancement. This predicament left him rather helpless. For now, he could only shift his focus to chakra training. However, during their journey, he could not attend to both, so training would have to be set aside for the time being. After listening to his explanation, Jiraiya regarded Chiba as one might observe a peculiar creature. The current youth. He shook his head, feeling a sense of melancholy as he walked ahead. Jiraiya reminisced about his own talents, had it not been for an unfortunate incident. Perhaps he would not hold the title of one of the legendary 3. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Jiraiya silently resolved never to foolishly inquire about Chiba's training again, for it was far too demoralizing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke remained somewhat silent, his gaze towards Chiba filled with expectation. Will I ever reach Chiba's level? In contrast, Naruto Uzumaki gradually found himself overlooked by the trio. After a morning of travel, the group arrived at a prosperous town known as Ishikawa. Due to its proximity to the Hidden Leaf Village, it had seen little in the way of conflict. The streets bustled with pedestrians, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filling the air. The blend of traditional and modern attire added a vibrant flair to the streets. Naturally, there were also ninjas moving about. Upon entering the town, Jiraiya quickly spotted his target, a slender woman casting flirtatious glances in his direction. As a notorious lecher, he could not resist. After instructing the 3 to find accommodations, he vanished into the crowd. Chiba observed his departing figure, pondering the situation. It seemed that some individuals were attempting to test the waters. Shaking his head, he led the 2 others to find a place to stay. Although the morning's journey had not exhausted them physically, a degree of mental relief was certainly in order. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chiba entered a state of training. Yet, after only a few minutes, a knock echoed at the door. Naruto, closest to the door, finished his training and went to answer it. However, the 2 figures that appeared at the threshold caused his body to tense instantly. A palpable killing intent permeated the room. Chapter 115. The arrival of Itachi Uchiha. The moment the door swung open, Sasuke Uchiha found his emotions spiraling out of control, erupting into a fury. Scarlet rage filled his eyes as the volatile lightning chakra surged in his right hand, emitting a piercing screech akin to a bird's cry, threatening to pierce one's eardrums. Consumed by hatred, Sasuke leaped from the ground, charging at the two figures before him. The sharp Chidori aimed straight for Itachi's chest. However, as he drew near, Itachi effortlessly seized his wrist. Crack! Itachi's grip tightened, snapping Sasuke's wrist with a sickening crunch. Pain radiated throughout Sasuke's body. But no cries of agony escaped his lips. His gaze towards his brother remained filled with an unquenchable hatred. Seeing this unfold, Itachi was taken aback. His foolish little brother had, after all, grown somewhat. It seemed he could afford to relax. Nonetheless, a lesson was still in order. Knee strikes, side kicks, elbow blows. After a flurry of relentless attacks, Sasuke felt his vision blur, struggling to focus on what lay before him. Yet, the rigorous physical training had fortified his body remarkably. He could still endure. Thus, his glare remained fixed on his brother, a seething hatred simmering within. Observing this, Itachi furrowed his brow slightly. His control over power was impeccable. Logically, this foolish little brother should have collapsed by now. How could he still appear so lively? Another round of merciless beating ensued. However, the situation continued to defy Itachi's expectations. Sasuke remained conscious, though he was rendered immobile by the series of brutal blows. It appeared he was not about to faint anytime soon. Chiba watched the unfolding chaos with a smile, fully aware of the implications. The intense physical training was precisely for moments like this. Itachi Uchiha, even you can miscalculate. Of course, the price to be paid was exceedingly severe. The heir of the Uchiha clan had evidently lost his once handsome visage. After enduring multiple strikes, Sasuke was barely recognizable. Silly little brother, feel the pain once more. With no other options, Itachi resorted to psychological torment. Scarlet energy emanated from his eyes, the three tomos spinning wildly. Just as he prepared to unleash Tsukuyami, a massive surge of chakra erupted from the room. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. The terrifying heat surged down the corridor in an instant. Itachi instinctively protected his foolish brother in his embrace, evading the onslaught. In such circumstances, against an attack with an extensive range like the fireball jutsu, evasion was the only option. Naruto reacted swiftly, taking refuge behind Chiba. Realizing these two were beyond his capability to confront, he made the prudent choice to cling to the stronger. This highlighted the considerable influence Chiba had on him. Well, you two are fighting right in front of me, Chiba remarked, stepping through the charred doorway, which had been enlarged several times over. Isn't this a bit disrespectful? Itachi gazed at the charred scene ahead, his expression grave. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight still left him astonished. The fire ninjutsu displayed by the youth before him was astonishingly powerful, rivaling that of the Uchiha clan. However, he overlooked the heavily injured boy cradled in his arms. In that moment, Sasuke was utterly bewildered by his brother's sudden affection. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Is this a new type of ninjutsu? Could it be the kind that could suffocate an enemy? Soon. Uchiha Itachi also sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He cleared his throat twice and set Uchiha Sasuke down, then struck him forcefully on the neck. Multiple blows finally rendered the poor child unconscious. However, the gazes of those around him shifted from peculiar to eerie. Nevertheless, as a seasoned undercover agent, he retained a semblance of professionalism. You alone cannot obstruct us both. Uchiha Itachi regained his usual calm demeanor. What if I join in? Jiraiya's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Summoning technique, Toad Mouth Bind. The great Toad of Owasu, under Jiraiya's chakra infusion, swiftly assimilated the corridor of the inn with its innards. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Uchiha Itachi immediately chose to retreat. Kisame, let us go? The two hastily departed, leaving Jiraiya unable to intervene. As they neared the exit, Uchiha Itachi glanced back at Chiba, as if to etch his visage into memory. He then unleashed a powerful ocular technique. Amaterasu. The black flames instantly pierced through the stomach wall of the great Toad of Owasu. The two vanished into the distance. Sealing technique. Fire's sealing method. Aware of the danger posed by the flames of Amaterasu, Jiraiya utilized a sealing technique to confine the still-burning fire within a scroll. As for Naruto Uzumaki, his thoughts were consumed with concern for Uchiha Sasuke. Observing his injuries, Jiraiya and Chiba exchanged glances. Soon, Jiraiya proposed, "How about you, Chiba? Take Sasuke back to the village for treatment?" Chapter 116. Learning to make dumplings, Jiraiya genuinely considered Uchiha Sasuke's well-being. Seeing the child's miserable state was truly pitiful. Every part of him was battered. When Uchiha Itachi struck, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Chiba was equally conflicted. Plans often falter in the face of change. If Uchiha Sasuke were to decline, the remaining plans would be rendered impossible. "No, I'm fine." Just then, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly regained consciousness from his faint. He struggled to rise, showcasing remarkable resilience. "It's just a minor injury. I'm perfectly fine." He fought his way to his feet, though his words were strong. The bruises on his face betrayed his resolve. "Sasuke, I believe it would be best for you to return and recuperate," Naruto urged anxiously. Yet Uchiha Sasuke's gaze remained resolute, exhibiting no signs of retreat. Chiba assessed him briefly, noting approximately 12 fractures throughout his body. Fortunately, his legs bore no severe injuries. With a little more determination, he could still continue. Several attempts to persuade him yielded no effect, instead only strengthening his resolve. "Very well, since that is your wish," Jiraiya sighed. "Then let us train together. I will treat you all equally." A flicker of gratitude crossed Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, though he did not express it. He was not one to articulate his feelings. Thus, the matter concluded. Although Naruto was not taken by Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke keenly sensed something amiss. For instance, his brother's embrace? A flash of horror crossed his eyes as he hurriedly dismissed unpleasant thoughts. No, it was all mere speculation. Uchiha Itachi remained the enemy who had slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes steeled with determination. This journey would undoubtedly present an opportunity for growth. Thus, no matter the circumstances, he could not afford to give up. Jiraiya found 2 doctors in Ishikawa town to provide initial treatment for Uchiha Sasuke. If recovery proceeded swiftly, he should be back to normal within a few days. After all, as a ninja, he possessed certain advantages. The group set out once more, their spirits notably subdued. Uchiha Itachi's appearance had cast a shadow of crisis over them, though one individual remained blissfully indifferent. With no pressure to train, Chiba focused entirely on leisurely exploration. While relishing the scenery, he also indulged in local delicacies. The various snacks in Ishikawa town were quite delightful. As for the source of their funds, one must credit our beloved ninja cats, the Nekobido. Ever since the last batch of ninja cats returned from their mission, the finances within the ninja cat castle had flourished. Thus, Chiba had officially joined the ranks of the affluent, although such a state could not last indefinitely. Meanwhile, while Chiba enjoyed his leisure, Jiraiya commenced instructing the 3 in their training. With his wealth of experience, he chose to start with a singular ninjutsu. "The technique I wish to teach you is called Rasengan." Without reservation, Jiraiya opted for transparency. Perhaps due to his frequent interactions with Chiba, he felt that concealing information was of little significance. This was a ninjutsu developed over 3 years by the 4th Hokage, brimming with limitless potential. Jiraiya gathered chakra into a Rasengan, his gaze becoming pensive, as if recalling his former apprentice. With a deep sigh, Jiraiya placed his palm against a nearby tree. Crack! The rapidly spinning chakra effortlessly penetrated the tree. Countless wood chips flew, obscuring the view of those present. The towering tree collapsed, showcasing the might of this ninjutsu in full glory. Naruto's eyes sparkled with desire. This ninjutsu, it was enough to leave him speechless with excitement. Perverted sage, teach me quickly. Chiba was equally intrigued by this technique that had woven through the entirety of Naruto's narrative. There was a saying that resonated deeply. Nothing can't be solved by rolling a dumpling. If there is, then roll 2. If that fails, I still have red dumplings, purple dumplings, and colorful dumplings. While this ninjutsu was indeed powerful, its limitations were also considerable, until it was fully developed. Its effectiveness paled in comparison to Chiba's straightforward punch. Jiraiya retrieved a water balloon he had purchased in town and handed it to the 3. The first stage of practicing this ninjutsu involves concentrating chakra in your palm to make the water balloon burst. He demonstrated once, and the unrestrained swirling chakra instantly shattered the water balloon. Soon, the 3 began their attempts. Jiraiya observed the trio's earnest efforts with satisfaction. However, his expression soon soured. The splashing water from Chiba's hands, coupled with his somewhat awkward smile, left Jiraiya feeling somewhat disoriented. Jiraiya-sensei, should I move on to the next stage? Chapter 117. World-class scenery. Reflecting on his own struggles to learn the Rasengan, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Looking at Chiba, It had barely been 10 minutes, hadn't it? Jiraiya's mood turned a bit gloomy. As for the still determined Naruto, witnessing this scene, he became even more invigorated, frantically rubbing his water balloon. Soon, a loud pop echoed through the air. Jiraiya, whose complexion had already been dark, turned even more sullen upon hearing the sound. Yet when he looked towards the source, he discovered that the water balloon had been crushed by Naruto. "You fool, Naruto." A swift tap on his head followed. Crushing it does not yield any results. With a pained expression, Naruto could only pick up another water balloon to continue his practice. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke leaned his body, striving to break through the water sphere. Chiba's performance had a profound impact on him. He realized that the disparity between individuals could be so vast. Recollecting their time as co-valedictorians upon graduation from the Ninja Academy, he now found the gap between them unfathomable. Therefore, the only recourse was to compensate through relentless effort. Jiraiya produced a balloon and instructed Chiba, "Use your chakra to burst this." Chiba took the balloon and began his practice. Initially, he thought it would be a simple task, but after several attempts, he discovered the arduous nature of this training. The difference in strength between the water sphere and the balloon was entirely on a different level. Although he could momentarily maintain his chakra in a physical form, he still could not shatter the balloon. Chiba's enthusiasm grew as he concentrated on gathering chakra. Jiraiya observed this scene and felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was not like before, otherwise, he would have been deeply affected. Watching Chiba engrossed in his training, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, each generation surpasses the last. It seemed he, as the mentor, was the least impressive among them. The group continued their journey while practicing. The 3 members of Team 7 were absorbed in the water sphere and the balloon. After 2 more days of travel, before reaching Shorut Street, Chiba had successfully overcome the challenge with the balloon. Jiraiya's expression remained impassive, and he refrained from sharing his thoughts. At this stage of training, the Rasengan was nearly perfected. This A-rank ninjutsu was learned in just 2 days, leaving no room for others to compete. The other 3 felt greatly disheartened. The old man needed to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Jiraiya trudged down the street, weary and vacant-eyed. The group entered a small tavern. At this early hour, there were not many patrons inside. Chiba scanned the room but did not spot Tsunade. However, since they had arrived at Shorut Street, he was confident they would find her. Chiba was in no hurry. The dishes were served, presenting several exquisite appetizers. Chiba naturally reached for the bottle, pouring drinks for both Jiraiya and himself. Uchiha Sasuke widened his eyes at this sight. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto, already accustomed to such behavior, paid it no mind. Chiba raised his glass and remarked, "This is truly a fine drink." His tone was laced with temptation. However, Sasuke, resolute in his convictions, remained undeterred. He remembered the ninja code, which stated that alcohol was one of the 3 forbidden indulgences for shinobi. Naruto, meanwhile, gazed enviously at the 2 enjoying their drinks, his face betraying his longing. Under Chiba's influence, his perception of alcohol had shifted from a forbidden item to a ninja necessity. Yet, under Jiraiya's stern admonition, Naruto could only watch. Jiraiya, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Chiba, you are still young. Is it truly wise to indulge in alcohol?" Chiba tilted his head back and replied with a smile. "It's merely a bit of sake, just enough to whet the appetite. I'm joking. This little alcohol has no effect on me. At present, it was simply a delectable beverage. However, it must be noted that the culinary offerings in the ninja world were somewhat lacking. Although various snacks continued to emerge, too much of a good thing could become tiresome." As they clinked their glasses and drank, a voice called out from behind them, "Jiraiya?" The tone was filled with confusion and surprise. Chiba turned to see an awe-inspiring sight before him, towering peaks reaching for the heavens. "Ahem, that's all I shall say. The rest is for you to experience." Tsunade. Jiraiya's slight drunkenness vanished in an instant. The reunion with an old friend brought a brief moment of awkwardness, but fortunately, neither was an ordinary individual, and they soon got straight to the point. "Tsunade, have you heard about the situation in Konoha?" Jiraiya's voice took on a somber tone. The passing of the 3rd Hokage clearly weighed heavily on him. Tsunade nodded, unflinchingly acknowledging the question. Her memories of Konoha were tinged with sadness, leaving little room for joy. The village lay in ruins, desperately needing a new Hokage to restore order. Jiraiya, his gaze profound, stated, following a decision from the higher-ups, "You are the best candidate for the 5th Hokage." Chapter 118, The Betahem. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto nearly choked on his sashimi. Perverted sage. What did you just say? You want her to become the fifth Hokage? Such a notion was simply too outrageous. Bang! Chiba unceremoniously delivered a sharp knock to the back of his head, the forceful impact causing Naruto to clutch his head in silence. Mind your words, and the occasion, Naruto. Chiba sighed in exasperation at his younger companion. While becoming Hokage was Naruto's dream, he needed to be mindful of the timing. The person before them was not only a descendant of the first and second Hokages, but also a disciple of the third Hokage, Princess Tsunade, who had made countless contributions during the previous Great Ninja Wars. After Chiba spoke, Tsunade regarded him with an unusual gaze, surprised that someone from the younger generation understood her so well. It was truly heartening. Compliments are something everyone enjoys. Tsunade was no exception. After Chiba finished speaking, Jiraiya too looked at him with a peculiar expression. I say, Chiba, why is it that you shower praise on Tsunade, whom you've just met, but neglect to commend me? To this question, Chiba shrugged, helplessly responding, Jiraiya-sensei, have you ever heard the saying? A look of confusion crossed Jiraiya's face as he inquired. What saying? Chiba sighed. One's worldview often follows the contours of their features. Initially, Jiraiya appeared bewildered. However, upon seeing the grin on Chiba's face, realization struck him. You little brat, do you think my appearance is lacking? How infuriating. Ignoring Jiraiya's growing frustration, Chiba turned his attention back to Tsunade, though his gaze faltered momentarily. This was a natural human reaction, and he assumed Tsunade would understand. You foolish brat. Tsunade's voice was laced with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Mind your image. Ahem. Chiba quickly regained his composure and asked, Tsunade-senpai, what is your decision? The conversation returned to its intended focus. Tsunade's response regarding her potential role as the fifth Hokage was unequivocal. I refuse. Without hesitation, she articulated her innermost thoughts. Hokage is a position born of recklessness. Unlike life, which holds value, those who easily gamble with their lives are foolish individuals. This has been the case with every Hokage. My two grandfathers, the third teacher, and your mentor all sacrificed their lives to protect the village. Hokage is a fool's endeavor. Only those with flawed minds would pursue it. Clap. Clearly, Naruto could no longer contain his anger at her remarks. Fortunately, Chiba swiftly restrained him in his seat. Chiba brother. Naruto's face flushed crimson, his azure eyes brimming with indignation. Have you forgotten what I once said? Chiba maintained a calm demeanor, as if recounting a matter of little import. The reason why one can become Hokage ultimately lies in the strength of one's fists. The demise of the third Hokage was not simply due to age and declining power. Aspiring to be Hokage may be your dream, yet do not forget that dreams must be grounded in reality. His words gradually quelled the fervor of Naruto Uzumaki. Even Tsunade's gaze towards him shifted once more. Intriguing rhetoric and thoughts. Jiraiya, is this your new disciple? Jiraiya cast a reluctant glance at Chiba and responded, sort of. Chiba did not deny it. After all, Jiraiya had offered him considerable assistance, and he had even taken to calling him teacher. Chiba straightened his posture, surveyed the gathered company, and calmly stated, thus, strength is the most essential aspect. Then, Tsunade, would you care to place a wager? At this, a flicker of interest ignited in Tsunade's eyes. What sort of wager? She had always had little resistance to her own interests. The stakes would be the position of fifth Hokage, with the wager being a contest of strength. This declaration instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Jiraiya looked awkward, murmuring, Chiba, I can't bring myself to do it. Naturally, Chiba held no expectations for this lecherous man. Jiraiya-sensei, you shall be the referee. The contenders are Tsunade-senpai and myself. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Chiba, a chunin, with a maximum task difficulty of B rank. Even with some improvement, he could only be considered an ordinary jonin, while facing Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned for her prowess in the Ninja World War. From any perspective, the two were entirely incomparable. Chiba, if you are unwell, do speak up. Jiraiya's face was filled with concern. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was unparalleled in the current ninja world. Do not act foolishly. Chapter 119. Confrontation with Tsunade as one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya was well aware of Tsunade's formidable capabilities. Though she bore the significant weakness of hemophobia, it did not imply any deficiency in her strength. In battles that did not require one to gamble with their life, Tsunade's prowess was nearly insurmountable. Jiraiya-sensei, could you have a bit more faith in me? Chiba expressed his disappointment. At such a moment, Shouldn't you be cheering for me? I'm merely concerned about you getting killed. Jiraiya replied, equally helpless. It seemed that today's youth were not inclined to heed advice. Bang! Tsunade suddenly rose. Her right foot planted defiantly on the table. You're quite the braggart, aren't you? Are you so confident in yourself? She provocatively glared at Chiba. As a senior, Tsunade felt it necessary to teach this presumptuous brat a lesson. Confidence cannot be measured without a trial of combat. Chiba appeared remarkably relaxed, as though the one wagering against Tsunade was someone else. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, exuding a murderous aura. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? The killing intent permeated the air. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki nearby felt their hair stand on end, shocked by Tsunade's aura, which rivaled that of Orochimaru encountered in the Forest of Death. It was evident that she was truly a peer of the legendary Sannin. Chiba nodded toward the lecherous figure seated beside him. Let us go. Tsunade's blood surged, her enthusiasm mounting. She was eager to see what gave this young lad the audacity to challenge her. Before long, they found themselves on the street. The sky was darkening, and the streets were sparsely populated. A crescent moon hung in the deep sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Tsunade looked disdainfully at Chiba, extending her right hand. For a cocky brat like you, I only need one hand to deal with. Chiba scratched his nose and replied, surely that would be too much of an honor? Tsunade-senpai, perhaps you should use both hands. Should you lose, it would be quite embarrassing. Hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened. It would be quite shameful to exert her full strength against a mere chunin. Stop wasting time. I want to return for a drink. Tsunade's demeanor was decidedly displeased. Chiba resignedly assumed his stance, signaling, then I shall begin. Crack. As soon as the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from the spot. The ground where Chiba had stood cracked with several minor fissures. With his mastery over his own strength, Chiba had significantly reduced the leakage of his power. This led to a substantial increase in his overall capability. The violent gust of wind took Tsunade by surprise, causing her expression to shift dramatically. This brat could not evade. He could only endure. Chakra coalesced around his fair fist, striking fiercely. The innate strength from the Senju clan surged forth. The ferocious power concentrated at a single point erupted instantaneously. Chiba unleashed a fierce punch. As he closed the distance, his expression grew serious as he opened the third gate. With a technique of his own creation, he propelled a direct punch towards Tsunade. The two fists collided, and a tremendous shockwave erupted from the center of their clash, even affecting the onlookers. Sasuke and Naruto leaned against each other, bracing themselves against the overwhelming force of the shockwave. Meanwhile, Tsunade's subordinate, Shizune, clutched her pig tightly, struggling to remain grounded. Impossible. Someone can actually contend with Lady Tsunade in strength? Shizune's face was filled with astonishment. It was known that even the fourth Raikage had acknowledged his inferiority in strength to Tsunade. Could this Chiba, at such a young age, possess power rivaling that of a Kage? The thought filled Shizune with increasing awe. The pig in her arms squeaked in agreement. Well done, young lad. As Tsunade approached Chiba during their exchange, she realized she was still slightly short. Hearing this, Chiba's expression changed. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force strike his fist. Instantly, he was sent flying several dozen meters away, leaving two massive trenches in his wake. I never expected Konoha to produce such a talent. Tsunade did not hesitate to praise Chiba's combat prowess. An ordinary jonin may not stand a chance against you. However, you have lost this wager. Sighing, Chiba replied, Tsunade-senpai, it was merely one move. Are you so confident already? As he lifted his head again, his eyes sparkled like stars, glimmering with brilliance. A faint shadow played beneath his eyes, dramatically altering his aura. Sensing the unique chakra swirling within Chiba, Tsunade couldn't help but gasp, her breath hitching in awe. You've entered Sage Mode. Chapter 120. Terrifying destructive power as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage. Tsunade was well aware of the combat capabilities of her grandfathers. From what she knew, only the legendary ninja god could achieve such a feat. It was not only Tsunade who was astonished. Even Jiraiya struggled to contain his expression. His mouth gaped in shock, and his eyes widened like saucers. In every regard, Jiraiya's astonishment matched that of Tsunade's. Having learned Sage Mode himself, he understood the time and effort required to attain it. But what was Chiba's situation? Alas, the esteemed Hashirama clasped his hands together. And you, with a mere tilt of your head, have entered Sage Mode? Jiraiya felt his worldview profoundly shaken, nay, utterly upheaved. This upheaval was undoubtedly of a mental nature. Go for it, Brother Chiba. The ever-enthusiastic Naruto Uzumaki called out, fervently cheering for Chiba. In his eyes, the voluptuous lady was hardly a match for his older brother. After all, that colossal monstrosity had been vanquished by Chiba. What was a mere ninja compared to that? Chiba stood firm, surrounded by a surging wave of natural energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that his combat prowess in Sage Mode seemed to have escalated once more. Perhaps this was somehow linked to the activation of the 8 gates? Chiba mused inwardly. In his eagerness to unleash his full power with the formidable iron fist, he had directly opened the 3rd gate. Externally, there appeared to be little transformation, yet it had significantly amplified the chakra within him. Entering Sage Mode while in the state of the 8 gates could indeed prove to be an advantageous combat form. I retract my previous statement, you little brat. Tsunade's expression grew somber. Given her understanding of Sage Mode, even a rather ordinary ninja would experience significant enhancement upon entering this state, let alone Chiba. If previously she had regarded him with a modicum of disdain, pondering how much talent mattered if it hadn't yet blossomed, the advent of Sage Mode changed everything. Now, you possess the strength to engage in battle. Tsunade's eyes ignited with combat fervor as her fists clashed, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. This time, I shall strike first. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Tsunade's feet fractured violently, numerous fissures plunging deep into the earth, causing the once sturdy path to collapse. Chiba's countenance shifted as he activated another gate. Blood surged through him, his face suddenly flushed. In that moment, Chiba's true strength erupted forth. Boom! A deafening sound resonated as their fists collided. The 3 spectators trembled, huddled together in fear. It's too terrifying. Naruto's face was a mask of horror. He had never imagined that the brother he trained with could possess such terrifying power. Merely observing the destruction they wrought was hard to fathom. The shockwaves from their clash tore the ground asunder, scattering debris and dust across the entire street. Such a commotion inevitably drew onlookers. Yet the sheer destructive force exhibited by Chiba and Tsunade sent many fleeing in terror. Ninjas with a shred of awareness paled at the sight. Are these 2 truly ninjas? They could just as easily be monstrous beings clad in human skin. From a distance, other ninjas observed the battle. Jiraiya sensed something amiss and murmured, "Mind the consequences." It will be difficult to explain this to the village. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression turned a shade of disappointment. What a pity to encounter such an opponent after so long. The 2 fighters withdrew, surveying their surroundings. In the distance, a throng of ninjas gathered to watch, while ordinary citizens fled in panic. For them, the clash of ninjas was akin to a natural disaster. Chiba and Tsunade exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared sense of helplessness. What a shame. Just as I was about to unleash my full power. With the crowd swelling, they had no choice but to vacate the area. The short street was vast. Soon, they found a quieter tavern. As dishes and sake were served, the group exchanged glances. Tsunade broke the silence. So, what shall our wager be? Chiba pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, how about a draw? This proposition plunged Jiraiya into silence. After a lengthy pause, he spoke, then, regarding the succession of the 5th Hokage. His words were abruptly interrupted. Impossible. Absolutely not. Tsunade's tone was resolute. Do not even think about it. Chiba felt a twinge of helplessness. Without Naruto's usual banter, the situation seemed to grow increasingly complex. He glanced at Naruto, only to find him surreptitiously jotting down notes. Wait a moment. Was that his name he just glimpsed? Chapter 121. Naruto's Diary, May 16th. Clear weather, low spirits. Today I witnessed a battle between Brother Chiba and one of the legendary 3. Though their fight ended in a draw, I believe the true victor was Brother Chiba. After all, that woman called Tsunade has trained far longer than us, just like the perverted sage. When Brother Chiba reaches her age, he will surely surpass her. Furthermore, I must strive diligently to keep pace with Brother Chiba. After reading Naruto's diary, a cold sweat broke out on Chiba's forehead. Fortunately, Tsunade was currently engaged with Jiraiya. Otherwise, if she were to discover this diary, Chiba would have to prepare for the worst. A woman's concern for her age is unwavering. It would be best to refrain from referring to her as an old hag in Tsunade's presence. Otherwise, one might unleash Tsunade's wrath. Chiba shuddered at the mere thought. She truly was a human-shaped beast. Is there no room for negotiation? Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. Before meeting Tsunade, he had envisioned countless possible challenges. Yet, He had never anticipated that the greatest obstacle would arise from Tsunade herself. The continuous loss of loved ones had instilled in her a deep-seated aversion to the position of Hokage, particularly since many of her relatives aspired to be excellent Hokages. Tsunade shook her head. I do not wish to relive the past. Besides, I did not lose the previous wager. Chiba's expression darkened. What a situation. I suppose it's time to execute the final plan? Chiba's gaze met Jiraiya's, and in Jiraiya's eyes, he discerned a look of suppression. The message was clear. He should attempt to persuade her once more. Now was not the moment to resort to the ultimate plan. On their way here, Chiba and Jiraiya had devised a final strategy. If Tsunade remained unwilling, they would simply knock her out and carry her away in a sack. Though rather crude, it proved unexpectedly effective. Jiraiya had initially thought Chiba was merely jesting about this plan. However, upon witnessing Chiba's true strength, Jiraiya was astounded. This boy was genuinely capable of such intentions. In my opinion, only those lacking in judgment would aspire to be Hokage. Tsunade returned to a more neutral demeanor. Her gaze was complex, mingling pain, regret, and longing. Bang! Naruto slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "You cannot denigrate the Hokage. I don't care how strong you are." Clearly, he was not the type to cower before the powerful. Ultimately, becoming Hokage remained Naruto's greatest dream. However, under Chiba's influence, it seemed he had added a qualifier. Strength was also Naruto's current pursuit. The louder one boasted, the weaker they were. Tsunade found the yellow-haired brat increasingly irksome, and his incessant provocations finally snapped the thread of reason in Naruto's mind. As one beheld, his hands were in motion, the azure, tangible chakra swirling rapidly within his palms. Rasengan, although merely in an incomplete state, it exuded considerable intimidation. Tsunade's eyes flickered with surprise. She had intended to intervene, but Chiba reacted more swiftly than she. With an outstretched arm, Chiba grasped Naruto Uzumaki's clothing, effortlessly flinging him toward the ground. The Rasengan in his hand dissipated with the wind. Intimidation, after all, was merely that, intimidation. While it might frighten, causing substantial destruction proved to be quite the challenge. Oh, but wait. Rippling marks were evident on the ground. Alas, they were not as profound as those left by Naruto's stomp. To think that Jiraiya would teach him such a jutsu. A hint of astonishment surfaced in Tsunade's gaze. Jiraiya glanced at the unconscious Naruto Uzumaki and remarked, after all, he is the sole legacy left by the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's astonishment deepened. Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed an intriguing young lad. She then shifted her attention to the previously unassuming Sasuke Uchiha. This boy, too, must possess some remarkable qualities. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Ahem. Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing this name, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of realization. An orphan of the Uchiha clan. It seemed that all three youths Jiraiya brought along were uniquely gifted. So, you are teaching them the Rasengan, a jutsu of such high difficulty? Tsunade queried, perplexed. This jutsu, an A-rank technique, was beyond their capabilities to learn. Aside from wasting time on it, I see no benefit. Even Chiba could not possibly achieve mastery in such a short span. Upon hearing this, Chiba's interest was piqued. What if I were to master it? Tsunade, without looking up, replied, if you learn it, I shall accompany you back to the village to take up my role. Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from across the way. A look of astonishment passed over Chiba. Within his right palm, a blue chakra sphere was spinning at high velocity. Chapter 122. Tsunade's reluctance to pay up. Tsunade felt her face was somewhat numb today. Despite her usual diligent care, this stiffness was perplexing. She meticulously recalled the events of the day, first encountering a sinister figure like a serpent, and then meeting her old friend Jiraiya. Oh right. Jiraiya had brought along a remarkably gifted youth. Wait, what? Is that really what we call being gifted? Tsunade vigorously rubbed her face to restore her somewhat frozen expression. The distance from Shortbook Street to Konoha was merely a few days' journey. Considering the time Jiraiya spent gathering information, it would take no more than half a month. Half a month to master the A-rank jutsu Rasengan? Tsunade felt her worldview had been shaken. However, she did gain some insight. At least one thing was evident. Excessive expressions of shock might lead to facial stiffness, a condition that could be quite beneficial for treating neurological issues. At this moment, Chiba was already adept at controlling the Rasengan. With the support of Sage Mode, he wielded an unparalleled advantage in chakra. By the time he arrived at Shortbook Street, he had already mastered this jutsu perfectly. Yet, Further development posed a certain challenge. His talents seemed to lie predominantly in physical techniques. Or perhaps, Chiba was merely succumbing to his own laziness. It was a most debilitating affliction, one that few could overcome. Tsunade-sensei, I suppose I have won this round. Chiba grinned, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, resorting to childish antics. What do you mean, Wen? I merely made a casual remark. It hardly counts as a wager. A true wager would not be so trivial. In response, Chiba could only cast a pleading glance toward Jiraiya. Ahem. Jiraiya cleared his throat, preparing to interject. However, as Tsunade's murderous gaze fell upon him, he was promptly silenced. Recalling past instances of being on the receiving end of her wrath, Jiraiya wisely chose to remain silent. In such a scenario, it was better not to speak, otherwise, he could end up incapacitated. Konoha was currently in need of personnel, and as one of the legendary Sannin, he ought to conserve his strength for the village. No, it was certainly not out of fear. Jiraiya chose to ignore Chiba's imploring gaze. Fine, you are the elder, Chiba reluctantly acquiesced. Whatever you say goes. Sighing. He was filled with a sense of melancholy and helplessness, articulating the bitterness of his situation. Tsunade's expression darkened. What do you mean? Am I bullying my juniors? This scene was indeed beyond her expectations. Stop, stop! Tsunade hurriedly exclaimed. Let us table this discussion for now. Please give me some time to think. Thus, the matter remained in a state of suspension. During a banquet, both parties appeared joyful, yet Chiba understood that many complications lay beneath the surface. Whether Tsunade could return to assume the role of Hokage remained uncertain. Additionally, there was another pressing matter: how to treat hemophobia. Leaning against the inn's wall, Chiba gazed up at the starry sky. A glaring shortcoming in his abilities had emerged. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, he was utterly at a loss. If it were merely about inflicting harm, that would be simpler. But healing? Chiba sighed heavily, feeling quite helpless. How to resolve this? He endeavored to recall some knowledge regarding hemophobia from his previous life. As a promising young man, Chiba often indulged in random online searches about various topics. In essence, the treatment for hemophobia could be summarized as fighting fire with fire. Upon this realization, Chiba's eyes lit up. It appeared there was indeed some room for maneuvering. Considering the events set to unfold in a week, a plan began to take shape in his mind. If feasible, he could completely cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Night passed quietly. At Jiraiya's behest, Tsunade commenced treatment for Sasuke Uchiha. Chiba witnessed the pinnacle of medical prowess in the ninja world for the first time. Under Tsunade's care, Sasuke's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Within just a couple of hours, all traces of his wounds had vanished. Observing this, Chiba's eyes sparkled with immense interest. What do you think? Tsunade spoke in an enticing tone. Are you interested in learning a bit? Chiba was taken aback. I can also learn medical ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded matter-of-factly, explaining, you possess traits akin to the first Hokage, so naturally, you have the talent for learning medical ninjutsu. Of course, exceptions may exist. Reflecting on her earlier display of medical ninjutsu, Chiba promptly made his decision. Then, thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Chapter 123. A heavy blow. Chiba harbored numerous thoughts regarding medical ninjutsu. Following Tsunade's inquiry, he resolved to pursue its study. Simultaneously, he prepared himself to diligently acquire various knowledge. However, upon encountering the relevant texts on medical ninjutsu, his expression darkened. Akin to a pot's bottom, Chiba gazed impassively at the towering stack of books before him. Could I possibly reconsider? The sudden sound of cracking ground dispelled this notion instantly. It was nothing out of the ordinary. The sheer volume of medical ninjutsu literature was overwhelming. In the inn, the tatami mats were nearly buried beneath them. Moreover, Shizune was continuously summoning books from the scrolls. These were all Tsunade's treasured collections. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shizune surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. For now, let us focus on these. If you manage to read through them all, you should be able to, Chiba interjected, learn medical ninjutsu? Shizune smiled and replied, not quite. You would merely gain a rudimentary understanding. Chiba felt a wave of despair wash over him, as if he had embarked on an irreversible path. But what could he do? He furtively glanced at Tsunade's fair fist. Though not large, a solid hit from it could easily cost him half his life. With Jiraiya's unfortunate fate as a cautionary tale, Chiba was determined not to be foolish. Pay attention and learn well. Tsunade's stern voice echoed. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Shizune. She is now a competent medical ninja. Watching her retreating figure, Chiba curiously inquired, "Tsunade-sensei, do you have any pressing matters?" Tsunade, without turning, raised her thumb behind her, indicating a large kanji for bet. Indeed, it was a family trait. Chiba shook his head and turned his gaze back to the myriad of books sprawled across the tatami mats. Titles such as Fundamentals of Medical Chakra Concentration, 356 Precautions for Surgical Procedures, and Basic Requirements for Precise Chakra Control made his scalp tingle. Taking a deep breath, Chiba forced himself to calm down. It was just a matter of reading a few books. It wasn't anything insurmountable. After all, could it be more perilous than battling an enemy? Everything was for the future. He diligently attempted self-hypnosis and soon found his focus. The first book was The Origins of Medical Ninjutsu. Time flowed silently, from dawn until dusk. Only when the lights in the room illuminated did Chiba come back to his senses. Gazing outside at the darkening sky, he was momentarily dazed. Wait, what just happened? Did I read for an entire day? Chiba was engulfed in self-doubt. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable for him. Once a notorious underachiever, he possessed a unique talent for dozing off at the mere sight of books. He could barely last 5 minutes before succumbing to slumber. Yet, now he had managed to read an entire day's worth of medical ninjutsu literature. Shall I stop here for now? Chiba attempted to rise, only to discover his legs had lost all sensation. The prolonged cross-legged sitting had exerted pressure on them. Upon witnessing his numb limbs, a spark of inspiration ignited. Should I try out what I've learned? The thought barely formed before he acted on it. Chakra coalesced, manifesting a vibrant green substance. While he understood that green symbolized life, witnessing it firsthand was still somewhat hard to accept. What was that saying? To live a decent life, one must always carry a bit of. As the medical chakra enveloped his legs, the flow of energy within surged dramatically. In an instant, feeling returned to his legs. Suddenly, Tsunade burst through the door, her entrance abrupt. Yet, upon seeing the green, tangible chakra in Chiba's hands, her gaze froze. Chiba met her eyes, bewildered. The room fell into silence. After a long pause, Tsunade spoke. "Is this your achievement after a day of study?" Her voice was hoarse, lacking its usual fluidity. Maintaining a single position for too long had taken its toll. Chiba felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his blood circulation had faltered, resulting in his legs going numb. "I was merely testing my newly acquired knowledge." A master of physical techniques, he found it somewhat humiliating to admit that he had caused his own numbness by sitting too long. Tsunade lapsed into silence, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. After a moment, she inquired, "How much of the material did you manage to read?" Choosing to overlook what she had just witnessed, Tsunade was nonetheless astonished by the fact that Chiba could condense medical chakra in just a day. Chiba glanced around, hesitantly replying, "I think I finished it all." Tsunade's face contorted, her expression frozen in disbelief as she regarded him. As the owner of these books, she had participated in the compilation of many of them. No one understood them better than she did. "No one knows medical ninjutsu better than I do." Tsunade gazed at Chiba with a hint of discontent. "Young man, having talent is one thing, but integrity is equally essential. Even I wouldn't dare claim to have reviewed all of this in a single day." Chiba, confused, protested. "But I truly finished it. I can even identify some errors." Saying this, he pulled out several books from the mountain of texts. For instance, these 3. About 30% of the content is repetitive. The Fundamentals of Medical Ninjutsu even contains numerous typos. I can hardly fathom the author. Tsunade cast a guilty glance at the familiar covers. "Ahem, that is not important. It appears you have grasped the basics of medical ninjutsu. However, this is merely the beginning." With that, she produced a pristine scroll from her bosom. Indeed, from within her clothing. Chiba suspected it to be a dimensional pocket. Unfurling the scroll revealed a myriad of intricate sealing patterns. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit her finger and pressed it to the scroll. As smoke billowed, a heavy object rolled over Chiba's face, completely burying him beneath a mountain of books. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. "Little one, work hard. There is much more knowledge awaiting your exploration." Her laughter was hearty. After burying Chiba, she felt a sense of relief. Yet, as she exited the room, she could not hide her astonishment. Just one day, Tsunade recalled Shizun's learning journey, asking, "Shizun, if I remember correctly, you took about a month, right?" Shizun, holding a plush toy, emerged from the corridor. "Actually, it was 1 month and 4 days. Tsunade sighed deeply. "Now I understand why Jiraiya chose you as his apprentice. Your talent rivals that of the 4th Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. Chiba struggled free from the heap of books, contemplating the disarray around him. He recalled a saying, encouraging others to study medicine invites calamity. Reflecting on it now, it seemed to be a profound truth. In truth, Chiba was well aware of his own abilities. The enhancement of the initial stage of the celestial body manifests not merely in physical aspects, but also significantly amplifies innate talents. Naturally, this correlates with one's foundational knowledge. Nevertheless, even so, it required considerable mental effort to memorize those fundamental concepts. As for advanced knowledge, it is indeed tenfold more complex than before, constrained only by the confines of the room. According to Tsunade, certain inferences can be drawn. The realm of medical ninjutsu is boundless. While immersed in learning, time tends to slip away swiftly. Over the span of 6 days, Chiba found himself deeply engrossed in the vast ocean of medical ninjutsu knowledge. He even attempted to apply his medical techniques on various experimental subjects, with remarkable results. However, he nearly frightened Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha with his alarming medical practices. That evening, Tsunade announced a celebration for Chiba's academic achievements, inviting everyone to a feast. Jiraiya, after a moment's contemplation, readily agreed. Prolonged, intense training is not always beneficial. Occasional relaxation can significantly enhance the results of one's efforts. A balance between work and leisure is indeed the path to success. At the tavern, Tsunade ordered an array of beverages, calling upon every drinkable item by name. After several rounds of drinking, Jiraiya inevitably succumbed to inebriation. Naruto, too, fell victim to Chiba's relentless toasting, his face flushed and his senses dulled. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha exhibited remarkable fortitude. Yet, Chiba remained curious about Sasuke's training progress. Having mastered the skill of creating chakra orbs, could it influence his future? Watching the chaotic scene, Shizun sighed, feeling quite helpless. Tsunade, though slightly tipsy, remained lucid. You two, take them back, she instructed. Chiba and I will indulge a bit longer. Shizun, without hesitation, assisted Jiraiya back to their lodgings. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Chiba. Go ahead, Chiba nodded. I'll ensure Tsunade-sensei is intoxicated before returning. Once the four departed, Tsunade regarded Chiba with an odd expression. When did you figure it out? Chiba spread his hands and replied, I knew from the very beginning. The drinks contain no less than 38 kinds of narcotic ingredients. Tsunade-sensei, you truly think highly of us. Chapter 125. Chiba's reason unperturbed, Tsunade continued pouring drinks from the bottle. Of course, those narcotic ingredients were her own doing, rendering them ineffective on her. I never expected such progress in just a week, Tsunade remarked, her gaze filled with admiration. Chiba's expression darkened. After spending time together, he understood his medical teacher's disposition. While she appeared to commend him, she was, in fact, diverting the conversation. Simply put, she was being evasive. Tsunade-sensei, please do not change the subject. If possible, I would like you to share your true intentions. Chiba spoke with earnest conviction. He prided himself on his clear sense of justice. Tsunade had imparted her medical ninjutsu knowledge to him without reservation, a kindness he would not forget. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, her demeanor noticeably subdued. The table was engulfed in silence. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade finally spoke softly. I'm sorry, Chiba. Please forgive me for not being able to disclose that. Chiba was unsurprised by her response. Given Tsunade's aversion to burdening others, it was clear she would not divulge the circumstances. She likely intended to resolve the matter independently. Is it related to Orochimaru? Chiba inquired. Tsunade's head shot up, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. How do you know? This matter is known only to Shizun and no one else. Did she tell you? Chiba shook his head. Of course not. I presume Jiraiya-sensei must have mentioned my background to you? Tsunade rifled through her memories. The boy found in Mount Myoboku. The great sage. Suddenly, she grasped the crux of the matter. Could it be the great sage? The three great sacred places are interconnected. As one of the contract holders with the slug, Tsunade was privy to some of Mount Myoboku's secrets. Chiba felt no guilt for shifting the blame onto the great sage. On the contrary, he believed it was only natural, considering he also regarded himself as part of Mount Myoboku. I have met the great sage and received his true teachings. While I cannot claim to know the future, I am aware of certain past events. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She gazed at Chiba in astonishment. Tsunade-sensei, there is no need to ponder. I am referring to your dealings with Orochimaru. Tsunade's pupils dilated, as if confronted with an incredible revelation. How could you possibly know that? Though it was somewhat intrusive, Chiba felt compelled to interject. You are well aware of Orochimaru's character, I presume. If you heal his hands, Konoha will inevitably face his destruction. Tsunade's face was clouded with uncertainty. Yet, in her newly acquired disciple, she sensed a bond of trust. Simultaneously, she did not wish to conceal anything from Chiba. But you wish to see those who have passed, do you not? Chiba's eyes sparkled with intensity. To the best of my knowledge, the so-called resurrection technique was developed by the second Hokage. Although Orochimaru has made certain modifications, it still harbors numerous flaws. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could not help but recall the forbidden ninjutsu, the impure world reincarnation. Chiba nodded. Indeed, this forbidden technique can bring a soul back from the realm of the deceased. However, it also subjects the soul to the control of the caster. If one were to truly resurrect the deceased, Tsunade-sensei, you would fall under Orochimaru's dominion. Chiba comprehended the pros and cons of the situation thoroughly, viewing it from the perspective of an observer. The involved party, Tsunade, was unable to see through Orochimaru's intentions due to her emotional ties. Healing his hands would hardly satisfy his ambitions. His extensive knowledge of medical ninjutsu, being at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, was precisely what Orochimaru sought. After listening to Chiba's elucidation, Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence. She clutched the pendant at her chest, her eyes filled with memories and turmoil. Chiba poured himself another cup of sake, gently swirling it. Of course, Tsunade-sensei. This is your own affair. I merely laid out the advantages and disadvantages. The final decision rests solely with you. With that, he downed his cup of sake in one gulp and departed from the tavern. Tsunade was already in a state of indecision. Chiba believed she would ultimately arrive at the right conclusion. Chapter 126. Tsunade's Resolution Within the Inn. Chiba occupied a room of his own, while Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha shared a room with Jiraiya. This arrangement was made solely to ensure their safety, a necessary precaution. Chiba, on the other hand, instilled a sense of reassurance in Jiraiya. Even when confronting the legendary Sannin, it was likely that Chiba could hold his ground for a while. This was the confidence Jiraiya had in him. Upon returning to his room, Chiba organized the medical ninjutsu texts before succumbing to slumber. Tomorrow promised an exceedingly arduous battle. Maintaining a sound state of mind was imperative. At dawn, as the sun rose high in the sky, Jiraiya abruptly awoke from his slumber, a fierce headache contorting his expression. Furrowing his brows, it had been a long time since he had consumed so much alcohol. Yet, that young lad Chiba certainly had a remarkable capacity for liquor. Jiraiya's musing inadvertently stirred the still sleeping Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha had mysteriously vacated the room without a sound. Naruto cradled his throbbing head, his features scrunched in discomfort. The experience of drinking for the first time left him decidedly unaccustomed, and the effects of the hangover had tainted his perception of such beverages. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Shizune rushed in, panic etched across her face. Jiraiya-sensei, have you seen Lady Tsunade? The urgency was palpable. Jiraiya, puzzled, replied, No, she was with Chiba drinking last night. Wasn't she? Upon hearing this, Shizune's concern deepened. Lady Tsunade did not return last night, and today is the scheduled time for her transaction with Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression shifted. His earlier nonchalance giving way to tension. This was indeed dire. He attempted to sit up, only to be horrified to discover that his chakra had vanished, accompanied by a numbing sensation throughout his body. This is bad. Jiraiya's complexion darkened. It seemed Tsunade had drugged him with the alcohol. He found himself utterly unable to gather chakra. Beside him, Naruto looked bewildered. How could this be? I'm perfectly fine. He leaped off the bed, stretching his limbs and even attempting the shadow clone technique. Jiraiya scowled, displeased. You barely drank a cup. How could there be enough poison in that little bit of alcohol? Shizune attempted to assist Jiraiya in detoxifying, but due to the disparity in their medical ninjutsu skills, she could only alleviate some of the symptoms. Enough of this. We don't have time. Jiraiya refused Shizune's treatment and suggested she lead the way to search for Tsunade. Naturally, Shizune complied, while Naruto took the opportunity to summon Chiba and Sasuke. Chiba, how come you're completely fine? Naruto regarded him with suspicion. Isn't it due to your lack of vigilance? Chiba retorted with confidence, though he instinctively overlooked who had been the one to pour the drinks last night. He felt assured in Tsunade's choices and decided to take a measured approach for the sake of his plans. Soon, they set off toward the outskirts of the short book street, with Chiba and Shizune at the forefront, while Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sasuke lagged behind. The effects of the sedative were undeniably potent. Before long, they arrived at the previously agreed-upon location, which lay in utter disarray. A massive pit showcased Tsunade's destructive power. It seemed she had made the right decision. Chiba picked up a green windbreaker from the ground, its large gamble emblazoned upon it, exuding a certain flair. "Come, Panta. Guide us." The pink pig's nose twitched, pointing toward the distant plain. "Let us proceed, everyone." In the absence of sufficient combat power from Jiraiya, the leadership had inadvertently shifted to Chiba. Before long, they beheld Tsunade's form engaged in battle. The violence was palpable. The ground crumbled underfoot, forcing Kabuto to adopt some unconventional combat methods, such as self-harm. By the time they arrived, he had already inflicted a significant wound upon his own hand, the spraying blood rendering Tsunade incapacitated. Hemophobia was undoubtedly a lethal affliction for a ninja, regardless of their prowess, even among the legendary Sannin. Tsunade knelt weakly on the ground, her gaze cast downward, trembling uncontrollably. "I apologize, Lady Tsunade." Kabuto maintained an outwardly courteous demeanor, yet the blood smeared across his face gave him an appearance reminiscent of a beast in human guise. The battle had reached its conclusion. With a kunai raised, he aimed for Tsunade's vital points. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated across the plain as Chiba, wielding a kunai, intercepted the lethal strike. "Kabuto-senpai, sometimes it's wise to temper your words." Kabuto gazed at Chiba, astonished by his speed. He had anticipated prolonging the encounter. Retracting his kunai, he stepped back, adjusting his round-framed glasses, while maintaining an outward calm that belied the wariness in his eyes. Kabuto harbored an absolute respect for Chiba, whom he referred to as senpai. This reverence stemmed solely from Chiba's prowess, which was on par, if not superior, to his own. The words of Orochimaru regarding Chiba echoed in his mind. An absolute prodigy, a talent transcending time, beyond control. Such praise from Orochimaru was a rarity, as even his best subordinates seldom received accolades. Yet, Chiba had garnered such recognition. Furthermore, Kabuto had witnessed Chiba's combat prowess in the forest of death, swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. "What a pity," Chiba lamented, a look of regret flitting across his face. He turned his back to Kabuto, draping the green windbreaker over the trembling form of Tsunade. "Tsunade-sensei, I have arrived. Rest assured." Chiba harbored no fears of Kabuto seizing this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After securing the garment, he turned back to face Kabuto. Concern for Tsunade's safety had spurred him to act with haste. Observing Kabuto's calm exterior, Chiba interrupted his thoughts with a smile. "So, we need not be adversaries." It was surprising that Kabuto still entertained such naive notions at this juncture. On the battlefield, what bonds could truly exist? An enemy was simply an enemy. There was no room for negotiation. This statement was not only directed at Kabuto, but also intended for the recently arrived Naruto and his companions. Verbal prowess could be a double-edged sword, ultimately. It was the protagonist's aura that played a pivotal role. However, with Chiba's intervention, the course of this world had undergone a significant alteration. Whether Naruto and Sasuke retained their status as protagonists remained uncertain. Thus, a shift in mindset was undoubtedly necessary. "Now, let us engage in battle." Chiba extended his hand in invitation. "Should you win, your objectives will be fulfilled. If you lose, may you plead for your lives." As the words fell, a cold flash darted before him, followed by the sound of slicing through the air. Chiba slightly tilted his head, evading the attack. In that fleeting moment, Yakushi Kabuto had completed his hand seals. A blue, tangible chakra surged forth from his hands, forming a blade. The medical ninjutsu chakra scalpel. Chiba's eyes lit up at this scene, perfectly poised to test his recent studies. He swiftly formed hand seals with one hand, and similarly, chakra manifested before him. Kabuto's pupils constricted, his astonishment unmistakable. The chakra scalpel in Chiba's hands was considerably larger and thicker than his own. How is this possible? Kabuto felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. Chiba nodded and, without a hint of concealment, stated, "Indeed, I could not perform this during our last encounter. This is the result of my recent training with Lady Tsunade." Being well-versed in the arduous nature of learning medical ninjutsu, Kabuto recognized the remarkable talent Chiba possessed, having mastered such skills in an astonishingly brief period. "Come on, Senior Kabuto," Chiba declared, raising his right hand and advancing towards his vital points. There was no finesse in his approach. He relied solely on overwhelming speed and strength. Kabuto hastily defended himself, his eyes frantically searching for Chiba's figure. The sound of tearing fabric echoed across the plain. What a pity! A look of regret crossed Chiba's face, for he had almost disemboweled Kabuto. Kabuto gazed at his tattered clothing, fear flashing in his eyes, but soon his expression hardened with resolve. This could not continue. Chiba's strength far surpassed his expectations. If this persisted, he risked being killed. Kabuto retrieved 2 crimson pills from his ninja pouch and swallowed them. The surge of chakra reddened his face, and the chakra scalpel in his hands swelled significantly, casting a formidable aura. Now, he thought, I should be able to contend with you. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Kabuto looked at Chiba, but the transformation in Chiba's hands rendered his words caught in his throat. Senior Kabuto, what did you say? I did not quite catch that. Chiba's hands emanated 2 towering chakra blades, casting shadows that loomed ominously. Could you repeat that? After several exchanges, Kabuto came to a realization, no matter how he tried. He should never compare himself to Chiba. Otherwise, he would be struck from every conceivable angle. He glanced at his own meager chakra scalpel, feeling a pang of melancholy. Chiba, too, felt a bit bewildered. It seemed that Sage Chakra provided a substantial boost to medical ninjutsu to expedite the battle. He had indeed entered Sage mode while unleashing the chakra scalpel, as evidenced by the golden-red hues at the corners of his eyes. Yet, Kabuto appeared entirely oblivious to this transformation, likely because Orochimaru had not yet mentioned the 3 great legacies to him. Chiba's hands intertwined, and deep blue shadows danced around him. He lowered his posture, akin to a leopard preparing to pounce, and struck with lightning speed. The gust of wind whipped across the plain. Kabuto's pupils dilated in panic as he raised his arm to block Chiba's assault. The metallic clash of steel reverberated across the field, and the terrifying force emanated from Kabuto's arms. His visage twisted in an effort to withstand the onslaught. Through this clash, he understood a crucial fact. In terms of raw power, they existed on entirely different planes. As this realization dawned on him, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Kabuto's eyes. The chakra within him surged violently, his skin flushed red, and bulging veins resembled countless insects scuttling beneath the surface. The special soldier pills he had ingested enhanced his chakra's potency. 1 was usually sufficient, yet he had consumed 3, determined to withstand Chiba's onslaught. This was a supercharged effort. It was enough to momentarily push Chiba back, but he was astonished by this unexpected resilience. To his surprise, Kabuto could still fight back under such pressure. However, that was all it was. A single outburst would surely leave him exhausted. Chiba felt no tension. Sure enough, after forcing him back, Kabuto fell into a panting state. The redness on his skin gradually faded, replaced by a pallor that signaled his weakened state. Chiba was confident in his mastery of medical ninjutsu. All those days of study had not been in vain. If Senior Kabuto possessed only this level of skill. Chiba wielded the chakra scalpel, a glint of coldness in his gaze. I might just send you to meet the 3rd Hokage. I hope you will repent for your transgressions then. A strange smile crept onto Kabuto's face, his expression morphing closer to that of Orochimaru. Perhaps it was a case of near ink, one becomes black. He was oblivious to the fact that he had begun to change. The influence of Orochimaru was truly formidable. You were right, Orochimaru, Kabuto gasped, struggling to maintain his composure. I am not your match. However, my task is complete. Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, has lost her combat ability. Now, it is time for Lord Orochimaru to take the stage. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Chiba approached steadily, delivering a punch that sent Kabuto flying several meters away. From the chakra fluctuations in the distance, it seemed that Orochimaru's condition was somewhat beyond his expectations. What astonishing talent! Truly impressive, Chiba. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed from afar, his snake-like eyes devoid of emotion. Upon seeing him, Chiba's pupils contracted. Indeed, due to his presence, certain events that were meant to unfold had already begun to shift. Orochimaru's left hand was wrapped in white bandages, evidently having had his soul taken. Yet his right hand remained unscathed, as pale as ever. Sarutobi Hiruzen had sacrificed his life, but he had only managed to take one of Orochimaru's hands. For a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, performing hand seals with one hand was not particularly challenging. Just because White could do it did not mean he was the only one capable. As Chiba exhaled deeply, he regarded Orochimaru with a solemn gaze. Senior Orochimaru, we meet again. However, Your condition seems somewhat lacking this time. Such words were akin to reopening old wounds. Orochimaru's previously smiling visage darkened immediately. He reluctantly raised his left hand and replied, "This was bought at the cost of that old man's life. In the end, I still come out ahead." Despite his words, Chiba could detect the underlying resentment in his tone. Orochimaru's malevolent nature remained unchanged. Collaborating with such an individual necessitated a careful balance, and most importantly, one needed sufficient strength to command respect. Chiba's gaze hardened. For the sake of his plans, he would first deal a blow to Orochimaru. Absolutely unrelated to the task at hand, I assure you with my very character. Chapter 129, Disturbing the Serpent's Nest. Indeed, indeed. Chiba replied dismissively, "You have profited immensely. The souls of the 3 Hokage have been sent to the belly of the death god, along with one of your hands." Upon hearing this, the smile on Orochimaru's face abruptly darkened. "Humph, there is no common ground with a child like you. Jiraiya, you wouldn't allow such a brat to battle me, would you?" He turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, knowing that this line of reasoning would be particularly effective given their history. Of course not. Jiraiya stepped forward, proudly facing Orochimaru and Kabuto. "There must be an understanding among the 3 of us. I shall avenge the 3rd Hokage." With that, Jiraiya bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke rose, concealing his figure. "Greetings." As the smoke dissipated, the toad dragon appeared before all. The atmosphere became rather awkward. Ahem. Jiraiya's resilience in such circumstances is well acknowledged. His ability to remain unperturbed speaks volumes. Tsunade's medicine is quite potent. I still struggle to gather my chakra. Chiba had long anticipated this situation. He turned his gaze towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto nodded, placing his thumb to his mouth and biting down. Summoning technique. The toad Kabuto emerged amidst a puff of smoke, wielding a long staff. Although his stature was not as impressive as his forebears, he was undeniably a remarkable presence among the new generation of Mount Myoboku. "Kabuto." The toad dragon greeted him with enthusiasm, clearly holding a higher status in Mount Myoboku, given that his father could be considered its leader. Another child who has signed a contract with Mount Myoboku. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes narrowed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The task of protecting Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sensei is entrusted to both of you. As Chiba spoke, he had already appeared near Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-senpai, let us engage in a meaningful dialogue." A friendly exchange, certainly devoid of any personal sentiments. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Orochimaru's face. Bang! In the face of the attack, Orochimaru showed no intention of evading. A powerful strike. The ferocious fist connected directly with his face. Crack! Chiba distinctly heard the sound of bone cracking. Orochimaru's visage contorted in an instant, his features becoming a jumble. In a moment, saliva and blood mingled, creating a most grotesque scene. The force of the punch sent him flying several dozen meters away. Orochimaru lay motionless on the ground, appearing as though he were dead. Yet Chiba knew that even if every ninja in the realm were to perish, he would likely remain unscathed. Immortality, in a certain sense, Orochimaru had already achieved. After all, science is the primary productive force. Orochimaru-senpai, is this how you find amusement? Chiba flexed his wrist as he approached Orochimaru. Kabuto immediately distanced himself from the battlefield, aware that even the slightest residual impact could spell doom for him in his current state. Upon hearing Chiba's footsteps, the fallen Orochimaru began to stir. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and the intact Orochimaru crawled out from within. An unidentifiable liquid clung to him, rendering the scene rather revolting. Chiba could hardly commend the display of Orochimaru's snake techniques. Within the ninja world, there are countless unsightly jutsu, but when it comes to sheer repulsiveness, Orochimaru excels above all. Orochimaru placed his right hand on his chest, forming a tiger seal. "It seems, compared to our last encounter, Chiba, your strength has notably improved." Every action he took bore its own purpose. It was this very attitude towards matters that allowed him to become the most distinguished scientist within the ninja world. However, I must admit that the act of receiving a punch with one's face is something I cannot admire. It appears I too must exert my utmost efforts. Orochimaru crouched down, placing his right hand on the ground. Twin serpent, curse kill. As his words fell, Chiba felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Boom. In an instant, the ground cracked, and 2 massive serpents opened their gaping mouths, lunging towards Chiba. Unyielding fist dual bones. With no intention of evasion, having learned medical ninjutsu, Chiba's combat style had become increasingly aggressive. Just be tough. If not, then still be tough. His fist, imbued with immense chakra, crashed directly into the serpent's head. In an instant, blood sprayed, serpent flesh flew, and the scene was exceedingly brutal. Without a doubt, the two colossal serpents whose heads were obliterated fell lifelessly to the ground. However, this was merely the beginning. In terms of numbers, Orochimaru had never shown any hesitation. What are serpents, after all? Bring on 2 tons more. The summoning technique was invoked, blood once again oozing from his right hand. Summoning technique. Annihilate the chaotic serpents. Rampaging serpents. The Serpent Legion. In an instant, various serpents flooded the plains, a vibrant array of colors. Layer upon layer of pythons surged towards Chiba. Chiba, who had never held any interest in such slippery creatures, bore a rather twisted expression. Good heavens, have I truly disturbed a nest of serpents? Chapter 130. The Appearance of the 10,000 Serpents. As a skilled serpent catcher, Chiba possessed unique experience when it came to dealing with such creatures. In the face of this vast horde of serpents, leaping high into the air and employing fire techniques seemed an excellent choice. Although he had just asserted that his style was to confront challenges head-on, evasion felt somewhat inconsistent with his character. However, in Chiba's eyes, this was not evasion but rather a strategic withdrawal. High above, Chiba formed hand seals with both hands. After a dizzying display of techniques, he unleashed Sage Art, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Sage Art, Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere, 2 advanced B-rank jutsu. Infused with Sage Chakra, roared across the sky. The Fire Dragon soared through the heavens, merging with the Vacuum Great Sphere. Fire, fueled by the wind. The already terrifying destructive power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet swelled several times under the enhancement of the Vacuum Great Sphere. A fireball with a diameter of several meters roared toward the serpent horde. The intense heat warped the very air around it. From a distance, it appeared as if a living entity soared proudly through the sky. The presence of Sage Chakra imparted unimaginable enhancements to the jutsu. Faintly, it seemed one could hear the roar of the Fire Dragon. Boom. The terrifying flames erupted among the serpents. The searing heat instantaneously charred their skin, reducing them to mere blackened remnants without a single cry of anguish. In just a few breaths, the once terrifying serpent horde had vanished, replaced by fragrant, blackened remains. Those on the periphery, vigilant against Orochimaru's ambush, were now utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. After a considerable pause, a singular question arose in their minds. Is Chiba truly just a chunin? I believe the higher-ups in Konoha might have some vision issues, Jiraiya concluded. Though he had been instructing Chiba during this time, he had never witnessed him display his true strength. Previously, he had heard of Chiba repelling the One-Tail, Shikaku, but had assumed it was the work of Gamabunta. However, it now appeared that Gamabunta was merely a supporting character. Chiba's prowess was indeed quite astonishing. Hiss. He is truly the one I have my eyes on. Orochimaru emitted an unrecognizable hiss, akin to that of a true venomous serpent. I never imagined your strength had reached such heights. Chiba plummeted from the heights, a chill coursing through him upon hearing those words. A wave of dread surged from his soles to the crown of his head. What does it mean to be the person you desire? Please, be mindful of your choice of words. While it is often said that quantitative changes lead to qualitative transformations, regrettably, the number of serpents seems insufficient. The moment Chiba touched the ground, the chakra within him began to recover. Although the initial stage of the sage body did not significantly increase his chakra reserves, its recuperative abilities became remarkably potent. In the brief span of their conversation, he had already replenished more than half of the chakra he had expended. No matter if quantity is lacking, then let us escalate to quality. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he slowly unwound the bandages from his left hand. Upon his withered, darkened arm were etched the seals of summoning techniques. He bit into his right thumb once more, smearing the blood across the summoning seal. Placing both hands upon the ground, Orochimaru softly intoned, Summoning Technique. A great, dense cloud of smoke instantaneously enveloped the scene before them. Within Chiba's senses, a vast and chilling chakra abruptly manifested before him. Orochimaru bellowed, "Why have you summoned me?" His deep voice echoed like thunder in the skies above. "I am quite busy, and after this matter concludes, you shall offer me 100 living sacrifices." As the smoke dissipated, a colossal creature emerged into view. Its body was a striking purple, adorned with black stripes. At its serpent head were four horn-like protrusions, and its pale blue eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. Compared to Gamabunta, the size of the 10,000 serpents appeared particularly immense. Among the summoning beasts, 10,000 serpents was undoubtedly the largest, excluding the complete form of the slug. After all, no one had yet succeeded in summoning the full form of the slug, a feat requiring an astronomical amount of chakra. Perhaps only a select few could accomplish such a task. Your opponent is that little brat beneath you. Orochimaru's voice was frigid, akin to the winds of winter. Huh. You amuse me. The 10,000 serpents' demeanor was exceptionally arrogant. Have you lost your mind, Orochimaru? A mere child needs to summon me? Truly, you are regressing. Orochimaru's gaze towards the 10,000 serpents was rife with mockery. Underestimating him could lead to dire consequences. This was my counsel to you. Moreover, if you kill this brat, I shall prepare 300 sacrifices for you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed ignited in the elongated eyes of the 10,000 serpents, drool spilling from its mouth. As for Chiba, his expression was equally resolute. He muttered incantations. Finally, I have awaited your arrival. Sharingan, I summon you. Chapter 131. The Mighty 10,000 Serpents. I am the 10,000 Serpents, a disciple of the White Serpent Sage from the Dragonland Cave, one of the most ferocious giant serpents. Yet, for some unknown reason, the gaze of the boy before it instilled a sense of unease within the serpent. It seemed he was not human, but rather a certain nemesis of serpents. In Chiba's eyes, a light flickered as he fixated on the 10,000 serpents, unwilling to divert his gaze. To others, this beast may appear fierce and terrifying, but to Chiba, it symbolized the Sharingan. The new upgrade was imminent. Stagnation was not an option. Defeating the 10,000 serpents was indeed a formidable challenge. Chiba was acutely aware of its power. It was known that an artist's self-detonation barely managed to obliterate it. Thus, to vanquish it would require considerable strategy. With this in mind, Chiba bit into his right thumb. Summoning technique. Once again, smoke billowed, and a colossal creature manifested before them, a giant crimson toad. Gamabunta, Chiba stood atop its head and declared, "A certain old friend of yours requires resolution. I hope you can assist to the best of your abilities." Gamabunta regarded the 10,000 serpents, a flicker of apprehension evident in his eyes. In the realm of summoning, serpents inherently held an advantage over toads. Moreover, the 10,000 serpent strength surpassed that of Gamabunta. Recognizing this, Gamabunta understood that he was merely a supporting character in this battle, with the true protagonist being the boy upon his head. As he felt the surge of natural energy from above, Gamabunta reflected on the generational shift. This boy's talent was indeed excessive. Gamabunta faced off against the 10,000 serpents, while Chiba exchanged glances with Orochimaru. Doesn't this appear significantly more equitable now, Orochimaru-senpai? In the face of provocation, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. From their very first encounter with Chiba, he had discerned his character. Furthermore, had it not been for Chiba's emergence, Orochimaru would not have harbored such wariness towards the third Hokage. To be precise, he had only paid the price of losing an arm due to Chiba's existence. A smile graced Orochimaru's lips as he mused, "What is absolute fairness? Your arrival was simply too late. Otherwise, we might have found common ground." Chiba nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he and Orochimaru belonged to the same ilk, individuals with unwavering convictions to achieve their goals. Of course, their objectives differed, as did their methodologies. Their exchange had left the impatient 10,000 serpents unable to contain itself. At the moment Chiba nodded, a foul wind blew forth. A gaping maw capable of devouring hundreds lunged towards Gamabunta. Clang! The giant short sword was drawn just in time to clash against the serpent's fangs, producing a deafening sound. Gamabunta, use oil. With no opportunity to strike, Chiba chose to create one. Due to his ability to utilize compound ninjutsu, he could effectively double his efforts. Fire release, Toad Oil Fireball. A torrent of toad oil gushed from Gamabunta's mouth, cascading like a waterfall and enveloping the 10,000 serpents. Simultaneously, Chiba's compound ninjutsu seamlessly followed suit. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Though both were merely C-rank techniques, they possessed a crucial characteristic. The potency was determined by the chakra supplied by the user. Ordinary great fireballs measured merely 2 meters in diameter. Yet those infused with sage chakra expanded to several dozen meters across. The enormous fireball resembled a blazing sun as it merged with the toad oil. Boom! The flames soared. casting a crimson hue across the entire plain. The spreading fire consumed the 10,000 serpents, the aroma of scorched serpent flesh wafting through the air. Yet Chiba showed no signs of relaxation. Instead, he became increasingly vigilant. The danger had not subsided. As the flames dissipated, the 10,000 serpents had transformed into a writhing mass of scorched serpent skin, ravaged by the inferno. Gamabunta underground. Chiba sensed the chakra of the 10,000 serpents and discerned its movements. Hearing the warning, Gamabunta leapt, narrowly evading the serpent's assault. A heavy stench emanated from its gaping maw, enveloping the surrounding area in a foul odor that lingered for hundreds of meters. Merely inhaling a hint of it induced dizziness. Fortunately, Chiba's physique adapted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have needed to employ extraordinary measures. Gamabunta gripped the giant short sword with his other hand, descending from the air. The blade pointed directly at the 10,000 serpent's vital spot. Strike the serpent at its 7-inch mark. Even the colossal beast known as the 10,000 serpents is no exception. Of course, the term 7 inches does not refer to a specific length, but rather to the heart region of the serpent. A strike to such a vulnerable area would undoubtedly incapacitate it. The massive dagger glinted ominously, determined to bring the 10,000 serpents to its knees. In the face of the impending attack, the serpent did not retreat but surged forward, its greedy eyes gleaming. Under the astonished gaze of the toad, Wentai, the serpent's mouth stretched to an unbelievable extent, as if it intended to swallow the entire toad whole. Chapter 132. The Grief of the 10,000 Serpents. It was supposed to be a collaborative effort between the slug and toad Wentai to subdue the 10,000 serpents. However, due to Chiba's intervention, only Wentai was left to confront the beast. To put it bluntly, Wentai was filled with trepidation. This toad was no match for such a creature. Wentai wished to convey this truth to Chiba, yet he found himself lost amidst the repeated calls of Boss Toad. It was painfully evident that his end was near. Wentai could already sense the metallic tang rising from beneath him. The 8 gates of Duanjia open. In an instant, the limitations within Chiba's chakra network were released, and a torrent of chakra surged through his veins. His skin flushed a deep crimson, radiating an aura reminiscent of a boiling river. Sage mode, Duman Chiba. In this newfound state, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, the flowing sage chakra pulsating within. Chiba formed hand seals with incredible speed, his chest swelling as if his collarbone had been fully unlocked. Sage art, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. This was the most destructive technique at Chiba's disposal. Flames erupted forth, transforming into a roaring dragon that surged toward the gaping maw of the 10,000 serpents. In that moment, onlookers felt the terrifying heat radiating from the fire dragon. What a fearsome little brat, Jiraiya muttered under his breath, his expression grave. Tsunade, too, managed to lift her head to observe the battle. As her medical ninjutsu disciple, Chiba could not afford any mistakes. Over the past few days, Tsunade had discovered that Chiba possessed remarkable qualities reminiscent of someone she once cherished. Perhaps Konoha was truly worth her protection once more, especially with new generations like Chiba emerging. That yellow-haired brat was indeed an exceptional presence. Go for it, Chiba. Tsunade grasped the pendant atop the peak, her eyes filled with concern. Faced with Chiba's all-out fire dragon flame bullet, a flicker of fear crossed the 10,000 serpents' eyes. However, there was no time to evade. To survive, it could only withstand the blow. A fierce expression flashed across the serpent's grotesque face. Within its cavernous mouth, it gathered a massive amount of chakra, attempting to swallow the roaring dragon whole. Yet, how could a technique infused with sage chakra be so easily resisted? The searing heat surged into the serpent's maw. Crack! Uft! Moments later, a torrent of serpent blood erupted from its mouth, spewing forth a foul stench that wafted far and wide. Cough, cough. To Chiba's surprise, the attack landed solidly. Nevertheless, the 10,000 serpents did not perish. Its vitality remained astonishingly resilient. Violent coughs expelled several fangs from its mouth, and streams of serpent blood pooled upon the ground. Orochimaru, are you still just watching from over there? I'm on the brink of death. The 10,000 serpents cast a vicious glare at the observing Orochimaru, clearly harboring no fondness for its contract holder. Water bullet. As the chief of Myoboku Mountain, Wentai struck with ruthless intent. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the beast was weak, he understood the straightforward principle of exploiting a foe's vulnerabilities. The weakened 10,000 serpents no longer possessed its prior fighting prowess. A glimmer of panic flickered in its eyes as it faced the massive water bullet. Summoning technique, Rashomon. A thunderous roar erupted as a towering gate rose from the ground amidst swirling dust. The water bullet crashed into it, only resulting in a shower of droplets. In the face of Rashomon's defenses, One-Tai's assault seemed insufficient. Damn it! One-Tai's fury ignited as he wielded the giant dagger. He had almost succeeded in sending his old friend away. Alas, the appearance of Rashomon had provided the 10,000 serpents with an excellent opportunity to counterattack. Ignoring its injuries, it dove underground once more using its earth-based techniques. Before One-Tai could react, the serpentine body ensnared him tightly. "I shall deal with you first," the serpent's chilling voice echoed. "Then, I will consume that detestable brat." The sensation of suffocation began to envelop One-Tai. "Originally, I was contemplating how to confine you." Chiba's calm voice resonated from above One-Tai. "But since you have willingly presented yourself, it has saved me considerable effort." As the words fell, the 10,000 serpents felt a figure dart past its peripheral vision. Immediately afterward, excruciating pain coursed through its body. Gentle fist technique, 36 palms of the heavens. Within Chiba's seemingly mundane words lay an inexhaustible intent to kill. A chilling aura encircled the 10,000 serpents. Chiba leaped from above One-Tai, his palms coalescing chakra into a tangible form. The speed granted by the 8 gates allowed him to dash across the serpent's body with incredible agility. With hands imbued with formidable strength, he struck the serpent's most vulnerable point, delivering 36 consecutive blows within the span of a single breath. Bang! One-Tai felt the constricting force dissipate, seizing the moment to retreat back to Myoboku Mountain. Meanwhile, the 10,000 serpents stood frozen, its eyes wide with disbelief. It struggled to turn its head to face the composed Chiba. How is this possible? Chapter 133. Completion of the sign-in task. Despair flooded the 10,000 serpents' eyes as it sensed its life force waning. It felt as if a dam had burst, an unstoppable torrent of vitality flowing away. Vitality drained from its heart, spine, and vital organs, leaving it bereft. Chiba withdrew, standing at a distance. Visible steam rising from his body, a phenomenon resulting from sweat evaporating at high speed. The opening of the 8 gates had elevated his physical capabilities to an alarming level, allowing him to rival certain speed-oriented, Kaga-level shinobi, such as the brutish warriors of the Cloud Village. Yet, the cost was equally daunting. Merely executing the gentle fist technique, 36 palms of the heavens had nearly exhausted him. Tsunade-sensei, Chiba returned to the group, offering his support. "You must observe closely now. This is the perfect opportunity for treating your blood phobia." Tsunade struggled to suppress her inner fear, forcing herself to gaze at the 10,000 serpents. Though still difficult, her condition had improved significantly since earlier. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. "Chiba, what you just demonstrated was..." He was interrupted by Chiba. "It's somewhat similar to the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, isn't it? In essence, it's a self-created martial art inspired by their style." Chiba explained. "The essence of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist lies in their dojutsu, the Byakugan. This ocular ability allows them to observe the vital points in the human body. I, however, did not rely on that. I have studied numerous medical ninjutsu texts over the past few days, many of which pertain to serpents." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, as if piecing together a revelation. "Are you suggesting that through your understanding of serpents, you were able to execute a technique akin to the gentle fist?" Chiba nodded, acknowledging. The colossal body of the 10,000 snakes is indeed formidable, yet its vital points are remarkably easy to discern. A series of soft punches would naturally dismantle it without direct confrontation. However, this is contingent upon first subduing it. Upon hearing his explanation, Jiraiya's gaze deepened with contemplation. For he realized an awkward truth. The combat method described by Chiba was somewhat beyond his current capabilities. While he could comprehend it, executing such techniques was utterly unattainable. The prerequisite alone was insurmountable. One needed a certain proficiency in physical techniques coupled with extensive knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Most crucially, one's physical constitution must be exceptionally robust. How does this relate to Tsunade's hemophobia? Jiraiya discerned the blind spot in his understanding. Chiba smiled enigmatically and said, "Do not fret, you shall soon understand." No sooner had he spoken than the 10,000 snakes began to swell in several areas, akin to a balloon inflating. The resilient serpent skin expanded to an unimaginable degree. Tsunade, witnessing this spectacle, felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Could Chiba's proposed treatment truly be that? As an authority on medical ninjutsu within the ninja realm, Tsunade was well aware of the methods available for her ailment. However, due to certain personal factors, she had been reluctant to attempt any remedies. But now, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending a cloud of blood mist swirling through the air, pooling on the ground to form a river of crimson. The legendary 10,000 snakes had met its demise. As Jiraiya gazed at the scattered remnants of skin around him, his lips twitched involuntarily. Ugh! Naruto and Sasuke swiftly retreated to vomit at the sight before them, which resembled a scene from the depths of hell. The landscape was drenched in blood, devoid of any other color. The 10,000 snakes had vanished, leaving behind a gruesome tableau that spanned hundreds of meters. When Tsunade first beheld this horrifying scene, she was momentarily frozen in place, her pupils constricting in sheer terror. Yet a flicker of rationality deep within her psyche prevailed. Hemophobia, or the fear of blood, is typically a congenital phobia. When it manifests later in life, it is often rooted in psychological issues. It was evident that Tsunade fell into this category. The swiftest method to treat this condition is to confront it head-on, using poison to combat poison. Sacrificing a 10,000 snake in exchange for a ninja of Tsunade's caliber seemed a fair trade. Surely, the spirit of the 10,000 snakes would find solace in this. Chiba looked skyward, contemplating this notion. From the initial tremors of his body, the constriction of his pupils, and gasping for breath, Tsunade gradually acclimated to the overwhelming visual stimulus. After a brief moment, she regained her composure. "Thank you, Chiba," she expressed, her tone reflecting gratitude rather than reproach for his audacious actions. In light of his intentions, Chiba's motives appeared noble. Yet, Chiba remained rooted in place, his expression somewhat bewildered, lost in thought. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Mission completed. Reward distribution in progress. Reward successfully granted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the bloodline limit, the single Tomo Sharingan.